connects. Okay. Live stream. All right, everybody, let us know how we're sounding. And let's see, it says excellent connection. Okay. All right, now.
It went immediately to answering machine, so she's probably engaged in doing something.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. We're going to, work the night. I've got, no matter what happens, there's always all too much to talk about. So we are live streaming right now, and we want everyone to know that Crystal River was expected, but based on past being prelude, things happen. And she is not responsive at the moment. So hopefully she'll let us know when she becomes available, if she becomes available tonight. Otherwise, I'll do my best to explain what exactly was going on tonight that brought her on, so to speak, or brought the potential for her being on. She certainly wanted to be on, and the last time I checked in with her, she said she would be on. I have every confidence that her not being on is no fault of her own or due to circumstances beyond her control. We have responses now from Acid Kick, that's Sid, saying loud and clear. T-Tank Berry says loud and clear with his pointing finger to Crystal. Excellent. Sid says good evening, everyone. Triple Dragon. T-Tank Berry says God bless these transmissions, DDD and Team Dietrich. Sid says support Douglas Dietrich. T-Tank Berry gives the SS, the skeleton key. In fact, Sid also gives the lightning bolts. Blessings to all of you. Yes, Sid, do me a favor and concentrate mostly tonight on links that will be basically towards the PayPal home address where people can send money orders and checks. I believe you have that. Pretty much everybody on Earth has my home address. Tad Ricketts.
I think you want to be more specific, is not to put any other links up there.
Yeah, not too many other links up there.
No,
yeah.
None.
None, other than, yeah, good idea.
Unless Douglas directs you to.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Peter's got it down for tonight. Tonight's a emergency night. It's code red, so he's right. Peter's right, and it's a good start, a good pattern for the future. So, and we'll discuss that more later. Tad Ricketts says love and respect, and Del Nemo in Australia says can hear you clear. Okay, excellent. Tad Ricketts says automatic thumbs up, and that does give me the reminder to remind everyone before we go into several explanations tonight, or, we'll make it as quick as possible, of course, and then Peter Moon and I will jump into the fray and start talking about various subjects. As always, Peter always has a lot to cover no matter what. I actually had a chance to very briefly review some email that was sent to Peter by somebody about the religious topics that we covered. And this is what happens. You speak religion and people get very triggered. And so, we can go into that later if we decide to go into that at all. I mean, that's just organic and not anything that I feel the need to even address in any immediate sense. But such being said, I do want people to know the more immediate things that we need to worry about is my evasion of homelessness. So in order to help me avoid homelessness, this is a code red emergency LEAPDy-Cum-228 memo day. That's a Taiwanese holiday. I spent most of the day today active at home because of the level that the emergency is. And what we did at the estates was we celebrated and provided our educational lessons concerning this very important holiday in Taiwan yesterday on Taiwan time. So Taiwan, of course, like all of East Asia, is a day ahead of us. So this holiday was yesterday on the other side of the international date line. This side of the international date line, it was today, but we had celebrated it on the day that it actually was celebrated in Asia, and honored it by providing the correct educational lessons during the time we spent together yesterday. So most of my day-to-day was trying to contact different people about the emergency that we have financially right now. In my case is that we have to make rent, and I need to raise 200 United States dollars so that I can buy my rental money order on Friday, the 1st of March. And so tonight we're going to be concentrating on that, and that's why Sid is going to be pretty much putting in just the relevant links for raising funds tonight. And I would recommend, Sid, that you don't even bother with the book links, because the book links do not bring us immediate money to pay my rent. So it's just going to be funding.
Let me clarify this, Douglas.
Yeah.
The reason Douglas doesn't want the other links is because they interfere with the stream of the chat.
They do.
This was what he was commenting to me.
Yeah.
So it distracts people.
Yes.
You know, it's not that there's anything wrong with the links. It just distracts people. So what I would also say is the gentleman, Roberto, who I call Roberto, who sent you the questions.
Yeah.
He's a former evangelical, so he's very schooled in the Bible. He's also a nice contributor to you.
Okay.
So answer his questions, and it might help ching the cash register.
Okay.
I'm just telling you that. You might not realize that. Whether he can send anything tonight or not, I'll probably send you at least something, I'm sure. But that's so maybe we'll treat his questions as a priority.
Okay.
But I want to say something. When you're done with your diatribe, you know, we can get started.
Yeah.
Without Crystal, if she's not here, it will be arguably more interesting. Arguably, because I'm not trying to compete with her. I think what she has to say is interesting if she arrives to say it. But do you want to continue?
Just a few more things. The usual. I want to remind everyone, of course, that YouTube has a very retarded popularity aggregate and does not really play fair. It caters to, shall we say, those who already have the advantage. And so the game is rigged, and they do not disseminate videos or live streams unless they get enough upvotes. And we are automatically hit the moment we start transmission by automated downvotes that are literally purchased by the enemy. This is a fact, and they're purchased by Stephen Outram. Fortunately, Stephen Outram, despite being a multimillionaire, is one cheap son of a bitch, and he purchases cheap Autobots, and the downvotes are filtered out by YouTube, but it takes a good hour or two before YouTube actually addresses that issue. By that time, Steve Outram has successfully basically eliminated us from searches. So it's up to you. It's your war. You've got to fight it. And believe me, it is a war. And it is a war for your future, the future of your children's children. And it is vital that you participate. If you do not participate, you are surrendering to the enemy. And you're surrendering a lot more than your hearts and minds and souls. You're surrendering everything. And I mean existence itself. So we've gone into aspects of this in the past. We'll continue to do so throughout the future. But the way you can fight back is to hit that upvote. And not only that, our dear Aristides will now put in a word about how this can be expedited. We want you to hit as many upvotes as possible, because the enemy plays dirty. And if you don't play as dirty as the enemy does, you're going to lose, because war, that's war. So, Aristides, if you would be so kind, sir, explain the situation with the upvotes as you've perceived it.
From what I have found, you have to be signed into YouTube to place upvotes and do various other things. So you can make a YouTube account, but within that account, you can make subordinate identities or channels, they call them. You don't have to publish anything. You can just go into the settings, and it has switch account, and then you can switch between your accounts. You can create new accounts, so you can just make multiple identities, and you can upvote from each one of them. Currently I have 2, so I've placed a upvote from each one, and I'll try to make another one.
Excellent, thank you. And The way I thought of it before was that you hit every different IP address that you've got, and it could be both. Honestly, different IP addresses, each with different channels that you open on YouTube, might also help expand your ability to help us and spread the word, help us disseminate via YouTube's completely unfair, unjust dissemination system. And we can beat the game with your help, because it's war, it's dirty, and it's your war, and you've got to fight as dirty as the other guy if there's to be any hope for a future for nice guys in this world. So just make certain that you try that gimmick from your PC, your laptop, your tablet, and your cell phone, and hit all the upvotes. And if you can sign in from each one of those with different channels, all the better. And this will help immensely. This has been helping in the recent past with the latest episode, and let's hope that's the beginning of our trend in getting people to cooperate in the war effort. Such being said, I do want people to understand that tonight's intent was for Crystal River to kind of publicly celebrate and share as the kind of rationale for her coming on was that it is Leap Day Eve Day, and what had happened was that during her relationship with Max Spears, they had decided that Leap Day itself was going to be their day, their anniversary. It would be up to her to explain the reasons behind that. She was not, however, going to concentrate on the subject of Max Spears, as that has been covered in depth in the past. Rather, she was going to try and talk about various other topics, such as Tracy Twyman and her death. And Tracy Twyman, of course, can be gone into when she is present with us. If you're not familiar with the name, she's easy enough to look up. And I think it should be quite obvious that she died mysteriously and violently, and ultimately because she was cavorting, frolicking with the enemy, and she paid the ultimate price, which is the only price that will settle that score. That's all the enemy will ever settle for. And interestingly enough, the individual who claimed that he took everything from Tracy Twyman, that he holds everything that was hers, Stephen Outram. So there we have that, and he said that publicly on record. So that is, as far as we're concerned, a confession of guilt. And with that having been stated, we are going to turn now towards Peter Moon and myself handling the rest of the evening. I guess one other thing that I see that Peter Moon might consider completely important, or rather completely unimportant, and I can understand why, but I do want to respond to this simply to get it out of the way. If it's still up there, let's see now. It may have been taken down, or it may have been never published. YouTube oftentimes does not allow publication of certain comments. I guess YouTube did not allow this. Okay, so not going to bother to respond then. There were quote-unquote 3 comments up on the latest episode, and apparently YouTube took down the latest trolling. I certainly did not. So, okay, that being out of the way, we are going to turn now towards Peter Moon. And Peter Moon and I will take it from here. So, Peter, you lead the way.
Okay, so we hope Crystal will come on and preempt me,
yes.
But that's okay. I want to, reiterate that, Douglas needs to raise $200 tonight. So please do contribute. You go to DouglasDietrich.com, upper right-hand corner, yellow button. And we will, Roberto, we will get to your questions. The first thing I'm going to address is what Douglas discussed in the last episode. After I left, he went into the Gospel of St. Thomas, and which, of course, the first thing I want to say, I want to backtrack and say, for those of you who are not familiar with Tracy Twyman, she is an occult author who didn't dabble in the occult. She swam deeply into it.
Yes.
And she was knowledgeable, but not knowledgeable enough, and
Yes.
too knowledgeable. You know, I read some of her stuff, which was appeared to be very astute and scholarly, but it was missing some big pieces.
Yes.
Which I talk about. It all has to do with the sacred name of Jesus that I've talked about in the past. The Shin, she totally missed the boat on that. And then there was elitism involved with her and her. I don't know if he was a boyfriend or a colleague. I think he was more of a colleague, Nicholas Debris.
Right. Yes.
But anyway, it's unfortunate when people get too high and mighty in their own perception of themselves. What's possibly worse than that is just the chicanery and game playing of some people who are completely insincere from the get-go. A high and mighty person can be sincere. He just thinks too much of himself. But in any case, the Gospel of Thomas is, of course, typically thought of as apocrypha. Apocrypha is a designation by the church, meaning it is of doubtful authenticity. It doesn't mean that it's not authentic. It casts doubt on it, and it's not been ordained as being part of the canon of the church, whatever church it might be. And Douglas, now the most astute thing you said about the Gospel of St. Thomas, because it's basically a bunch of sayings attributed to Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the most astute thing you said about it, it was a secret teaching. So if it's a secret teaching, of course it's not going to appear in the other Gospels because it's secret.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah.
and of course, any traditions going back to that time or after that time, there's always a secret tradition. There is a mundane tradition. And when I've had this situation with Masons and stuff, and when you start telling them and they've been indoctrinated in a mundane tradition, and you start telling them of the non-mundane tradition, they become angry and distrustful, generally towards you, meaning me, or whoever's saying it. You know, you tell them the truth, and they're all right. This isn't the way I learned it. And that's what happens in many jobs, whether they be in engineering and science. You say, well, who cares what you learn in school? This is the way it works. And Preston talked about that. He said when you dealt on these projects that he was so involved with, he says you had to learn what he called bullshit physics. He said you had to learn bullshit physics, which he called the mundane physics, because if he was being a little more eloquent, he would have said you have to learn Newtonian physics, because Newtonian physics is, of course, valid within the context of the Newtonian sphere of gravity. I've explained this in my time travel education series. It's when you get outside of the planetary sphere, there are differences.
Yes.
But you can watch these things if you want to go watch it. But anyway, so there is any tradition, whether it be pragmatic science. Oh, and I remember on the 9th grade basketball team, we used to go through these plays, and they stuck me into the game as the sixth man. And I go, during the free throw or something, I say, well, how come we're not running this play? He says, we don't do the plays. Just just play. And I thought, well, why the hell are we learning all these plays? We used to go, we used to go through all these, like, in a basketball court. Well, you go here, he goes here, he goes here. And, okay. I'm prepared to do the plays. And they just say, forget about it. Not necessary. We don't play that way. So why do we practice? It's like a drill. So whatever it is in life, and when you get into whether it be martial arts or whatever, boxing, science, mystery schools, religion, you go through a rigmarole. So there's a secret tradition in every tradition of mankind.
Yes.
Douglas also talked about the Gospel of St. Thomas being included in what he called the Goebbels Bible, or the Joseph Goebbels Bible.
Yes.
And that was compiled with the help of the Nag Hammadi manuscripts that were found in Qumran about 1945, and that they were secured and put into a book form because they were translated by Germans, prior to the end of the war.
Yes.
The only thing I will say about Goebbels, and Goebbels did some amazing things. He was a master of PR.
Mm-hmm.
The account I read of him in Leni Riefenstahl's autobiography,
Mm-hmm.
he was effective, but he was very slimy.
Hey, certainly she thought so, but God, yeah.
Well, it might have had to do with the approaches he made to her.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Hitler understood him for what he was. He understood a lot of these people for what they were, from what I've read. He didn't necessarily look at them as standards of high moral virtue by any stretch of the imagination.
Mm-hmm.
They were Goring was accumulating a huge fortune.
Yes. No, Hitler understood their faults. Go on. Yes.
Yeah, they were despots.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what happens.
Yes.
Hubbard operated with that kind of attitude. He'd call his people that were running, they were generally women who ran his messenger organizations across the United States, and would refer to them as Countess, Duke, or Duchess, depending on was a man or a woman, or Queen. He had named Sultana was one of them, as I recall.
Mm-hmm.
I think the one that was in West U.S.
Mm-hmm.
Sultana.
Mm-hmm.
Tsarina was in East U.S. I remember these.
Wow.
But the Duchess or Duke was in Clearwater, and where was the Countess was, I think, locally in the desert.
Mm-hmm.
And the Queen was that she was in charge of them all.
Wow.
But he used that mentality of despotism. They were like the absolute ruler.
Yes.
In a sense. So
of their own, each of their own empire. Go on.
Exactly. It was not an enviable position to hold, in my opinion. But in any case, that's another story. We're here to talk about the gospel. Well, the Gospel of Thomas, and all of this. So Douglas did a whole transmission talking about the Gospel of Thomas, and I wanted, he wanted my response, and this is sort of my response. The Gospel of Thomas really has nothing to do with Joseph Goebbels. He was just the collator.
Yes.
Just as Douglas had collated the Roswell documents for the base commander at the Presidio, so did Joseph Goebbels oversee the collating of the Goebbels Bible,
Mm-hmm.
which was in Antarctica. The first thing I would say is my opinion of the chance of this Goebbels Bible freeing individuals spiritually I don't know. I think, you know, it's like, say, all the Bible. I mean, the Bible reading. Who can underestimate what any book does? You can't underestimate what it does. You can't. It's an individual thing. But and what is freeing mankind? And it seems to fit into a pattern, as you were discussing, in all the different. What's interesting about everything that we're doing, and this Goebbels Bible. Now, just to clarify, the Goebbels Bible is inclusive of so much so-called apocrypha, because, you know, there's all of this editing that gets done, and who is writing what. All of this, if you want to look at it optimistically or upbeat, all of this stuff, the whole reason Bibles get written, and not just Bibles, but texts on Taoism or Buddhism, it's all with the general intent to resolve the suffering of mankind and to relieve the suffering of mankind. And sometimes it will digress into perpetrating the suffering of mankind.
Yeah.
You know, depending on who's, you know, as Walter Mondale would say, who's in charge?
Right.
His tagline for running against Ronald Reagan: "Who's in charge?"
Right.
Certainly not Walter Mondale.
And then General Alexander Haig would respond, "I'm in charge." Go on.
But I don't know if it was you or somebody else that said that. They completely abused him of that.
They did. Yeah.
Yeah, they took it. It's like Jimmy Carter and the Jackrabbit.
Yes.
Jimmy Carter being afraid of a jackrabbit, and this was a completely misconstrued and concocted story.
Yeah.
That he got afraid and stopped a hunting trip because a jackrabbit spoke to him, and this wasn't actually true, but it stuck. It stuck like Michael Jackson and the Elephant Man's bone.
Not only did it stick, but it grew. It grew so that the jackrabbit was.
Mama Cass and the ham sandwich. Mama Cass choked on a ham sandwich.
Yes.
This is not actually what happened.
Right.
John Phillips explained it. I read his biography when I was doing the Music of Time.
Yeah.
And I forget his explanation. He says, this is not what happened.
Right.
But nevertheless, it stuck because, you just saw Mama Cass with a, because she was overweight. So it's like, there's certain things you can stick a person with, and if they can't easily escape. And you kind of like, and my favorite line with Michael Jackson was, I think I saw him in an interview with Oprah, and she asked him about the Elephant Man's bone. He goes, "No, why would I want that? Why would I want that?" My response would have been, "Because you're weird."
Yes. Yeah.
That's why. Because people can believe it. So, I mean, it's something about making a great story. I'm trying to think if anybody's done that with Trump. I mean, they'll say all sorts of things about Trump that will be at least on the border, if not absolutely false. In other words, just because they'll stick it to him. But then it doesn't really stick because he's got his supporters who, even if it is stick-worthy, won't let it stick. Like his comment, like the comment that he made about the girl, or getting in their pants or whatever he said.
Grab him by the pussy. Yeah.
We don't need to repeat it. But the thing is when Gary Hart was running for president on, I think it was 1984, and he, the press, had pictures of him, and I think the girl's name was Donna Rice, I think I still remember, aboard a boat called the Monkey Business. And the press did him in because they had an issue with it. They did him in.
Yeah.
So in other words, when you could just take now it's like, Bill Clinton can get up and lie to Congress and Nobody cares.
Yeah.
Nobody cares. And what Trump has been, I guess what you say, he lost a court case for raping a woman. It doesn't, he's not convicted criminally. It means he's convicted civilly, which, might not be legitimate, but a case like that would have just completely disqualified him from politics. Nelson Rockefeller could not secure any sort of political capital as far as being president because he was divorced, only because he'd been divorced. Wasn't sexual scandal. Divorce made him unqualified. It was considered too risque to be divorced. So these are the times. But as I was saying, is that the whole reason we have these biblical or religious texts of any kind is to relieve mankind of suffering. And the greatest, most impactful relief I ever experienced from suffering were my experiences in Dianetics and Scientology, or that I witnessed in others, where somebody would have tremendous relief of what would be called charge. And you could visualize it. The problem was, you have these, and of course that's why it was so popular when it was popular, because you have just tremendous. And I will a case in point. This one guy who eventually became a housemate of mine, he was just a cervic. I think his brother had committed suicide, and he was in a very bad way, and he was just a cervic to be around. You didn't want to be around him. And then he was getting auditing, and then you'd see him all of a sudden, and he'd be laughing. He'd be laughing his ass off, releasing charge. And you walk by him, and he'd look at you with friendly. He says, "Hello." You go, "Hello back." It was like all of a sudden you got the idea that this guy was like, he was non-toxic to talk to. And it was a joy to talk to him, and then you'd have a conversation with him. He was conversational. Eventually, he became a good friend, a dear friend. Unfortunately, he's still in Scientology to this day. And I never forget, I was like 18 years old. And teaching him how to balance his checkbook, because he had a hard time balancing his checkbook. I was teaching him the basics of how to balance a checkbook. I suppose my only qualifications were that I'd studied bookkeeping in high school. Very valuable education for a semester.
Yeah.
Gave you the foundation to keep whatever books I keep today. And have. But anyway, he then went on to manage billions of dollars for Scientology.
Jesus.
And I know he's had his ins and outs. He probably still has, he's probably still a signatory. But anyway, we all walk different paths. And I would, he's one of the few people I'd love to sit down and just have a conversation with again. Because this goes back to when I was like 18 or 19. It was just like, there was such a good feeling between all of us that lived in that house. It was just, and the fates of all those people, they all went a different way. They all went a different way. What can I say? So that's life. But I was going to say, I saw Scientology relieve so much because it had these techniques to go into the mind and de-stress the person. What is stressing a person? It's psychological. I remember one time when I was at the camp at Atlanticron, I was just in a lot of pain, and my foot, and I finally figured out what it was. I got a clip, and I went out to the rocks in the water and clipped my toenail. Wow, did I feel better. That was physical pain. That wasn't psychological pain. That was physical pain. But, you know, there are, and as I say, personally, I had a very nasty sore throat that would come up, you know, from time to time. And I was able to relieve that. And when I did relieve it, I went out of my body. That throat pain never recurred. It was like, and some people say, well, your first win, success in Scientology is your best one. It never gets any better. Well, the problem, and Hubbard stated it, is that people couldn't necessarily hold their wins. They would go back down into the soup. They would go back. They would be elated, and then they would come back down into real life. Now, this is a gradient or a level of manic depressive, okay?
Yeah.
Where you're elated and, oh, I just decided Scientology, I'm going to save the world, we're going to save the. And then, oh God, I feel like crap. You know, and all of a sudden your problems go back. That is manic depressive. Now, manic depressive is a word they don't like to use today. We didn't use it in Scientology. What did we use? Roller coaster. And there's also degrees of roller coaster. You know, it's just like, you know, anybody can have a bad day. But to what Hubbard would call it is being able to have a major stable win and to hold your wins, hold your gains. This is like a football team that's ahead, you know, 24-0, and they can't maintain the lead, and they erode the whole thing and they lose. That can happen in life, where you get ahead. Like I had a friend who could, you know, gain a lot of assets, and then he'd lose them by not having the proper insurance or something, and the place, you know, his warehouse burns down.
Jesus.
You know, that type of, he had a repeated, first his house, you know, it's just like he would have a lot of assets and then he'd lose them because he didn't know how to maintain them. There's all sorts of, now that's a situation into itself. But this can happen with, I guess, what you call spiritual capital. And in Qigong, it's like you want to cultivate and refine Qi, which is life force. This is the real commodity you want to have, life force.
Yes.
Cultivate it. We want to help Douglas cultivate life force by donating to him. He's got a, you know, rent to meet. He's got one extra day, or the 29th being tomorrow.
Yes.
But we want to get that to him by tomorrow.
Yes.
$200. Let us know if any contributions come in.
Yes. Well, we have one already, 50 United States dollars from Samuel Romero.
Thank you, Sammy. Wow. You have any questions? Let me know. We'll try and help you with them. But the so you know, it's all about relief of suffering. Anything you see in the Bible,
Yes.
is geared towards that, and sometimes it will be geared towards the and sometimes it'll be worded like, oh, you're going to go to heaven forever, or whatever the word is. And this is not necessarily, they don't necessarily choose the best semantics, or the semantics get confused or misinterpreted. Now, you also have to remember, back in those days, they thought and spoke and perceived a lot differently than we do today.
Thank you.
They didn't have cell phones.
Yes.
They didn't have telephones. I grew up with a TV set. I remember very early on, age 2, age 3, when it would become night and Superman would be on TV. It was like, I remember Superman. And because Superman was in the 50s, you know, I would have been about 1955, 1953. And I remember Superman on TV. So I grew up with the TV. And it was like, I didn't know what it was like not to have a TV, except when the picture tube went out. And that was like, you know, wow. Like life was, the day was shot. You had to go out and do something else. It wasn't easy, especially if it was a rainy day. So it's like, and then you can even go back to the 1800s, were so much different and advanced than what people had to deal with in the Dark Ages and whatnot. And then even we go pre-Dark Ages, and so much of what they're living with is, you know, people, their commodities were sheep and goats and cows and land and fertility and all this. God, it was a much different world.
Yes.
Not like they portray it in the movies, although it can give you kind of a vague idea at best. And slaves were slaves. So, and then you had a certain narrative being spoken by the people who were in charge of the narrative. And who was in charge of the narrative? The priests. And what are the priests? They're human beings. The great assistant to the caliph in the Islamic tradition, which even predates the actual advent of Muhammad, was what's his name? Was the vizier. The vizier, which is where we get the word wizard, or visor, advisor, or vizier. The vizier was somebody who was viewing the stars. He was interpreting the stars, and he was like forecasting and helping the caliph, or before that, whatever designation they gave the leader. So you have human beings who are capable of doing the wrong thing. Douglas, did you ever see, this was one of my favorite shows that I'd watch when I get home from school in the late 50s, early 60s, was Ramar of the Jungle. Did you ever see that?
Unfortunately not. Never even heard of it, but do go ahead, describe it.
The Jungle was, they're probably just old Western scripts converted into the Jungle.
Cool.
Most of my friends, we'd watch Ramar of the Jungle when we get home, and this is kind of how, you kind of got, and sometimes usually they'd be in Africa, but then he went to India. When he had Africa, he'd have him and his buddy named Howard. They were both medical doctors doing humanitarian work in Africa.
Okay.
And then they'd have a native who would be their guide.
Okay.
And he was what you call a good native. And they'd always, almost routinely, get into trouble with some hostile tribe of natives. And, they'd end up tied up in a hut or something, and there might or might not be a damsel in distress. And then he was a medical doctor, so he was, that was usually played a role. And, he'd get out his knife or gun or whatever, and then be animals, that would be in the background.
Right.
It was a fun show for, for a kid, a kid to watch. But in all of these, and then sometimes he'd be in India. But they always had the witch doctor. It was usually the witch doctor in these scripts that was the bad guy.
Interesting.
The witch doctor of the tribe, like he might have the whole tribe doing something, and then the witch doctor would, be threatened and, conspire against Ramar. And then I think one time there was a witch doctor who was a good guy. That was like totally surprising. Wow, they had a good witch doctor. The chief was usually good, and the witch doctor was evil. I mean, whoever wrote these scripts had it in for witch doctor. But it was.
That's a
one
common.
of my favorite episodes was when they had the what do you call it? Was in India, and I think his assistant shot the guide, the guide who was a regular on the show.
Interesting.
But it turned out it was a dream.
Ah.
It was kind of neat to see the main character get knocked off, because that didn't happen in shows.
Yeah.
But in any case, the point is that viziers, witch doctors, they can all be people writing scripture are human beings.
Mm-hmm.
And I know as an editor means an edict. So if you edit a book, you can say things that you shouldn't say, so you shouldn't say them. And you can give it authority. So this is just in terms of writing a book. And then there are better ways to say things. Like, what are you actually saying? What were you saying 2,000 years ago that you were trying to convey? And if you could have a conversation with these people, a telepathic conversation, they might write things differently.
Yes.
Than they did. But this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with distance. And I've said this with time travel. If you were to go back in time, you couldn't talk with these people.
Right.
David Anderson has a great gift with language, which he's very humble about.
Mm-hmm.
He can speak Russian, he can speak Romanian, and I don't know what God else he can speak. And I will never forget that my favorite author in science fiction was Philip Jose Farmer, who was more fantasy oriented than science fiction. But he'd talk about parallel universes, and he has his World of Tears series, TIERS,
yes.
has the time traveler in, I think it's the third or the fourth book. He is, in his life back on Earth, he's a professor of etymology. So etymology. So I always struck me, etymology is tied to time travel, at least according to that book. So when you can understand the basic root meanings of words, that's related to, core consciousness. So if you were going to travel into time, you would want to not only be able, you'd have to have a command of language that is just very core, so you could almost like understand the ooh-ee, ooh-ah-ah of expression.
Yes.
What a guttural expression. We're almost going down to ape talk, because in the Tarzan books, he could understand things through ooh-ee, woo-woo-boo-boo-boo. Emotional transference of consciousness. And that's kind of what you're getting at. And if you go back to the tax revolt of the first century, you have, where is Crystal River? They're all wondering where Crystal River was. Where is Crystal River? Gee, if you were going out on a date with her, would she do this?
I hope not.
No, she's notorious for making an appointment or making a call and not doing it.
Yeah. Well, I don't hold it against her. It's at this point in history, I just take it as she's got things going on there now.
What is the problem with saying I can't make it?
I think these things
Right.
I think these things overwhelm her at the last minute, and my impression is that she's on kind of a cosmological sense of time as opposed to chronological sense of time. That unless like you're in the neighborhood and see her and can remind her of things like picking something up or something like that, it's when you're
Well,
at a distance. Yeah.
I get what you're saying, but
Yeah.
it's still. And David Anderson once did. It was very interesting. He gave a seminar at Atlanticron. There was,
Yeah.
probably a dozen of us or so, and it was about space and time. And it was about space and time in terms of culture,
Mm-hmm.
and in terms of one of the things he addressed was punctuality.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that one time he showed up for a meeting in Germany like a few minutes late, and it was complete and utter outrage. Not necessarily expressed vocally, like loudly, but he was considered to be so rude.
Yeah.
And you're punctual.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely, the northern cultures, Scandinavians, Germans. This is, of course, what leads to a successful culture. It's the same way as in Japan. These are these would be economically successful cultures. There's other cultures, of course, that have a different value system, and their value
In
system.
Mexico, they have the term mañana.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Eastern Europe is like that. Serb time, when I was working with the Serbs in the Balkans, comparisons would often be made to Mexican time. Yeah, people show up when they show up. Yeah, it is what it is. People are in different universes, and of course, for just so people know, we're not going to go into this at all just based on respect for her privacy and her security, but we do want people to understand that Crystal River has certain responsibilities in the immediate sense that sometimes erupt, and therefore she has to tend to them and is not given a choice. So, and sometimes it could be that she's not feeling well. The important thing to remember is that she is, of course, a psychic and is advising people a lot, and that's how she makes her living. So if somebody calls her and she's has to
Yeah, but that's fine. We all understand this.
yeah.
But if you were in a room, you'd say she's making an excuse. So we don't need to elaborate this anymore. It's fine if she calls, and I hope she does.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying it's all right.
Yeah.
Anyway, we don't need to belabor that.
And I mean, we're going to be going into kind of almost a parallel thematic when I respond to, of course, our dear friend who sent us these questions and his stance on religion as a negative. That's how he feels about it, and he's very emphatic about that. It reminds me of other things, and and I'll give my response certainly. But Peter's kind of edging us towards there. He's kind of taking us.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But as you say, the whole purpose of all of these writings is to relieve us from suffering. And what I was saying is that this was the greatest thing I've experienced in terms of relief, or seen relief. And then what it all comes down to is harmony and balance. And certainly I did learn how to maintain my what they would call wins, and I would watch people go high as a kite, and they're not on drugs, mind you. But this is like the endocrine glands take off, and then it's like crash. It's like, okay, what that tells you is enjoy your excitement, savor it, and then cultivate it and fortify it. Like let's not get over our heads. In other words, don't get too excited over the fact that your team won today because it might lose tomorrow. So you want to, your team to accumulate, 4 out of 7 victories or something like that until it builds up to where you've won the season. But I'm talking psychologically.
Mm-hmm.
Like you figure out, okay, it's just like as simple as watching a bank account grow, or working towards a promotion, or whatever it is to get a leg up, whether it be appearance, diet, attraction to the opposite sex, whatever it is. In other words, you want to accumulate different aspects of life force, and then, as they say, they got to a point in Scientology where you saw things clearly being antithetical to life itself.
Yeah.
And you see people like investing in insanity.
Yeah.
Investing in insanity. And even to the point where they're contradicting the doctrine, the dogma, whatever it is. They're doing it because what they're doing is they're following the narrative, the social narrative. Because, like, if you take a prescribed, well, okay, in construction, there's certain laws when you're constructing a house that you need to do. You follow certain codes, and there's also common sense besides the codes, which the codes are supposed to elicit, or follow common sense. But there's certain stupid things you can do in engineering that just don't work. So you don't do them. And so these are written out. And so when people start, following the narrative as opposed to doing what's right, like an example is in what they call value engineering. Value engineering is to make the nuts and the bolts and the stuff you're using get the cheapest materials possible so that you make more profit on the house. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
But it devalues the quality of the material you're building, of the house you're building. They call it value engineering, which is really a way of saying cheap engineering. It's and they didn't figure that out back, hundreds of years ago. They just used what's going to work. So this applies to everything. It applies to religion. It's like you follow a set protocol, but when you start violating that to the point where you're sticking crap in drywall that's going to rot and just and it's going to create a bad chain reaction or a what is called reverberation, a backlash.
Yeah.
That Home Depot's not going to order it. My teacher told me that the people that were producing that crap in China would literally get hung or executed.
Yeah.
And with just cause.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you can debate whether they should be executed or not, but they were certainly not honorable in what they were doing. And they were just messing up all sorts of things.
Yeah. That was in the old days, of course. That was Mao days. Now, of course, things have really changed.
It's more modern than that.
Okay.
But
okay.
I'm not. I don't have any claim to knowledge of who executes who in China.
Go on, yes.
But he had his own lines of whatever he knew. But the point is that and as they say in Scientology, I saw people like going right into the face of what was life, and I said this is wrong. And now it's like 40 years later, I see people suffering from those decisions they made, still suffering because they embraced anti-life.
Yes.
What do you call anti-life? What do you call it?
It's a good word for it, anti-life, yes.
Yeah, it's like it's the death. You're embracing death and destruction.
Yeah.
It's actually the same as the anti-gods.
Yes.
It's just it's the debris of the anti-gods. And you're saying, okay. And it's like, why is this person doing this? And some of my old friends or colleagues, they bought into they couldn't, there was a point where what they experienced that was good, where they couldn't distinguish it from what was bad, and they bought into the bad, and they started cultivating evil.
Wow.
Or evil is the reverse of life. Live backwards. Evil is live backwards. So it's just going, whoa. It's like, and so you're going to find this in any form of experience. Any form of experience, you're going to, okay, what is negative life? What is positive life? So when we get into these Gospels, Aaron Tice, I don't know if he sent the email yet. He's going to send us both an email, Douglas.
Oh, cool. Look forward to it.
He wrote this very eloquent, nice statement about so much that you've done for the human trafficking situation, and how, what an unsung hero you are for doing this. And it was really quite a nice, and so Aaron, he grew up in Pentecostal church, and he had to, figure out what was going on, divorce himself from it.
Mm-hmm.
And one of his old friends, Nelson Hess, who I knew from psychotronics, he connected the two of us up many years later, because because Aaron had found my books, and he'd read a lot about the occult, and he really gets you, he really understands you, and he'd even be willing to consider coming on and talking about this stuff deeper, because he shared one aspect. This is very important before we bridge into your responses to Roberto, which is that he talked about a very high level teaching. And this was a high level teaching in whatever tradition, martial arts, Tai Chi, Taoism, whatever it is. He said there's a very high level teaching. And what he was explaining, which totally threw me off when you said this. I found this disturbing. I found this but he explained it to me like a woke Bible. It was when and you can correct me on, because I'm only paraphrase, in the Gospel of St. Thomas, Jesus was attributed to saying, you have to become like a woman. Is that it? What was it?
No, he was telling a woman you have to become like a man.
Well, okay. But the thing is, what that's about, Aaron explained, is a high level teaching.
Mm-hmm.
Going inside of yourself and balancing the yin and the yang. This is really what it's about. Balancing the yin and the yang inside of yourself. Now, that's a very profound statement. When he said it, it just kind of like, wow. And I said, this is like what in the Western tradition they call the alchemical marriage. The alchemical marriage, which is the tradition of Rosicrucianism, is not about finding your twin flame or your ideal partner. It's about actually balancing the yin and the yang inside of yourself. So if you go inside of yourself and see what is, and this goes beyond sexuality, it's what is yin inside of you and what is yang inside of you. Because everybody has, and it doesn't matter whether you're male or female. There's certain times when you need to act. There's certain times when you don't need to act. When you need to just shut up and let life flow. And then you adjust. It's like you keep the marshmallows on the conveyor belt rather than you know, being aggressive. Like if you're doing some process in a factory, you just keep the things on the conveyor belt and make sure they don't fall off. That's part of what life is. That's like you're mostly yin, but you're acting when you need to. And there's some actions, you know, like when a carpenter's hammering nails, carpenter's a very yang job.
Yes.
Where you're pounding, and you're doing it right. And sometimes you've got to sit back and, you know, let things figure themselves out. You know, you got to let a house settle in certain aspects of building. But the whole thing, it's an internal process. Some of us are more yin, some of us are more yang. But then also in different areas. There's certain areas where people need to stand up for themselves. There's certain areas when people need to shut up.
Yes.
And but if you can, there's such ample field, opportunity to go look at yourself and say, what are you doing with that project? Some of the most challenging things I find, because I have so many different administrative details to do, that when I sit down and do them, very simple. Some of them are a little complex, but generally what it takes is finding a computer file, getting a file, doing a printout, just starting the thing and looking at it. And then when so many accumulate, it becomes like, oh God, I don't want to touch that. You know, if you hired another person to come in and do what you need, it might, what's the big deal? Also, I needed to look in the folder and add up these numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Yet it sits there like a hulking, undone thing. And, you know, it takes, because, you know, if you've got to do this and do that, you know, order this and order that, it can really be burdensome. So that's something that's great opportunity for one. You know, I found myself going to sleep, and I'm looking forward to going to sleep tonight so that I can just go in and say, oh, you know, well, I looked at yin this way. What about the yang of this particular thing? Like say, okay, let's take what people would probably be interested in my work vis-a-vis David Anderson. I'm extremely yin with David because yang doesn't work too well. You know, not real good at answering.
Right.
Anybody, not just me. And there have been instances when I've gotten through. There's also certain schedules, certain things I know or expect might happen. But you know, when you look at that, and then you can go deeper into what's really he dealing with, because he came forward at certain points in his early career, like he wanted to put a museum of time travel. Most of the elements of that are in my attic.
Wow.
You know, a lot of artwork and stuff. I'm not going to do a museum, time travel. But
Right.
that was his dream. You know, like he was raising consciousness on time travel. And he had a whole website that was a very active website that, you know, attracted all sorts of interest from people who know nothing about me. Although he did put me on his website very early on. But so, you know, he went through periods, and then he totally withdrew, and then he came back in 2009 and did a whole full-out lecture at Atlanticron on time travel. Came about as forthcoming as he could. And then he came out the next year or later that year and announced that he could actually put people back in time. And then he gave me the, what do you call it, the patent application.
Mm-hmm.
And then it took me, and then he put up his website. It took, and then eventually, he spent a long time with me on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
Only time he really ever did that, on the phone, and explained so much to me and turned me on to Choclavina Cave. So this is like a very long process, and I've been very slow in cultivating it. All these trips to Choclavina Cave, wow. I'm overall yin, but I do these young things. I take these adventures. I did this dream workshop. I'm planning on going back this year. But it's like, it's just so slow. So it's like, what is the balance there? I seem to have a pretty good read on it. And I have at least something up my sleeve to help encourage this. It might all well happen anyway. But that's the more, I guess, exotic aspect. And of course, some of these superior martial artists can show you how to do it with the body, how to be completely relaxed in yin, and then just absorb the person's energy and just turn it against them. It's that's really a masterful function of consciousness. But as they say, when it gets into your, and it also has to do with diet, has to do with medicine or supplements or whatever you're taking. Maybe you're taking too many, maybe you shouldn't. But these are things internally that you can look at, and I would encourage people to do that. But what Aaron was basically saying, that this is just such a, and he will express it to us. He will send you an email that might, this is just my interpretation of what he told me. But it struck such a strong chord that this is all we're, and this is just one statement attributed to Jesus as he interpreted it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm interpreting his interpretation. It's just incredible. And it goes hand in hand with my adventures with the white bat, which is you find the yin and the yang, the yang and the yin, the black and the white and the black. It becomes very simplistic, all in the direction of life. And that's just from one phrase of the Gospels. Now, what my teacher would repeatedly say, he'd say, if you take one thing that I'm teaching you and just do it for the rest of your life, you will have such a benefit. This is what he'd say. One thing. One of the most helpful and powerful things I ever learned from L. Ron Hubbard was just a sentence or two from a tape he did. It was about control. And he said, if you're ever having trouble with something, reverse the flow. I took that to heart. And I didn't necessarily see other people doing it. I might refer them to it. It was kind of an obscure reference. But it was just like, okay, you're having problems with something. This could apply internally. It could apply in anything in life. If you're having trouble talking to girls, don't talk to girls. If you're having trouble not talking to people, talk to people. If you're having problems by being too aggressive with people, don't be aggressive with people. or whatever, or vice versa, whatever it is. If you're clumsy with mechanical things, then find some mechanical device you can be competent with. Anybody can screw in a screw. So do that and build your confidence or whatever. So that was I was very happy. You really inspired Aaron with that talk on the Gospel of St. Thomas. Also, I would say there's also a great benefit in reversing the misconceptions of Christianity, the control aspects of it, and releasing it all. And if it's through the Goebbels Bible, so be it. You also said something very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
You said that contact with Unterland stopped in about 1997.
Yes.
If that's accurate, this is a precursor, because Radu, with his stories of Inner Earth, which is not Unterland in the same context necessarily as the German faction, it arises in 2003. So there's a date sequence there to where you can have Unterland is saying, okay, we're not going to talk to you this way anymore. Mm-hmm. And then it can come out, and it could, because it's my contention that that this holographic gobbledygook, and I don't mean that with disrespect, complexity, AI complexity that manifests itself in the books that Radu talks about, could be driven by the Artelect. I will not discount that possibility. In fact, I'm in that camp right now, but it's only a hypothetical camp.
Yes.
So with that, I will recede, not into the gentle night, but I will. We're talking about the Gospel of St. Thomas, and maybe I want to encourage people to contribute. And if Roberto likes your answers, maybe he'll contribute.
Mm-hmm.
And if he doesn't like them, maybe he can send a bill. I don't know. But he really appreciates you. He's retired now.
Mm-hmm.
So he can, he has time to listen to more than he might have before. But go ahead and you can respond to his questions if you want.
Well, there's definitely what happened that's so synchronistic was that KRYS Claudette sent me several images, peacock-themed images, and a sparkling heart. Of course, I responded with "Thank you so much, honey." And KRYS Claudette and our dear friend, how should I refer to him? Because we're trying to maintain some level of privacy for him. His name is Roberto. So with Roberto, we'll just call him that to maintain his privacy. Roberto and KRYS Claudette, the reason this is so synchronistic is they're very much on the same page. And both Roberto and KRYS Claudette, well, I may as well read Roberto's letter without reading anything else that gives any of his personal details away. I can start by reading his letter, and so let's do that. And what I'm going to do is, it says, this is his letter. I'm reading Roberto here. Tonight's show, and tell me if you hear this and this turns out to be not what you're addressing. Let me know, but I think this is it. He says, tonight's show, with a question mark, all religions have to be dissolved. Christianity is one of the most damaging falsehoods that entered the morphogenic grid, which involves human blood sacrifice and martyrdom. This is the most important topic to expose on this planet. Human evolvement is based on energetics, DNA, and bloodlines, and their harmonic relationship to the universe's optimal frequencies. I will be asking Doug, that's all in uppercase letters, questions to explain his religious position and current understanding. Selling religious dogma is a disservice to humanity. As we know, I believe he meant to say as we all know, every lie has a strand of truth which makes the lie believable. Enlightenment is the solution to all things. The avatar Jesus was here and embedded, he says, Christic, I believe he means Christic precepts in the morphogenic grid within the human DNA bloodlines. The rest of the story involving the crucifixion and corrupted Bible scriptures is religious entrapment and propaganda designed by others. There's more to the reality of the topic. Please forward this to Doug prior to the show. Let's see if there will be an open discussion. How come Doug's website doesn't have an email link? Can you give me his email address? Or do I have to send more money to have that privilege? Actually, both my email and my physical mailing address, they're all on the website. But
well, I gave him the email anyway.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, everybody's got my email anyway, and my physical address. And then he concludes with, time to expose the truth about religion. Forget flying saucer stuff. Laugh out loud. And so, Roberto, let's start addressing this, and if you consider this an open discussion or not is your perception. The first thing is, as I've mentioned, KRYS Claudette is a incredibly brilliant woman. She served time as, notice the term I use, serve time. She had a profession, or was a professional archaeologist. This also is synchronistic, because there is a lady that I was actually intimate with for a period of time that was also a professional archaeologist at one point in her life. So it's how often does one deal with two separate lives who both happen to be professional archaeologists, and both of them were working in the vicinity of the Holy Land, if you will, Southwest Asia. In the case of the lady that I had the relationship with, Danica Hugin-Stepanovich, she was an attorney at the time that I met her. Now, imagine what I'm saying. Somebody who went from being a professional archaeologist to an attorney. And she was someone who basically was incredibly damaged by her experience, I believe, with archaeology. And this bleeds into what we're talking about.
This is very curious to me. She can sue the past, but anyway, carry on.
Yeah, and she... listen to what Peter said. She can sue the past. It's kind of like she wound up with, for one thing, she wound up with sand blindness. If you're working in the sand out in the desert for a long period of time and the sun is glaring upon all those particles of sand, it literally destroys your irises. It's like staring into a Fulbright screen, all day, and you're trying not to miss anything or damage anything. So you're often not protecting your eyes as much as you should be. Even if you have goggles, they're often not tainted because you would miss a lot that way. So she wound up with permanent damage to her eyesight. She wasn't blind, but she was very nearsighted and needed very powerful glasses. And KRYS Claudette had horrible things happen to her in life. And both these women, of course, with Danica, she was working in Syria and more of the regions towards Iraq. In fact, she was working in Iraq. She was working in the ruins of Babylon at one point in time. And with KRYS Claudette, she was working in the Holy Land itself as more properly appreciated by Christians. and Mohammedans, all the Abrahamites in general, as a matter of fact, the Levantine. And she wound up marrying an Israeli, which I would have wondered nothing good will come of that, and nothing good did. I'm not going to expose anything about her personal life beyond that, but let's just say that this individual turned out to be just a bastard who took everything she had. And she was left to start all over again. Now, she's been through a number of challenges in life, and life has been very hard for her. And with both these ladies, in the case of Danica Hugen-Stepanovich, she was not a religious fanatic, but she was very enamored of the Orthodox Church. So she found peace in the Serbian Orthodox Church, which is how I met her. If you couldn't tell by the name, Danica Hugen-Stepanovich, she's Serbian. I don't know if she's still alive. This is how much when I break contact with people or sever contact, oftentimes I never see them again. I'm not trying to avoid her. I have nothing against her. Well, I guess I do in a sense. I mean, but my point is, something happened with their archaeological excavations where they suffered collateral damage. Some might even say a curse. So this is what brings us to the crux of the matter here. There are supernatural phenomena out there that most people have never seen, and so they can easily dismiss it all. And this is what will bring us back into the matrix of religion, back into the context of religion. And one of the things that I have said in the past is that there's two kinds of people. There are, and they're both, in my perspective, created by God, so to speak, for evolutionary reasons, because I see no contrast or no contradiction between God and evolution. To me, God uses evolution, in my perspective. And I would never deny evolution. I might deny misinterpretations of evolution or evolution that's interpreted within a certain political framework that I disagree with, but the overall concept is something that I feel is obvious.
Can I say something
Sure.
about that briefly?
Sure.
I've listened to some of this stuff, and I won't go down that rabbit hole. It's like talking about the flat Earth.
Yeah.
But when they get all caught up in rhetoric and semantics. It's all a semantic issue, and they don't break down the semantics. The evolutionists, or the non-evolutionists, are not as irrational as they sound. They're using rhetoric and semantics in a very anal retentive way. Some of them are not. Some of them just say, there were no dinosaurs because it doesn't say so in the Bible, sort of thing. But some of them are just dumb. But some of them I've actually seen, and it's like it all gets into rhetorics and semantics, and it's like they're not delineating and distinguishing. And of course, who has patience for, Earth is flat, Earth is flat. It's just like it just goes to a level of stupidity. But anyway, there I just wanted to say that. But yeah, of course.
And by the way, I'm saying hello in return to my good 180 now. Give you a second here to do that because he says, Roberto says hi. So 180 now is on very good terms with Roberto. KRYS Claudette is in the chat room, and I do want to welcome her aboard. Welcome aboard, my lovely KRYS, my lovely KRYS. Okay, and we will continue with where we were going with this because, of course, it's important. And, of course, but there's always time for maintaining a level of civility and, shall we say, just communicability with people that are regulars and people who have helped in the past. And KRYS Claudette makes most other contributors look somewhat tame, She's given me money in the past, as well as shall we say, care packages that have been incredibly important to my survival. So I do want to always acknowledge her. Now, when it comes to what we were saying about evolution, I've said before that there's two kinds of people that take this to negative extremes. When we take a look at people who deny the existence of God completely, but do so in a way that is contemptuous of faith holders, keepers of the faith, they are people that I say are kind of the opposite of religious fundamentalists, but at the same time behaving very much the same. And this is the analogy that I use. I worked in private security enforcement, of course, mercenary contracts. And so one of the things that we had was what was called stepping on the mic. And one of the most important things in any operation, whether it's just routine patrol or maintaining security perimeter or going into action in a violent operational sense, obviously communications are paramount. And people have to maintain a discipline about using the mic. Now, we have what are called transceivers. Is basically the technology that everyone has these days. It's a combination of the words transmitter and receiver. So it's a very important concept. So with your transceiver, this combination transmitter and receiver, one of the problems you have with it, with the primitive days that I was working, and things may have changed technologically, but back in the days that I was operational, people could fuck everybody else up by stepping on the mic. If somebody got onto the mic and dominated the mic, then other people could not talk. And they might be trying to call for assistance or warn somebody else of something. This is why everyone had to learn the discipline of speaking in code and speaking very briefly, so that none of us would do that. So when it comes to the militant atheist who is contemptuous of religion, doesn't see any use for it, believes it to be completely dangerous, and he might have had horrible experiences with religion, might have had horribly religious parents who were abusive. You know, there's all kinds of reasons why people grow up hating religion, and oftentimes they're quite understandable, even justifiable. But when it comes to somebody who then says, okay, we've got to, in a very real sense, destroy religion. When somebody takes that stance, which is basically what Roberto was doing in that email, that is his stance.
Well, I would also tell you that he went through fundamentalism and he's had a lot of experience with it. I don't mean to say it's a positive experience. Right. I don't know, but it's, you know, it's something he's had to wrestle with a lot. Yeah. So you know, it's just like, just made me realize why Crystal's not coming. It's too heavy for her to handle. This stuff is nasty business.
Yeah, it is. And I do want to say that I think we can safely assume that Roberto's experience with fundamentalism was horrible. For him to land the way he did. Look, this is all, basically what he's saying is, this is all a lie. This is all basically what he's saying is that it's all essentially, if not demonic, then effectively the same as if it were. And he's saying, you know, a man needs to be relieved of this burden of the religious delusion. You know, now when it comes to what I'm thinking of, let's take it away from Roberto personally. Let's put it on to someone like, you know, one of these big, the God part of the brain, the man who wrote that book. And that brings us back to the transceiver allegory, of course. And let's look up God part of the brain, because I do want the author. And here we are, Matthew Alper. Now, by the way, ironically, there was this ethnically Jewish individual whose name I don't even remember, who used to be on Coast to Coast AM all the time, who was a militant atheist. And when God-fearing people would call up and say, I'm praying for you, you know, he would laugh at them and make fun of them. And so he later on was crying his ass off, saying that his book was plagiarized and stolen by either Matthew Alper or some other guy who wrote something similar to the God part of the brain. There's several people who have written books like this, where basically God is a delusion created by evolution so that you're not afraid to die, or that you can accept death better. It's just an evolutionary gift. And that or it might have been the author of, let's see if there's a book called the God Delusion. But when this Jewish guy came on, this Jewish atheist came on and was crying, literally crying about, oh, they plagiarized me. Yes, the God Delusion was written by Richard Dawkins. Richard Dawkins is the man this guy said plagiarized his work. And he said basically Richard Dawkins had, this reputation already and a history of professional accomplishment as a biologist and ethologist and all this. So he basically, his plagiarism, he got away with it because everybody loves a winner. This is basically what the guy was crying about. And you had to feel that this was, I'm sorry, just something the guy deserved, the Jewish guy, whose name, again, I do not even remember. And that's probably the final insult of all to that poor bastard. But, when one almost felt, from my perspective, that it was almost like divine punishment, because he was such an asshole about it, and not really couching his phrases in any diplomatic terms. It was almost like divine retribution what happened to him. It's hard not to feel that way. But when it comes to these people and what they represent, they're stepping on the mic in the sense that they absolutely have lost the reception part of their brain. Their brain has turned off. Their transceiver is broken. Their transceiver is broken in that they're no longer receiving. They have no feeling of faith, and it's not necessarily a negative. These things happen for a reason. There's an evolutionary reason why we have people like this, and we ultimately need people like this. How would I say, what I find ironic, I find it ironic that so many of them take up the position of proselytizing how they feel or how they see the world. In other words, they proselytize the fact that I no longer see God, I no longer feel God, and they proselytize this with the need to convert others as if it's a religion. So I find that quite ironic, personally, and I think all of us should. Now, when it comes to the other end of the spectrum, when you're dealing with someone like Osama bin Laden or the leader of ISIS or some asshole Christian fundamentalist, the kind that beat up Roberto when he was a kid or whatever, you're dealing with people who can't hear God because they're doing all the talking. They're stepping on the mic. They can receive nothing because they're too busy talking to God and essentially assuming the role of God by thinking that they understand all that God is and all that he has to say, which nothing could be more hubristic, nothing could be more arrogant, nothing could be more insane. But these kinds of people would be like Salman Sheikh, when Salman Sheikh, for whatever reason, got butthurt with myself because he said he was going to go down and cure Jameson Reese of his impotence by doing what the Sufis did and sharing his Sufi energy with Jameson Reese, essentially alluding to the fact he was going to be copulating with Jameson Reese. Now, this was something he had said publicly, yet somehow when I related it in context where it became clearer, I guess, he went ballistic and said I was going to burn in hell for eternity. Now, think of the hubristic arrogance of saying someone is going to burn in hell for all eternity because you're angry with them for something that has not even physically hurt you, not even done anything to you. It's this is
as you said you were going to do.
Yes, thank you. Beyond which you pretty much described yourself, though apparently in such a way that you hope nobody would understand what you were saying. So when it came to, and by the way, when I expressed what he was doing, it is all on record. It's not like I even expressly said he went down to fuck Jameson Reese. That's not at all what I said. I said he was going down there to share his ass. I repeated what he said, but I said it in such a way that it became more clear, and therefore he somehow felt exposed. And then says, I'm going to burn in hell forever. I'm like, really? Really? You are irritated at somebody. You feel that somehow somebody has done something that has left you exposed and vulnerable, and for that, this person is going to burn in hell for all eternity. Okay, these are people who obviously, at this point, they think they are God. This is where they assume they know what God will do. At that point, you have divorced yourself from any sense of sanity. You're completely insane. But unfortunately, many religious people are like that. So yes, of course there's an argument to be made that religion is bad. What's bad is, here we are with a allegory I hate to use, because it really, all allegories and all parables are imperfect. Understand that I have always argued from the Taoist perspective about weapons. Okay, weapons are not tools. Okay, and this is what the firearms freaks will tell you. And I love guns. I mean, I look at guns and I drool. I love guns. But I'll tell you, a gun is not a goddamn tool. There is nothing you can do with a gun other than kill someone. This is not a tool. This is a weapon. And a weapon has a life of its own. That's what the Taoists will say. Read the Tao. Read the Tao. Read the book of the Tao Te Ching. And they expressly say in there that weapons are not tools because they have a life all their own, because they take life and they absorb that energy. They have a life that other tools do not. However, going with the tool argument of the firearms users, what they try and say to everyone who, you know, is upset about an endless sequence of perpetual mass shootings, they'll say, oh, you guys are politicizing this. And remember, the gun is a neutral tool. It's not the weapon. It's the man behind it. And, you know, forget the fact that, of course, the man behind it could not do the damage that he's done without the weapon. It's simply impossible to do any kind of damage comparable to a firearm with any other kind of weapon. By that I mean conventional tactical weapons. We're not talking nuclear or mass destruction. So stay within the realm of common sense. But when it comes to religion, it is, in this case, like a tool. It's not the faith. It is the kind of individual you meet who would be perverting it, abusing it, exploiting it, misinterpreting it. And yes, of course, there's plenty of that. Yeah, that's all over the place. And we see the damage perpetually like we do with firearms. But say that we went on a trip of, let's outlaw firearms. And obviously the argument could be made that there's nations that have essentially done this. And many people living in those nations would argue they're doing okay. Okay, an argument could be made for that. But if you outlaw religion, here's why things get different. And this is what will lead me to read another letter and then put it into perspective. This is something that I think most people, say for instance, someone's had a bad experience with something to a degree, but they don't really understand it. They've never worked with it on a level of putting it to use where they've seen concrete results affect the entire goddamn world. So here's a letter which will help us understand what I'm talking about. This letter was written by the Senator Doug Mastriano, a Republican from Pennsylvania. District 33 is what he's represented for a while. He wrote a letter about today's date. Now, it's still today, meaning it's still February 28th, Leap Year Eve Day on the Pacific. So he was writing about today. He said, remembering, this is the title of his open public letter, Remembering Operation Desert Storm 33 years later. Now be patient with me, because this is going to sound strange coming from Douglas Dietrich. Remember, I'm reading another man's letter. We remember the service and sacrifice of our citizens who faced a massive Iraqi army 33 years ago this week. For those of you who don't know, this is the date that Commander-in-Chief George Herbert Walker Bush Sr. called a halt to Desert Storm. This was when Operation Desert Storm ended. I would be dishonorably discharged very shortly after this. So to go on with this man's letter, the Iraqi army had just come out of an 8-year war with Iran, skilled in modern warfare and equipped with chemical weapons. The Iraqi forces were confident of victory. It all began on August 2nd, 1990, when Saddam Hussein ordered his army to invade and occupy Kuwait. President George Herbert Walker Bush Sr. acted swiftly and ordered American forces into region. By January of 1991, nearly 70,000 U.S. forces, backed by 256,000 Allied and coalition forces, were in region. My own higher headquarters, the United States 7th Corps, then based out of Stuttgart, Germany, ordered 10,000 body bags in preparation for supermassive fatalities. My regiment, the 2nd Armored Cavalry, was selected to lead the main attack against Saddam Hussein's elite guards. Meanwhile, here in Pennsylvania, the place he represents, a spontaneous and massive prayer movement erupted. 24 churches were praying for my squadron in the 2nd Army Cavalry Regiment. Families at home showed support and solidarity by displaying yellow ribbons. It served as a symbol of hope to remind our brave service members of the strong support at home. On January 16, 1991, after failed peace negotiations, the Arrow Campaign began. A brilliant operation of more than 1,000 hours of aerial bombardment weakened the Iraqi forces in the Kuwaiti theater of operations. One of the biggest concerns of these United States was that Iraq would use chemical weapons against our ground forces. We had quite a few reasons to anticipate Iraqi use of chemical weapons against us. The basis for this was the prevailing winds, which favor their use. The wind normally blows from Iraq into Saudi Arabia. This meant that if the Iraqis deployed their chemical weapons, the wind would carry the toxins deep into the American lines. Another reason to believe that Saddam would use chemicals was recent history. He extensively deployed them against both the Iranians and his own Kurdish peoples. This, combined with the prevailing winds, convinced us that it was inevitable that we would face a chemical attack. The United States-led ground offensive was scheduled to commence on February 24th of 1991. Since my regiment was assigned a vital mission, we entered Iraq one day prior to the official launch of the ground war. The very instant that our tanks entered Iraq, a strange thing occurred. I noticed quite a few little dust devils all around me, which seemed very ominous. Before my very eyes, God changed the direction of the prevailing winds. This had severe repercussions on any plans that Saddam had of deploying tactical chemical munitions. If he used them, they would blow right back into his own troops. The miraculous thing about this wind is that it generally stayed this way until 8 a.m. February 28th, the very instant that the ceasefire went into effect. The United States Allied and coalition forces advanced into southern Iraq and Kuwait during the next 5 days. On February 26th of 1991, the Battle of 73 Easting, named for a north-south map line in the featureless desert, was fought. The 2nd Armored Cavalry Division led the assault as we engaged the Tawakalna Division of the Iraqi Republican Guard, as well as elements of the 12th, 52nd Iraqi Armored Divisions. It was known as the last great tank battle of the 20th century. As the ground battle began, something strange happened again. Was it another miraculous answer to our prayers? A shamal, known as a northwesterly wind blowing over Iraq, arrived and blinded our adversaries, just as the tank battle kicked off in earnest. Within just 100 hours, Kuwait was liberated as the war ended. At precisely 8 a.m. on February 28, 1991, at the exact moment that the wind went back to normal. A nation was liberated, but the victory came at a great cost to our Commonwealth. Now, here's where the shit really begins to hit the fan with, there's no other word for it, just pure bullshit. Pennsylvania sent thousands of its sons and daughters to serve in Operation Desert Storm and suffered the highest loss of life in a single attack when an Iraqi Scud missile exploded at Dhahran, Saudi Arabia on September 25th, killing 13 and wounding 43 members of the Greensburg-based 14th Quartermaster Detachment. Now bear in mind, these are all people sleeping in a fucking bunker back in way behind the lines. A rogue Scud missile comes in, injures 43 of them, kills 13 of them. It's like, dude, that's like, go back to sleep. This is war, okay? Losing that many people is like nothing. That's like, you might as well stay home. Then he names all of them, 13 of them, and then says a poem by Robert Lawrence Binion, published in September of 1914, captures the sadness of the passing of our brothers and sisters. They shall not grow old, or rather, they shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them. He's acting like these people died in combat or something. They all died asleep. Anyhow, may we never forget those who served during Operation Desert Storm, and especially let us remember those from Pennsylvania, who paid the last full measure of devotion in the cause of freedom. Pennsylvania, of course, is where the Munsters live. At any rate, this is what I want to point out here. What this poor Christian son of a bitch has no knowledge of is that Michael Aquino was the cause of the change in weather, conducting spells that were steeped in the blood of infants that he sacrificed. Later on, they simply said, it was the Iraqi soldiers in retreat. They took all the babies out of the incubators and stepped on them. No, the babies were taken out of the incubators because Michael Aquino needed them to accomplish what the senator witnessed. This is the work of the anti-gods. This is why when we took prisoners, the Arabs were saying, Al-Qutulu, Al-Qutulu, the Forsaker, the Forsaker. They had seen him in the Dust Devils. They had seen him in the desert. The Americans, blind with propaganda, thought that this was the work of God, when it's the work of that which would destroy your God, the Herodian insurgency that worships the anti-gods, that would destroy this very universe. This is what America fights on the side of. This is what, in turn, paves America's way to victory. Whenever it does happen. The only time it really worked was because Michael Aquino, an Edomite sorcerer of the highest talent and skill, was there on the spot to make it damn well work. This is in microcosm what the Japanese did with the kamikaze, using, however, the Ark of the Covenant. However, here in the desert, the Americans despoiled the Holy Land by calling on the opposite forces of the universe, forces from outside our universe, beneath satanic and beyond demonic. So, when you're faced with the reality of what I've seen, both historically and personally, you realize the gods are real. God is real. I've seen it in action. I've seen what can happen based on faith and based on magic. So for those who say, there's no such thing as magic, it's not rational. I brought up the Stuxnet example before. Stuxnet was used to sabotage an Iranian nuclear enrichment facility, and in fact, hundreds of them throughout Iran. It took down Iran's entire power infrastructure. It was deployed by Israel, but developed by both Israelis and Americans. And, of course, they turned around and then deployed it against Japan, taking down, of course, its industrial control system's safety mechanisms that would have prevented the meltdown at Fukushima Daiichi. All of this is based on the fact that industrial control systems are designed for controlling large electromechanical systems, like nuclear power plants. And the network is exemplified by the internet, where information is stored, rendered retrievable, that should be completely separate from these facilities. The central heart of every independent ICS model, supposedly isolated from the internet, is the module termed the PLC, the Programmable Logic Controller. The controller being a combination of the terms computer/controller. And that PLC possesses a programmable memory. And the memory of the PLC is write always. That's the advantage for fast change. You can use these WAMs, write always memories, and they can be reprogrammed immediately, reprogrammed on the fly, constantly reprogrammed for adaptability. Now, they were initiated in automobile production lines, and you could have a separate system. The write always memory made the supposedly isolated nuclear power plants, both at Iran and in Japan, vulnerable because they were built in Germany by Siemens Manufacturing. The Israelis, combined with the Americans, decided they were going to attack specifically the Siemens manufactured industrial control systems and use the fact that they had write always memories to reprogram them via the Stuxnet, which was introduced through basically flash drives, because the Iranian nuclear scientists used to take their work home. And once they plugged their flash drive into the internet, the one we all use, then the Israelis pumped them full of viruses into their flash drive, the Stuxnet, through the internet. After which, when they plugged the flash drives back into the facility at work, it infected the industrial control mechanisms of all of the nuclear power plants all over Iran. And what the Jews, the Israelis, and the Americans were hoping to accomplish was total nuclear meltdown all over Iran, with hundreds of nuclear facilities that would turn Iran into a radioactive wasteland, a genocide. This did not happen. Mercifully, the industrial control mechanisms of the Germans shut the facilities down rather than going into meltdown mode. But when it came to their attack on Japan, which I said was combined with a thermonuclear weapon that had triggered the tsunami, I had gone into the history of the development of these weapons in World War II that were conventional, but when they nuclearize them, they become more effective. When this happened, the tsunami that hit Japan on 3/11, March 11th of 2011, the year my mother died, just a week after she died, what happened was that the Stuxnet went active, was introduced into the Japanese system, and it was modified so that the Japanese industrial control systems could not shut down, and therefore they went into meltdown. This is what's called an act of war, conducted by Israel and the United States against Japan. And someday there will be an accounting for that. But right now, what I'm telling you is this applies to the parallel of magic. When you take a look at what can be done via the cyber systems, think about how spells work, like the kind Aquino used. Spells are a kind of video game cheat code. Certain instructions that are fed to the operating system of reality itself that allow rewrites and new instructions. And they may be sorts of sonic keys that, when spoken aloud, change reality on a quantum level. Reality, of course, is perceived by the sorcerer as Maya, an illusion, and those bold enough may force their will upon it. Spells are no more than disciplines to more easily part that veil. And enchantments may be seen as completely rational phenomenon that operate outside of scientific research. And, of course, dark forces are attracted to words and gestures, and more importantly, emotion and intent, They hear the spells being cast and change the world to accommodate the will of the caster. So understand, when Aquino did what he did in Iraq and changed the fate of planet Earth in his own way, the world would be a very different place today if he hadn't done what he had done. There would have been no follow-up war by George Bush Jr. and all the horrors that entailed, no invasion of Afghanistan. Probably the Twin Towers would not have been sabotaged because there would have been no target to blame them on. The Twin Towers collapse, done by Larry Silverstein, perpetrated by Larry Silverstein, was possible because he had a scapegoat, Iraq. If Iraq had won the war, as they would have done without the intervention of Michael Aquino changing the reality itself that the Iraqis had to do battle in, there would have been no collapse of the Twin Towers because there would have been no one to scapegoat. This is the world that we live in, a world of dark forces, conspiracy, pure raw evil that is weaponized by magic. Magic works on the basis of faith. Without faith, you cannot move mountains. If they can do that in the most negative sense, faith works in the most positive sense. With everything that I've seen, I personally know there is a God. And I have, as I've described before, become what Father Malachi Martin would describe as perfectly possessed by one of his proudest angels, Lucifer himself, the peacock angel, MEMqədy. And this is something that gives me a personal perspective of the reality of higher entities. Take into account as well my mother's background, and I have an entire cultural matrix that envelops me in Christianity. Only my Christianity is so different from how the average Christian perceives it that many would perceive my Christianity as some form of heresy at the least, or infernal diabolism at the most. But that is because most Christians are ignorant of half of Christianity, having been deprived by censorship of much of what has been extant forever. Now, with the recent excavations, by that I mean like 1907 with the Jesus Sutras, 1945 with the Nag Hammadi, you have recent opportunities for people to learn more and expand their horizons, but these have simply been rejected. This is the kind of religious fundamentalism that simply does not want to evolve, does not want to grow or mature. But the Nazis never had that problem. And that's why they're more spiritually mature than the people on the surface world. And when it comes to the fact that, in their own way, they still retain a Christian matrix, doesn't make them ignorant in the sense that they know less. They retain it because they've learned more. This is my knowledge that enables me to retain my faith. And I still honor and respect the fact that we need people like Roberto who have given up on faith. There's an evolutionary reason for that. We'll always need people like that. They serve a purpose. And they should have their own communities. They should have their own support system. And they do. There are atheist call lines where people can call in to kind of feel better about themselves. There's atheist support groups. These are, as far as I'm concerned, a positive development. This is something that we're always going to need a portion of the population to adhere to, and they can also deliver on things that a person of faith might not think of. They would be thinking outside of a box, a certain doctrinaire box, and none of that is a negative to me. But again, what I find ironic is how many of them feel the need to proselytize. This is what puzzles me. If you feel that you have reality in a socket, that you've gone beyond the need for God, obviously there's many people who are coming to that conclusion, and they've been doing so for generations. Europe in the West are overwhelmingly secular. So I don't see why anyone in that position would feel insecure or so insecure as to emphatically insist that someone who holds on to faith needs to see their way. Why would that be necessary?
Well, let me address that point, because this comes up all the time. And what it is people have a big issue. Not everybody. Certainly there's plenty of examples that contradict what I'm about to say. But many people have to have the corroboration or agreement of other people. In other words, they can't think alone outside the box. And if somebody doesn't confirm what they see, they can't accept it as real. Now, it becomes very obvious when you're playing a game of ball and you're sitting there throwing the ball to another person, they're catching it, throwing it, hitting it, whatever, and the audience is watching you. You all agree on what happened with that ball and where it went. There's a lot of agreement on that. But when it comes, and everybody can say, yeah, you pay admission, you go in, you eat hot dogs or whatever you do, that's all very cut and dry. But when it gets to areas that aren't cut and dry, and you'll see this with people who've been traumatized, and it's like or somebody who's uncomfortable having sex, or somebody who's been raped, for example, they need to be sometimes psychologically comforted by a surrogate who will just get them familiar with touching. Even my psychiatrist friend will deal with people who have to be touched just to feel that they can be touched without being violated. And this is a big issue. Now that's just on a more, that's when it's based on, trauma or violation. There's other people who are just need their ideas confirmed because they're not confident of their ideas. And this is really not a position of strength in terms of your own. Now, of course, nobody wants to be thinking alone. But what I found, the more you're able to think alone and know you're right, and you can discard the maddening mob, the better off you are. This is one of the aspects that was reinforced in Qigong. It wasn't that I didn't already know it. You see the rest of the world is crazy because of certain habits. And I don't mean crazy, I mean crazy with a passion.
Mad. That would be more like literally insane. Yeah.
Yeah. Or and this comes down to like refusing intelligent advice, and I'm undergoing. I started acupuncture with a real, authentic Chinese acupuncturist. Totally different than anything I've experienced before. I did have a very good experience with a Korean acupuncturist, but I was just going to her to get diagnosed for my body type. This one, I must have been on the table for over 30 minutes with needles in me. And I was so relaxed when I got up, I couldn't believe it. Just relaxed in And that's where your healing takes place, when you relax. Now, somebody who's craving for agreement, don't you see things out of lighting? It's like, that's not a relaxed person. It's not a healthy person. But particularly when one's been traumatized, they're not going to be so, it's a lot tougher on such a person, and that's. But it's a point of intellectual development where you can be fine that people don't think the way you do. And I see this all the time on Facebook postings of just insane postings. Sometimes I even like the people. I know the people. And it's often on the subject of UFOs, because that's what recently I've been involved with you.
Right.
And it's like, okay. And they make their assertions and just let the assertions go. There's a certain power in that. Because it's so wrong. And I can't sit there and say, well, you should listen to this. Well, you should listen to this. It's not worth the time, because now you're engaged in a battle with a person who has a preconceived viewpoint. And to expose them to education by sitting there going one-on-one, it's one has to choose their battles. And I think it's very interesting when you put that in terms of religion, and you think of how Islam swept the northern coast of Africa and went all the way up into Spain. And it did it as a zeitgeist. And the wiser Kabyle people of the North Africa, they just went with the flow. They didn't try and fight it because they didn't necessarily believe it in their hearts. They kept their own indigenous Berber religion, but they embraced it and mouthed it, maybe even perfected it, because they didn't resist it. They didn't become victims of it. Their cultures might be interpreted as being victims of it today, but it's like, you just have to be in communication.
Yeah, and but what about the fact that certainly with everything that I've seen, with everything that I've experienced, one thing that I notice is that no one ever considers my trauma. No one ever says, gee, Douglas, maybe you're traumatized, and maybe that has something to do with why you've taken the stance that you have. It's what's interesting to me is the complete and total lack of empathy that I run into again and again. There is always a sense of, within the letter Roberto wrote, there was even he said, the email, is that something I have to donate more to get a hold of? I mean, there's kind of like a real sarcasm there, a real need to lash out.
Well, I understand that, and this is something I have to deal with. I don't have to deal with, well, only from a distance, your trauma, because people, they don't understand your trauma. They don't understand it. Why would I deal with this person, meaning you? And I don't pretend to empathize with your trauma on the level that I feel your pain, like Bill Clinton would say. Right? And I don't want to feel your pain. But I know you went through it. And I know I have some idea of what you went through. And you have, and this is part of the package. It's part of the package because we live in a wheel of samsara that I was talking about relief of suffering. So you're suffering, the information you have to deliver is proportional to the suffering of mankind. And it's like you're in your own way, you've been stuck on the cross in your own way, which is, I don't know if it has to be that way, but it is that way. So I have some sense of it, and people don't do my job. My job is to help explain your story, but most people aren't suited to that because it's too much. It's too much for them to process or handle. And I'm watching these poor kids that grew up in Scientology de-traumatize, and they have, they've suffered greatly, and they don't know what to do, except they're trying to do it. They're trying to recover their lives. Most of them are pretty intelligent, but they're very damaged. And they, for the damage they suffered and what they've witnessed, this is very bad. I'm not minimizing it. It's short shrift compared to what you've gone through.
Thank you.
And that's where I'm going. So I'm as difficult as the path is doing this for me, it's like it ends up going to a road where, that people will have to come to and acknowledge it. Like that whole Scientology movement is not up to understanding this. They've been human trafficked.
Yes.
And they're protesting against it. They have a long list of all the people that have been human trafficked. And there's varying degrees of experience and varying degrees of trauma. And it's like they're not letting it go. And they shouldn't let it go. And a lot of the people who've been holding the anti-Scientology narrative don't get it. They don't get it. But by the same token, they don't get it. They don't get what you have to bring to the table. Look at the Presidio. Those kids, you don't see the Presidio kids that were traumatized at the Presidio or on Leavenworth Street by Aquino. You don't see them out, protesting this because.
Well, many of them died of AIDS. That's why.
They're too traumatized.
Yes.
So it's like, okay, and if I go up knocking on the door, will you please buy my author's book? I mean, it's not getting fair. Wow, you're making money off of it. Yeah. Well, they will defend themselves for making money on YouTube. It's correctly, but because they get attacked for that.
Yes.
By different people. So it's like it's a world of samsara, the wheel of samsara, the wheel of pain and suffering. And and I will repeat what I said earlier, these religious texts, all of them, they can be philosophical texts, they can be whatever they are. The whole point of them is to relieve people from suffering. And I'm hoping that this message we're doing is helping people relieve themselves from suffering. The biggest person who can help you the most is yourself, is becoming a friend to yourself.
Yes. And
whoever you employ, you are the friend. You are the friend to yourself. And if those of you who donate to Douglas, we want to get up to his, have we had any more donations?
Let me check. And I want to thank you for asking. In the interim, I do want you to know that 180 now said, Dee Dee and Peter, well said and understood your response. Thank you. My best to all. And I know he's on good terms with Roberto, so the message will be conveyed if it hasn't been already. And let's take a look at this latest notifications. We've received $99.99 from, let's see if he wants to remain anonymous. He says, okay, it's from our friend Roberto. And he says letter response was good, but not all personally applicable. My respect and support, and I'm trying to remain anonymous, so we'll leave him as Roberto. Infinity has many dimensions. Thank you. Yes. So there we are. A letter response was good, but not all personally applicable. Well, it would be very difficult to make everything personally applicable, but I appreciate your accepting what you did. Yes. So
he has his own experiences, and
yeah.
No, he appreciates everything you have to say,
Thank you.
And sometimes I think it's very easy to get into the philosophical side of what goes on in all of this stuff, because it's interesting, and taking it out of the context of your own personal experiences. That's not necessarily what somebody thinks of first, because that's a whole nother issue. It's quite personal. But back to Crystal and Tracy Twyman. Tracy Twyman is somebody who suffered greatly.
Yes.
And here she was trying to understand the woof and warp of the universe and what made it work, and saw magic as a opportunity of empowerment, as most people who get into magic is. We all want to be empowered. You know, we need to be empowered to brush our teeth and eat our food and drive to the mall or wherever we're going. We all need personal empowerment. That's the challenge of, the turtle rushing to the water to survive.
Indeed. By the way, I want you to know we received another 25 United States dollars from Robert Cuba. So altogether, between the 50, the 100, and the 25, we're already at 175.
Yeah, we need 5 more.
Yeah, and
that's good.
Yes. When you say the turtle rushing to the water, it reminds me of something. I, of course, this is something, of course, that I would have normally have spoken about during the roundtable, but because you reminded me of it, I feel compelled to bring it to your attention. It's something that, of course, you may not remember consciously, but certainly Aristides has a memory of an elephant, and I'm certain many of the other people, such as Nemo Albano in Australia, who himself had sent $20 earlier in the month. Of course, that went towards supplies at that time. All of these men would be able to testify to what I've said. I had sent Peter Moon pictures earlier of a Department of Defense sculpt of a relic population entity, in this case what the Japanese call a kappa, or a river child, and of course the scientific name in the Latin is Homo testudinis, or basically turtle man. Now what I found so interesting, I'm not saying that this is a positive, but it's obviously, as Peter Moon himself, which I brought up in the roundtable of our last episode, forewarned of, our man Brandon Young, who appeared on the latest episode before tonight's, came on during the opening hours of the roundtable right after Peter had left, and was talking about how he was now reading the Temple of Set books, the Order of the Vampire, and their other works, and was telling us, they're people just like us. And then brought up this, they're so pro-life. Douglas, do you remember the shellless turtles they used to sell in Chinatown? Now, there was no point in my going into this at all, in terms of what I know, because I just wanted him to just continue talking. I didn't really want to interrupt his train of thought. I did provide my own contrapuntal to what he said thereafter, without bringing up this aspect of the shellless turtles, but it goes to show you the nature of the enemy. As I showed via a man-like or homolog, what they call a homolog. Homolog means they take an analog and they try to create an analog between a human being and a relic population entity or an animal in order to give human observers a better understanding of what they're looking at and the vulnerability of the relic population specimen they might be dealing with, or animal. And I sent one written in the Chinese. Actually, people might think it was Japanese, but it was actually Chinese language, where they're dealing with kappa. And they show the fact that, these entities really don't have an outer shell. It's really their expanded ribcage. It's really a modified ribcage. So for those of you who don't know, turtles don't have shells. They have what looks like a shell, or what you interpret to be a shell, but it's actually their rib cage. It's not something you can remove. In other words, were you to remove that, there'd be nothing inside but guts. It would be like removing your rib cage. There would be nothing inside but guts. It would be like saying, I'm selling ribless humans. And, well, obviously these people would no longer be alive, so they would not be suffering. Now, it might be cruel the way you derib them, but there's no such thing as shellless turtles that were ever crawling around in Chinatown in big buckets, because such a thing is physically impossible. So when Brandon Young was reading this book where Michael Aquino and Lilith Aquino are saying the evil Chinese were selling all these shellless turtles that they had deshelled in Chinatown, and we got this petition of thousands of people so they'd stop selling shellless turtles into Chinatown because of the immense cruelty of it. It's all a lie. Nothing like that ever happened. All they did was they got a tremendous amount of ethnic hatred drummed up against the Chinese so they could launch a bunch of violent anti-Chinese attacks, which is ultimately what happened, over something that wasn't even going on. So think about the man who himself is sacrificing children, all the thousands of dogs sacrificed at Letterman Army Medical Center. This individual goes out and writes a little something about, oh yeah, and we saved all the turtles in Chinatown. And then Brandon Young reads it, comes on my show and says, God, Douglas, they're so pro-life. They're such great people. They're just like you and me. Peter, take it from there.
Well, I think I should explain. I didn't hear any of this, and I definitely not only take Douglas's word at face value, I believe everything he said. But Brandon is a friend of ours.
Yeah. But you forewarned. He's constantly looking in the deep and dredging up sea monsters. That was your forewarning.
Brandon is somebody who I did many shows with, got along great with, and really, I guess I still do like, but what, this is the thing, it's like he suffered some injury to his head.
Yeah.
And sometimes this would come up in the context of what he was talking about, and I would point it out to him, and he'd even, kind of wake up to it to a certain extent. But it's like now this is the first time he's kind of jumped on the wagon of the Temple of Set.
Yeah.
He was very greatly relieved when you told him certain truths about Peter Levenda.
Yes.
Which, he seemed to really appreciate and whatnot. But so it's like, and this I will say, one of the first aspects of running across Satanists or people of that ilk, they are very relatable on a human level.
Yes.
At least initially.
Yes.
And they will seem quite harmless. They could talk about something very mundane. And then you see where they've carved out a deep, dark existence for themselves because they're in concert with another world. They're in concert with another dimension. And it's yeah, it's dark, so you can get very disarmed. And then there's a discernment problem. Like, why? And you see this in relationships. Why is somebody married or in a relationship with somebody who's just torturing the hell out of them? I'm not talking about people that just don't match up or just kind of have some incompatibilities. I'm talking about people that are literally one's torturing the hell out of the other one, or both.
Yeah.
Why does that happen? Why does somebody, and these have to deal with issues of intimacy. How does one process intimacy? I first noticed, I guess, what you call the intimate zone.
Mm-hmm.
And this is outside the bounds of marriage or love. When I was probably my first year at Atlanticron, when I had this woman translating for me, and she's like talking right into my ear. And I realized later, because I began to develop an affection for her. I had a pretty good rapport with her. But she was she was in my intimate zone, like she's right, her face is right next to mine. And that creates an intimacy that you wouldn't have if you were sitting across the table from each other.
Yeah.
There's 3 levels of intimacy. One is you're far away. You're just talking, 10 feet away. The other one is you're close. You might be standing in line together. The other one is when you're really up close. Not necessarily, in a love dynamic, but really close. Now, one of the things David Anderson talked about, he was not only talking about time, being on time, in that lecture, he's talking about space. He says, in India, they'll come up and get right in your face and talk to you. That's considered normal.
Right, that's true.
That's, offensive in our culture or in other cultures. It's like, get out of my face. You can talk to me, but don't talk right in my face, sort of thing. So, all of these levels of what people can process. So, where was I going in relation to this?
Well, basically, we were speaking about the fact that a lot of people are essentially willing to believe that many of these, shall we say, bad people are really good after all, and
yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, if you get into the intimate zone of a Satanist, it's fine on the surface level, but then where do they go? They get intimate with another dimension. It's like a Twilight Zone. It's negative.
Yes.
And this is like, so you're all of a sudden you're sharing intimacies with someone, and most people it could scare the daylights out of him. And this is sort of the pathway which I encountered Douglas on, was that my friend had, he had a couple of problems that I'd helped him with, one of which was with going into this, diner or coffee shop, and it was staffed by what he called a beautiful woman who dressed in black like a Satanist, and she was so friendly to him, and he was very attracted to her, and she was unusually friendly to him. He says, beautiful women like that don't come on to him. And he felt that he was very attracted to her, but he felt that he was, possibly being seduced, not just for sex, but, she invited him to dinner at her house. Now that's pretty seductive. For somebody who's not, and she was a Satanist. She made no bones about it. Well, we're not so bad. People don't understand. And she wanted him to meet somebody, and then you could call this love bombing. And then he was afraid that he'd go over there and be drugged or something. And he wanted me to, he was calling me like an alcoholic might call a sponsor, as a safe point.
Yeah. Well, he should. He did the right thing.
Yeah, and I talked him. I did what I did. I also helped him get rid of some drug dealers near his house. And then when I finished listening to the May Brussels stuff, I wrote to him and made some, snarky comment about satanic women or something. And I got back a direct link to Douglas Dietrich. That's how I discovered Douglas Dietrich, because, and then he later denied that he sent any such thing.
And we believe him. We both believe him that he did not send any such thing. That we feel that Dietrich Artelect sent that, relayed that to Peter.
Yeah. And he stopped communicating with me when I got involved with Paula. He thought that, I think he thought that
you'd been co-opted? He thought you'd been co-opted, or what?
Yeah. Which was never the case. Not even close. But yeah, co-opted by Paula's stepmother or something like that. But I never, joined her school or anything like that. We always had a just independent relationship. There's no enmity between us, or never has been really. But but that's he was, it was too much for him.
Wow.
And he also used to call me Superman, which I demurred from. I said, I'm not Superman. That's how much he looked up to me.
Well, with good reason. You are capable of, shall we say, you've accomplished quite a bit, and you're capable of doing things that many people simply are not capable of.
They're not even in that wheelhouse. That's like taking, somebody who's never played basketball before and putting them on the court with Michael Jordan. They don't even know how to play the game. So we don't even have to question whether they're as good as Michael Jordan. It doesn't even have to be Michael Jordan. It could be the best athlete in the local high school.
Right. By the way, we've just received another 75 United States dollars from Stephen Myers. So,
thank you, Stephen.
Yes, thank you, Stephen. All this before Peter even retreated into the gentle night. We've accomplished it.
I'm so glad. So glad.
Yes.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, all of you.
Yes.
But yeah. I would in return call him Jimmy Olsen.
Mm-hmm. That's neat. That's nice. Yeah.
Yeah, because, but no. But the point of it is, it's just. Let me put it this way. Preston had a friend who I knew. Dan, he called him the Colonel. He was a nuclear physicist. And he'd been in the Montauk Underground. I'm very convinced of that. He would know things about Montauk that he shouldn't know, and I mean that were real. But he would sometimes give us clues that didn't check out. So it's kind of like, wow, it's like everything. It works some of the time, but doesn't work. It's like, you send up a batter to get a base hit, and if he's good, he'll get a hit 3 out of 10 times. So, his batting average was 50% at best. But boy, when it was gone, it was on. But he said, I heard him say it, that he could work in a nuclear reactor, take off the nuclear cap, and it wouldn't bother him. He was somehow immune to nuclear radiation, at least in the context of working as a physicist with equipment.
Did this prove itself out, or did he eventually die?
I had to check it out. Look, there's no question he was a nuclear physicist.
Mm-hmm.
And that he was working on stuff. In fact, one of the things that did check out is when Preston and I were investigating the Cardion radar, that they put this radar installation in 1993 they put it on the bluffs of Montauk. What the hell are they doing out there? And it was affecting these birds like crazy.
Wow.
And we went out to investigate it, and the guy at the who was operating it out there just got he went psycho at us.
Yeah.
And he called the state
police. Yeah.
And they came down, and he demanded we be arrested.
Good God.
And the state police, well, they didn't do anything. We weren't. In fact, the thing wasn't even on Camp Hero property. It wasn't even on state property. It was on county property. It's like Preston knew all the geography out there, and it was on county property. So it's like this guy was just out his ass. And,
what an asshole. Do you think he was a product of the program?
What? Pardon?
Do you think he was a product of the program?
No question about it. Now, like, what was he? He seemed like a technician. He was a big guy. He was older, and like, he wasn't. I mean, I think Preston really kind of got into it. I walked off. I didn't stay there for the conflict. I went off into some fields looking for occult activity, residue of occult activity. I wasn't, going to sit there and, pound the controversy. Preston dealt with the cop. The cop, actually, I got to know. He was the best friend of my friend Joan Robb. Well, not the best friend, but one of her best friends, who introduced her to the Montauk Project, actually. Joan had gone to Romania with me twice. They knew each other through the acting industry.
Wow.
He was also an actor.
Wow.
But that cop was aggressively going nuts on us. It wasn't us. It was on the Japanese crew that went out there. The Japanese went out to do a documentary in 1993 in January, and they were out there when it was the forbidden zone. You couldn't go out there, and he got him out there, and he was like jumping up. They had him on camera. Japanese filmed him, and the Japanese just sat there and pretended like they couldn't speak English. They were jabbering in Japanese, they did a pretty good job of it. I have it on videotape somewhere. But that was pretty funny. But he later, and he testified against Preston in the Montauk trial, and he lost. They lost that case. But he came around because things settled out. But anyway, he wouldn't we weren't on the best of terms with him then, but he wouldn't arrest us because there was no reason to. This guy was operating a radar on county property, owned private company, Cardion Radar, which was purchased by Siemens of Germany. And he gave a bullshit story of what they were doing. Preston had it all figured out. But they were just experimenting. And he's got video of it. But it turned out that Preston's friend, the colonel, the nuclear physicist, recognized the guy. He knew the guy was John Zacher from Brookhaven Labs. He worked at Brookhaven Labs.
Wow.
And then I think a message was relayed. Well, he didn't mean it. He was being friendly. Kind of like went into his other personality.
His alter.
Yeah. And so, and things are so extreme at Brookhaven Labs that if you would take a tour out there, in their brochure they would have, don't ask us about aliens. People ask us about aliens all the time. There are no aliens out here. Now this had nothing to do with the Montauk Project. This is Brookhaven Lab had its own alien, had to deflect aliens from a long time. And this is built on an old site of the Third Reich. Or I would say a Third Reich affiliated site.
Yes. Yeah. Kind of like an outpost, but go on. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. So, this colonel character, he could withstand. I'm talking about withstanding a cold. It's just like a doctor who can sit there and not get sick working on a patient.
Yeah. You build up what's called like a paramedic picks up enough infected people. You're really sick, or like a nurse is really sick for the first year, and then they build an acquired immunity syndrome. Go on.
Yeah, and I would tell people that in my time in Scientology, as I got more evolved into it, you're actually exorcising,
Yes.
demons out of your own head, aura, whatever you want to say. And that's a tricky business, because if you don't know what you're doing, you're going to remain possessed or be possessed. And when you have a character like David Miscavige, a walking cluster of demonic entities that I think gradually possessed him. When I knew him, he was very civil, but he could be civil. He could be cunning, deceptive. But with me, he always respected me, and I got along with him. Of course, I didn't. My interaction with him was mostly walking down the street. It wasn't like working with him was limited to maybe one operation I was doing in Denmark when he was running the mission I was on. But I was not communicating with him. He just oversaw it. He actually did a good job. But people, if you encounter and dredge stuff up, you get possessed, you get owned. And
Yes.
where I saw people run afoul is when they couldn't discern. They couldn't read. They could be very good and smart people who were actually trained to read people, but they couldn't read the right people. And they would, and usually it was too much faith in somebody.
Yeah.
Too much trust into somebody. And I'm naturally not very trusting. And then it can trip one up. So it's like, you're getting into the subtlety of your own mind. When you take a character like L. Ron Hubbard, and I will say, and I had a few communications with one of his caretaker that took care of him, I wouldn't take care of him, took more care of the property in his last days, was with him for his last several years, taking care of the property. And it had interaction with him. And I made a comment to him that I said that Hubbard was like a mirror. And he said, oh, exactly. Like if you looked at him and you were, putting out something negative, he'd immediately pick up on it. Like telepathic, sort of. But more, well, we could argue it's instinctual. Because I had noticed that myself with him. And you have to, in other words, he's like a mirror.
Mm-hmm.
The same thing with Aleister Crowley. It's like if you come up and act like a triple jerk in front of Aleister Crowley, you're going to get triple jerk back.
Yeah.
If you come up with him and act like a master chess player, he's going to engage you and play chess back at you. He was good at chess. If you engage him like an earnest supplicant on the path, you might get back a good answer. If you engage him like Victor Newberg did, pardon my language, you're going to get fucked up the ass. Victor Newberg did. Now, I'm going to make perhaps a better example of that. And I wouldn't put this character quite on the same level. I consider him much more diabolic than either Crowley or Hubbard, or I guess diabolic is the double. But there's a guy who's cited with with some reverence in Kenneth Grant's book. His name is Michael Berthiaume.
Mm-hmm.
And Michael Berthiaume is knows all this sort of supposedly magic. He operated out of Chicago. I don't know if he's still alive. But there's a guy who's done a lot of YouTube lectures. His name is Schnebling. I don't know the first name, Mike Schnebling, Max Schnebling, Schnebling. And Schnebling was a great source of what Douglas calls morbid entertainment. Because I had, my producer friend in Hollywood had been, very familiar with a lot of esoteric societies. And I don't know if I turned him on to Schnebling or vice versa. But Schnebling is this guy who got interested in the occult. And he went through Wicca, through Masonry, through everything you could imagine. And people would say, you couldn't have been through all that. In other words, it's like he got it's like being a member of the Lions Club, the Kiwanis Club, the Rotary Club, the Odd Fellows, the Shriners. I mean, it's like he's got every card in hand. Only we're not talking about those clubs. We're talking about heavy-duty occult clubs, including the OTL. And he's like, how did he, and my friend saying, wow, how did he get involved? He's like, he couldn't be talking all that stuff without actually having been in those organizations. And he knew because he had enough familiarity with these organizations. And I readily agree. You can't be just talking this shit from reading books. You can't. And you could go listen to Max Schnebling. And now he's like, I think he dresses like a rabbi and preaches Jesus now. And the reason he does that is because he saw the error of his ways. But it's almost like he polarized.
Yeah.
But where he really seemed to I'm just trying to think of some magic moment in sports, like Babe Ruth hits his 60th home run or some majestic moment.
By the way, for those who wonder why I'm laughing, with someone with a background like that, when they start pulling the Jesus trip, it's almost like a parody. It's almost like they're being satirical. It's
also like cleaning a wound too.
Yeah. No.
It's like they got it. They're trying to get it out of their system.
Yeah.
And but this was the thing. And I don't think he ever talked about it on YouTube, but he wrote an essay that was on a website where he talked about his dealings with Michael Bertiel.
Mm-hmm.
Now, and I'm thinking like Michael Bertiel. I only read about him in Kenneth Grant's books. I never knew he was like had an active presence. He was very active in Chicago, and this seemed to be a pattern of what he would do. But with Schnebling, Schnebling went over there for initiation, and it was the initiation was nothing more than being sodomized, and not in a very, there were no, there were no candles, there was no perfume, there was no nothing, there was no ambiance of, hey, we're doing something elevated. It was just like, it's like, how can you would expect there to be at least a little bit of illusory panache connected to the thing.
Yeah.
No, it's just, bend over, sir.
Yeah.
Get on the floor and pant like a dog. And now this is like, but I'm saying is, at that point, he only became discerning after the sodomy. It's like only after he literally got fucked in the ass.
Did it finally dawn on him?
Maybe this isn't right. I suppose you could say, or maybe he's taking advantage of me. Maybe this is evil. Now, it's like, I guess, and you can see this on the playground in school, you can see it on the streets, like, how naive can anybody be?
Yes.
I mean, any of us can be naive at a certain, over certain things, but then it can become pretty extreme, where you're like really missing the forest from the trees. But it's not like forest and trees. It's more like, forest, a forest and Vlad the Impaler. You see all these impaling stakes, and you go, wow, this isn't the forest. Let's get out of here.
Yes, a forest of impaling stakes. Yes.
Yeah, and it's like it's not trees. So this is how can you tell somebody? And this is the process of learning. A smart person will listen and consider if they can't see it for themselves. Instead, and then some people would say, they have to find out for themselves. You are, a knucklehead. So that is, and then Tracy Twyman struck me as a much shrewder intellect than Schnebling, and not as naive. But in the end, she was.
Thank you.
She didn't see.
Yes.
She didn't see. So when I first got involved with Montauk and started seeing the synchronicities with Aleister Crowley, and these are just synchronicities. This scares people, would scare people. Or Montauk itself would scare people. It's much less frightening now than it used to be, because it's now part of the cultural backdrop of reality, and it's MK Ultra has been acknowledged by mainstream. It's undeniable. So but we're talking here about the occult and the what you call it, the immunity to it.
Yes.
And I'm not completely immune from it. And that's why I wrote the book Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, was to exorcise. And I wasn't using Scientology procedures to exorcise what was in my aura. I was using the process of writing. I was writing, and I was writing my experiences and in the process, the creative process. But, you're processing energy. And so this is, and it all depends on what you're going to do. Now, let's take one of the biggest celebrity of our recent times, the football player Tom Brady. Tom Brady is a character who's, he would take his teammates on airplanes to go up to Montana, and he'd be serving them, avocado ice cream and healthy food, and they'd be practicing on grass up in Montana or wherever they were going. It was like, might have had rocks in it. He was doing stuff like that. He was holistic minded, holistic diet, very intelligent with regards to football. He missed a few tricks on his wife. No, because she divorced him. Because he agreed to stop playing, but he played another year. He should have quit if he wanted to keep the marriage.
Yeah.
But, what she did was split up the family. So anyway, but he's now going to be a broadcaster. He's being paid an awful lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to be a broadcaster. He's been training for a year because he wants to be good at it. Now, take a character like that. I'm taking he seems to have a good head on his shoulders, a very good head on his shoulders. He's very intelligent. He knows how to. He's been one of the most intelligent quarterbacks to ever play the game.
Mm-hmm.
His intelligence is better than his skill. Not to minimize his skill, but his intelligence is what makes him so good. And then he's also played till he was like 43 or 4, and was good. Now, what I'm getting at, does this guy really need to study the occult? Does he need to exorcise demons? He's probably relatively clean, although he was involved in that. What's that FTS scandal?
Oh,
he had money involved in that, and I think he promoted it. But he's just an innocent dupe. I mean, he's just somebody with a lot of money that signed up to do it. There's a lot of people that were had in that. I don't think he's in with the blood, getting blood from blood boys or anything like that. But if he knew about it, he would probably consider it because just of the efficacy of it.
Yes. Yes.
If we see him making a comeback, we'll know.
Yes.
He is from the Bay Area.
Interesting.
I think, he was pissed if the 49ers didn't take him. Because that's where he would have originally wanted to play. But in any case, so I'm saying take something like that. Do they really need to be delving into, any of this? No. Not in my opinion. He's going to be making more money than he'll ever need commentating on football with people asking him about what he used to do and how he used to do it and how good he was. That could kind of grate on one's skin, except for the money you're making. You become, and in a job like that, you're really good if you're not the star of the show. You're commenting on the stars of today and highlighting them and being very good at it, but you're not the star of the show. You're the reporter. The reporter should not be the star of the show. So the point of it is who needs to know this stuff, and why do they need to know it? Well, you need to know it if you're trying to understand yourself in the scheme of existence, pursuing a path, which ultimately every human being does. But when you're talking about somebody like Tracy Twyman, they've gone too far.
Yes.
And, I don't know how much you've talked about Crystal's personal situation and how she came to meet you via me. I just don't know. We don't need to go into that.
Right.
But she went through, suffice it to say, she went through some heavy experiences.
Yes.
Loss of her daughter. And that, so this could shake her to her foundation, and just not have a feeling to go into it. Frankly, although I was interested to hear her story, still am, I didn't particularly know why it was relevant, other than that either you or she wanted to cover it. And it definitely has relevance in teaching a lesson of, studying grisly occult murders. This can become too much.
Yes.
Like, just like if they say, when I was writing the book about the Presidio, which was supposed to be the book after the Roswell connection, the Roswell deception,
yeah.
I was working on that book.
Yeah.
And I published the book in July of 2000, I think it was 21, and during COVID, I recall. And then by October, I was working on the book and I had to stop because the Presidio book was bringing up too much negative energy.
Yeah.
And I was not doing this to be a hero. So I begged off. I said, it's too much. And then I eventually began pursuing the book we're working on now, because we're not writing about a lot of damaged people, damaged stuff. It's very grisly.
Yeah.
And so, you have to know when to back off. I've also told the story before about how when Paula first came here, and I was, she was helping me with figuring out David's website, which I eventually put into the videos on time travel.
Mm-hmm.
Very important work. And right at this point, I get contacted by David Berkowitz's old friend, who was in the apartment with David Berkowitz, the son of Sam, convicted son of Sam murderer.
Right.
And they were both part of the same cult, which both David and this guy and author Maury Terry said these guys were just, this was a cult that was killing these women.
Yeah.
And it was David Berkowitz, who was involved with the cult and might have done one or two of the killings or participated in them. But he was the one that was caught holding the bag because the police traced down his car via ticket.
Yeah.
And this guy was arrested. Not arrested. He was in the apartment of David the day David was arrested. He was never, convicted, but he wanted me to write the story. He says, "You're the one to write the story." And when I demurred, he offered to pay me money. And I was at a point where I really could have used the money. He didn't say how much, but I wasn't going to accept it. I was at a low. It was just, because I said, money's going to be tight for the next 3 months. I now had Paula here, a new mouth to feed, and I had to put out $4,000 for her green card. Which she eventually paid me back on her own volition.
Wow. Okay.
Not at my insistence.
Okay.
Not at my insistence. But she paid her own way.
Yeah.
But she, the point was, I said, I realized very quickly that if I were to work on that book and take his leads of all of these dark things,
Yeah.
I said I'd end up down some dark alley with a pair of red eyes staring at me.
Yes. Yes.
I don't want this. I knew better. I could feel it. And then, as soon as I refused this, they hung a huge banner off the Montauk Tower. I don't say they, with an anarchy symbol. And one of my friends who used to go out there, he gave me a picture of it. Showed it. I even have the picture in one of my newsletters. And I felt like I was personally being sent a message. They took it off a few days later, a week later. Maybe 2 weeks, I think it was about a week later. We're in charge here. It was like, and so what I did is I never refused the project. I told him, I said, you write this book and I will edit it and probably publish it, but I'm not going to write it because I don't have time. So I sent him the book, The White Bat. Never heard back from him.
Wow.
Nor did I seek any further communication with him. Because, if it's like he wasn't interested in writing it. And look, he didn't seem like a bad guy at all. It seemed like he suffered from this cult, and he might have wanted to expose it. But what am I getting myself involved in? It's like, and what am I going to expose? I don't have an in with the regular media. In fact, I might have the same problem. So, it's here I am years later, working with Douglas Dietrich. This is the end around. This is a much more intelligent way to go.
Thank you.
Because I would have been battling up with Michael Aquino. And Michael Aquino, and it was Mae Brussel that, was saying the U.S. Army is behind the Son of Sam murders.
Yes.
It's Uncle Sam.
Yes. Yes.
Not Sam Carr.
Yeah.
It was a Sam attributed to it. But so all of this stuff is, and of course it was not like I didn't have to debate this in my mind. Like, there are some things, I was having to debate something. It was sort of a business thing I was debating with a friend of mine just before we went on the air. She was helping me figure something out. But that, but with this Satanist stuff, it just, it's like, no, it's like, I don't want to participate here. It didn't take any debating in my own mind. No, not going to do this. Yeah, do I need the money? Yeah, but not like this.
Yes.
And the money was never an issue, as it turned out. So, that's, people have to go by their own instincts.
Yes.
And the more we talk about this, the more I think that, Crystal needed to demur from this.
Okay.
It wasn't because she had a 3-hour psychic reading.
Of course, Yeah, well, hopefully we'll find out. It's all I can say. Of course, everybody maintain her in thought and prayer, and hopefully it was nothing negative, and more like what Peter is saying, that she just felt that this was too much to take on.
She has her own occult experiences and her own.
Yeah.
She's very much a friendly mother or grandmother. And she used to travel with musical tours, and she was kind of everybody's mother, the way she explained it to me. So very kindly soul, and with I guess you call it an occult streak in her. So I don't, as I say, she got close enough. I mean, to even be talking, I didn't even know why she'd be interested in talking to Tracy, but I'm sure she had a reason.
Right. And if she were here or does appear sometime soon, we'll talk about it. And
we'll find out.
Yeah, yeah, that's right.
Now I have, before I go, I have one piece of advice, which I don't know if any of our friends are here, the ones you'll be with. Because I heard your critique on them.
Oh, how did you find that? I hope you found it.
Roberto sent it to me.
Oh,
and I said, well, basically Douglas critiqued because he was gone, and Douglas's son alerted him that I guess the content that was being relayed was basically of, there's nothing really happening. There's got to be. It would be better to filibuster with a dictionary than to what was going on.
Yes.
But I have some professional advice now. This might not be exactly a professional forum. And the first thing I said, Aristides is staying up the whole night.
Yes.
So I said, Aristides' role is like a policeman.
Yes.
If he's awake, he should come on and say, no mas, if this is going on. Now, I don't know if Amy is a very good talker.
Normally, yes, and she was among them, yeah.
Well, when she talks about her stuff going on in her work, she's very good, very talker, but the subject's got to be interesting. Like even though this is not necessarily a subject, when she's talking about her employment conditions, even though it wasn't necessarily something that might have been, down what we talk about, it was just showing the general insanity of the culture. But it was she's a very good talker.
Yes.
But I was going to say is, and the one thing you don't want to have is people talking about their own personal stuff. Douglas and I can do it to a certain extent because we've got a public persona, and in Douglas's case, it's usually about raw survival. And a public persona people can kind of be interested in, and especially if it's contextualized with healing or something. But like what was it's horrible times in past, and when Selena Khan would talk about her day at the real estate broker. This is not interesting, unless maybe Donald Trump comes in and wants to do a deal. But so, and the worst was when Real Tech Geek was talking about either the size or the nature of his penis.
The size of his dick. He was talking about the size of his dick.
This was just absolutely horrible. Horrible. I mean, it's like, what? Nobody wants to hear it. And not even the people who would want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. So, no. What people, if you're going to talk about something that's on topic, because it can be interesting, try and think of the audience. What does the audience want to hear, or make audience? And failing that, literally, get a text or a website somewhere and read it. Read it and discuss it. Whether it be the Gospel of Thomas, you can dig that up. Some other piece of Apocrypha. I don't recommend reading from the Satanic Bible.
Well, Peter, if you look in our in the chat, I posted the text of the Gospel of Thomas in there that I found. I don't know if it's legitimate, but it's there. And then a book by the woman you mentioned, Elaine Pagels.
Okay.
Right. Yes. Well, yeah. Well, you can just. I mean, because I don't expect you to torture yourself by reading these things. You could say, read this, read that. I mean, if it gets to that, I mean, you know, so you might want, Douglas, if you go off the air, or if you're going to take a break,
right? Just refresh myself.
Tell people,
yeah.
Say, you might even have something for them to read. You might prepare it just in case if you don't have anything to talk about, because it had to be pretty bad for Douglas's son to say, "Wait, we can't do this." So it's like it's not his concern, but it becomes his concern when it's that bad. He says, "I got to protect Douglas."
Yes. By the way, it was very funny in its own way, but honestly, it's one of those things that I didn't notice that the numbers had. Basically, what happens is as soon as Peter Moon retreats into the gentle night, we have a drop in numbers, and there's two reasons for this. There are people who come here who are on Peter Moon's mailing list, and they come here to listen to Peter. And then there are people who just have to go to work the next day because the day after is always a weekday. And so there's usually some kind of drop in numbers. So I didn't really notice any discernible drop in numbers, but when I did review the content, I was astonished that we had any numbers left at all. It was, oh my God, it was just basically, I did a satirical kind of rendition of what they were saying, and the best way to describe it was like I had wiretapped into a 1980s adult singles party line. Where everybody's on the telephone, and in the old days, because very few women would sign up, you'd have like one girl to every 10 or 20 men. But these guys had hit the jackpot, and there were 3 guys to 1 girl, Amy. And like you said, she's the talker. The other person there besides Sid and Aristides was Brendan Zoget, who is also a talker. And both of these people you would have expected to have come up with something, because Brendan usually goes into some occult angle or erudite, obscure angle, or at least starts talking health and fruits and diet. Like I can grow fava beans in my left pocket and shit, or something along that lines. But instead, like I said, basically what happened was he. When Amy was like, they went into the "what you doing," which is the kiss of death. She went into the "what you doing," and he's for whatever reason just answered, I'm monitoring the spin cycles in this semi-abandoned laundromat that I've settled into, and then of course Sid, when they turned around to him, he's like, well, I found this old bucket of lead-based paint, which I convinced my landlord was my comfort color. So then I painted all my walls, and now I'm standing watching the paint dry real close so I can huff it and get high. And, by the time it came to Aristides, ever the material science engineer, I said he was basically comparing brand X and brand Y of paper towels and saying, this one absorbs castor oil much faster, but this one absorbs it much more efficiently while retaining fabric integrity. And, of course, they all turned towards Amy and said, what about you, Amy? What about you? And then she says, oh, yeah, well, the last place I was in has got this shower curtain that's got the map of the world on it, so that the hotel and these guest rooms can look international. And because I'm inspecting them, I get to see all these world map shower curtains, and the places are so moldy, I get to see which nations and ultimately which entire continents get engulfed by the mold monster. And he was just this incredibly just banal series of observations on where they were at that was very bizarre to me. It was, and it got to the point where Amy said, "Oh, where's Douglas? When's he coming back?" Which is already a cry for help, and that's when Brendan, lifts his head up from the 13th spin cycle and says, "I don't know." This is what was going on. It was just really, really, this is.
That's better. That's better than what Tech Geek and Brooke were doing.
In its own way, I guess.
This is just, banal, innocent chatter. Rather than somebody sitting there talking about their private parts.
Yes, but by the way, Tolkien study, who's Brandon Young. Let's see if we can bring him on before you leave, because he's saying I failed to mention one thing about the vampire book Sunday. I mean, let's see if I can push his dial button and see if he responds. We'll find out. And so I'm going to hit that button. And I'm going to see if that results in anything. And my web is so slow. It's kind of everything's jalopy material. Look up Brandon Young here, or type his name in and hit that button and see if we can bring him on. Here we go. I'm pressing the ad. And it looks like I'll have to add Brendan Zogit again as well. So we might as well hit him up. And that way we've got a number of people on here. Brendan Young, Brendan Zogit, who are often confused by the enemy. The Edomites always confuse the twain of them. Brendan Young is with us. Brandon, don't go mute. Brandon, open the mic. Open the mic. So tell us.
Hello.
Yeah, tell Peter, okay, if you've heard what I've said, respond, please. Tell Peter what you've been doing, what you've been investigating, and, how you... what you feel about, what you read. And did you hear what I said about turtle shells? Did you hear any of that?
Tonight? No, I haven't.
Okay. So, but you said there's something else you forgot to say about the Order of the Vampire book. Tell us about this.
Correct. So you said this, I thought this was a new book.
Okay.
But this was apparently published by Don Webb in 1989.
That's right.
And so, in this book, he puts hypothetical situations. And in one instance, he says, imagine there's a coworker and this and that, and this person's name is Lavenda.
Interesting.
Which is very interesting, in my opinion, because in 1989, Lavenda really hadn't come out with much other than his Church of Satan. And the other thing I wanted to mention is that Jacques Vallée was an early church member of the Church of Satan.
Okay, yeah, which Peter Moon has spoken of. Yes, but by all means,
we're aware of that.
Yeah. And so go on, Brandon. He went mute again. Brandon, you're on mute. Knock the mute off. And yeah, go on, Brandon.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
No worries. Okay.
So I'm just I didn't mean to interrupt.
You're not interrupting. No.
Not interrupting. You're on center stage.
That's right.
No, I think Peter Moon is sort of onto this, involved in this sort of vampiric current.
Well, he is, in the sense that he's helping me revise and expand the book we published, but go on. Yes.
And and get out the truth of, like you said, Douglas, last conversation we had, last show, that the vampire is actually a being. It's an actual living being. It's not some sort of thing that everybody can tap into. It's also a genetic trait. So I think setting that record straight is important, very important. But then I'm just here.
Yes. Cool. Okay. Right. And of course, what we always advise is caution. I mean, you're fishing in very dangerous waters, and you might drag up some specimens that could capsize your boat that you're on.
Yes.
So
it hasn't capsized quite yet.
But you're working on it.
Got this little dinghy and kayak, and I'm just going through the waters. And you know, it's interesting. I'm sure Peter knows this, and you too, Douglas, and everybody else, is that cybernetics is basically steersmanship. That's what it translates to.
Okay.
And it's like that is sort of the metaphor of how to traverse life. Is you know, you have to navigate, you know, through a ship. You're on a ship. And I think L. Ron Hubbard had the same sort of idea, you know, because he was a captain of a ship, and you know, you're traversing through the waters, and you have to sort of adjust to the waves and to the weather and to the conditions. So anyway, that's about it for now.
Yeah, that's fine. And look, I'm going to be calling other people and bringing them on with us. Give me a few seconds to do that. Just going to send Peter a kind of a blessed good night and skybooksusa.com before I bring but I guess I should press the buttons to bring everybody else on now. I'm trying to figure out a nice little visual to send him, a nice little graphic as kind of like his you know, thank him for being on with us. He had to take off at the moment just now, but you know, you as he expressed, you're at center stage and you're up here with Aristides, but we're going to bring some other people on and hope that they respond so that we can have a conversation, especially as I do feel the need to refresh myself. So I will you know, take advantage of as soon as I can bring enough people on. So let's see who I can bring on. We're going to try Brendan Zogit again, and we're going to try these other wonderful people. Samuel Romero, if it's possible. George Knight, you know, let's go down the list of all the usuals and see if they... who responds. Of course, as always, I'll call Esther in the hopes that one of these days she changes her mind and comes back on. Now, next week, we should have with us a Hawaiian princess and see if she joins us. We will also try one more time right now, Crystal River, just to see. We don't know exactly if she's going to respond or not, but doesn't hurt to try one more time in her regard. Sid, of course, Amanda, you. Let's see who else comes to mind. Troy Bellamy, of course. Brandon Young is another man I hardly ever call as much as I should because he usually doesn't appear on the list, so I have to type his name in. But fortunately, we've got him with us already. And, okay, we are going to... Yeah, what's that?
Amy Corvo?
Como. Yeah, she's with us. I mean, she's on the list of those I called, but thank you for mentioning her, just in case I forget.
No, I'd like to talk to her, actually, you know.
I mean, yes, I would like you to talk to her, too, believe me.
Well, her grandmother ended up in the psych ward that I used to work at and lived next to and used to visit as a kid and as a haunted place, you know.
Incredible.
And my older brother would bring me there on Halloween.
Jesus.
Yeah, it was a scary place. It's called Taunton State Mental Hospital.
Yeah, you're all up there in that northeastern area where it's, yeah, everyone seems to somehow or another be connected. It's incredible, the connections up there. For those of you who don't know, Brandon Young is referring to a lady who Amy Como is now using as her icon on her Skype. So this lady looks very distinctive, and so, by the way, Sid is with us, and so let's check out his audio quality. Sid, how are you doing? Please say hello. Okay.
I am well, thank you, Douglas.
Good man.
How are you doing this evening?
Oh, much the better for your having joined us. And so what we have right now with us is Aristides, Sid, and Brandon Young. And my suggestion that we let kind of Brandon take the lead with some of what he's reading, the research that he's doing, and then you gentlemen responding. Brandon, you would be impressed by how much about the satanic underworld that Sid knows. Sid knows far more than he should. Sid is what I've concluded, I think I can say this without really exposing anything or insulting him or invading his privacy even. But for those of you who just don't get it, I'll just say that if you don't get it, you really haven't paid attention to Sid. Sid knows so much about the Temple of Set, the First Church of Satan, Boyd Rice, this entire subculture, that I think that the conclusion can be drawn by myself that Sid is a victim of satanic ritual abuse. That would be my conclusion. That it's not definitive, but it's something that I would call a tentative conclusion, or that would be my impression. How about that? That would be probably a better way of phrasing it, my impression. George Knight says he'll be with us in 20 minutes. And yeah, go on. So, Brandon, what did you say?
I said fantastic. I like George. He's great. I'd like to talk to Sid too.
Yes, please. I think the two of you have much to talk about. And so, how about you two get started on that while I refresh myself? Now you guys have got this, right?
Yeah, we'll try to do.
Now, by the way, Sid and Nemo, they hit it off. The last time I took a break, the last time I went to refresh myself, the last episode they did great. They did dolphin sex and ketamine. Vitamin K is what J.C. Lilly used to call it.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Yes.
John Lilly.
Yeah. So, Brandon, you can start with that. Brandon knows this John Lilly shit, too. He's like, Brandon was up there with swimming with the dolphins as well. Yes. And you guys got this. All right, I'm going to go mute. And I know you guys can carry this. Satanism and sex with dolphins. We can't go wrong. Okay? All right.
Oh, not again.
It just doesn't. People can't get enough, Aristides. Don't be a party pooper. It's that. What are you, jealous? Yeah.
No comment. No comment.
It's okay. All right. These men know of what they speak, if you know what I mean. All right. I'm gonna go mute.
All right.
Hi, everybody.
All right, we got this.
You got this,
We're
Aristide.
not gonna let him down again.
Yeah, totally. Like, going right into like weird shaped animal dicks.
Oh boy.
There is a website called Bad Dragon, and I love it.
Fad Dragon or Fad?
Just check it out, man. Just
Fad or Fat?
Oh, Bad. B-A. Yeah.
Okay.
And just take a look at the shape of the dildos and butt plugs
Yeah, I'm good.
on this website.
I'm not a fan of butt plugs per se.
But I mean, anybody could
But
hardly
anyone
help be
who's into that?
impressed visually by these specimens.
Oh, cool.
What's the site again, so I can remember not to go there?
Yeah, it's, Fad Dragon.
Yeah.
Brandon.
They
Brendan.
even have dildos shaped like a Cthulhuid, like a tendril, like a
Tentacle.
octopoid,
Yeah.
tentacle. A tentacle.
It sounds like hentai, right, Brendan? I mean, this is sort of par for the course. You would expect things like this.
Hentai? What's that?
It's a sort of an anime version of pornography.
Is that the broad general term just for?
It's the Webster's Dictionary definition of. I just looked it up, and it says, "Oh, there's a picture of U acid next to the Webster's Dictionary definition of hentai." Here we go. Yeah.
Which word were we looking at?
Webster's Dictionary under HENT.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Yeah. So no, I would never.
Oh
go
yes. Yeah, I remember now.
That's fascinating, and I'm glad you're looking at that. And
I think Nemo would have a field day with that website.
Would he?
Perhaps. I mean, I
Why?
think he would have some fun commenting on it.
Really? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't want to look that stuff up.
Oh,
You know.
well, out here in the Bay Area, like, you know,
Oh, you're in the Bay Area.
we celebrate, you know,
Cthulhu.
anal sex as it were.
Yeah, you go down to the, what is it, the Kink Dungeon or the Kink Mansion or whatever it is in San Francisco.
We have the sodomy parade.
Sodomy parades and yeah, right. Yeah. So that's good.
White trash, get down on your knees. Time for cake and sodomy.
That's the great song. That was I think John Lennon wrote that song,
Exactly.
right? Or no, Paul McCartney, I think it was, or John Denver, one of the other, one of those guys.
With Phil Oakes, perhaps.
Phil Oakes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Tragic story with that guy, but anyway.
Hell of a songwriter.
What was this? I ain't gonna your war anymore? Was that what his song?
I ain't marching anymore.
That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, he is one of my favorite singer songwriter.
He's a tragic figure. He loved Bob Dylan, and he and Bob were like sort of like friends in the Greenwich folk scene, and they both kind of like competed a little bit, and Bob sort of took over, but Phil, you know, he always competed and tried his best, you know, and I think he had a couple great songs, you know, a few great songs.
Have you heard the story where Dylan kicked Phil out of his limo and made him walk
Sad
miles and miles to town because Phil criticized one of Dylan's songs?
Yep, I have heard that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Have you seen the documentary?
Which one?
What the hell's the name of it? It came out like around 2006, I want to say 2005.
On Bob or on Phil?
Phil.
No, I heard of it. I didn't watch it though, but I know enough about him. He lived up to like the 70s at least, and you know, he was there for, I think they brought him out during the Rolling Thunder Review for a couple songs, if I'm not mistaken. He played the Bitter End in New York City, which is a club where a lot of folk singers sang. And he was kind of a holdover from the 60s. And like you said, like he had those couple really great songs that were like anti-war songs.
Oh, we're the cops of the world. I've posted the link to that one just a couple times because it falls in line so well with what Doug exposes about the behavior of the U.S. military.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, very good. Have you guys seen, just a different topic real quick, have you seen this documentary on HBO called Love Has Won?
Love Has Won. No.
WON, like Love Has Won. And it's about this cult from Gaia. You know, Gaia, the TV program, streaming service, whatever, with Corey Good and
Gaia.
Yeah, it's a cult that grew up around that, I guess. And this lady kept on drinking colloidal silver, and it turned her blue, and she ended up dying and forming this cult in Colorado. It's an amazing documentary. 3-part series. Yeah.
Mother God to mummified corpse.
That's it. Mother God.
Inside the fringe spiritual sect. Mm-hmm. Love Has Won.
So she channeled like Robin Williams, and she would be like, you know, she'd get really upset and scream at everybody else and get really mad. And the next day she'd be like, oh man, Robin Williams was really mad last night, huh? You know, and everybody believed she was really bomb. And then she died, and they carried her body for 2 weeks, thinking that her body would ascend to the moon, or from the Galactic Federation would pick her up. you know, and it's just crazy to think about, like, how many cults like this are out there right now, or that are very close to this sort of thinking.
I just put something in the chat here. I wonder if she was inspired by the monks who would mummify themselves. Have you read about it?
Yeah, maybe. Yep. Very maybe. But her whole skin turned blue. Like, I think Douglas touched on that like last week. Sunday. Very briefly and sort of like serendipitously. Serendipitously.
Colloidal silver.
Yeah, she was drinking like 3,000 milligrams, or like way over that, a day, at least, and in addition to alcohol, and she was anorexic. And there was a dude.
Yeah, I've taken colloidal silver like as a supplement. I never overdid it though.
Oh, she was overdoing. She was taking like gallons of this stuff a day. You know, yeah. And
what did this have to do with Corey Good? Was he part of the cult thing?
Well, no, these people loved the Gaia Network.
Yeah.
So they loved the Gaia Network, and they were all involved and sort of tangential to the Gaia. New Age aliens are gonna save us all and rescue us and ascend us and yada yada yada. And they even wear the shirts on the show, you know. So, or in the documentary, because they live streamed everything, and it still exists. Like the surviving members are still out there. They might be listening right now. But yeah, she. It's a very fascinating documentary. 3-part documentary on HBO called Love Has Won, and I really suggest people look at that.
That's a trip. Amy Carlson was supposed to be the incarnate of Marilyn Monroe, Joan of Arc, and Jesus Christ. When she shed her earthly body for the latest time, authorities found her followers still worshiping it. Yep. On the group many have called a cult.
Yeah.
God is dead.
Nuts. It's nuts. And they videotape it, so there's so much footage, you know. But then there's like, dude, this guy comes in and he's like a homeless criminal from Las Vegas, and they pick him up, and he wears an ankle bracelet, and he comes in and he's like, I'm taking over this whole fucking house. You know, he's like, these motherfuckers are mine. And he's like, he plays like, they're like listening to like sitar music and really cool like Indian music and ragas and whatnot. And he puts on like freaking death metal and stuff. He's like, this is my energy. You have to deal with it. And he just starts ordering people around. And he ends up killing this, pretty much killing this girl energetically, Amy, and Mother God. And he becomes father of all creation, which means doing meth in the mornings, night and day. But yeah, and they build a bunch of money. He ends up taking like $330,000 out of the bank account as soon as she dies, to carry around her dead body for about 2 weeks, camping out with her in a tent, dead body, and then putting her in a bed. It's just, I can't explain. You have to watch this thing. It's just unfold, you know. Even my mom was like, wow, this is insane. She's like, I remember seeing her, and she goes on Dr. Phil, you know? Yeah. Oh, it's nuts. It's
she
good.
Went on before she mummified herself?
Yeah. Well, yeah. 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 Well, I don't, yeah.
This person, yeah.
Right.
The woman in question. She was on Dr. Phil.
Yep.
Exactly. So she was kind of like one of these mainstream kind of sort of new agey types, it seemed for a minute, and then she turned out to be like completely off her rocker and shit.
Well, it was like she was kind of a charismatic person in a way that loved attention that she didn't get in childhood, as the documentary goes into. And then she gets all this attention, and people, for whatever reason, start gathering around to her and think she is this mother god. And I see this with a lot of like young women that are sort of attractive, and all these dudes start to women start to gather around her, people, and then they use her as sort of the catalyst to give their own life. And they have a place to live, and everything's good and everything, and they make everything for her. It's just fascinating to see how like cults work and things like, you know.
For sure. Have you seen the documentary about the woman who had the church that revolved around diet, and she had the huge hairdo? I'm looking for it right now, but
I don't know.
it was oh my goodness. I'm gonna find it. Okay. Well, yeah, her whole trip was like fasting, and she went to real extremes with it, and was like a psycho control freak, and embezzled all the tax-free donations from her followers, and living the life, and had this massive hairdo.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's better on Google.
Was her name Sarah Adams?
Brendan Zogit has joined us. Now, I just returned and I just saw this. By the way, I want to tell you all how proud I am of all of you. You held the numbers. I mean, like, not a single real dropout. Brendan Zogit is going on camera now. He's crypto hunting. What was that, Brendan?
I'm here. Yeah.
What was that?
I'm here and you... What?
What was that? What was that? Are you driving?
Yeah, I'm currently driving. Yeah.
Okay, well, stay safe. Go on.
I am crypto hunting pretty much. But I just want you to know that after you and Peter had that whole combo where I thought you were upset about what I'd said about your photos, but it turns out you were upset about something else. And then the first thing when I come on, I try and hop on the call. Like, imagine someone leaving work, and then all I hear is Sid talking about giant inflatable dragon dildos.
Oh, they're not inflatable.
I immediately left. Just so you know.
That's what caused it.
They're very health conscious. They're a great company. It's all hypoallergenic materials.
I'm not against them, but that's not what I would. That's not a refreshing conversation.
I'm not into kink shame, but whatever you're into, you're into. Tentacle porn and dildos. I mean, they're not inflatable as.
That's when I got off when he started saying there's even a Cthulhu one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you
that one goes.
Cthulhu cookbooks or something else.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I'm definitely glad that you've joined us. George and I will be joining us soon. Both Sid and Brandon.
We've discovered your target audience, I guess.
well, all I can say is at least when I'm gone, Sid and Nemo, or Sid and Brandon, seem to be able to speak about these subjects passionately. And the important thing is to keep the bandwidth burning. So long as they're passionate, then they keep the bandwidth burning. So did you hear the other day when I was... by the way, Aristides, did you say something?
No.
Oh, okay. No worries. That's you're welcome to, of course. You're welcome to say something anytime you wish. Aristides walked the dogs earlier so that he could join us in conversation later, and meaning now. And so when it came to what did you hear the other day when I was talking about Amy and yourself, and Sid, to his credit, was trying to get Amy to do the spa talk, but the two of you could really have gone at this, because she had this very, I think maybe she'll forgive me if I just go all out and describe what her spa experience really was. And your spa experience recently, Brendan, was very similar. You actually where were you in the mountains where you saw this kind of abandoned cult yoga compound? There was nothing there but old ladies when you encountered anybody at all. Where was this? Where was this?
that was the Ananda cult. They're like very famous here in Northern California, and like their Swami who has died used to be a disciple of Paramahansa Yogananda, but he like after Yogananda died, he like created his whole. There's no other word for it, a cult, where he was just farming money basically, and buying all the best land in the mountains out here. And then now that he's dead, it's like they have no direction almost. It was like, yeah, they're kind of just like floating around up there doing strange things. And I was joking with my friend. I was like, you know why they're a dying cult is because they're all freaking ugly.
Yeah, ugly old ladies.
Not a single attractive lady here.
Yeah.
I used to live near the Yogananda Shrine and retreat, which is directly across Tom DeLonge's To the Stars Academy, where Peter Levende signed his books and everything, and is deeply involved. I would go down there almost on a weekly basis because it was in walking distance from my house. You see, and it's right on the Ocean Pacific in Encinitas, California, which is sort of like near.
Right, that's the Self-Realization Fellowship. That's like the actual.
Yes.
Like Yogananda's actual compound.
Yeah. So I would go there and walk around and throw hookers off cliffs and stuff. So
that's at least that was delivered where you could understand the humor in that. There's other times when Brandon has fallen flat with a delivery and it just comes out awful. But yeah, that we could see the humor in that. And now, Sid, were you also going to say something about this? Were you somehow also familiar with this?
With what now?
All this shit.
No, with what? Paramahansa Yogananda.
Jesus, how could you even? I couldn't even begin that. How did? Yeah, I admire you for that. Yeah,
I've seen the documentary. I haven't read the book. I haven't read it, but the documentaries was interesting. I
always thought it was a woman.
Yeah, I did too at first. For years when I first saw the book.
I thought like that's a woman, I guess.
So,
yeah.
So what's the deal with this, Brendan? So she was not a woman. He was a dude.
No, it was.
He was a dude.
He was a male, but in his later years, he became a lot more androgyne. Just, when you get into that kind of Hermes, it's called like a hermetic state. You get this kind of neutral look. Like he had like long hair and stuff, and he got a lot more like softer features and things like this.
Yeah.
So that's something that commonly happens with these yoga masters.
That's syzygy. They call that a syzygy.
The syzygy state, yeah.
Yeah.
Some of them.
And Yogananda, to his credit, he did have some feet behind him as far as.
You know what's funny though? He didn't eat yogurt. He never ate yogurt. Yogurt Nanda never ate yogurt. Which is, I thought pretty ironic.
He never castrated himself.
He did. Well, he didn't have to because at that state it sort of just inverts into a into a vagina / penis.
He celibate as part of his trip.
Hello.
Oh, yeah.
George had to step in at that point. Welcome aboard, George. Yes. Yeah.
Check my audio.
Yeah.
Welcome, George.
Yes.
I threw the rock at the BMW, I threw it from the BMW. You were working at the telephone pole, and I threw that rock at you.
Actually, I get it. He's talking about, he's pretending he was the guy who was in the car who threw something at you the time you were on the telephone pole.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Translation.
Yeah.
Thank you for remembering, Brandon. Yes. Oh my God.
Sorry about that, mate.
Yeah, you're sorry you got caught. Yeah. Yeah. And but I am curious as how Brendan will respond to this. So Brendan, is this what is supposed to happen? Is that the yoga master's penis is supposed to wither off and he's supposed to like be all pure and sacred and shit rather than the rapacious sexual addicts that we know they are?
If that's what happens, then I'm quitting. but not necessarily. There are different states and certain things that can happen. And he was practitioner of something called Kriya Yoga. So it's something that can be manifested, but it's like, I mean, it's not necessary. You could just be celibate and just not like lose things,
By the way, so
like, the point is to balance the body, not torture it. So a lot of these aesthetics, they go kind of too far.
thank you.
So
Like,
and that's like where
the Kellogg's guy.
What was that?
Like the Kellogg's guy. You
Yeah.
ever see that
Well, Kellogg had
movie?
his own kind of.
Oh.
Bill?
Tony Tiger.
I'm saying
Yeah.
like the balance is more like in a Buddha, like the story of the Buddha Siddhartha. Like he went into the aesthetic form and he almost died, and then he was also a prince. So he realized that the best way is actually the middle way. You become tempered. You don't go to
Maria
extremes.
Maka.
You don't go to extremes like that. So that's
Middle
and,
road.
and from what I've been told from the Vedic perspective is that Kriya and stuff that Yogananda was teaching, it's actually stressing your body out because it's like you're hyperventilating and you're
Absolutely.
doing a lot of extreme stuff.
Yes.
And from when I went up to the Ananda people and stuff, they're a lot of the star signs that were activated at that time kind of correlated with that they're actually going to extremes. Like the resonance they had was with these extreme kind of signs, and so they're leaning on that kind of aesthetic end of things, which is not good in my opinion.
Thank
You
you.
have to be more tempered.
By the way, before we get back into the subject, because I want to pursue this, George, how long are we blessed with your presence tonight?
Oh, thank you so much, Douglas. About a good hour.
Excellent. So
Thank you.
I do want to kind of, round up what I was saying about, by the way, you might notice I sent you the link to, with
Yes.
timestamps. Okay, so do review that when you have a chance, and hopefully you've reviewed some of the others.
Yes.
And we look forward to your feedback on that. In the interim, what had happened, George, was that the other day when I had gone to refresh myself, Brendan Zogit and Amy Como had a lot to
Yes.
talk about, but they were not really getting to the point where they ever brought that up. They even just kind of touched upon the recent yoga experiences, so to speak, or rather the recent experiences in these like yoga compounds that were very cultic. And so Brendan was sharing nothing in that last conversation, and everybody was just kind of like groping. They were just, how do I express it? The term they use professionally is laboring. Everybody was just laboring, and there were long moments of silence, so it was very awkward. So when I was talking about that, and of course satirically making fun of it, just saying what I did with Peter Moon,
Yes.
one of the things that I do want to emphasize, because the question has been brought up about Amy Como and people are worried about her, so I do want to reassure everybody that I've had a long talk with Amy Como. I had a long talk with Brooke Gibson. I spent today doing things like that because there were several factors. One was that there was a major Taiwanese national holiday, but because they're a day ahead of us, we celebrated it on Taiwanese time at the Estates. I went to do my teaching and instructions of the Blood Boys at the Estates, and the cultural appreciation was raised with them about this specific Taiwanese holiday, which I'll go into in monologue. But one of the things that had happened before at the Estates fairly recently was my son brought to my attention that period when I went to refresh myself and everybody was just kind of struggling to talk while I was gone. Now, the next episode after that was great, and this is because people were talking about what they were passionate about. But that could have happened the other day between Amy and Brendan easily because they had both of these very profound experiences. And
I
yeah.
have a lot of background in holistic health stuff myself. I
Excellent.
could have participated in that.
Yeah, and what you need to do is express what you're passionate about, and that helps immensely. It's easy. At that point, it's easy to talk about what you're passionate about. So the thing about Brooke, I do want people to know Brooke is as fine as can be. She's going through basically stresses with one of her dogs. These are all rescue dogs, and they're all ancient. And so one of them is, of course, spiraling. And so she's tending to that. But other than that, I spoke with her at length, and she seems fine. As for Amy Como, what had happened with Amy Como was that she's now found a place to live with someone that seems to be stable enough. The situation is stable enough where it's working out for her, and things are fine. So I feel she's in a safe enough space now where I can begin to talk a little bit about her experience. So I'll just summarize it, and then of course let her talk about it when she appears with us again. Right now, she can't appear with us right now because she's living with someone who's going to be getting up very early tomorrow. They don't normally do this, but they have to get up early tomorrow. So there's several factors involved with their living environment where she can't get on the Skype and talk with us because that would keep the other person awake. Yeah, so, yes. But she intends to try and jump on towards the end of the show tomorrow, or, towards the end of this transmission. And check into whether or not I raised the money I needed to make rent, which I did during the hours that Peter Moon was with us, which is incredible, and I love you all out there who have helped. So that being said, this is what happened when, and Brendan, you can go off mute because I do want to hear your response to this. This is basically in general what happened with Amy Como, was that she heard that there was this yoga place out in the woods, and she wanted to be out in nature, and she wanted to get into yoga and get some instruction. And she said the good news is that she got that, and then the bad news is the rest of the environment was just very, very demotivating. And basically it was this elderly couple that once had a semi-thriving yoga cult, no other word for it really. And it was based on some Tibetan form of yoga. I don't know the names of these yoga schools. She would have to tell us that. But it was some deep Tibetan yoga work that worked with dream yoga they called it. So they did a lot of concentration on dreaming. And she was convinced that the Cho had pretty much infested these people and destroyed their lives. Because she said, basically these people were now old, dying, and broke. And they had this enormous compound, and it was all empty buildings, yoga masters, portraits on the walls, and nobody there. It was just her. And so this old couple, the guy had been to the hospital 3 times that month. And yeah, yoga's doing him a whole hell of a lot of good. And, and the wife, and they were just telling her what to do. And then, by the time that, they got around to asking for money, then things started getting sketchy. But it was what it was, and she could explain it better, but it was out in the middle of nowhere. But here's one of the weird trips about it. You remember when that crazy Ian West was telling everybody, you're really bought and sold as an asset by corporations online? Remember that bullshit? And then Brooke looked, and Brooke looked it up and said, God damn, there's really, her name was on some list of some corporation or something like that. And so Amy Como had been looking this up long before Ian West, and said she found that she was owned by some Israeli corporation. Literally the name was Israeli, but it was spelled strangely, like Israeli with a Y or something. And then when she was going up to the yoga place, she was followed by a van full of, I think, Hasidic Jews. And then when they stopped she stopped at a truck stop so that they could move on past her, but they stopped and got off at the truck stop and just surrounded her essentially and just hung out, intimidating her. And she stared them down and, kind of confronted them. And then they kind of skulked off, and then she lost them in the hills on the way to the yoga place. But she feels that it was almost as if they were representing the corporation that owned her as an asset. It was very bizarre. You'd have to hear her tell the story, but all of this is so strange. You see, all these people have lives that add to a sense of paranoia, potentially if they let it eat them alive, if they let it get to them. But she does her best not to let it do that, and that's to her credit. So any of that bring any thoughts to mind, Brendan? What she was saying about she felt the Cho were infecting these people through the dream yoga that they were doing, and that the whole place was empty?
Yeah, she mentioned they were. Yeah, she mentioned they were bone practitioners.
Yes.
I
Yes.
was telling her it's definitely Cho related.
Oh yeah,
because the real bone practitioners are up in the mountains, and I also in Tibet. Still in Tibet. And when I was telling her, I was like, if they have anything to do with levitation, they're definitely using entities and shit, and you don't want anything to do with that.
And she said she saw him levitate. She said she saw
yeah,
levitation.
she said levitation was mentioned or brought up or observed, basically, in other words.
Yeah, when you talked to her privately,
so
she said it was happening, but go on, yeah.
Yeah, so they had entities like leeching off them and shit. And, you know, it just goes to show that it doesn't pay to be into that stuff.
Thank you. Thank you.
Same with these Ananda people. It's like, I mean, they like it was pretty much empty, and they kept trying to get us to buy shit, and it was like the same kind of shit. It's like they you go against multiversal laws. It doesn't matter what you think it is. It's about what it is. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know?
So what?
It doesn't matter what your philosophy is. If you're not living as per what the nature intends, it's like you're gonna get consequence.
So, but when you're in Hawaii and you got all the basically the prostitutes all kind of going to yoga to kind of find salvation on the weekend, then go out and fuck again. But at least they're a bunch of hot bodies.
Those chicks were hot.
Yeah,
those chicks were hot.
So what's the what aside from the positive aspect that we can all see, to use a pun, and feel if we get lucky? Yeah. What's the difference between that? Is there a price to pay for that ultimately?
I mean, no, I see that. Those like that's the joke I made. I was talking to one of my other friends that knows about Vedic, and I was saying, I was at least ISKCON. You know, this is International Society for Krishna Consciousness. You know, the Hare.
The Hare Krishnas.
Yeah, I was like, at least ISKCON is like somewhat functional, and they have like hot chicks going there, and you know they maintained like a good image as far as that goes. But all these other people, like, they end up being washed up, and yeah, it's just you know. Like ISKCON, like they have like they'll give out food and stuff, you know, like they'll make it lively. These other people, it's just like the situation with Amy. It's like you go there and you're like, oh, I don't want to live like this. You know, it's like you're like, oh man, like this is not the business. You know, this is not what I want. But at least ISKCON kind of has this flavor, like, ooh, you know, like they're all veg and you know they have hot chicks coming on the weekends. You know, like it was a lot more spicy. You know.
Got it.
Know, to use a pun.
Yeah.
I mean, or whatever innuendo. I don't know what to call it. But, like they gave me all kinds of free food, and they were quite happy that I was, you know, like they were a lot more, you know, involved.
Yeah, there we are. It's
but
a
these
happening
other
place.
guys, they were just like, they were like, you know, like, how did you find us? Like, you know, like, and then they're like,
that's a bad sign already. That's a bad sign already.
Yeah, they're like, so are you here for the seminar? You know, it was like some really sketch shit. Like, and I'm like, no, like we just stopped by, you know, just check it out. And then it was like Stepford Wives kind of shit, where there's just like one shopkeeper in like a little shop. Yeah. You know. Yeah. So I don't know how to explain it other than that.
No, it's very sad. It's I get it. I totally get it.
So at least the ISKCON guys have good marketing. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
I guess that's the best way to put it.
Well, like I said, if somebody had taken over that abandoned cult, I mean, the first thing I'd do if there was any money left is hire a bunch of prostitutes to pretend they're doing yoga, just so a bunch of guys show up and start putting in money, right? I mean, that's the. Yeah. I mean, like I said, if I had, say, for instance, somehow got a hold of that property of that abandoned yoga cult and had to try and make something of it, if there were any funds left, I would use them to hire a bunch of young prostitutes to do yoga just to attract a bunch of new clients. That's
Thank you.
Yeah.
That would be the most sensible thing to do.
Thank you. Yeah. And so George, before we return,
yes, Douglas.
Yeah, before we return to you, I just wanted to know if Sid had anything to add to that, because Sid it sounded like he was trying to get something out there for a bit. Sid, was there something you wanted to add to that?
No.
Okay. All right. Okay. Just checking. You can't say I didn't check. Okay. So, yeah. And Brandon, everything okay with you? You're doing okay? Let's see. You know, Brandon's Brandon. You know, he has fallen asleep. He's had narcoleptic episodes in the past. I called the police to do a welfare check on him once. That was.
Real?
I'm sorry?
For real?
Yeah, for real. No, I called the police to do a welfare check on him at one time. This is how we know he actually.
But that one was warranted. He like fell asleep like in mid sentence.
Excuse me, I had to go to the bathroom. Everybody. Okay.
Well, this time.
This
there
time,
was
yeah,
one
yeah.
time, huh?
No,
Yeah.
but Douglas did call one time. He called the Weston Police Department.
Yeah.
He called,
Goodness.
Yeah.
For
Which
welfare
I
check.
own. which, well, I didn't own, but I knew the people,
Yeah.
sort of like.
Yeah.
You tell the story, Douglas. Please.
No. I mean, basically, this is how we found out definitively, or proved. This is how we knew for a fact Brandon Young was part of a very important old wealth Boston family. That he's old rich, because when I called them, they said we don't take welfare. We don't do well-being checks on the basis of a call from outside the city. You have to live inside the city. And I said, dude, this is Brandon Young, and they said, Mr. Young of the Young family? And I said, yeah, that Young. And
We don't know him.
no, but they left a check on him right away. And so that's how we knew.
Never heard of him.
The Brandon
And
Young.
my bad
Go
died
on.
on my phone. That's the thing that happened. And Douglas was so worried that I had, I mean, respectfully, he's had other people who have dropped off and died, probably.
Yeah, that's true. And well, you
So he
did.
was just
Definitely.
Yeah.
I appreciate it, actually, but they did call me, and I was like, no, I'm fine. I just my battery died. I was on. This is like 14 years ago, Douglas. I mean,
Yeah.
you know how long it's been since we've been together. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know if there's other than Peter Moon, any else that's been with you this long, yeah, that was a while ago.
Well, that's why important to
Please
remember.
No.
Please don't what?
Ever call a welfare check.
Well-being check. Well-being check.
Thank
Yeah, but when we'll go over that incident again sometime soon. It has been 14 years, but yeah, it's bear in mind it wasn't that long after the attempt on your life. Wasn't that long
That's
after?
true.
Yeah, and
Yeah, I think at that time it had to do with mainly just
Yeah.
like the concussion or something. I think that
yeah,
was the main concern.
that's right. They yeah. Again, we'll go into that another time.
Yeah.
So George,
Forget about it.
Yeah, George, did you get a chance to review the contents of the timestamps on those various episodes so far?
Not the last message you sent me, but the previous ones I did.
Excellent. So based on the previous ones, give us some feedback. Tell us what comes to your mind, and do add to that. Thank you.
Anything? Yes, thank you for allowing me to speak, Douglas. Thank you. I was just gonna just off the bat go back to yoga very quickly. It's the reason why I said thank you. Yeah, because my dad for years he did yoga.
Oh, you're kidding.
He did yoga for years at his local fitness gym, and
that seems so unlike him. What? That seems so totally. I can't even imagine him doing that.
I have to add this because it's just morbid. I just find
Entertainment, morbid entertainment. Yeah.
Yes, it's just amusing them because he'd always tell me like, oh yeah, you should try yoga because he's always recommended to do it because people swear by it. It's really good for you. Good. Just overall for your overall health and body. But of course, I knew better that he was going into the classes just to gawk and just to get his face stuck in the crutches of the other women.
Yes.
It's predominantly run by women. And
yes.
It's all chicks, yeah.
Yes. And so I just had to add that because it's just amusing that I know for years he did that.
That figures. That I can imagine.
Yes. Yeah,
because the meme has been like downward dog. Everyone's going there for that.
It's like the Kama Sutra.
To the point where
it's just
the places around me. Oh, carry on, George. There's a bit of.
I was just going to say, it just reminds me of you just performing the Kama Sutra positions, just practicing. Yeah, I just had to add that in because it's just funny. I just knew better. I was like, yeah, sure, you're going there because it's good for you.
Yeah, there are like these studios near me that they basically mandate the guys have to stand up front. Like if a guy goes, like they force you to stand in the front where you're like looking at a wall.
Yeah.
Oh man,
I know. If you want to,
that's why I don't go. I mean, that's why I don't go.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to say, if you want to attract clientele, just predominantly have it run by women or have women attend it, and then you'll have plenty of people coming to participate in the classes. Yes. But anyway, Douglas, thank you. And I did note it earlier. Someone mentioned when I jumped on. Someone mentioned Kellogg's, and I just saw a headline yesterday saying that it was stating that the boss of Kellogg's, has recommended the people of Britain to start eating cereal for dinner, and that's if they want to try and save money. So the head of the Kellogg's corporation
Holy
recommended.
shit.
Jesus.
Yes, told people instead of eating it for breakfast, he recommended eating it for dinner to save money.
I feel sick. I feel sick. It's like
That fucker's eating
Really-
steak. That
Who
fucker's
eats
eating
sugar?
steak every night.
yeah.
Yes.
yeah,
A bowl
really
of sugar for dinner.
Discouraging.
that's by the way, I think probably tonight I might get to England and talking a bit about England. I'm trying to talk about of course the plight they're in along with America and everybody else in what's going on in the world. I do want people to know while it's in front of me, so I do not forget, Dylan Breeding sent 20 United States dollars. He says, Sunday's stream regarding the quail were highly interesting. Much appreciation to all involved from Virginia. Thank you so much, Dylan Breeding. And I that involves the show you haven't reviewed yet. So when you review those timestamps, your input will be valued on that topic. But from what you were able to review, aside from Kellogg's, now I'm going to look this up, and I think Aristides just sent us an image. Let me take a look at that. Here we are, the yoga. He sent the yoga. The guys asked if I wanted to go lift weights. Namaste right here. Yes, and like this is why our dear friend Brendan says, yeah, they make the men stand up front now, and that's like who would want to go then? Then I take it they're not going to get any men, and then at that point the women are happy because they're left alone. I guess that's it, right?
Yeah, but then they're losing money now because they're basically all just a bunch of like cheap lesbians.
Thank you. Thank you.
So they go to like one class a week and they get winded and then they quit. No offense to anybody, but that's just what happens.
Oh shit! Delightful. Yes, it's true. No, you're right. Yeah. See,
remove the promise of pussy, and all the guys lose interest, and all the women are just cheap lesbians.
Thank you. No, this is.
And that's yoga.
I didn't mean to simplify it that much.
but it's
it's like in reality, like, and I'm being serious here, the hot chicks would rather have a dude with money oogling them than a cheap lesbian. I know it sounds super fucked up, but that's just the case. That's
Thank
the
you.
reality.
Thank you. Just human nature.
Yeah.
Just human nature.
Just human nature.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. People grow up, and so the smart yoga franchises will cater to that. There we are. We're co-ed. We're co-ed, and you can stay
like
anywhere.
For example, when I was at the ISKCON, the ISKCON, they were like, "Oh, you're like a young dude. You've been buying stuff from us. Like, why don't you come on Sunday? There's plenty of single women." That's literally what they told me.
Cool. There you go.
They're like, it's called the Love Feast, and I was like, "Oh, okay." And then I immediately like rearranged my whole schedule. I'm like, "All right, I'll be there." You know, they were like giving me free food and shit.
I love it.
So
Jesus Christ.
And then they sent me home with like three takeaways, packs, and like, you know, they were like, "There's a hotel upstairs. You can stay for free." And shit.
Jesus.
They really got it down out there.
Man. Oh, I love it, man. I gotta start doing some of this Hare Krishna shit. That was, oh my God.
The only thing that stopped me was because it just, you know, I was an idiot, and I was like, you know, the only thing that stopped me is that the chicks kept talking about, I only do this because I basically party all week, and then I feel bad, and then I come here, and I just like, every chick was saying that, and it really like took the wind out of my sails. But I should have just looked past that. I fucked up.
Yeah. I get it though. I get where you were at the moment. That can be, that can be a turnoff, because you just it's this kind of like, it's like a European woman going to the priest for a confessional, and this kind of like what they were doing, so they could so they could feel better about themselves. and because they spent all week, drinking, drugging, and probably a good deal of them prostituting themselves without even, I don't even say that as misogynist. I'm not a misogynist. That's just what,
pretty much.
Yeah.
That's just what Hawaii is. I mean, for hot chicks. I mean,
thank you.
they get taken out to dinner like whenever they want, essentially.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. And yeah, that's there you go. So George, yeah. Again, George, so with what you heard, let's hear some response to some of the topics that I covered, please, by all means. Yeah.
Oh yes, I'm happy to talk about anything, Douglas. If anyone else has any questions or anything, if anything I can retain in my head, I can always relay it back. Right now, I did last night. I think it's important that I reviewed this video. This guy, he basically reviews video clips online, and he's got a massive following. I don't know the name of his YouTube channel. It doesn't really matter. But what drew my attention to it is because he was reviewing one of the old 1970s encounter with the Third Reich in exile, and he was listening. It was the one in the UK. It was one just down the road from where I live, in a little village called Chilcoombe. There's a little country lane, and it's a little village just before you get to Winchester. And what's significant about that is there's a war memorial graveyard just there, dedicated to the fallen in World War I, and there's also a space station right next to it. So that was probably some form of significance why the Reich were right there. But this is an encounter in the 1970s. The individual, the lady, her name was Joyce, and she was speaking of her encounter with the Reich, with her friend who was accompanying her in the vehicle, in the car. But they saw the Andromeda Gerrat, the transport machine, the World Traveler. It's a craft carrier, so it's an exporter, and they encountered that. They came to a stop, a halt. Their car's engine ignition ceased because of the magnetic field around the craft. So they were following it. They followed it down this Chilcoombe lane. They came to a halt, and this individual, he's over-dramatized. He over-dramatizes all these videos that he reviews. And when she got to the point where the occupants, where he could see that both herself and her friend could see the occupants in the cockpit in the front of the craft, when they exited, she started speaking of what was a man with a beard and sideburns that met, and he had a jumpsuit on from neck to feet with boots on. I had a seam, which is obviously originated from Earth. If people know what a seam is, it's a stitching that goes down the side of a clothing, which is what you get in and out of attire or clothing. But it's a seam. She identified it was a seam, so obviously it's originated from Earth. So she identified him as being a man. And this guy, he was like, "Oh my God, yeah, I hear of this, where they look at the long blonde hair people and they've got pale white skin. These are the aliens." And he looked up what they called. He goes, "Oh yes, that's it, Nordic aliens, Nordic aliens." It was just amusing, and I was just like, how people can't draw the correlation between and thinking that they interpret it as extraterrestrial, like these are Nordic Aryans that come from outer space or come from a different planetary system. It's just it really baffles my mind that nobody can draw any conclusion to it. And I think off the bat, that's what you were speaking of last time, Douglas, about Unterland. Yes. That nobody's aware of it, and that's just something I wanted to just come back to what you were saying in the last transmission. Is that people have no concept, no idea about Unterland. And the very concept that life originates from Earth. So at any rate, I saw Brendan had his hand up. Sorry, Brendan, please jump in.
Brendan?
No, thank you very much, guys. Just makes me wonder about this Chinese, the greatest, in my opinion, the greatest science fiction book of the 21st century by a Chinese writer. Called The Three-Body Problem of the Remembrance of Earth's Past, which is absolutely brilliant. And it deals with all these different topics. And it's so complex, I do not want to go into it now. But thank you, George, for bringing that up and reminding me.
Yes.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Sorry, you're very welcome. Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And go on.
Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, carry on, Douglas. No, you carry on because it's important because I wanted to bring you into it because this is what you were mentioning in the last transmission, just the whole about spirituality and yes, because you were talking about it in great depth and great detail. I thought it was just very important. Most people have no idea, and when I reveal this information to people, they have literally their mind cannot comprehend that there's a breakaway group, a breakaway civilization that is truly truly unique and truly so ahead of its our time, which is why they conflate, why they cannot distinguish, and they interpret this as, oh, it's got to be something beyond us, it's got to be something light years, millennia, billions of years into the future. It's got to be a civilization from out there, and this is the obviously this is the notion that the military-industrial complex have promoted into the populace to discombobulate, just to confuse the population in their own grasp of their own mistakes and cover up of the Second World War. And so this is something that we've gone into great detail in the past, but we can always continue on that trajectory, Douglas, if you wish, or go in other directions.
I think you're doing fine. I think that
Yes.
let me take a look at the last few episodes and see what comes to my mind. I'm just going to take a look at the timestamps and see what I'm reminded of. But when it comes to obviously the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, certainly we've been going more and more into that topic recently. And with the latest episode that I timestamped, deeper than before in many respects. One of the last episodes I spoke of, Doug Dietrich answers the baby Hitler question. So,
Oh, yes.
Yes, any feedback on that?
Yeah, no, absolutely, Douglas. I just really appreciated it because you were talking about, you went into great depths. And you've just reminded me another thing that you spoke of is the 1 inch, the book entitled by I think it's a female author. I cannot remember her recording name, but it was the line that when the Ukrainians handed, when the Soviets, or just before the establishment of the Russian Federation, just prior to the collapse, I believe, or it might have been post. This is where my mind at the moment, I can't recall exact dates. But there's a book entitled Not Beyond 1 Inch, We'll Take No Inch of Territory, which was a massive lie, obviously, through the evidence of the expansion in Ukraine. It says February 2022, and also the annexation of Crimea. Obviously, the aggression is what Vladimir Putin is conducting is he's conducting the objective, which has been the goal since it's just been the goal of Eurasianism and expansionism, just the ideology of Eurasianism that was promoted by Alexander Dugin. But the book Not Beyond 1 Inch, is that? Sorry, if someone can correct me on the title of the book, which was important. Because promised.
I don't remember exactly, but Aristides, was not Alexander Dugin present at some recent conference that you were informing myself about? Let me see now. Was that you? Yes. So go on, please.
Multipolarity Conference. Apparently, I think you can look it up. It should be news articles about it.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes, and that was the other thing I listened to, Douglas. You went into excruciating detail about the book, Not Beyond 1 Inch. There's something about they're not going to trespass over the borders. They're not going to conduct a military operation, so-called military operation, or an expansion into Ukrainian territory. But when it comes down to the baby Hitler aspect, I thank you for bringing up that many discourses. So if Hitler was not alive, if he was never, so the notion is, if when people get asked if you can turn back the clock and alter the discourse of history, what would you change? And the majority of people always come down to, well, I'll go back and I'll stop Hitler, or I'll go back and kill the baby of Hitler. And that's what the majority of people in the West always talk about. But thank you for bringing up that the reason for the starting of World War II, and one of the major factors into the reason why the war was inevitable is because that Joseph Stalin wanted to construct a cosmogenous species or hybridized downbreed of humans into primates, and that was one of the very the reasons why it was that's why the Third Reich had no other alternative other than to prevent this from happening, this objective from happening. Of course, what Joseph Stalin wanted was to be able to control an army or a force without paying them any money, any rubles. He wanted to pay them in peanuts, so they would just work for food. And so literally just give them peanuts. And so this is outlined in one of the men, I believe his name is Pierre Boulle, who was, I believe, an intelligent...
Yeah, Pierre Boulle.
Yeah, Boulle, I believe. Pierre Boulle. He was the man who obviously wrote the whole franchise on Planet of the Apes, and of course this is where the whole concept of that came from, was because I believe he was he working in intelligence? He
was working in French intelligence. He was a French spy, and he happened to be in Asia at the time that the Japanese overran French Indochina, and that's how he wound up writing the book The Bridge Over the River Kwai. He also, aside from, just so people understand, once he wrote the book The Planet of the Apes, it became a success because of the film, and at that point he didn't mind selling the rights. So he sold the rights at that point. So just so people understand, there are sequels to The Planet of the Apes that are not written by Pierre Boulle. He essentially wrote the first book, but he had originally intended to write a trilogy, and the entire trilogy was supposed to not only ultimately expose the real source of the Planet of the Apes, going back to Stalin, but also that the apes would ultimately be overthrown. And the last book in his trilogy was supposed to be titled The Planet of the Men, or Planet of Men, and which sounds much better in French than it does in English. So that basically the resistance, or the free world, would overthrow the Stalinist apes that had been chimerically bred. So this is something that a lot of people are completely unaware of concerning the Planet of the Apes series and what really inspired it. And but he was also the man who wrote Garden on the Moon, again, about the Japanese being the first to land on the moon. And this was, again, as a French intelligence officer, he was well aware of this and what had happened in World War II. But he had to present it in a semi-fictionalized version, which made it a bit later, so that he has the Japanese land before the Russians or the Americans, but more towards the time of the Kennedy assassination. So when the book was actually published, because at first they said we can't publish it the way you published it. You have to revise the book so that it's a bit more acceptable, so that people won't be offended or freaked out by what you're exposing. That's when he says in the intro, I had to rewrite the book because of the Kennedy assassination. That really wasn't the case. It was because by the time they demanded him, where he writes the Japanese landing on the moon a little later, then the Kennedy had been assassinated. But he puts that in the intro. Anyhow, you have to read the book, or at least the last chapter. At least the last chapter.
I will purchase it. Yes, I will. There's a number of books I need to purchase that have been recommended by yourself. There's a lot of them, actually. I will get. That is something that I've got in my my list of things to do. Yes, in my diary. So thank you, Douglas, for reminding me of that book.
Excellent. And so do go on. Of course, I also spoke about Hitler and the Nazis knew that Christ is buried in Japan, and that the Japanese are the true Israelites, and the Edom Americans and their Orodian allies also knew this and sought the total extermination of Asia's Aryan Israelites for those very reasons. Okay, so were you able to review that? And of course, your feedback is important.
Do you know what, Douglas? Yeah, because I can recall, I didn't listen to that bit, but I recall you talking about it in the past. And if I can extract the information from my brain, my deepest part of the recesses of my brain. I believe they have the regalia. Is that right in Japan? They have the free regalia. It's the you've got the David shield, the shield of David. And you have these two other regalias.
You're conflating that with the regalia from the sunken continent of Mu, which of course New Zealand is the mountain ranges, the mountain ranges
Yes.
thereof. So just review that when you get a chance. It's timestamped.
Yes,
so
thank you, Douglas.
It's it's timestamped, and you'll find it when you scroll back up. Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, and it's basically. Then when you listen to it, you'll hear more. Now, one of the things that I did speak about the other day was, I don't know if you had. Okay, so you didn't review the absolute latest episode yet, so we'll get back to that later. What was the one that was before it? I think I spoke of the Shinto and the psychics, of course. I spoke of psychics and their use by the U.S. government,
Yes.
and of course Hitler's precognizance. So were you able to review that?
No, but again, what I can recall from you talking in the past. I know Franklin Delano Roosevelt had this fortune teller, this woman,
Jean Dixon. Jean Dixon.
That's the one. Yeah, she told him, well, you're dying. She basically said you're and people can look this up. This is verifiable as well. He had this Jean Dixon. It's Dixon, isn't it, Douglas?
Yes.
Jean Dixon. Yes. Thank you for reminding me.
But by the way,
name.
it took me years. I kept forgetting that. For whatever reason, I kept purging that out of my memory. It took me years to remember that.
There's millions of names to remember, to try and to retain. So it's literally, it's hard to sometimes, to get it out most of the time, especially for myself. But yeah, at any rate, people could look it up, that this woman was predicting the outcome of the war. She was telling this man, he was getting his, Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Or the best way to express it was that Franklin Delano Roosevelt was literally running the war based on the advisements of a crystal ball reader. Jean Dixon, yes.
Yes. It's insanity. It's truly insane. But this is what they believe. People might think that's absurd, but this is what these people believe in. There has to be some form of, they have to be qualified. There has to be some form of qualification from their side to actually implement everything that was being advised to them. So if people think it's absurd and ridiculous, they could just simply look it up. And this is
by the way, Brandon's raising his hand. Raising. Yes.
Thank you, Brandon.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to bring attention. This is brilliant, but also FDR, as Douglas knows, and I'm sure George and everybody knows, that there was a figure called Nicholas Roerich, who was the Secretary of the Treasury or State under FDR, who was highly influenced by Warwick and was a student of Warwick, who is essentially a Russian spy, who did all this artwork that inspired Lovecraft and so on. But he also supposedly, and I don't know how true this is, came up with, if you turn over the dollar bill, the pyramid Novus Ordo Seclorum, that was designed by Nicholas Roerich and taken as the Great Seal of America. So Nicholas Roerich was there was a lot of occult influence in the FDR administration. This is why I think the Pentagon was built, and he served 4 terms. Which is unlike any other president. More power. So, anyway, just something to bring up. That's all I wanted to say.
No, thank you.
And of course, me and Douglas have gone into in the past with regards to the Pentagon. The groundbreaking ceremony was conducted on 9/11, 1941. So it's exactly 60 years. So 9/11 occurred in 2001. Exactly 60 years. To commemorate the date of the groundbreaking ceremony conducted by General Leslie Groves, who you will know him as the godfather of the Manhattan Project. And so they needed the largest office block building in the world to conduct the largest
War. Yeah.
The world has ever seen. So that was their mission statement. And of course, they had to construct the Pentagon, which is the largest office block building in the world. I don't know if it is to this day, but it certainly was for a very long time. And it's entirely constructed, majority of it, out of concrete, because they needed all the steel to go into the military. To what's the word I'm thinking of? To the war machine.
Yes.
To go into fueling the war machine. To construct because they were planning on waging war, and so this was the whole, this is before Pearl Harbor, so people could, go on that of, well, did the Americans have prior knowledge? Well, they just simply look at the mission statements of the Pentagon. They can look this up, and they were already planning on going to war. They just needed the support of the public, so this is why they used that. And it's the same with 9/11. It was again the same. The same notion, the same construct. It was a preempt for war. It was so it's just a justification reason, and I think they call them peddlers, and that call them what they call them. They call them I'm trying to figure the term used that they used. They referred to Pearl Harbor in 9/11. It was just they used it in Operation Northwoods. They used it in Operation.
You're talking about false flag. The term false flag
is operations.
That's thanks to Brandon.
Oh, you're welcome. I am Douglas.
It's very early.
I was alive.
No worries.
I hope I'm doing it justice. I hope I'm.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Yes, and just so both of you know, just to qualify or clarify some points made by both of you, what Brandon Young was talking about was, of course, Vice President Henry Wallace. And Yes, Henry Wallace was the man who was so heavily influenced by Nicholas Roerich. He considered Nicholas Roerich to be his personal guru. And through him, of course, the Russians also had just yet another influential way to manipulate America. I've gone into the other manipulators of America in the past. No need to go into that right now. As a matter of fact, now, hopefully, she appears, but she should be with us at about... I guess around what would it be? 10:30 Eastern time, I think. So that'll be this Hawaiian princess whose name I cannot pronounce. Wants to join us, and so I will bring her on Sunday, and this will be next month, the first show of next month. I've told Peter about this, and hopefully she will show up, and then she wants to know much more about Pearl Harbor, etc.
Right.
We'll be covering all this again then, and obviously I'll probably bring you on while she's still on with us, because she'll be coming on shortly before Peter Moon leaves, really. And then once Peter Moon leaves, she'll hopefully stay with us for Roundtable, because she should be able to do that for a bit. And then hopefully you'll be able to come on with us as well as everybody else and speak to her. So what I'm going to do right now is, let's see now, going to go over here and kind of, how do I handle this? Going to do a screen share, and then I can, show you which young lady she is. So this is the young lady in question, and I cannot, for the life of me, pronounce her name. Kamaka Pualani Pahinui. Pahinui. Kamaka Pualani Pahinui. And so there we have that. And she, of course, has been in the chat room as Hawaiian, her story? Hawaiian, some other words involved there with her avatar. So there we have that to look forward to. And as for Crystal River, again, everybody maintain her in thought and prayer, and hopefully nothing has happened. And I do want people to understand there are raging wildfires in Texas, but they're all in the Panhandle, so far as I understand, which is very far from where she's at. I think she's in Austin, and so they shouldn't be affecting her in any immediate sense. They're leading to mass evacuations in the northern part of Texas, but I don't think that's where she's at. So hopefully we'll find out more soon enough. But continue with what you're speaking of course. One of the things that our man George was speaking about was the big mobilization to grab as much metal as possible, and this is what led to the deconstruction of the monorail on the Golden Gate Bridge. So there was a monorail on the Golden Gate Bridge that used to travel under the bridge that was completely removed, and all records for that were later destroyed. I know because I was ordered to destroy them. So it gives people some idea of just what extreme lengths they went to prepare for total war. And by that they meant total. With that being said, continue by all means.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. And I appreciate you bringing up Henry Wallace as well, the vice president, who was, he was, what's the word used? He was kicked out of office.
Yes.
Because they discovered that he was going to collectivize off in American agriculture. So this was the whole reason they saw him as treasonous. They saw him as a foreign spy.
Well, I mean, they should have seen that about Franklin Delano Roosevelt, but they were too.
Thank you.
And they did, of course. Just so everybody knows, you had a cabal of wealthy men, industrialists, who tried to overthrow Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And these men were trying to do so for the best of reasons. They had every right to be trying to overthrow him because he had every intention of collectivizing America and ultimately turning us into a Stalinist communist state. And his vice president, Henry Wallace, was a card-carrying member of the Communist Party.
Thank you.
The man who actually ran the Treasury, or was this all-around American economic advisor who had carte blanche, was the man who was one of the conspiracists behind Pearl Harbor, was a Russian spy who was outed by the FBI. I speak of this deeply in the past. Whenever I speak of Pearl Harbor, I could always look up my notes again and go over it. All of this is articulated to a great degree in the Roswell Deception. So everyone do buy that book. It requires it's required reading, and so everybody do review that, and you'll have all the information you need to know. And of course, there's plenty more you need to know, but we're writing it. We're in the process of writing it. Peter Moon, of course, does not intend to go back to work on revising or expanding the Roswell Deception, but we'll add plenty of material that should have been in there in the future books. With that, back to George.
Yes, thanks. Before I wrap up, before I have to make a move on with my day. And also, regarding Pearl Harbor as well, it's important to mention also some other individuals. One of them was also, and I'm not sure about Claire Lee Chanel. I was going to mention Claire Lee Chanel of the Flying Tigers.
Oh, of course,
this
yes.
Is all preemptive. This is all preemptive for war, because they were would you call them just an insurgency mercenary group in China that was conducting. It was obviously illegal what they were doing.
Yes.
To put it into historical context, which we will do, and then you have the Marine Corps General Evan Forrest Carlson, who was a card-carrying member of the
Communist Party.
Yes, thank you. In China, who had a full support logistics. A
full command. He had a full command, meaning a full headquarters. Command. Yeah, full army with him. Yeah.
Yes. He had logistics, ammunition. He had infrastructure. He had everything, conducting illegal operations in China. And so, this is because they were going to plan on the Flying Tigers under Claire Lee Chanel were going to plan on bombing Japan, flying as under
Chinese colors. Under Chinese colors.
Disguised as Chinese colors. So they're interpreted as the nationalist Chinese. So it's. All this factors into World War II, which is something we can go into, Douglas, in the future, and I'll get my notes up on it as well. So that'll be so I can contribute.
Well, hopefully we'll go into it Sunday night.
Yes.
Yeah, because that's when she'll be on.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Douglas. Yes. So so before what I'll do is, Douglas, I'll wrap up and make a move on with my day. But it's been wonderful speaking to you in this short period of time. But I'll look forward to being with you all on Sunday. So. Yes, take care of yourselves. Much love, and please support Douglas.
Thank you so much.
And good night, gentlemen. No, thank you very much for having me on, Douglas.
Yeah, stay safe and be
George.
well. Yeah.
Take care. Take care of all of you.
And say hello to Sarah and, of course,
Yes.
Everly. Okay?
I'll send my love. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Bye for now. Okay. Yeah, so that was George Knight, always very passionate about this. Now, okay, so Brandon has provided us with the trailer of the three-body problem. Look, I don't care about spoilers. I don't think any of my listeners should care about spoilers. What is it that's so special about the three-body problem? Why does it...
Yeah, what is it? What's so special about
yeah,
it?
why does it blow your mind? Yeah, share it with us. Yeah, tell us what's so special. Why
Well,
does it...
to account the three big. All right, so Remembrance of Things Past is probably one of the greatest works of literature of the 20th century, right?
Okay. I've never heard of it, but...
So Marcel Proust.
Okay.
I'm sure
Proust. Okay, Proust. Yes, go on. Yes. Marcel Proust. Go on. Yeah.
And he wrote a 10-volume or 11-volume set
Uh-huh.
called Remembrance of Things Past, and this is sort of influential in terms of like he's writing in the turn of the century, 20th century with James Joyce, and it was sort of like, what if I had a vignette, or what if I could describe a dream in a book? Or how about 3 books? How about 4 books? How about 5 books? And so he sort of took time out of mind.
Mm-hmm.
He's sort of known for that, Proust, and so he's known as one of these great authors. So it harkens on that from the title alone. But then what happens is it opens with the Chinese Revolution, and this young girl seeing her father being hanged, killed by the Maoists, and she grows up and she becomes enraged, and she thinks that her anthropology at that point becomes the sense that all humanity is doomed, and that we need an external force to come and set things right, or we need a reset, which is the purview or a view of a lot of very powerful people in the world today, is that they want an external force to come down and just reset the planet, because they've had enough. So anyway, but she takes that on, and then she becomes a scientist, and it follows her trajectory. And then she has the point where she's recruited by a secret space group, essentially, in China. This is in the future, so about a couple hundred years. And so she has the ability to understand space-time and warp it in a way that she can send a message to the nearest civilization. And there's this big question of, if she sends it, is that a good idea or not? Because we don't know who these people are. We don't know who this alien species is. They could come and just wipe us out, and so on and so forth. And she sends it. And so then it's a big thing to keep this different. I mean, like I said, it's super complex. You really got to look into it. But by the second book and the third book, The Dark Forest, which takes the idea that I think you've touched on before, even in your Gaia video, Douglas, is that there is no intelligent life out there in the universe. We've for it, and there is none. And why is that? Because they're hiding, because they don't want to encounter another intelligent force, because they think that if, like we do, if we encountered that, they would take us over and kill us all. But there are people that do want that, and so this book series deals with all those questions. And it's amazing. So I really highly suggest people read and then watch this series, just to and it's based in China, which I thought is really smart, because as I said to you before when I first met you, I think the first one of the most important things that you realize is that China will live forever almost. It's like it's sort of, even though they lost the mandate of heaven for now, they do exist, and they have existed for thousands and thousands of years, probably more so than the Egyptians, definitely more so than America. So they're very patient. And so this science fiction novel or trilogy puts into context all that, and might be a full warning, but it's definitely something to pay attention to.
Well, like I said, we're not worried about spoilers. If you read these books, what exactly happens in them? I mean, tell us.
Wow, it's so complex. So in the first book, there's a sociologist professor who doesn't know why he's recruited by the secret group, and he's initiated into it. And he realizes that there's this worldwide underground sort of group that is looking into the extraterrestrial issue, because what they've received is messages that they couldn't understand. There's a group of scientists that keep committing suicide because they don't understand the laws of physics are changing to them. They can't deal with it. They're like, well, so they just commit suicide and they kill themselves. And so there's an investigator, there's a detective, Chow or whoever it is, and he comes in and he inspects these things, and he realizes that these people are counting down to something. There's an omega point where they're counting down to, and he's perplexed by this, and he pursues this. And so you're looking through the eyes of him, but you're looking through the eyes of this scientist as well, who, it's almost like game theory too. If you're familiar with game theory, it's like, do you contact an extraterrestrial life form, to come and invade you, and then the public gets leaked of the world, which is dwindled down to 1 billion people from 8 billion, or whatever it is now.
Well, you mean it's just dwindled by itself, or the aliens did it?
Scarcity. People become freaked out because they know they're being invaded in about 100 years. There's a fleet of aliens that message to Earth that they're coming, because of this decision by this Chinese scientist to send this message that we're here. And what she gets back is that, don't send us a message. It's from a rebel of the
aliens.
Yes, that says don't, because we'll come and kill you, and we'll take over you. What we're looking for, because our planet is a tripolar, hence three-bodied, a trisolar. Mm-hmm. They're called the Trisolarans.
Mm-hmm. Three suns.
Okay. So what happens with them and their planet is that it rises and falls every 5,000 years, let's say 10,000 years, and they know it, and they're trying to figure out how to escape it, how to make their civilization last for more than 10,000 years, but it keeps crumbling every 10,000 years, and they've been going through this for millennia, and so their only hope is to seek out a different solar system, a different place. And so that's what they want to do with Earth. They want to come in and invade and just take that over. And so the world finds this out through political means, right? And so they freak out, and there's scarcity. There's all this freak out on the Earth for food and for shelter, like you can see now, with food hoarding and all this, and so the population dwindles to about 1 billion. There's only about 1 billion people on the on the Earth at this point.
So you mean, you use the term dwindle? Don't you mean crash?
Yeah, crash. Whatever you want to talk about. Yeah, sure.
The population crashes. So there's mega death.
MEMorszá.
Because this happens fairly quickly, right? I mean, within a single generation is what you're telling me, right? In the book.
Or two, yeah, one or two, yeah, generations, because of the chaos, because of this external threat that they think is imminent, is coming, and so it comes, and then the sociologist I hate to spoil it, because this is probably season 2 of the show, but the sociologist figures out that if he sends a message to another planet, that the original planet will realize that they're not alone and back off, essentially, right? And so that's what he does, and so this invasion never actually comes.
Okay.
And 3 groups that form inside the secret space program, essentially. It's the Adventists, who want to see their own. They want to help out the invading Trisolarans into the Earth, as long as their lineage gets to live forever. There is the externalists, who want to send a remnant population off in a spaceship that will last forever out and be the remnant of humanity, almost like Battleship Galactica or something like that. That goes out into the universe to find a different world to settle on and colonize. And, it goes into very great detail about hypostasis and stuff like that. And then a third group who totally will defend against the Trisolarans, and so it's just a very interesting. I hate to ramble on this, Douglas, but it is something for. I think it's right up your alley, and I think it's right up our audience's alley to check this out. And very soon it will be on Netflix, and I may have consulted on it through a. I think we talked about last week. Bret Easton Ellis's boyfriend, who I know very well, who collaborated on this and various different movies.
You mean the author of American Psycho?
American Psycho, Lesson Zero, and Glamorama, and so on. Different books, yeah.
But his boyfriend is institutionalized now, right?
Right. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And so there we go with that. Yeah, so any other people want to address this, speak to any impressions they have on it? Brendan, Sid, by all means, join in. Thank you for that, Brandon. It's good to have you talking for a long time. We haven't had you talking for long periods of time, so it's good to have you talk at length. It's not. It's unusual that you get a chance to talk at length. So we're
and it's very for me here. So forgive me if I'm in a liminal state of waking and dreaming state, but that's been the best way to channel my ideas.
Okay. Yeah, and that's all right. So okay. Yeah. How about you, Brendan? Any impression on this? And how are you doing? How about your life? You in the warehouse that you're in. Are you okay?
I mean, it's stabilized, but it's still in shambles, like completely shambles. But I'm surviving. I mean, everything's good. Yeah.
Thank God. And also with
earlier, you guys, when we were talking about the yoga, I was like cracking nuts open with a hammer. That was like my only source of food, like a caveman and shit, because there's no cookware or anything.
Oh shit!
And I'm really considering just going to get a pizza because it's the only place open, and it's like.
Do it. Do it. Yeah. Just do it. You deserve it. Okay, you deserve it.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, and bring us with you. Keep the cell phone on. Bring us with you, and we can help you do this. And how about your How about your self, Sid? How's Leap Day going for you?
Well, What was that?
Oh, I was wondering about, what plans you have for Leap Day. Are you, how do you think Leap Day is gonna go down for you and also Sid?
Oh yes, Leap Day. Well, so far I don't have any plans. I'm probably gonna recharge, like, the best I can, get my stuff together. It's actually, I'm glad you brought it up, because then I'm gonna get some things going. Basically, use it as like a warp day to reset.
Yeah.
Because as things are getting better, I kind of like slowly am recovering from the latest round of assaults that have completely waylaid me.
Is there anything you're willing to share in terms of the latest rounds of assaults?
Well, it was like we talked about before, like me getting displaced.
Yeah.
Dealing with the insane government asset.
Yes.
German,
yes,
or whatever we want to call it.
And by the way,
Stanford,
I want to
mind experiment.
Yeah, I want to. If I get to it tonight, I probably won't get to it tonight, but I'll try. When I go into monologue, I'll try and address either tonight or on Sunday in monologue the Stanford environment and the mind control experiments and their connections with the Russians. Yeah, so go on.
Right.
Yes, by all means.
Yeah, which is relevant because she's spouting Russian prop.
Yeah,
and
Absolutely.
But she doesn't realize it. She doesn't even know it. That's how deep that shit runs.
Well, all these people who spout it off never realize it. They just, and if you talk to them, they'll just say, I don't support the Russians. They'll all say that. I don't support the Russians. No, but you just spout off.
She was always saying, I want to kill the Russians. I hate Russians. They ruined my, they ruined Germany. They ruined Poland. They killed my family. But then, meanwhile, she wakes up every morning and listens to their fucking drivel.
Yes.
It's like, absolutely crazy.
Madness. It's
madness.
That's where all these people are stuck in. It is so fucking sad. So when it comes to how about yourself, Sid? Any plans for the Leap Day yourself?
No, Douglas, I don't have any plans.
Okay.
Just hanging out.
And, all right, that's nice. I've always got something. Don't even, that's not even a question. Too much in a sense. So when it comes to the situation that we have with what was described by our man Brandon Young about this Chinese novel. Obviously, this is extraordinarily popular in China. If it's popular in China, it's got to be following the Communist Party line, or they simply wouldn't tolerate it. So I would presume that it's loaded with their ideology. There's obviously a lot of controversy around it. There are senators who are questioning why Netflix is trying to get involved with this project and airing it because of the question of genocide, and it's in China, and so it's all it is what it is. We'll see what happens with it.
It kind of reminds me a bit of what you've described about like the Hunger Games and like how it's actually based off of the Chinese model.
But the difference is with the Hunger Games, it's written by a white American woman who bases it in America simply so the Chinese would not censor it. But she definitely wanted it to deliver the message to the Chinese, and that's how she got it through. That's how she was able to infiltrate the Chinese market by saying, oh, this is really about America and this fucked up dystopian America. So, of course, the communists said, oh, that's great. Anything that makes the Americans look fucked up, they reprint in Chinese. But it was really all about them. And that was the, I went into all of this in the past, and I'll happily do it in the future. But, so that is us infiltrating them as opposed to the other way around. So here you have this, Chinese bestseller in communist China. Now they're going to bring it to, American mainstream television and shit. So it, go on.
Oh, sorry. I will say this is what I found out is that in China it was a censored book, and so the opening chapter is about this scientist father getting executed and hung and killed by the Maoist revolution. And so China essentially scrapped that chapter. But when it was released in the Western world, that was the first chapter. So and the opposite, that is the proper way to actually read the book.
Well, I know that opens up with, like you said, the girl witnessing her dad getting hung or somebody close to her getting hanged in the Cultural Revolution. But bear in mind, the Chinese Communist Party always presents the Cultural Revolution as this fuck up that the Gang of Four was responsible for. They wouldn't be censoring it over that. That's probably some bullshit that was used to market the book when they sold it in America. Hey, you know this was originally censored. Yeah, communist job. Bullshit. That's it. Yeah, the woman's not going to get it published unless and in the first place. First off, if the woman had done something that would have offended the Chinese Communist Party, she'd be dead. You would never have heard of her. You would never have heard of the book. It's that simple. So the book only gets published because the Communist Chinese Party says it gets published. That's it. It's like, you know, there's no question of this originally offended them and then they censored it. No, if it originally offended them, the person who offended them will die. It's that simple. This is not Douglas Dietrich exaggerating. So, that's so then we have that. It's just that it's hard for Americans to understand a lot of these nuances. Don't worry about it. It's not like, it takes a lot of explanation and it takes a lot of going over all of this. I think that obviously I do want people to understand, for instance, Brandon also said, China is eternal. Let me just basically qualify anything that might have been miscommunicated in terms of what I've said in the past. When you have a situation, say for instance, like the Highlander franchise, which as far as I'm concerned was, pretty bad. I thought the movie was horrible. I thought the series was a little better because it was a bit more subdued. But probably the best thing that justified the entire Highlander franchise was the anime. So there was an anime produced in Japan based on the Highlander franchise. It's the only thing that justifies the existence of the Highlander franchise. And that was quality. And within the anime, there's a Celtic warrior who's basically has this kind of ongoing feud for over the centuries with a Roman centurion, one of the Legionnaires' commanders. And so what happens is at one point when he's confronting the centurion, this Celtic person whose tribe has been annihilated says, when the Roman centurion is asking him, what do you want? He says, I want to destroy Rome. And that's when the Roman centurion says, Rome is an ideal. You cannot destroy Rome because it's not really a place. It's an ideal. And that's really what I've said about China, is that China, we have to consider China at this point in history an ideal. There was at one point in my life, I would have said it and meant it because it would have been true. I would have said that true China is island China, is Taiwan, where they still use the traditional Chinese Mandarin script, whereas in communist China, they've dumbed it down with what's called simplified Chinese. So everyone in China, on the mainland, the communist Chinese, are all speaking at text level. It's like everyone's speaking at text level for communications, for scientific papers and everything else, and for literature. So if someone raised in Taiwan speaks to someone raised in communist China, the person in Taiwan automatically feels like they're talking to an idiot, because these people are speaking at text level, language skill level. So you've got a dumbed down civilization that then took it upon itself to commit total self-destruction, where they committed to a one-child policy for far too long, and it resulted in collateral that's unspeakable and indescribable. Everyone killed their daughters so that they could have sons. You've got a 75% male population. You have a situation where women who were born and delivered were often sold off as sex slaves all across the world. You have a sewer of shit on the mainland that is not eternal. It's terminal. It's China could conceivably go extinct. There is it is one of these things where it will take massive intervention to help them survive. It will take a war in which they lose and other forces step in to help them reconstruct that will give them any chance of survival. There is nothing to learn from them that is positive on the mainland. Unfortunately, on Taiwan, as I'll describe in monologue about tonight's, the holiday in Taiwan and what it represents, they are trying to identify themselves no longer as Chinese. They are saying, well, we're really South Asian or Polynesian kind of, and there's a logic to it because all of Polynesia is descended from Taiwan. So they're trying to identify more with the indigenous roots than they are with the Chinese relocated elite. That's the new politically correct idea in democratic Taiwan. I do not approve. It's the death of China everywhere. The Chinese culture is now simply like Rome, an ideal that people can aspire towards and try and recreate in some kind of sense in different times and different places. But China's dead. And I remember years ago I said this to men I was working with in security: China's a terminal civilization. They looked at me like I was nuts. They could not grasp what I was saying because they have no concept. All they could hear was, at that time, China is exploding. It is the new, superpower. And so many people still buy into that bullshit, including all over the world, all these third world nations that bought into their Belt and Road program so they could become debtor states. It's a nightmare. So when it comes to, the novels they produce, you could at least in the past look at Soviet science fiction novels as trying to aspire to an ideal in a empire that was as artificial as it was, not in the midst of total collapse, but in communist China. Yeah, take it from here, Brendan. You've got some insight.
Yeah, I mean, Sri Lanka learned its lesson from dealing with the Chinese.
Thank
Their
you.
entire economy is completely destroyed.
Thank
Collapsed.
you. Yeah.
And the Chinese now own a portion of their most prosperous city as far as trade goes. It's called Kandy.
Yeah.
And they basically own the port, the only port that generates income for the entire country of Sri Lanka. And the Chinese own it for 99 years. And they reneged on the loan to build the port. And so now the Chinese are collecting rent from the Sri Lankan government. So imagine that they not only did they take the land for 99 years, but now they're charging the Sri Lankans to use their port, their own soil, to transport goods. And so now Sri Lanka's economy is completely collapsed. They have no money. The elites fled to India and beyond, Lebanon style. And now, that country's completely destroyed, all because they made this horrible deal with communist China. That's basically what happened. It was the straw that broke the camel's back, as we say.
And it's exemplary. It's exemplary of everyone who deals with communist China, what they have to look forward to.
Exactly.
Yeah. Thank you. Excellent. And it's communist China is predatory because it's desperate. And it's in immediate decline. It's in free fall. What would I call it? It's there's no describing it because there hasn't been a situation like it before. I remember when I told my gang brother Beaver what was going to happen in China. He was by no means, of course, he's an ardent anti-communist, but he couldn't believe what I was saying because I said, look, they're going to collapse because they're breeding themselves out of existence. They're killing all of their female children or selling them off into slavery, and there's just a bunch of men left, and it's they have nowhere to go with this but down. And he said that's like saying someone is going to be determined to climb the ranks in industry, become the CEO of a corporation, and then kill themselves with a massive heroin injection. He says that's what I was describing was equivalent to. And I said that's what it is. And it turned out everything I said was true.
Yeah. It's like your worst nightmares or your, there's like a saying, worst nightmare becomes truth.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, truth is stranger than fiction as well.
Here.
Yeah, go on. Much better quality of sound now.
Yeah.
Much better quality of sound.
And Brandon Young is raising his hand if he's still here.
Oh yeah, so Brandon, join us, please, by all means.
Yeah, I'm gonna go obtain some edibles, and so I shall return.
Excellent.
Oh, what a
Nutrition.
Yes.
hopefully gummy or the blackout brownie, which is available.
No, not cannabis. Just like,
dude, this guy wants real food. Okay, real food.
I'm in such a dire state right now that I couldn't do drugs. It would I would die.
Yeah,
I will send you a case of water.
Send it to Doug.
Yeah, thank you. You did? Did you send me a case of water?
Do you remember that? Yeah, of course I did.
Yes, thank you.
And you were like, was it you? Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I remember that. I thought you were sending me another one.
I might make food. I could do that.
Please. Yes, thank you.
I will.
Yes.
I will.
Yes, always helpful. Go on.
In the three-body, not to be a Chinese puppet.
Understood.
But I just want to say that what is the difference between America's colonialism around the world and Chinese? We've done the same thing. The United States has imposed itself on Eastern countries, Asian countries, and the world over since.
I would say at least the U.S. brings in some semblance of economy instead of just swooping all the money.
Oh, really?
That would be presumptuous, and maybe perhaps.
Well, the economy that serves them, if you look at the South America, all that Banana Republic and all everything we took over. Since the Monroe Doctrine, is basically in service to the United States, and complete genocide, complete massacre, complete violence against the indigenous and everybody in there to serve a slave trade that provides cocoa beans.
Yeah, by the way, I of course, as you well know, Brandon, I've excoriated the American Empire at great length. I've skinned the American Empire alive in terms of describing its sins. So obviously I'm aware of this, and but here's the difference between what we've got going here and what we've got going with communist China is that when it comes to communist China, is that the Americans had this presumption of themselves as basically manifest destiny, essentially a chosen people. There's everything to condemn about their attitude. The biggest problem that is in the situation that we're facing right now is at this present moment in time, regardless of America's history being so incredibly unforgivable. I mean, unforgivable to the point where obviously a price has to be paid. And that price is coming. That price is basically civil war here in America. The potential for a world war, which America, of course, is not prepared for at all. But with the Communist Chinese, they feel that they're the victims. They feel that they are, that somehow this is all like justified because of quote unquote the century of humiliation. There is another factor with them that America did not have in such a way that it was, how would I say it, integral to their identity. America, of course, became engaged in what was supposed to be a genocidal war against Japan. America paid the price for that. They lost everything. They lost all of their industry. When the Japanese won the war, forced the Americans to open their markets, and then the Americans ultimately, American industry, nothing's made in America anymore of any significance. The Communist Chinese, on the other hand, unlike the Americans who tried to genocide and then hated the Japanese, but were forced to adapt. And then, basically, America's been humbled enough where America really cannot get away with genocide anymore. It's just basically at this point now where, while it's done some horrible, awful things in Iraq and Afghanistan, America really is at this point where they're kind of past that phase of development. They're spent. And so they're not really a genocidal force in the world right now. They're not a threat to the world right now. At this point, simply because of what wealth and reach and power they have left, they stand as really the only alternative to what will otherwise fill in the power vacuum, which is Russia and China, which both their citizens live in hell on earth. As bad as it is in America in terms of the quality of life, and it's pretty much shit in a lot of ways, it's, our ability to, for upward scale mobility, these options are pretty much gone at the moment. But, a great leveling can change all that. America still has potential. But with what I've just described about Communist China, it's not the case because they're not going anywhere. They're just completely self-destructive, and now they just are taking everyone down with them. And when it comes to the Russians, it's the same way. They're just trying to drag everybody down with them, and they are genocidal. Whereas America was genocidal, they are currently genocidal. It's kind of like this. Whenever you hear the argument about people trying to argue the case of moral equivalency when it comes to Islamo-fundamentalism, Islamic extremism, Islamic terrorism, you hear this. Well, what about the Christians? What about the Crusades? What about the Inquisition? I mean, that's bullshit. There's no Christians going around now throwing bombs and saying, you better convert to Christianity or I'm going to kill you. There's no nation in the world where the Quran is banned. Not a single goddamn Christian nation bans the Quran. But if you go to Muslim nations, you'll be killed for carrying a Bible. They'll take you out and skin you alive. They'll slit your throat. And they throw bombs. And yeah, there's plenty of their kind that go all over the place, killing people, terrorizing people, committed to genocide. One of the most genocidal nations on earth is Indonesia, which is the largest Muslim nation on earth. And they kill hundreds of thousands of Chinese. Over the past generations, they've killed hundreds of thousands. And they drink their blood. Documentaries have shown this where, the Indonesians were interviewed. How did you keep killing so many Chinese? Who, by the way, all the Chinese in Indonesia are Christians. So it's an anti-Christian holy war that the Muslims wage to kill Chinese Christians. And when they interview these Indonesians, how did you keep on killing so many Chinese? Well, we found out, first we were sad and guilty, but then we found out when we kept drinking their blood that we could kill more of them. These are documentaries where they cop to this. You're talking about a literally blood-drinking Muslim extremist empire, the largest in the world, hundreds of millions of people that are directly above Australia, which has no population to compare with them, and will ultimately subsume Australia. That is something that they're capable of doing at the drop of a hat. So when it comes to the situation where we're at now in the clash of civilizations, there's no moral equivalency. No Christian nation is doing what the Muslims do. No nation like America is doing what the communist Chinese are doing, which is slaughtering over 1 million Muslims of Caucasoid descent in communist China. It's like a wretched environment where they're getting away with it right before your very eyes. And what do they keep bitching about? What do the fucking Russians and chinks keep bitching about? If you take a look at communist Chinese TV, 24 hours a fucking day, all you see is the same goddamn message every hour of the day. No matter what channel you turn to, one of those channels will have a war movie, and the only message is, kill Japs. Kill Japs. Kill Japs. 24 hours a fucking day. So the Chinese are determined to annihilate Japan. This is integral to their identity. They have every genocidal intention of doing so. This is their ultimate national objective. When it comes to the Russians, all they care about is destroying other people. This is a world which needs to be basically righted by war. War is inescapable because if you don't war against these empires, they're going to slaughter hundreds of millions of people. This is something that is part of their objective, their nationally stated objective. The one thing you can say about America, sure, it was like that in the past, but it's not like that now. It's like, who was the greatest enemy of the Native Americans for generations? Maybe 200 years. The United States government. Ironically enough, the greatest protector of the American Indians at this point in history is the United States government. It's basically at this point, you really want to get the United States government out of American Indian lives simply because American Indian lives are 100% welfare ridden, where, you know, they get all these deals from the American government and they turn into these fat, just unhealthy welfare recipients. It's just really, really sad. So it's one of these things that all I can say is it should be obvious. There is no moral equivalency here. There's no moral equivalency between Christianity and Islam. There's no moral equivalency between America and the Sino-Slav-Indic Synaxis. These are definitely empires of horror, and they need to be put down. Certainly stymied, certainly intervention needs to take place where their governments need to be reconstructed. It's just the horror of the world that we live in, and it's the human condition. These things become inevitable. These cycles of war. And it is something that we have to prepare ourselves for. Again, the amazing thing that I see is that anybody could even be blind to this, that anyone could not see it. But then again, you're talking about me. I look at geopolitics all the time. I live, eat, and breathe this stuff. So obviously not everybody's going to be seeing what I'm seeing. And people want to see the best in other people. Maybe that's to their credit, that they want to see the best in other people. Like, gee, they can't all be that bad. You know, they're people just like us. And, you know, obviously, I don't seek eradication or extermination of the Chinese race on the mainland, but I do seek basically regime change. And this is something that without regime change, they're going to kill themselves. Like I said about the one-child policy, what's going to happen if they conquer other nations in a war? Do you think these Chinese want to breed themselves out by taking foreign wives? Well, sure they will. I mean, they do so, but they're all still looking for Chinese wives. By the way, Sammy Romero has joined us. Thank you for bringing us to your attention. Sammy Romero, thank you so much for your contribution. It helped me make my rent. And tell us a bit about what's going on with yourself. Brandon's got his hand up, but Brandon, please be patient. We don't know how long Sammy has with us. So, Sammy, let us know how much time we're gifted with your presence tonight.
Hey, guys. What's going on?
Well, much the better. Whatever's going on, it's much the better for you joining us. So share with us what's going on with yourself.
Give me a second, right?
Sure.
You know, I'm calling from the depths of hell.
From work, yes. Yes. So, Brandon, go ahead and ask your question. Brandon's question. Go ahead.
Hey, Sammy, what's going on? Good to see Sammy here.
Yes.
Just to play devil's advocate for a second, I would just say that I think the United States is still engaging in that type of colonialism and realpolitik that China is doing. The genocide might not be right in the United States, but it might be in Israel and Palestine.
Good point. Good point. Touche. Yeah. Go on.
And also in other parts of the world that we might not know about, or the media doesn't cover. So, but what the media does cover is Israel and Palestine. And, Israel is a proxy state of the United States, essentially. That's it.
What you mean to say is the United States is a proxy state of Israel.
Fair enough. You can, yeah, right. Well, whatever you want to say. But what's going on is going on. And that is, in my opinion, a genocide. And
it's not an opinion, it's a fact. Okay.
It's a fact, in my opinion. Yeah. And so the Palestinian people have been put into South African cantons, essentially, for years. And now is another iteration of these people who just want to build, essentially, Southern California homes, McMansions, on Palestinian land because of the water rights and so on and so forth. And that is, so the United States continues their genocide throughout the world, but it's not through declared war or as overt as the Chinese. So that's just a little subtle. I agree with you, Douglas, as much as you brilliant said it.
But remember what I said. What the United States needs to recognize is, with the coming civil war, whoever wins the coming civil war, if the right side wins, will first off sever completely from Israel and realize and recognize them as the enemy. At which point, you understand, as I've explained before, Israel's actions against the United States have always been hostile. And so long as we finally get an administration in that recognizes Israel as the enemy, then there's hope. At that point, Israel becomes part of the Sino-Slavindic Synaxis, which they're effectively part of anyway. It's just time for the United States to realize it. And then at that point, the war is against all the genocidals, the real genocidals on this planet. So that's my solution to that, and even that word will be taken and people will twist and pervert what I've just said. So Sammy, are you with us yet? Are you done with that Gates of Hell shit?
Hey, Doug, what's going on?
Well, first off,
how's my audio?
Yeah, it's great, excellent, and I want to thank you for joining us. So, whatever you want to talk about. Do you want to talk about the what we were talking about, or anything you want to bring up? And again, thank you for the $50 United States contribution. It helped immensely. Yes, I've made rent.
No problem. I wish I can give more, but definitely, I'll definitely try to be a blessing when I can. Well, first off, that transmission a couple weeks ago with the possessed chick, Esther, in the background. You talking about the FEAT fives. Man, that was pretty that was a pretty creepy background noise, I would say, but
it was apropos. Yes, it was apropos.
Well, I mean, it was. It's just it was, but I mean, I've heard you talk about it in the past with, you know, obviously our former executive producer, but in this case, that added just a little bit more creep vibe to it, which, you know, I'm used to it. Obviously, you know, we talked about my background being evangelical Christian background, so it wasn't too far fetched. It just added to the whole vibe of the thing. So it was a pretty interesting take on the whole fanatifage type of thing. But honestly, I've been trying to catch up with transmissions. And by the way, hi to everybody. I know Sid is here, and Brandon Young and Brendan Zogit. Brendan Zogit. But anyways, but definitely I've been trying to just you know, support. You know, that's really all I try to do in your platform, Doug. You know, support and you know, do my best to spread the word. You know.
Yes.
One of the things that that I ran into at my job is I met a Taiwanese American a contractor. He's about maybe 28 years old, and you know, I kind of was picking his brain in a sense of culturally, you know, how much he knew. And he actually was somewhat well versed in a little bit of what you talk about, Doug.
Wow.
And one of the things that he talked to me about was his father married a woman from the mainland, and his family being from Taiwan, and they all used to get into arguments about, you know, politics. And, in a nutshell, I pretty much told him, you know, most Americans are oblivious to it because, you know, honestly, we don't care. We all think most Americans think, at least, you know, most ignorant Americans think, you know, you guys all look alike. You know, it's just what it is. In a nutshell, you know. And I try to keep it that way in a sense because, and I did talk about a little bit about, you know, Taiwanese history of what I've learned from you, and he was impressed as well. But definitely, I'm thinking about bringing him on. I'll keep you updated on that.
Yeah,
because I think good. It'll be great for you to bounce off of him. You know, you know, just seeing how he reacts towards you and vice versa. But other than that, you know, I've just been, you know, taking care of my responsibilities, adulting, like I'm sure everybody is, and you know, really that's it. You know, it's just unfortunately my time is really just dedicated to my family right now. It's just how things are, and you know, you already know. It's just
absolutely
definitely when I can support, I can support. You know, but one of the things I do appreciate is our conversations. You know, that's one thing people, if the audience is listening, you know, Doug is not always. It's always good, at least when I talk to you. It's not always about the occult. I mean, yes, I think it's interesting, but you're very well layered. I have to say that. You know, being a man that's been and seen a lot.
Thank you.
That really doesn't. That only makes up a part of you, and really, you know, I like really talking to you about life, and obviously your vampire lineage is something interesting, and you know, my stepdaughter actually, she's reading Twilight, you know.
Oh, cool! Oh my God, that's cute.
You know, and like, oh, what are you, Team Edward or the other werewolf guy? And I'm like, you know, I don't really know the names. Maybe Brandon Young could tell me.
Yeah, Brandon, maybe you've read that.
It's Team Jacob. I'm Team Jacob.
Oh,
forever.
Okay, my bad. Well, she's Team Edward, obviously. I don't know.
Well, we're gonna have to fight.
But you know, I told her, hey, you know, I know a vampire, and you know, my girl looked at me like, why are you tying her that? and it's not that she meant bad. It's hard to explain, a 17-year-old teenage girl about the world when they're just, they're very much, and Brandon Young can attest to this. He's a teacher. They don't really know much about outside, popular, pretty much TV, or pop culture, pretty much. So, I kind of had to tell her and like leave it vague, because it's like, well, the more if I get into it, then the more I sound crazy. It is not that I don't want to sound crazy. It's just, in time, I think the world will eventually will know, and a lot of times, you can actually show them proof, and they still won't believe you. So
Yeah.
it's one of those things where you just have to accept. Some people are just, they can't, they won't be able to accept it. It's just not conceivable, and it's okay. That's always okay. It's just, it's one of these lessons that I sometimes have to slowly introduce some stuff that I've learned from you. It's and I have to also admit sometimes I've had to kind of sit back and really just. I'll give you an example. One of the things that you talk about is, good and evil coming from the same source.
Yes.
Ultimately, and
Yes.
the cosmology. When you break down the cosmology of the tree of life, the tree of death, the anti-tree of life. Sorry if I'm massacring it, but
No worries. We get the message. Go on.
yes, this is something that is obviously outside my spiritual matrix or my cultural matrix that I belong to, and it's okay. But I also understood when, for example, I had to deal with the human element of my Christian background, of people, backstabbing you, or lying to you, or manipulating to you. It's just part of dealing with human beings, dealing with the actual creatures that we
Yes.
are, and learning to cope with things, and finding my third space, and really just finding friendships outside my twin, which I'm blessed to have. But
Yes. And he's doing well, I presume.
he is he's doing the daddy duties as well, and it's just it's a big responsibility, obviously. So it's one of these things where when I do have time, I like to make the most of it. But I also, especially with my girl, it's also I'm learning a lot to just have those. One thing I'm just keep it real like this. Relationship conversations. You always, at least as a man, sometimes I just don't want to talk about my relationship. Because just it's part of that is just. It's so against what, and it's not that I don't. It's just it's really the timing, and it's just you got to do it. You actually have to try. But definitely it's been a great learning curve, and it's just I take my licks like everybody, and you just got to keep it moving and keep it positive. I think that's one of the things that I just tried to do to to keep adulting is what I'm trying to
Yes.
pretty much get. And I hear everybody struggle here. I think everybody has their journey, their life journey, and definitely even what's going on in this country. It's it's just you see what's ahead with the elections, and when you start getting into that, it's just it's another layer of bullshit that we have to swim through, and the end result's going to be what it is. It's just you just take it one day at a time. But definitely I'm glad I can support.
It's believe me, it's priceless. And share with our listeners. Basically, both Samuel Romero and myself have concluded that what I described about thanatophagy, and certainly the one incident that I was witness to, no doubt others, both Sammy Romero and I myself concluded that this is what led to Michael Aquino's intestinal cancer. And ultimately, of course, from what we know, he killed himself in a ritual in which he bound himself to the planet, as demonstrably proven by the experiences of Brooke Gibson, who I do want everyone to understand. She is not suffering from any delusions. She really did experience what she experienced, and it impacted her family. It killed her animals, etc. He's definitely, like I said, when our man Brandon Young, you might have heard him with our latest episode before tonight's, came on and basically said he was reading up on some Temple of Set books written by their cultists, basically, and saying that they're people just like us. And I was explaining, no, Brandon, they're not. I don't know if you heard my saying that. No, Brandon, they're not. But
I don't know
no.
if I said that.
Right.
First of all, hold on. I don't
Go
think. I think Douglas is imagining this, because if you go on rewind, I didn't say they're just like us. I just said I read it, you know.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. No, I appreciate your input there. And yes, people are invited to listen to the rewind. Yes. But Sammy, please give us some understanding of just how corrosive this embalming fluid is.
Oh, I mean, obviously that's, with the embalming fluid and all these, the formaldehyde that is done with the body, obviously, with my background in the funeral business, I'm not surprised. That's pretty much, you're ingest. I mean, obviously the cannibalism can't be good, but definitely, yeah, the chemicals are going to do that. But as far as him being bound and all that, I mean, yeah, and just to put it in the way that I can kind of accept it, because one of the things that I did remember you talking or admitting was you coping with, him telling you that he wasn't, Michael Aquino telling you he wasn't human.
Yes.
Admitting to you that, or kind of warning you, like, your possession with the Peacock Angel, you being possessed by this powerful entity, him being aligned with, these outside cosmic alien, outside of our, fabric.
Yeah. Extrastellar entities. Yeah. Extrastellar entities. Go on. Yeah.
And you almost kind of chucking it up to the environment, the work environment. And it's something new that at least I haven't heard you say, in the way how you coped with being around such a person,
Yes.
It's definitely, it's a way where to me, it normalizes you. It almost, you have to do these things in a way, because, I mean, or also you'll be affected by it. I mean, you were affected by it, but to the extent of, going insane.
Yes.
Because it's just, look, I mean, these subjects are interesting, but to me, there's more to life than in chasing these type of subjects.
Thank you.
Obviously, they're important, but in the grand scheme of things, I don't dwell on these things. I really don't. And I've gone to the point where my friendship with you is not really based on that. It's because, and our conversations, it's just other subjects come up about life and things that I'm curious about you, in a sense of who Doug is, at least me. Okay. Because me meeting you in person was part of that journey. Obviously, I was in an accident that days before, which was obviously not an accident per se. I mean, and how we met was the longest day of the year.
Yes.
Which was the solar
equinox, the solstice,
equinox, whatever. Yes. So, and funny enough, it was actually the Warriors parade that day. The
That's
Golden
right.
State Warriors won the championship. So, there's a bunch of people in basketball jerseys walking around. So that was interesting. But definitely it was the longest day of the year. And I found it, how Peter Moon talks about it, synchronicity, right? I mean, so, it was meant to be. And, you met my family, you met my girl and my son. So it was one of these things where I wanted to meet you and shake your hand and, and you are the real deal. Your eyes are purple. You do look like your biological father, So I haven't told you that to your face, but it's one of these things where, I want to get to know the person in a sense of, in a way of vulnerability, and it was me walking by faith. Okay.
Yes.
If I would describe yourself to, a regular Christian, they would probably say, get away from him,
Right.
He's the son, but that's almost anti-Christian because, well, who did God hang out with? The prostitutes and the criminals. But
Yes.
I wouldn't call you a prostitute. You do contract them, but in a sense, you have an underworld background, and it doesn't scare me. It really doesn't. But you really are a Christian in the sense of really talking to you. You really have there's grace about you.
Thank you.
That definitely is divine, especially dealing with all these infernal people, all these people that are beyond evil.
Yes.
So definitely I can say I do know you in a different way of the person, but definitely there's still I know there's still information that, or just more things about you really, that in due time I'm sure you would share. But it's always about timing as well. You don't want to, you just don't want to give all out. It's not the right time. But back to, the whole fanatifies or him being bound to this earth. I did talk about my sister's funeral home being haunted by by this little girl that sits in the pews.
Yes.
And she's always there, it's somebody that is part of that building, and she doesn't really harm nobody. It's just she's there. So I can definitely, and I'm sure everybody has their paranormal stories, and it's one of these things where it's part of life, So
Excuse me. You guys,
go ahead.
the stream seemed to break up for a moment there on YouTube.
Let me take a look at it. I'm sure that we'll definitely appreciate your bringing that to our attention. Let me take a look at it. It says excellent connection. If anyone has any problems hearing us on YouTube, let us know. But do continue, Sammy. I think things, there could be a local, could be a regional thing. Like the other day, it was breaking up for Sammy, and I'm certain it was in his local area that this was going down. There was in Los Angeles, the greater Los Angeles area has been through a lot. By the way, Nemo says it's running fine for me, and he's in Australia, so we're probably fine. Please continue.
I got reports earlier of the network failing in the Bay Area a few times.
Okay.
Possibly due to cyber attacks. So
interesting.
There's going to be some network regional, like you said, regional to our area.
Okay.
Network issues.
Okay.
But it seems like it's operating all right.
Thank you. Deeply appreciate it, Brendan. Yeah, deeply appreciate. Did you get your pizza?
Hey, Doug, I'll call you back, okay?
Okay. Yes, we love you. Stay safe and be well. Okay. And
I had to improvise, but yeah, I made a Suedo pizza.
Okay, you mean you convinced them to do something for you that wasn't all meat or something, right?
No, the pizza place, like it's hours that it was open.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. T-Tank Barry says all clear on YouTube here in the peninsula. Thank you, T-Tank. Definitely appreciate it. Let me give him that in print, so to speak. Thank you, T-Tank. And Brendan, is that you?
Yeah, are you guys able to hear me?
Yes, thank God. Infinitely better quality of sound. Are you back in the warehouse now?
No, I just put my headphones in.
Oh, okay.
I'm out perusing the town. At my
Okay.
leisure.
So what were you trying to tell us? That you had the hours of the pizza place wrong?
No, like you know how these family-owned places are. It's like they said they were open, but you go there and it's like they didn't have enough business, so they like shut.
Oh, fucking assholes.
Yeah, so I just went to there's a grocery store and I just went and bought some like nice organic cheese and some nice sauce, and I like made my own.
Okay.
Suedo. I wouldn't call it a pizza, but it's like a Suedo. It did the job. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Oh my God. That's awful. I'm so sorry. That's just so awful. That's so unsatisfying. But I guess it satisfied you enough, maybe.
Yeah, I'll survive.
okay.
I'll survive. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
But I just wanted to go over. So, sorry to interrupt Sammy, but he had to go either. Anyways, but
yeah.
When he was saying,
oh God, now they've knocked him off. There goes some of that regional stuff for you, Brendan. There you are.
You can hear me.
Now we can. Okay, start all over. Start all over.
Talk about work. Oh, I was saying like what Sammy was saying about the regional. Excuse me. About the workplace incident of you getting possessed. I was like, my joke was, imagine reporting that shit to OSHA. Occupational health and safety. Like,
Is that what you meant?
I wonder if they have an occult department. It's like.
Yeah, no, that's right. I thought you were talking about reporting to them about the quote unquote shellless turtles, the soft-shell turtles.
Oh yeah, that was a message I was trying to send when you were on with Peter, but it didn't send.
Interesting. And
what you were saying about those turtles?
Yeah.
Is those Don Webb types? They were saying, "Oh, look at these shellless turtles that the Chinese are slanging." But what they took advantage of people's ignorance that the Chinese the soup turtle, quote unquote, the ones they use for soup, are soft shell turtles. Yeah. And when they're juvenile, it looks like the shell is peeled off of them.
Okay.
But that's just how they naturally grow. So that's how they got the PETA folks like crying.
Okay. Oh my God.
But I liked what you brought up about it. And this is a vegetarian, like vegan, basically, veg person saying this. But I like what you brought up about it is they're crying about the turtles in Chinatown, which is like maybe like half a dozen a year or something. Something like that. Even Chinese people hardly eat anymore.
Yeah. But
then meanwhile, the Satanists can sacrifice goats, and then there's like millions of lambs, like baby lambs getting made into lamb chops, and but that's fine.
Yeah.
But the Chinese, eating some turtles is like, oh shit,
Oh yeah.
Where's the petition for all the other shit, right?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, they don't care about the cows dying in industrial cow schwitz and shit. Come on.
Yeah, literally. Literally, like the veal farming and all that. Yeah, it's like, you're right. It's just to make the Chinese look bad.
Yeah. Thank you. And yes, I mean.
And on top of that, if they've actually ever been to Chinatown, that like seeing a couple turtles in a box is way less jarring than the actual like aquarium thing that they obviously they've never been in there. Yes. I went to a Chinese supermarket the other day and they had like, I was like, oh, what are those, is that an aquarium? And they're like, no.
Yeah. That's food. Yeah, that's dinner.
Exactly. I was like, oh shit. It was all like algae filled tanks of like murky shit that I've never seen.
Yes.
In the depths of the ocean. I'm like, holy fuck.
Oh my God. What did some of the fish look like?
Oh, they're like unspeakable. Talk about Lovecraft.
Yeah, just Lovecraft shit.
Yeah. Like these like bearded catfish that like I've never even seen the likes of them, and like yeah, and there was like stuff in the Chinatown in Honolulu that was like, wow, like like I couldn't even describe it.
Oh my God,
it was like so shocking.
Oh my God,
like gooey ducks. Have you ever heard of a gooey duck and shit like that?
No, tell us about this.
You've never heard of a gooey duck?
I may have, but I probably blotted it out of my brain.
It's like this mollusk kind of creature that lives under the sand, and it has like this like literally there's no other way to explain it. There's like a shaft, like an appendage that sticks out of it that comes into to get air from the surface or whatever to feed.
Yeah.
When the tide comes in.
Yes.
But like when they're just by themselves, it looks like a giant dildo thing, and it's like this crazy looking sea creature that like apparently is edible.
Oh, you're talking about the sea penises.
Yeah, sea penis. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah. the
not a
sea
sea cucumber. Different.
Yeah, no, not the sea cucumbers. These are sea penises. They're pink. They're fucking pink, and they're like yes, and
They look obscene. They look
yeah,
obscene
and you
when
cut
they're
them
out
and blood comes out. You cut them and blood comes out. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's like cutting somebody's penis. Yeah. No, it's they're a delicacy. Yeah, they're a delicacy, and
Yeah, so I saw that shit and I was just like, oh god.
Yeah.
And they will like you'll see like them. They'll like chop its head off. Like no pun intended. Like they'll literally chop its head off in front of you and shit.
Yeah,
And I'm like, ooh.
Yeah. Yes. You squeal with pain just looking at
Right.
it.
I was like, oh my god, no. You know?
Yes. No, yeah, but they're very popular, especially in Korea, and I don't mind them myself. I truly
Like
adore.
I could see if it's like processed, you know, and like stir fried, okay, but like, but the whole process from start to finish, I couldn't even. Think about it.
Yeah, I know it's yeah, but you have a hard time with any animals anyway, right? Eating any animals? Have you eaten seafood, since you've become a vegan? Not at all, right?
No, I haven't eaten meat in like 6-7 years, but I mean, when I was eating meat, I would eat all kinds of shit.
Right.
Like we used to go to Chinatown and peruse, like really, like
like foodies, what you'd call food experiments. Yeah,
foodies, yeah,
yeah, and
like bizarre eats type people.
Yeah. I mean, I used to be like that. I mean, I still.
Like, I've eaten like pig's feet and chickens, all the shit that white people would be like, oh god.
Yeah, that's right. They wouldn't eat that. That's right. I mean,
guinea pig, various meats like that.
Yeah, yes. I get it.
Cuy. It's called cuy in South America.
Yeah. That's and of course I'm just a big fan of all kinds of food experimentation. I really gotta be careful because I don't want to catch anything. I mean, ever since COVID, I've become very leery about the different type of animals. Yeah, and who could blame anyone from being cautious after that? It was the wet markets, of course, is where COVID erupted.
I'm pretty sure the bat soup was like a myth, but like the pangolin's real. They eat that shit.
Yeah. The pangolin, yes. No, the bat soup is not necessarily a myth, but it's extraordinarily rare. It's a delicacy, and not so. I mean, there's videos on this where they investigate these things. Like, is this real? I'm sure you'll run across them at some point. You do so much food investigation, and what else comes to mind?
But the way they were portraying it in the COVID time was like it was like, like a caricature of a bat like in a bowl of soup.
Yeah. I mean,
No, they like process it.
Yeah.
You wouldn't even know what it was.
Yeah. The Americans, it's just awful. I mean, the way they were portraying it,
like a vampire bat in like a little like clear broth.
Yes.
That's not what happens.
Yeah, fur and all and shit. Like people be chewing on the fur. I know. It's like,
the mystery meat thing in Asia is real. Like I saw something about, was it maybe the Philippines or something, where they like go to restaurants and they collect all the bones and stuff, and they like scrape all the bones.
Yeah.
And then they boil it into like a new soup. Like it's just a soup. It's just for poor people.
Yeah.
And it's like it's just mystery meat, and there's no problem. Like that's how they survive.
Yeah. No. It's life is different. Life is different in other parts of the world. And it's just in fact it was like that who was that guy Zimmer or something? He was a big fat bald
the Jew
Jewish guy. He was going around
and, what was his name? Zimmerman,
something like that. Yeah, and he was going all over
the bizarre eats guy basically.
That was it. Yes, he was a foodie, and he just would go to these different places, but he said there was a few cases where he just had to say no. He just couldn't. And one of them was, he said it was in India, and somebody prepared some food and then put some water on the food. What was that?
It was a conch shell.
Conch shell? Was it? Okay, I don't know what it was. It was like, he said they were preparing some food for him in India, and then they got water from this sink. What was it? No, a tap. What was just what do you call it? Like a tap in the wall or something. And it was like brownish, looked like sewage. And when they put that on top of it, he said, oh, no, I can't have it. No. Yeah, it was like, but that was was that it, Brandon? Are we talking about the same episode there, Brandon? Let me know.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, okay. You remember this? You saw it?
Yeah, I used to watch that all
Different-
the time. We would get stoned and watch that shit.
Yeah. What the fuck is Brandon doing? It's like, is he waking up and falling back to sleep, or it's kind of like he breaks in, he makes a noise.
No.
Oh, there he is.
No.
Yeah.
It was a different show, and so he went to, I think it was Polynesia, and he tried, I think it was called the skunk fruit,
Uh-huh.
and it was this weird, it was like a pineapple in a field, but it was very porcupine-y, and he had to cut it, and then it was called like a skunk fruit, I believe.
You mean like a durian? A durian, right?
Oh, I don't know, but he said he couldn't, and that was the one food.
It was durian. It was durian.
Was it?
Yeah, the durian.
You stopped at durian? What?
Yeah, he stopped at durian. He couldn't have it. He couldn't eat it.
Eek.
Yeah. I admit it'd probably be too much for me either. How did you find it?
And Andrew Zimmerman is his name.
Andrew
Yeah.
Zimmerman, thank you. So Brendan, how did you find the durian to taste? What's it like to you? Describe it to us.
Oh, the durian. Okay, so the durian.
I mean, you got chased out of some guy's home because of a durian, right?
Oh yeah, I got no. Not only that, I got like whisked out of the bus too, because there's a lot of Japanese people that live in Hawaii, and like the old lady on the bus basically said like, you got to get off on the next stop, like this is not acceptable. And because I had a durian, like it was like ripening in my bag because I've been walking around all day, and it was like tropical, so it's like it's like ripening as I'm walking.
Yes.
And the people on the bus were like, "Nah, man, like you gotta go," basically. And then I went to the hotel, or like where I was staying, the place I was staying, and they said, "Get the fuck out now with it." And they like barely let me grab a knife so I can go eat it. They're like, "Get out!" Like I literally like the door slammed in my face. It was just like, "Get the fuck out!"
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And but I had to contact. So there's a lady there that I made friends with. Her name was Jessica. She owns this like smoothie shop,
Uh-huh.
and she's like Vietnamese. And I said, whatever you got to do, just get me a durian. Get me the best durian you can get. And she's like, okay. I go in the next day, and she like pulls it out from under the counter and just like produce. And she said it was flown in from the Big Island today. And she said this is like the freshest one you're ever gonna get outside of like Thailand or something.
Right.
And so I paid her whatever, we got what we needed, and then the people I was with at the time, they literally kicked me off in the middle of Chinatown. Like I was like, we were like passing Chinatown, and they were like, I had to stick the durian out of the car while I was driving because it smelled so bad, quote unquote smelled so bad. I think it smells good, but apparently other people don't. Like, it definitely has this kind of like, I don't know, like this pungent, it's like cheesy, like kind of putrefaction. There's like many kind of notes, like, but it also has like pineapple mango notes. It's a very unique, like you can only get it with that one fruit. It's, like, durian is very unique, but they were like not having it. So I got kicked out of the first car. In the middle of Chinatown, they just like booted me out, and it was like over an hour, 2-hour walk back to the place. So I was like, fuck this, I'm gonna get on the bus. And I get on the bus, and like immediately they were like, nope, get off on the next stop. And it was the Japanese, like for sure. They were like, no, like the Japanese tourists and stuff. They were like, nope. Like pretty much, like I got kicked out. And then so I was walking, walked, made it back to the place where I was staying, and they literally shut the door in my face. They said, don't fucking bring that in here. And I barely got them to like give me a knife to go cut it. I was like, at least let me get something to open it and all that. And they were like, here, like whatever, but don't come back till it's gone. And then later on, they were like upset that I threw it in the dumpster at the condo or whatever. And they were saying, we're gonna get fined. We're gonna fucking get fined for that shit. And I'm like, no, you're not. Like, there's no way. Like, how could they figure out who it was?
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
But to their, it was so pungent that it did kind of like, the whole trash room was like musty after that.
Wow.
So to her credit, she got me the best durian, like probably on earth. It was grown on the Big Island, and like really, but like it was good. It was like this fruity kind of custardy. like it's very rich. It's almost like eating like a custard, like a dessert.
Uh-huh.
But it has all these notes, these like very unique notes of like different flavors and textures come in. But it's very like, I ate the whole thing by myself, like, and there were people like walking by, like especially Asian people. They were saying, "Oh wow, you know, like you're eating a durian." They were like so happy. They were like cheering me on.
Wow.
There was like a rowing team, and they were like, "Whoa, this dude's got like a durian. He's just eating it." Because I had to go by the canal and eat it by myself, basically.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And
Mhm.
then when I reported back to the people in the place I was staying, they were like, "No one fucking said anything to you. You're a fucking liar. You know, like no one was cheering you on. Like you watched the whole thing, you fucking loser," and all this shit. And I'm like, "No, I swear, like people were like coming by and like cheering me on."
Wow.
You know.
Oh my God.
And but it was just such a, like, I felt like I conquered some adversity. I was like, yeah, fuck these people, like fuck everybody. I ate my durian. You know, I did what I wanted to do. It was a good experience. I liked it. You know, so fuck everyone else. That's how it ended.
So
up.
is it sweet?
Oh yeah. It's very sweet.
Okay.
It's like the mix between like yeah. It's like mixed between like a pineapple. Yeah, it's like a mix between like a pineapple, a mango, and like a soursop like texture. But it has like this, like it's almost like a rich custard. That's the way it tastes. But then there's like this, but then you just get hit by the aroma of it,
which is like shit.
It's like a pungent, like almost like a putrefying flesh kind of flavor with like a skunky note. Like it's really, really weird. I mean, it's really strange, but it's oddly satisfying. Like it has this, it's a delicacy for a reason in Southeast Asia, you know, but it's very odd. And what was interesting about it is the actual chi of it, the actual chakra you get from it is very like, it actually like boosts your mental state. It has like these other things that come on when you eat it. So that's where like the Japanese get the idea of like the devil fruit. You know, that's where like Oda gets this idea, like, because tropical fruits, like real tropical fruits, can give you like power ups. Like it's very weird to say, but you know, it sounds crazy, but in practice, like when you actually do it, like you do feel like different. And I felt like powered up for the rest of the trip. Like my vision was clearer. Like I was much more like, you're much more happy and like elated. You have like this kind of happy feeling.
Wow.
After eating it. Yeah, so it's a unique experience. I recommend it. But 99% of people can't stomach it. Like only like really only like Vietnamese and Thai people like it, and some Chinese, like very, you know, like southern China. Like people that are used to like very pungent flavors. Right. But pretty much everyone else, like Japanese people, like northern Chinese, Indians, like no one will touch it. Like it's actually banned. Like in Singapore, it's completely banned. Wow. Like you can't bring it to hotels, you can't eat it outside. You have to like go in your house and like shut your doors and shit to eat it. Like
That's incredible. That's incredible.
Maybe I can send a photo of it in the chat here.
Yeah. Oh, well, there's a photo that was placed in there, I think, by Sid. What do you think of that photo? Does that do it justice, or?
Is it?
Yeah,
it's that's a durian. Yeah.
Okay.
So Zemern couldn't handle a durian, but he's like eating like deer testicles and shit.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's yeah.
I don't want to get into any slurs, but
Nemo says, I would give it a try if only they sold it in local stores in his area. Well, Australia, there must be some place they sell a durian in Australia, isn't there?
You can get them frozen, but they're very expensive. They're like so not worth like if you're just an average consumer, like paying for it is just not in the cards. Like I literally had to save up for like 6 months to go to whatever, you know, to go to Hawaii to even buy one. Like I spent all my money on fruit, but that was like something I had to like consciously save for and take money to do. But like an average durian is like $50 to $60 for a good one.
Yeah. Wow. Wow, that's incredible. I mean, and
it has about like 5 or 6 edible pieces in it. So you're paying like, it's like, might as well be gold.
Yes. Oh my
Brendan,
God.
Have you ever come across anybody eating those giant crabs, the coconut crabs?
Coconut crab. I mean, they're not really edible.
They're not?
Coconut crabs? No.
Videos of them.
I mean, they are. I mean, if you're desperate, but they're not like culinary crabs. From what I've heard,
Interesting.
like they're not like really edible.
Okay.
They're also dangerous.
I mean, that's the opposite of what I heard. And then I heard that they were possibly toxic because of some of the birds that they eat. But there at least there used to be a video of a couple of guys preparing a big giant coconut crab, and
from my understanding, what their concern was that the coconut crabs on I think the only big reserve of them is on Diego Garcia, and they had completely, for those who don't know, Diego Garcia is this island in the middle of the Indian Ocean, and America occupies it, but they lease it from Great Britain, and it's called British Indian Ocean Territory. That was the name for it, BIOT. And the British completely depopulated the island by taking all of the black natives off the island and shipping them onto either Africa or Madagascar, so it was total ethnic cleansing. Then tried to claim that population of blacks never existed. But one of the things the British claim is that if they let the blacks back on the island, the blacks will just eat all of the coconut crabs. Then the coconut crabs will go extinct. So that's one of the things they claim. It's not hard to believe. I mean, the way they were describing it, they didn't go into the potential for toxicity based on what the coconut crabs are eating, but they were saying.
I'll tell you why they say it's toxic, because they want to deter people from eating it.
There we are.
Here's the real reason. It's known as a potent aphrodisiac. There you go. So of course, anything that's an aphrodisiac is going to get wiped out rather quickly.
Yes, completely. That's thank you.
That's why they don't want people knowing about it.
Yes, thank you. That makes sense.
It would get sold in like Chinese medicine's very big on those. So like tiger bones and stuff. Like tigers went extinct because a lot of the Chinese medicine practitioners were literally killing tigers to like grind up the bones.
Yes.
To get boners. No.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, true. And rhinoceros horns to get boners. Right. Yes, just all just so horrible. Tragic beyond belief. Go on.
About Amelia Earhart and the coconut crabs. Right?
Okay, tell us about Amelia Earhart and the coconut crabs, Sid.
Okay, well, that's how she died.
Or that's like a theory, but yeah. I mean,
well, it's a pretty good theory from what
that's my favorite Lovecraftian story. Amelia Earhart and the coconut crab.
She got fed up coconut crabs.
Me and Peter Moon are working on a book called that. And,
go on, Sid. Come on, go on with it. So, come on, go on with it, Sid.
You gotta be like it just haunted my dreams. There's some evil person must have like a tank of coconut crabs, like a James Bond villain, feed people to them or something.
What happened with her and the crabs?
Well, they ate her. Well, she was stranded on the island, and they come out at night. And I mean, just imagine
They're big. They're pretty big.
Yeah, but they're big, but they're not. They're
not fast. You
can numbers.
Smash them.
Numbers.
I find
for someone of her caliber, she could have definitely just ate them.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I don't think she would be like.
Yeah, it just would have been. It would have been just like delivery. It's like Uber delivery of food. That's what it would be like if they came out and crawled all over her. It would have been Uber delivery of food. Actually, to tell you the truth,
anytime she went to sleep,
Uber delivery.
Yeah.
It would have warned her anytime she fell asleep.
I
She had an airplane to crash in. I mean, right?
Yeah,
Theoretically.
that's
Well,
right.
listen, we played
Yeah.
football with my
They
all my
climb.
black friends. I'm 75 years old. And when I met these guys they showed up and they played touch football with me. And I was out there, and all these guys were there, and I looked at one of them, and they said to me, you know, Peter, you're in great shape. And I said, thank you. And so that's what I did. And then I played touch football with them, and I had 3 interceptions. Now, 3 of those interceptions were at the yard line. And so,
What does this have to do with coconuts?
and COVID, this has a lot. Yeah.
Go on, Brandon. I don't know
this is
why, but
Peter
it's kind of
Moon
like
talking.
it's kind of like, go on. I just want to see how far this goes.
No, this is Peter Moon. Imagine this is Peter Moon talking.
I
about
get
his
that. Yeah, go on. Yeah. You
So,
said
I
that.
looked
Yeah, go on.
It's me. I'm 7 years old.
Yeah.
By the way.
Yeah.
And we had a delightful dinner that night.
Uh-huh.
It was me and my friend Susie, who's from the Montauk Bowling Ball League, and we met up and we played football for a couple hours, and then we went out and had a great dinner. And I ended up getting the tip. I don't know if anybody knows this, but I remember getting the tip. And so anyway, but back to you guys.
The tip of what?
Just the tip.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, are you working tomorrow, Brandon? Brandon, are you working tomorrow?
Which one?
Are you working tomorrow?
Yes, sir. Yes,
What-
sir.
Oh my God! Aren't you up really late? Aren't you? Are you just skipping
Very-
sleep tonight?
Well,
Or-
very early. So.
So you're just skipping sleep completely tonight, or what? What's your objective?
Well, ever since becoming initiated to the OV, which I call the Order of the Vampire,
Yes.
I have been staying up at night rather than during the day.
Okay.
I sleep in a coffin at night, and I have to fill the dirt with, unfortunately, dirt from my homeland, where I was birthed, which is not that far away. So, luckily. So I'm there right now with my cell phone. There's nothing that says you can't have a cell phone on you. So.
Cool. Yeah. All right. So he's talking to us from inside the coffin, right, Brandon? Yes.
Yeah, it's a good time.
Yeah.
It's a little quiet. It's
Yeah.
a little dark. But here I am. So.
Yes. Well, we're glad to have you, and so thank you for sharing that. And Sammy hasn't come back, and Sid asked me a very interesting question about, of course, the Bachman book titled "The Long Walk." Now, Sid, you're asking this because you've heard me speak of this before, right? You must have.
I have, yeah. I remember you've spoken about Bachman, and I remember you talked about the stand and compared Donald Trump to Randall Flagg. And
Yeah, the Stephen King. Yeah.
I don't know if I did that, but
I was gonna say I don't remember
it
this
is for
one.
sure.
The Long Walk in Randall Flagg is amazing. Randall Flagg is sort of an archetype of Stephen King's Crimson King, which is interesting because the Crimson King, I think, comes from a Lovecraftian lore, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe it's some kind of.
Well, I think it's kind of like a play on The King in Yellow.
Yeah.
Yes, but go on. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And yes, continue by all means.
Oh, Acid. I think that you're talking about Stephen King, The Long Walk, and
Oh yeah, Stephen King.
yeah, that's great. Yeah, and why don't you tell the audience what Long Walk is all about?
Oh shit, Well, what made me think of it was when you guys were talking about the Hunger Games, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so in The Long Walk, as I remember, it's like a dystopian society, right? And a rite of passage for all boys. I can't remember if the girls are subjected to this too.
No.
But,
Okay, so I'll take it from here just so people understand what happened. Now, I've spoken of this several times in the past, but this was in the old days. I haven't spoken of this for years and years and years. But so you must be reviewing really old stuff.
no, I wanted to ask you about it since you mentioned it.
You mean like years and years and years ago? I mean, Brendan, you've been listening for a while. You know I haven't brought this up in a long while, right? Yeah.
I've never heard this. Yeah, that's true.
This is like stuff like when you go back in the Revolution Radio.
Yeah, this is the Revolution Radio days.
Like 10 years.
This is like no.
It's true.
Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah. This is like I think basically, like I said, Sid's been subject to stuff. Sid's been, as I said, subject to satanic ritual abuse, and this was, I would say, part of his programming. So they had him review all the old Revolution Radio stuff, because he comes up with details that are literally decades out in the past. And
yes, no, we're not saying it's bad, Sid, but this is like it just is. Like
it just is.
It's one of these blessings and curses.
Yeah. Yeah,
that we all have.
But you have talked about it, right?
What's that, Sid?
You have talked about these books, though, right, Douglas?
That's right.
No, but we thought about them.
Yeah, that's right. Well, what happened was I spoke of them, but it was decades ago. I mean, literally, like over 10 years ago. I mean, it's so literally, Brendan has not heard me speak of these books. And Brandon Young may have heard me speak of these books like some time back in 2012 when he started trying to seek me out. But the fact that you know about them is indicative of a somebody put you through some programming, some cascade memories, and that's okay. It's okay. What's that?
When do you think that would have happened, though, in the time frame?
Why don't you?
At least like 10 to 12 years.
Yeah.
It's stuff like this.
Let's
is
focus
stuff
on
that
the
we
story.
don't even have
Long
records for.
Yeah. It's
Randall Flagg, the archetype. The archetype of Randall Flagg is the Antichrist archetype, essentially.
Yeah.
But he makes appearances in Eyes of the Dragon, right? He's like an immortal force. He represents like a lower level. He's like Sauron to Morgoth. If you understand my meaning.
He's in the Dark Tower series.
He's in the Dark Tower series, but he's also in the Dragon. He's every evil whispering spirit that talks to you in the dead of night.
Okay.
Yeah, he's not Pennywise.
Well, is he? No, he's not exactly right.
Not no. But the Eye of the Dragon for sure. I love that one. And of course, The Stand.
The Stand, he's in there, and
Dark Tower.
The Stand is like an Old Testament Bible in a sense. I read.
Yeah.
And
sorry, go ahead. You like The Stand?
I love The Stand, and at the end, even the drawn-out version. At the end, there are 3 people who are crucified upside down, right?
I don't.
In Las Vegas, which is
Well, they're crucified. There's crucifixion. I mean, in the book, I don't remember if they're upside down.
There's a catastrophe,
but there's lots going on.
Oh yeah. Anyway,
then there's the mini series.
You know, you should. I'll give you everybody in the audience a really good hint. Is there's a very lesser known Stephen King miniseries that was turned into a TV miniseries, much like It or Thinner, which my father and I in Maine were staying at some fundraiser, and we looked out the window and there's some gypsy woman dancing, the camera, and that ended up being Thinner, the movie Thinner they were filming. But you should check out the movie The Storm of the Century with
I have all his stuff.
Oh, great. Look up
Storm of the Century.
Yeah. And that's probably the best, and even Stephen King says that's his favorite short story film that he.
Is it a short story that it's based on?
Kind of. Yeah.
Okay.
Novella.
That's one I've seen the the miniseries, but I haven't read the.
The miniseries is fantastic. It tells it all.
Oh God, the character, and I think
So my friend bought the little. You know how he has like that cane that's a wolf's head on it. I think Aquino carried something like that, but it was from Barnabas Collins of Dark Shadows.
Oh,
It's also something that's in that book I taught, the vampire book. Aquino used to carry around a cane that had a wolf's head on it, like Barnabas Collins from Dark Shadows. Which Dark Shadows is the longest running TV show of all time.
I've seen all of it.
Have you? I've never seen.
Oh,
I've
yeah.
seen like
I've watched it all.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
it's
it's
fucking
like it's not our
awesome.
show. I don't know where. I think that was his probably respiting.
Yeah. I mean, you guys got this going for a little while, so I might as well go grab a Coke, liquid
Yeah,
Coke.
I mean, if you
come
have
back.
do you not know who Barnabas Collins is?
Of course I do, and
okay.
obviously I was curious when I was young, but then I got over it simply because of the overwhelming amount of material that it would take to catch up with concerning the Dark Shadows. But Dark Shadows, of course, was brilliant in its own way, and did everything it could to integrate all kinds of different horror tropes. Even Adam, they brought in Frankenstein's monster essentially as Adam was kind of this character in there. The Wolfman had everybody but the Mummy, if I remember.
Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah, and so I mean, if you've seen it all, you'd be able to. How was Adam integrated? The
Well,
Frankenstein.
I watched it all the way through, but that was about going on 15 years ago.
Yeah, could
Really?
I get it. And you've done a lot of narcotics since then, so it's it'd be hard to reach.
You know, those actors. It was all filmed live, and like,
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah.
They'd show up in the morning and they'd memorize like a mountain of material.
Yeah.
Those were hardcore actors, and it's part of what's fun about watching the show is like the goofs or the bloopers, but and so at times, like for example, there'd be the shadow of the film equipment, on the wall that you could see, or like a door would fall down, or there'd be like effects and stuff and they would just keep rolling, and it was all live.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I know
Okay.
Douglas and I are more of a fan of Three Stooges.
Yeah. That's cute. So I'll grab that liquid Coke maybe, and then when I come back, decide whether or not I'm going to roll into monologue. Brendan, don't be afraid to join these gentlemen in their exploration of Dark Shadows.
Let's go get.
Like to hear.
Yes, or anything else that you feel you can contribute. He says.
I'm still here, but I have to retreat as well.
Okay.
Retreat to what?
Sleep.
Oh, okay.
Oh God.
You're on the West Coast. It's like
Brendan.
12.
Yeah.
All right,
Well, Brendan, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well.
Yes.
And honestly, I can't believe you would even think I would get angry at what you said. Now, of course, what exactly I was talking about. Actually, what you need to do is when it was the latest episode before tonight's, when I brought up the subject with Aristides and Sid. And it was like right after Peter Moon left, which is about 4 hours into the transmission. So about 4 hours into the transmission of the last episode before tonight's, when we're going into Roundtable, and just before I take a break, I talked to Aristides and Sid about what had happened and what had gone down. So review that, and I'd love your feedback on that, because that's when I talk about Amy Como and yourself and Aristides and Sid, and, went over...
I'll review it.
Yeah, okay, I look forward to your feedback on that.
And what I was saying the original time was actually to basically prove that your thumbnails are you. I was like, I know it's him because every time I mention something about it, he gets offended.
Oh no, I heard it. Normally, I would never have heard any of this, because normally I don't review what goes on when I do my lines. The only reason that it came about, but you'll hear this when I talk about it, is because the Blood Boys were laughing at it, and normally they're never exposed to the shows very much, but my son thought it was so funny. He thought it was so funny, just the awkwardness of everyone. Yeah, the awkwardness
pretty
of
bad.
interacting to the point where Amy was saying, "Is Douglas back yet?" And I mean, that was how bad it was. And but so when I listened to it, like I said, I didn't notice anything when I came back because after Peter Moon leaves, like I said, there's usually a drop in numbers simply because people need to work the next day. And I didn't notice any significant drop, nothing more than usual, so I didn't even give it a thought. But when my son brought it to my attention, I reviewed it. I said, I can't believe we had any listeners left. And it was when I was kind of making, I did my satirical act where I pretended I was each one of you and gave you all lines that you didn't really say. That's the punchline for that whole thing. But I think that, what was it that I wanted to bring up about that was also amusing. It was also amusing was, at any rate, we'll talk about it privately. There's all a bunch of stuff that's been going down, and but definitely, stay safe and be well, and hopefully you and I will get an opportunity to speak soon, privately, just for the fun of it, and we'll catch up. And I'm going to go mute myself, and
in my defense,
yeah.
I guess have to throw it out there.
Yeah.
In my defense, the last transmission, I was definitely sleep deprived. And,
Yeah, hey Brendan, if you need
I had
to
no
reach out
function.
to anybody, you can reach out to me.
Wonderful.
That's
No,
not
I
a joke.
appreciate that. I appreciate that actually a lot.
Yeah.
Brandon.
No, I really do.
Yeah, thank you, Brendan and Brandon and Brendan. Yeah, just for all our listeners, for anyone who doubts what Brendan and I are saying about the thumbnails, just give it an experiment where you start publishing my thumbnails on Facebook, and you're gonna get zapped. You're gonna get zapped because they have facial recognition technology on Facebook, and you're gonna get basically banned for at least a period of time. They're gonna say like,
and if you go to those places where they were shown, the quote unquote Eugene Fay and all these other people, they all have Instagrams.
Yeah,
you're the only one who's not allowed to have it.
Yeah,
obviously the facial recognition works.
Yes, thank you.
Because all the other profiles they were bringing up, like Lena Shea and Miguel and all these people, they all have extant profiles that have never gotten taken down. And they're the ones, and those profiles are the actual plagiarists that are just swooping from everyone. So, yeah.
By the way, Brendan's he's not saying something to be facetious here. These are all like community pages. They're just basically community pages where it's a group name. It's like a house name, like a pen name for various authors who use a similar pen name to create a series of stories. And a lot of Asia works that way, and but you'll notice that you'll see the faces again and again, then you'll see different faces, but they're all exchanging the names, and then also the nationalities keep changing because they'll keep identifying this as Singaporean, Korean, Chinese.
One was Thai, one was Malaysian.
And then they'll switch the nationalities around. Then they'll switch all the nationalities around repeatedly. But
the funny part is what are you trolling like the Taiwanese web the Thailand Thai deep cuts for like someone to swoop from? I mean, the whole premise is whacked.
Thank you, but like I said, the part that made it so bizarre was that I said before Lena Shea was fucking a Chinese guy at the time. She was married. She was married to a Chinese guy at the time, and she still couldn't tell all these Asians apart.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
That was so crazy. What are you gonna do? It's but they're Edomites, right? They're all nuts, and So again,
they basically just got that shtick from RKC and just went with it.
They reiterated it verbatim.
Yeah. But they didn't even do the research themselves, supposedly.
Yeah.
They were, trying to debunk. But
right. But what made it so crazy was that Lena Shea was calling people up, literally calling people up, emailing them, just, doing this like this was her job. And like she was running
she was like CCing me to emails that she sent you. This is what I told Douglas, and then this is what I'm trying to tell you. And I'm like, what the? Who has time for this?
Yes.
Supposedly you have children and shit, but you have time to do this.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, she wasn't taking care of the kids. That's for sure. That's why the husband kicked her out. Yeah. Yeah. Especially when the police showed up. Yeah, when the police showed up at his mother's house. Yeah, that's when he said it's over. Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
wow.
oh my God! That was such a this was all and it all started around the time that Mr. Moon said it's JMO or me, and then once we kicked JMO off per Peter
Yeah.
Moon's demand, then they all said, "Oh, I'm joining the enemy." And remember, Peter Moon kept saying, "I'm going to join the enemy too." Remember, he kept saying that.
Yeah.
Who said that?
Peter
Peter.
Moon. He
He
kept
said,
So
saying.
basically, yeah,
Must have
yeah, he did
missed
say
that
that. Peter said
episode. I don't remember so
Yeah.
I remember JMO,
Yeah.
but can you tell the story of how things came to a head with him and
"Oh my God."
We
Peter
don't need to
Moon?
relive that
Yeah,
right now. Yeah, I'm gonna do
That's
my
a long
lines and
story.
just grab myself a liquid Coke. I'll be back. You guys have got this. You're talking about the Scarlet King and the Stephen King's
Crim-
version. I'm sorry, Brendan. You said so.
Crimson.
Crimson King, there we are. Crimson King. And basically, what you can do is kind of an analysis of Stephen King's God. Or maybe I should just grab that Coke, come back, and do the monologue. But, while I'm gone, do that. An analysis of what is Stephen King's God? What is,
Wow.
God in Stephen King's cosmology?
the beam and
All right,
everything
you guys
that
go.
Hemingford Home represents. That God.
Okay.
That's the.
Well,
I
I'll go
love it.
mute while you guys discuss this and continue
love
what you're
that.
saying about Dark Shadows and all the rest of it. I'll be back.
Beautiful. Thank you, Douglas.
Thank you, Douglas.
Go ahead, Sid. What were you saying? The God to Stephen King is what?
The force
Yeah.
with the proposed Randall flag. The force, everything that Hemingford Home and Mother Abigail represent.
Oh, that's beautiful. I love that. Mother Abigail. Who is Mother Abigail for people that don't know?
She is an old Black woman who is like a healer and a miracle worker, and in the stand after most of the population's wiped out.
Yep.
Through dreams.
Yes.
Some of the people
Very good.
called out to Las Vegas to align themselves with Randall Flagg, who's running like a misery machine out there in Las Vegas, and it's like Trumpsville. It's like
it's like hell. Yeah.
It's like he's
Hell on earth.
he's crucifying drug people like that Philippine dictator that
the tyranny. It's the Roman Empire. Yeah, go for it. Yeah. Keep going.
Yeah, all that. So he's got this horrible freako dystopia going in Las Vegas, and then the rest of humanity is called towards a place which I think it's completely fictional. Hemingford Home.
Where is it? And where is Mother Abigail's house? It's in Kansas, or where is it?
Because could it be? I don't remember.
Like that farmhouse.
Is it Kansas? Could be.
I don't know, but isn't it a farm?
And she's got a little house like on the
blind.
edge.
Is she blind or?
She's not blind.
Okay.
No, she's elderly, but she is able to. She's kind of like Jesus. She does
right.
She has infinite food that she produces out of this tiny kitchen, and she's, you know what I mean, right?
No, it's hospitality. She gives infinite hospitality. She's like a magical, but I believe people have dreams of her before even, right? Like the Gary Sinise character, I forget his name. And then
every morning he's
like I'm dreaming about this woman out there, and we just got to go. And so they have this faith, because what happens? Why? What can you tell the audience what precipitates this whole thing happening? Like, what happens?
Which the whole thing? You mean which part? The virus, or?
Yes, a virus. So
So it all starts with something called Captain Trips, which is a souped up version of the flu, which leaks from a military lab.
Yep.
Yeah. And spreads across the country. And I was just thinking they don't. I wonder what was really going on like in other parts of the world.
Oh, you don't
I mean,
know? Yeah.
It really is just kind of a story of what happens around America.
Yeah, good.
But I wonder because like Randall Flagg takes different forms, so I imagine like
Right.
this something similar could have been playing out.
Okay, so Randall Flagg takes up shop in Las Vegas, but before that, he goes around and what happens?
Shit, before he goes
picks
to
up a woman, right?
He's been stalking this woman in the book forever. Yeah. He's had her
I think
on
he's
radar.
Doesn't he? Look at your game, girl. Look at your game, or something like that. And like he seduces.
He may, yeah. That's Charles Manson song. That "Look at Your Game, Girl."
Yeah.
But as in the series, there's the song. I don't remember that song
like a
being
50s doo-wop,
but there's a song called "Baby Can You Dig Your Man."
That's it. Thank you. You got it. Yeah.
By the character who's the musician whose mom dies, and he has the dreams that call him out to Hemingford home.
You got it. That's it. Yep.
And I forget, what does that group call themselves? Do they have it? They end up with a name for the?
I forget.
Maybe not.
But anyway, let's go ahead. So he ends up in Las Vegas with a Scarlet Woman, the sort of woman he vampire. Yeah.
Okay, so the woman, you want me to tell about?
Yeah, please. Go ahead. You're great. Yeah, go ahead. You're great.
Okay. So the woman, he's had his eye on her since she was a child, and that is revealed in the book, but not the mini-series that Randall Flagg communicates with her as a young woman, I think in like college or maybe high school.
Yep.
Through a Ouija board.
Yep.
And declares, that his intentions to make her his bride.
That's right.
Basically. So she lives with that her whole life. And she appears later in the story after the super flu, or Captain Trips is the other name for it, Captain Trips, which incidentally is the nickname for, I think it was one of these big characters in the early LSD mass production scene.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, he's in that book that I've mentioned. He was like known as the Johnny Appleseed of LSD or something.
Really?
Yeah, there was one of those big players early on.
Ken Casey,
named Captain Tripp.
Captain Tripp and Ken Casey, and interesting. Okay, keep going. Yeah.
And so after she shows up, later in the story after Captain Trips has wiped out most of the population.
Mm-hmm.
And she meets with the musician character whose name I don't remember right now, but maybe it'll come to me. But they team up for a time, and he helps her get out of, they end up helping each other get out of New York.
Mm-hmm.
And along the way, what happens is he's being called towards Hemingford home, and she's being called, of course, out to Las Vegas.
Yeah.
So once she gets out there, she's kind of hypnotized. She's kind of thinking like maybe this is her destiny. She's kind of like under the spell until she meets him, like for real. And then he's
almost
nothing.
Like Bram Stoker vampire.
Okay, you know what? I haven't read the book.
You haven't yet read Bram Stoker yet?
No, I've probably listened to the audio like on the way.
Let's talk later. Continue, please. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, as soon as and she has maintained her virginity.
Right.
So all her life. So she, because she knows she's supposed to be with him. And she goes insane.
Yeah.
He just proceeds to rape her into insanity. And she ultimately, as things are unraveling for him, and it reminds me that of the Gnostic sabotage thing, that they said that when just at the moment when all the evil forces seem like they're going to overcome, thrive and devour, like they'll unravel based on their own insanities.
Right.
Yeah. And that's like what happens with Randall Flagg. So like
true.
Yeah, so the pregnant bride having been raped into insanity and her hair turned gray.
Yep.
She commits suicide, throws herself off a balcony.
Yep.
And in the suite in the big tower in Las Vegas.
Yep.
Yep. And
good.
Yeah, I remember.
There's a lot of stuff that happens in between all
Of course, yeah. I mean, well, she's got.
So what goes on Mother Abigail's side?
Well, okay, like, so the bride goes with the musician guy first to Mother Abigail.
Right.
And they spend some time there. But Mother Abigail can sense there's something off with her.
That's right.
And there's like, bad vibes between them. And she's being like called away. And the musician guy is like trying to convince her to stay. And meantime, she's carrying on like a sexual type of relationship with a weird psycho guy who's kind of like a school shooter type personality or something.
Yes.
Forget again the names, I don't remember, but he ends up building a bomb.
Yep.
And
yes. All right, keep going. Sorry.
But the whole sexual deal is they do everything short of.
He plays an important part, doesn't he?
What's that?
The guy with the bomb. Doesn't he play an important part at the end?
No.
Yeah, he does.
No.
What happened again with the?
No, there's no. Okay, there's two characters.
Something go off.
There's the dude who builds the bomb.
Yeah.
At the town hall for Mother Abigail's group.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah.
And then there's another character,
that's
the man.
You're right. Okay.
Who is a pyromaniac.
Yes.
He's got his own story, and it's all
what does he do at the end? No one understands. Like even Randall Flagg doesn't expect it. It's like Tolkien's catastrophe in a way.
Right. Like, so at the end, he shows up with.
But no one expects him. Like even Randall Flagg thinks he's.
Yeah,
dead.
they've done everything they could do to get rid of him at that point, or.
He's like a hobbit.
Yeah, I mean, I think I can't remember. Like in the book or the series, Randall Flagg had asked them ultimately, I think, to execute him.
What does he say?
Some point?
Hey, everybody, it's the end. What does he say? He's like,
shit. What kind of stuff does he say?
He sings
boom de boom de boom.
Yeah, some kind of
stuff
song.
like that,
Yeah.
And he goes across the country, and he's blowing shit up, and he shows up at the final moment.
Rub, here comes the rub, or something. It's like he's like, no, don't like that.
That's the Rat Man.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay, I have returned. How are you guys doing? Tad Ricketts says, very interesting chat. Numbers are maintaining. I'm proud of you both. Continue, kind of wrap up your thoughts here. Take your time doing it, and then I'll go into monologue. But take your time to wrap your thoughts up.
Welcome back, and
thank you.
Let's wrap it up here. Mr. Sid.
I mean, no need to hurry yourselves. I mean,
No, of course.
But
Would you-
we're talking
do
about.
you want to
Aaron.
catch Douglas up? Talking about real quick, just
yeah, sure.
Yeah, we just been talking about the story and the characters in The Stand.
Mm-hmm.
the stand.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember. Ratman was not the explosives man, was he?
Whoa,
No,
you know
that
what?
was the Trash Can Man.
Sure.
Ratman was a character,
Right.
and then Rub-a-Dub-Dub. I don't know the guy. The way you did the voice, I'm picturing a different character. I mean, but I think
No,
that
I messed that up. I forget what he's Trash Can Man says.
Trash Can Man says things like that, but I can't remember them right now. But I mean, no, it says like the big fire for you, the big
Something
fire
like that.
for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I brought you the big fire. Go on.
I brought you
please.
the big,
You got
I
it.
brought you the big fire, and he's like all melted from the radiation at that point, right?
Yes.
And it says they're about to dismember the musician character and at least one or maybe a couple other of the Mother Abigail team. Trash Can Man shows up with the bomb.
Yeah.
And the hand of God, basically,
Yes.
it appears to be the hand of God reaches down and like activates the bomb.
Right, and you're talking about the first miniseries in which Stephen King himself appeared. Briefly, a
yes.
cameo. A cameo.
Yes,
right?
Yeah, the original.
Talk about
But
the
the
book.
second was a fucking just abortion, is what it was. It's a joke.
Interesting. Interesting. So you prefer the original cinematic adaptation to the reboot?
Oh, the reboot's a piece of shit, Douglas.
Interesting.
I haven't seen
Interesting.
it. Yeah, I heard
Interesting.
it. And
Yeah,
for her.
I haven't
Absolutely
seen it
piece of shit.
either. I haven't seen it either. Why?
God.
Tell us why. Tell us why.
Oh, it's just soulless, like most of his stuff. Like I think the last really good adaptation was The Mist in 2007,
Okay.
Yeah.
and I mean
That
there
was
must have
great.
been just a couple of. You like that one?
Yeah, I liked Dr. Sleep too, even though I thought it was an homage to Kubrick.
Mm.
The Shining way too much. Like I thought it was like a cover version of The Shining almost.
Have you ever seen the documentary
230.
Yeah.
Yeah, of
Room
course.
237?
With Jay Widener, Douglas Dietrich.
Okay.
And
Yeah, Jay Widener, R.J. Widener. Yeah, the guy who ripped me off for a meal over at the airport. Yeah, that Jay Widener. Yeah.
Widener, yeah.
Oh shit! That reminds me, Douglas.
Yeah.
What was the deal with the Nightmares and Dreamscape story about the? Didn't your address appear in the miniseries?
No way.
About the action figures that come
Yes,
to life.
yes. It was a play on my address because I was the consultant, and so you actually see it in there. There's a play on 1242 Green Street and a play on. It's either a play on that or the Chinatown. I have to look at it again just to see the address and remember what we did a play on. But it was an address that was like a transposition of my street address or the Chinatown address that I was referencing at the time. I'd have to look at it. I'm sure I could find it without too much trouble, or somebody could find me a link of some place where I could see it.
Probably find that episode.
Yeah,
I'll take it.
and then but you see it in the package where that of course was just so people know. I was consultant to that episode. Again, very impressed by Acid Kick knowing this, because this is stuff like I talked about years and years ago, literally a decade ago, and haven't brought up for 10 years. So for a while there was a few things that I was consulting with because my parents were dying and I was caring for them. And it was the only way to really bring some income in for myself. And that was to do some consultations with a number of films. And I can go into this cinema what we could call there's a word for it, a cinema bibliography kind of films that I consulted on. I was always anonymous, of course. But once you see them, it becomes quite evident that I was consulted because they all have a similar theme. Of course, there were some that people thought I was consulted for, which I was not. And one of them was, of course, Cabin in the Woods. I keep getting asked if I was a consultant for Cabin in the Woods. And I said, no. The funny thing was, when I brought up Cabin in the Woods, that idiot, Jambo the Reese Monkey, Jameson Reese, looked up Cabin in the Woods and, of course, found a completely different film with the exact same title. And couldn't understand what the hell people were talking about, because he wasn't watching the Hedon film, WHEDON.
Douglas, you're about the one with it's heavy on the CGI and it is about the ritual sacrifice.
That's right. Everybody was asking me if I was consultant. What was that, Brandon? Yeah.
Yeah, Josh Whedon, and I think is his name, and he did Buffy the Fire Slayer.
That's right. And he turned out to be a raging misogynist and
for sure.
Yeah, and just a complete total asshole.
Did the Avengers as well movie.
Yeah.
Gave away.
Yeah.
And he's one of the more, unfortunately, respected writers.
Well, I think that's kind of taken a dive now, since a lot of women have taken up arms against him in terms of...
Well, I don't know if it's stuck. In Hollywood, it's a different story. Like, people have short-term memories,
No, I hear you. I mean, go on. I'm sorry?
And his family, his mother and father are screenwriters or something like that, too.
Oh, yeah, so it's dynastic. It's dynastic.
He's a Nepo baby, essentially. He's one of these Nepo babies.
Yeah.
And so I think he'll be around. But he did do that Cabin in the Woods, which essentially like a trope in storytelling. So.
Yes, yeah.
And it's all about a secret, deep, a deep state. They're all managing all these monsters.
Well, basically, he ripped off everything I've ever said. He just took everything I said and he put it into a film. That's all he did. And for those of you who think that's an indulgent or something, anybody who's listened to what I've said over the past 10, 15 years knows exactly what I'm talking about.
It's the same as The Long Walk.
What's that?
It's the same as The Long Walk and The Hunger Games. A similar kind of mindfuck, right?
Yeah. Well, with, we can go into The Long Walk another time. The Hunger Games, of course, I'm not quite sure how... The Hunger Games was basically a woman whose father was in the military, but I support what she did. I mean, she definitely did what needed to be done in the Hunger Games. I'm talking about the authoress who wrote the series of books. But at any rate, what were we talking about there for a while? There was kind of a thread of thought that we had going there momentarily, which was the Stephen King. You brought up The Mist, and I'm sorry?
Joss Whedon.
Well, there was that, but we don't want to continue with him right now. When it comes to the because that brings up a lot of unpleasant memories that are just kind of sad. Lena Shea / Lena Crane.
Your address, the story, the toys.
Yes, you found it. You found it. You found the scene?
Oh no! I was just trying to find our train of thought.
Okay, tell you what, I'll just start monologuing. Let's do that. Okay. So thank you, everyone. Please stay here, and of course, as we said, Sid, go ahead and just continue to put up. This is how I would handle it. Is basically if you feel that you run across a link that might be relevant or something. Try to limit yourself. Let's put it this way. Just every half hour on the half hour, just go ahead and stick a link in there about, of course, my PayPal links, all that stuff. You don't need to overdo it. Probably, I don't know how often you've been doing it, but I think about every half hour is fine. And then maybe in between that, maybe one link you might think is relevant. We don't need to go beyond that during that half hour period. really, because the biggest concern is breaking up continuity of the thread. Now, granted, the later it gets, the less people participate in the thread, but then they come back more towards the end of the show because people are waking up. But what happens is a lot of times people, their ability to communicate to each other in the thread is broken up by all the links. And it was ironic that this kind of got brought to my attention by, of all people, Mark H. with a comment that he made. Not that he was complaining or anything like that. Quite the opposite. He was saying how colorful you were making the chat. And Justice Allah says, Great Pyramid K 2019, a must-see movie. Enjoy. Peace, Triple D. Let me thank Justice. And I thank our man Sid for bringing that to my attention. And I would not have known about this without Sid. And thank you, Justice. Here we are. And with that, okay, I'll start into the monologue. Brandon, you're welcome to stay throughout the night and interject if you feel you have something to say, or perhaps you should try to grab a few hours sleep before getting up tomorrow. It's how are you feeling? Are you all right?
Oh, beautiful. Thank you, Douglas. It's been a pleasure to be on for the past 2 transmissions to share.
Yeah.
What I've gleaned in about a year of research and reading and just a little bit. And, I think if we continue this conversation, we could have roundtables, the short roundtables before your monologues. It would be good for the audience, and I think we could promote it, and it would be good.
I agree.
And I think a lot of people, we talk about variety of things. It doesn't have to be heavy history. It doesn't have to be heavy occult anything. It's just, us talking. And I think that's what people really want to hear. So anyway, but I thank you for having me on. I'll just go mute for now, and then I'll just hang up at will when I fall asleep. Okay?
Yeah, and I want you to know, of course, you're always welcome. As I said, if you happen to be awake and you feel you have something to interject, something constructive to say, just feel free to do it. And
thank you.
Yes, and thank you. And otherwise, just do exactly as you said you would. We love you. We love you, Brandon.
Yeah, it's so beautiful because think about it, like we've known each other so long now.
We have, and they almost killed you over me. Yes.
Well, right, but they haven't killed me yet, right?
That's right.
Something's got to be protecting us.
Yes.
And so, you're still broadcasting on YouTube.
Yes.
Most people are off of YouTube and canceled from everything, right? You're still broadcasting. I remember telling you, Douglas, you should just go to YouTube. Just forget about this revolutionary radio thing,
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm proud of you, and I'm happy to see that.
Thank you.
You got the support you do. So everybody out there, please, you won't hear news or any conversations like this anywhere on the internet or in the world. So support Douglas 100%. And I wish I could support him more than I could, but in lieu of me, support him. And much love to all of you, and Aristides and El Nino and Acid and you, Douglas, of course, and Brendan Zoget out there, wherever he may be. So much love, you guys. Good night.
Yes. Take care, and stay safe and be well. Okay.
Good night.
Good night. All right. That's Brandon Young, a man who almost died because of his affiliation with myself. And Sid is still with us. And Sid, let's check your sound. Do respond, please. I want to let you know I invite you to do the same thing, of course. And that is to, whenever you feel you might have something constructive to interject or a question, then, okay, so there we are. Okay. Say hello.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
Yeah, you could before. It happens sometimes.
No worries. Dear Sid, yeah, like I said, just feel free to interject if you feel you have something constructive to say, or if you have a question that you feel is pertinent. So that being said, I'm going to start into... Oh, do you have something to say before I go into monologue?
I will do, and I'm going to go mute right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And so that's it. Now, somebody here is saying goodnight. Let's see who this is. And that's Sammy Romero. Sammy, you can come on for a few minutes. Just jump on if you can. If you can. Jump on if you can. Let's tell him that. And I guess I should qualify that with actually naming him. And here we are. Jump on if you can. And see if we find him. Here we are. Sammy. There we go. Okay. See if he responds to that before I begin into monologue. And we'll check our numbers, of course. Just make certain that we seem to be holding pretty well before. Let's see now what's going on here with this. At any rate, he seems to be holding off. So we'll just get started. And let's take a look back at live stream, see if there's any other. Justice Allah says, please tell Peter Moon he will appreciate it from his Moorish experience. Peace. And I will see. I will convey your message. Convey your message. Justice. Okay, so hopefully that takes care of that. Now, all right, breathe, compose myself, and get ready to speak nonstop for as long as possible. Let's go for it. Okay, so in case anyone did not know, we had a convergence of holidays at the beginning of this transmission, and we are now into another holiday of a sort. We are into Leap Day. It is now Leap Day. Yesterday, however, was a commemorative day. It was the commemoration of the end of Operation Desert Storm. We also had a convergence of a very important Taiwanese national holiday and what was called Pink Shirt Day in Canada. We are going to check with live stream. There's another individual. Harry Powell says, Guten Tag. So, good morning. There we are. And let me tell him so. Good morning, Harry. Okay. Fuck. Okay. And, okay, let me see if I got enough voice to do this. It's like, times like this, I regret asking everybody to kind of scatter. Because my voice automatically dies every time I do that. Yeah, it's tough to do public speaking. And, of course, Jesus Christ, what did I just do here? All right, let's make sure that everything's still working here. Okay, put that aside and get started. So as I said, a convergence of Pink Shirt Day in Canada with the National Taiwanese holiday. I think what I need to do is, of course, first address Leap Day. Peace and love, Justice Allah in return. But, of course, everybody stay here and stay with us. And let me try and get into why we have Leap Day at all, because I think a lot of people don't even know why we do this. Exactly why there is a Leap Day. And then from after that, we can go into Pink Shirt Day and then go into that Taiwanese holiday, which will take us all the way through to geopolitics, inescapably. So why do we even have leap years? Most people know that a single day is about 24 hours long, and there are 365 days in a year. But it actually takes Earth 365.24290 days to orbit the Sun. And centuries ago, people kept track of the sun's position, such as for a solstice or the longest day of the year, which coincidentally both, Samuel Romero and I were speaking of just earlier in transmission, to know when to do things like plant and harvest. Over time, the need grew for a centralized calendar system. Now, the Hebrew, Chinese, and Buddhist calendars, among others, have long contained entire leap months. The West is no stranger to leap years either. The Julian calendar, which Julius Caesar correctly pronounced Caesar, introduced in 45 years before the birth of Christ, 45 BC, included an extra day every year. He borrowed the idea from the Egyptians, though his math wasn't exactly correct. Caesar overestimated the solar year by about 11 minutes, leading to an overcorrection by about 8 days each millennium. That explains why Easter, for example, fell further and further away from the spring equinox over time. Now, Pope Gregory XIII sought to address that problem in the 16th century with the Gregorian calendar, which adds leap days in years divisible by 4, unless the year is also divisible by 100. To make matters even more confusing, a leap day is still added in years divisible by 400. So why the extra day in February? The Romans considered it an unlucky month. On top of that, they were deeply suspicious of odd numbers. Because February had only 28 days to begin with, they just shoved it into February, though Leap Day used to be on the 24th. Ultimately, our calendar then is a compromise. Now, interestingly enough, I'm getting the notification that I've got some kind of message incoming. Okay, and there it is. Okay, the C. And that brings us to El Nemo and Harry Powell. Yeah, they're just kind of waving at each other. Okay, cool. And that's appreciated, and we got great numbers. At any rate, to Alexander Boxer, a data scientist and the author of the book titled A Scheme of Heaven, subtitled The History of Astrology and the Search for Our Destiny in Data, Leap Day means several things. Literally speaking, he says, it's an awkward calendar hack aimed at making up for the fact that a year is not a flat number of days, but more like 365 and a quarter. But there's more to it than that. It's a great reminder that the calendar most people rely on every day is actually the product of multiple civilizations, building off each other as they share in what Boxer calls this great undertaking of trying to understand time. Now, he goes on to say, and here I will quote his T, I think the significance of the leap year is that it's a great reminder that the universe is really good at defying our attempts to devise nice and pretty and aesthetically pleasing systems to fit it in. On the one hand, you don't want a calendar that makes it so complicated to know how many days it's going to be from one year to the next. But on the other hand, you want to make sure that winter holidays, too, in the winter and summer holidays, stay in the summer, especially if your holidays are related to things like agriculture, harvest holidays, and whatnot. So what do leap years mean for birthdays? Now, one tangible impact of a leap year is that birthdays will fall on a different day of the week than their usual pattern. There are about 5 million people worldwide with a February 29th birthday, according to the History Channel, which is about the only fact that I trust them on ever. The list of so-called leaplings include celebrities such as the motivational speaker Tony Robbins, who I've pretty much, shall we say, put on the shit list, and the hip-hop artist Ja Rule, as in God rules. And people's odds of joining the ranks are small, about 1 in 1,461 to be exact. Now, several leaplings told the Fourth Estate that there's no set rule on which day to celebrate their birthday in a non-leap year. Some prefer February 28th, others March 1st, and many simply do both. Per Michael Kozlowski Jr., a Leap Day baby based in Belgium, my answer to this question has evolved over the years. It used to be February for the reasons that I identified more with that month compared to March. But these days I honestly like to celebrate both days, or even the entire week. It seems only fair, and it works, and it feels great. They acknowledged both pros and cons of having a Leap Day birthday. Several said that while they were teased about it in grade school, it helped them develop a thicker skin and gave them a fun fact for life, plus more days to celebrate. Plus many online forums, including for the DMV, the Department of Motor Vehicles, do not recognize February 29th as a possible birth date. Raynell Dawn, the co-founderess of the Honor Society of Leap Year Day Babies, went on record in 2020 to attest that those logistics can cause trouble, especially when it comes to things like driver's license expirations. But she also said there's no reason for leaplings to change their birth date. To quote a she, humans program the computer, so the humans need to program it correctly. Because February 29th is everyone's extra day, and it's a day that started in 45 BC. And it's the most important date on the calendar because it keeps all the dates on the calendar in line with the seasons. So, what should you do and not do on February 29th, today? Well, there's lots of superstitions and traditions about Leap Day on the internet, and a few celebrations to look forward to in real life, or IRL, as the Webbies would say. A rare but decades-old French satirical newspaper, La Bougie du Sapeur, goes to print only on February 29th, this year included. There are also festivities in the leap year capital of the world, as Anthony, Texas is known. Leapling Mary Ann Brown petitioned Congress to give Anthony, Texas, and Anthony, New Mexico, on the other side of the state line, that designation in 1988 because of, per her own testimony, the numerous number of leap years births that happened within the two towns. In years past, Mayor Anthony Turner said the community marked Leap Day with a parade that stretched between the two towns of Anthony. This year, Texas, well, the Texas side is hosting a Trois-Year Leap Year Festival, a Trois-Day Leap Year Festival, I mean to say, complete with live music, local vendors, and an exclusive barbecue dinner for Leap Day babies. To quote a C, this is an opportunity for the community to take pride in the fact that they live in the leap year capital of the world, and a great chance for everyone from everywhere to join us and enjoy the true beauty of our lovely town. Now, worldwide, most Leap Day lore revolves around romance and marriage. According to one legend, complaints from Saint Brigitte prompted St. Patrick to designate February 29th as the one day when woman can propose to man. The custom spread to Scotland and England, where the British said that any man who rejects a woman's proposal owes her several pairs of fine gloves. In Greece and some other places, it's considered bad luck to get married on Leap Day. Catherine Parkin, a history professoress at Monmouth University, said she doesn't believe any of the myths are true, but doesn't think that they had to be in order to take hold, which they did in America as early as the 1780s. She herself believes that the real origin is that people have historically liked to challenge gender and gender roles. But Parkin qualifies that her research points to darker undertones behind the tradition, namely that it was actually intended to ridicule women. She points to the proliferation of postcards in the 20th century, which people would send each other across all kinds of relationships, that portrayed women who proposed to men as desperate, unattractive, and aggressive, such as holding butterfly nets and pointing guns at guys. To quote a she, and in the case of marriage, to have a reversal of that power, I think is really unusual, and it ties perfectly with this unusual date. Where did it come from, and where did it go? And so I think it really plays well into people's imagination and playfulness. It's proving to reinforce that it's a leap year and that this tradition exists, and yet at the same time telling women, you really don't want to do this because it looks bad for you. As a historianist, I look back to this tradition and see it as part of an American desire to offer women false empowerment. Of the more than 100 people who responded to an NPR, a national public radio call out about their Leap Day celebrations and traditions, several said they had gotten engaged or married on February 29th. Only one explicitly mentioned gender roles. Suzanne Forbes wrote, and here I read her writ, I think this is a day that traditionally a woman was able to propose. If so, I plan on proposing to myself in a beautiful southern setting, likely Georgia, while solo kayaking. So, what if we didn't have leap years? Not everyone loves Leap Day. Steve Hank, professor of applied economics at Johns Hopkins University, is a critic. He argues that the current calendar, in which dates occur on different days of the week each year, creates scheduling problems as well as confusion around holiday dates. That's why he and Johns Hopkins astrophysics professor Dick Henry have created the Hank Henry Permanent Calendar, a proposal for a new calendar that would implement an occasional leap week rather than a leap day. To quote his Hank, the great thing about the permanent calendar is that it never changes. The date would be on the same day every year, year after year after year. January 1st is always on a Monday. July 4th is always on a Thursday. December 25th, Christmas, is always on a Monday. The calendar divides the year into 4 3-month quarters, each with the same number of days. The first 12 months of each quarter, including January and February, would always have 30 days, and the third month would have 31. Every 6 years, there would be an extra 7 days at the end of December, which Hank says would eliminate calendar drift. Now, Hank argues that his proposed calendar would save confusion and potentially money, pointing to studies in the United Kingdom that show the economic gains associated with having public holidays on weekends. And he believes that it would be easy for a president to implement the new system by executive order, something that he and Henry have even been drafted. Well, they drafted the executive order just in case. Still, he describes their lobbying efforts as more of a soft sell at the moment. It seems like the current calendar system, with its leap days and years, may be here to stay for the present, despite the many possible alternates. Now, Jackie Faherty, an astronomeress at the American Museum of Natural History in New York, has proven that if someone truly wanted to keep track of their path around the sun, one could, in her words, build yourself a hinge and know when the solstice is and carry on from that. But we don't do that. We gave it an interval and we followed that. So now we're stuck. And now you have to enter these leap days to try and do our best to fix the human need to have a document that says where exactly you are in the position that the Earth is falling around, and that 0.242190 days to go around the sun is the entire reason why we have a leap year. If your birthday was on a Tuesday last year, and you're going to skip over Wednesday, and you'll have a birthday on a Thursday, not to mention those poor people that are born on February 29th, a day that only exists every 4 years. And that, in and of itself, is probably enough to think about for the rest of this year, maybe even the next 3. Now, today, the Supreme Court decided whether bump stocks for guns are legal. By that I mean yesterday they did. I don't know what their decision was. Maybe Sid can look that up for me and let me know. Okay, Sid? There's an assignment for you. And that being said, that loosely ties into everything we're going to talk about when it comes to, everything. Mass shooting, geopolitics. The geopolitics will inevitably bring us back, believe it or not, to mass shootings. But when I think of bullying, that brings us back to Pink Shirt Day in Canada. Because that's also important. It covers an important topic. Pink Shirt Day is an annual observation where participants sign and wear a pink shirt to take a visible public stance against bullying. That takes place on the last Wednesday of February, and this year it fell on February 28th. And of course we got a link now, which you can put that in the chat as well, by the way. Thank you, Sid. And maybe that'll tell us all what decision they made on bump stocks for guns. At any rate, this day, started in Canada, is now observed on various dates around the world. In 2012, the United Nations declared the official day to be May 4th, but some countries prefer to celebrate it on February 28th or 29th. And this date is accepted by many countries worldwide, countries like the United States, France, Australia, New Zealand, Lebanon, and the United Kingdom. Anyhow, in terms of its history, the first Pink Shirt Day was established by Travis Price and David Shepard of Berwick, Nova Scotia. In 2007, the year my late and sainted sire, my legal father, George Dietrich, died, they purchased and shared 100 pink shirts after Chuck McNeil, a male 9th grader, got bullied for wearing a pink shirt on the first day of school. The former Premier of Nova Scotia, Rodney MacDonald, then declared the second Thursday of September Stand Up Against Bullying Day in commemoration of these events. And the Premier of British Columbia in 2008, Gordon Campbell, finally announced on, February 27th to be the Regional Anti-Bullying Day, and that set the last Wednesday of every February as the National Anti-Bullying Day in Canada. In 2009, Boys and Girls Clubs wore pink t-shirts that said Pink Shirt Day and Bullying Stops Here for Anti-Bullying Day. Of course, the day was established to combat bullying. The United States Department of Justice indicated that 1 out of 4 kids would be bullied during adolescence, and bullying usually continues after the first event, usually for years thereafter. Detailed research proved that 71% of students bullied continue to be bullied, making it an issue with no apparent solution. Bullying is so bad that even a 2010 study in the Yale School of Medicine discovered an association between being bullied and committing suicide. This is so fucking stupid to me, by the way. That when I relate these facts to you about these sorts of researches, it's like, why did anyone even need to research that? That's like obvious. It's not even something that bears research. It should be a given. It's just self-evident. At any rate, going back to this idiocy and the horror of bullying, the term to describe this, where people are bullied into suicide, is bullycide. It's where someone who is bullied eventually commits suicide as the effect. Now, Pink Shirt Day activities can take place at schools, workplaces, neighborhoods, or any peer group location. It usually involves abolishing bullying rallies, creating awareness, holding networking booths to help the community better understand the wrongs of bullying, and promoting anti-discrimination organizations. Other features include handouts, resources, information, promoting the message of the National Day of Action Against Bullying and Violence, which is, of course, a better name than Pink Shirt Day. So, or at least a more technically explicable name. At any rate, before my father's death, around 2006, the year before his death, was the Nova Scotia bullying incident, when you had ninth grade students take up a stance by wearing pink shirts to support their classmate who was bullied for wearing a pink shirt. And the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, was essentially murdered, thanatized, as they used to call it medically, the Pink Shirt Day began. Travis Price and David Shepard of Berwick started Pink Shirt Day. By the next year, 2008, the date was set. Gordon Campbell announced February 27th as Pink Shirt Day in Canada. By 2009, the year after that, boys and girls clubs began to observe the event. Boys and girls clubs wear pink t-shirts to commemorate Pink Shirt Day. And by 2010, we began to deal with the concept of bullycide. The Yale School of Medicine discovered the association between being bullied and committing suicide, and they called it bullycide. I mean, this is not major medical discovery here. This is bullshit. This is like something that is so fucking obvious. It's like, I can't believe people get paid to elaborate upon the obvious. At any rate, they call you're wearing a pink shirt an upstanding. Well, you become an upstander. How do you become an upstander? Well, be a friend to the person being bullied. Let them know you are there for them. Call out the bully for their actions. Of course, I better qualify this. Obviously, make certain you don't put your own life in danger, and really it's probably best to notify authorities and bring them in on the scene. As for when anti-bullying campaigns started, that was, again, 2008, when California, my golden state nation, approved the first law against cyberbullying. Understand, I always refer to California as a state nation because we were once a nation. We're a state that was once a nation, like Texas. We had our own republic. Now, as to what anti-bullying campaigns even are, bullying is an obstacle that kids and adults, yes, adults as well, deal with daily. For the bullied person, it's every day. Anti-bullying campaigns are a way to bring awareness to the community. They also provide hope by giving the bullied a place to turn to. Now, when you ask how cyberbullying affects a person's mental health, cyberbullying increases the risks of depression, anxiety, and low self-esteem. And as for what the best ways are to approach bullying, one of the best ways to approach bullying is a cohesive anti-bullying campaign in a school. The members of the community stand up against bullying and do not support it. Now, in terms of how we might implement anti-bullying policies in schools, well, the policy must be communicated to teachers, parents, and learners. It must be activated school-wide. Unacceptable behaviors must never be tolerated, and learners who need counseling must be accommodated. As for observing Pink Shirt Day in Canada, again, this was really yesterday at this point. Wear a pink shirt. I mean, it should be, again, pretty fucking obvious and self-evident. Wear a pink shirt and encourage your workmates, students, or the community to wear pink shirts. You could choose the official day or pick a day thereafter. Because a lot of times people are not aware of these awareness days until the day after. You could do this on Leap Day because Leap Day is effectively really an extension of yesterday anyway. Also, build and teach positive relationships. One of the most productive ways to beat bullying is to help your kids, friends, students Build positive relationships with each other. Work with your kids or students and develop lessons that help them learn how to nurture positive relationships with other face-to-face, with each other face-to-face, and online. And you could host a pink shirt themed party. Host a pink shirt themed party, bring out the pink sweets, pink shirts, pink handouts that promote anti-bullying. Of course, if it were someone like me hosting the party, it would turn automatically into a wet pink shirt party, and I'd be inviting strippers with boob jobs. But that's what makes me special. Aside from that, there's a couple of facts about bullying that you should know. The staff see it. It said that 70% of the staff have seen bullying incidents in schools. And they don't do jack shit. Every 1 in 4 kids is bullied. The United States Department of Justice has indicated that 1 out of 4 kids would be bullied during adolescence. And girls are the real bullies. Girls bully a lot more than boys do. And the middle school holds the most bullying. Children in middle school record the most bullying by about 28%. And students skip school because of bullying. About 160,000 students skip school because of bullying. In terms of Canada and why they're light years ahead of America, they promote anti-bullying. By donning a pink shirt and leaving your house, you promote anti-bullying. Canadians don't just wear a pink shirt, they want to go ahead and engage in activities promoting anti-bullying, and they help to curb they help to curb bullying thereby by participating in the events surrounding Pink Shirt Day. Canadians help the earth cut down on bullying. Bullying has slightly decreased with their efforts towards it, so their efforts towards awareness go a long way, and therefore the Canadians might be the vanguard in helping to make a better world. Their actions toward bullying continue to create a better environment, and as this is taken globally, well, then we all help to make the world a better place. Let's all join hands and make a better world. I mean, how's that? After that, I go into geopolitics and tell you why we're headed towards World War. That's, of course, that's how fucked up our world is. We try to do right, and we try to curb bullying, and then we've got to prepare for something that's going to take millions of lives. That's the world we live on. Now, I've made the comparison again and again to drive the point home. I'm not going to dwell on it today. The comparison between the Vulcan and Romulan Chinese cultural parallels. The Romulans representing the mainland Chinese, the Vulcans representing the island Chinese. This is something that Gene Roddenberry intended. That was his idea when he conceptualized those races that have become a staple of the Star Trek franchise. And so bear that in mind while I go into today's holiday, or yesterday's holiday at this point. Though the beauty of leap year is that the holiday really doesn't end. It continues into leap day, because many people don't consider leap day to be a real day. They consider it to be kind of like, well, an illusion. So it's kind of like a continuation of the day before. So the day before, yesterday at this point, was Peace Remembrance Day, also known as 228 Memorial Day, a public holiday in my native Taiwan for honoring and mourning the victims and families of the February 28th incident in 1947. You're now going to get an earful about what all that was and what that meant for Taiwan, and ultimately, because of what it means for Taiwan, what it means for you, because your world depends on Taiwan. And I am part of a dying breed of Taiwanese. Now, there is a portrayal in certain Star Trek franchise iterations, certain universes of Star Trek, or certain Star Trek parallel universes of the Vulcans, as a dying race. This is truly happening in mainland China. I've explained the terminal nature of Chinese civilization, and it's happening on island China. And I am part of a dying breed of Taiwanese, like one of the last of the original Vulcans. The Russian invasion has touched off a wave of soul searching in Taiwan. Just as Ukraine faces a much larger and more powerful neighbor that seeks to absorb it, so my Taiwan faces the PRC, the People's Republic of China, that claims my island as its own. Every member of my dying breed of Taiwanese cannot help but reflect that these Ukrainian teens rushing off to join the fight are now doing exactly what so many of their grandparents did. Well, the Taiwanese grandparents did, our Taiwanese grandparents did, when they were at that age. In 1937, when news of the Japanese invasion of China reached their respective villages, and most of our grandfathers and grandmothers who identify as ethnically Chinese Taiwanese left home to enlist in the army of the ROC, the ROC, the Republic of China. If war should come, the postmodern Taiwanese can only wonder, will they be as brave as the Ukrainians have been? Will they fight for their homeland just as tenaciously? Now, families like mine own also think of our forebears' legacy of service, which has made us who we are. The choice of the grandparents of most Taiwanese to volunteer in the Second World War led them to taking the sides of the nationalists, or KMT, Kuomintang, government against the communists in the subsequent Chinese Civil War. Victory by the communists and the establishment of the PRC on the Chinese mainland in 1949 then led to our migration, essentially as refugees, to my Taiwan under the auspices of the KMT government, now in exile. And so it was that one facet of my family became part of the ethnic minority in Taiwan known as the Waishengren, literally people from outside the province. The term contrasts with the Benjengren, or people from this province, referring to those descended from Chinese settlers who arrived by 1895, when China ceded Taiwan to the Japanese Empire at the end of the First Sino-Japanese War, before recovering it again via the Japanese exchange for allowing Japanese troops to remain on the mainland, circa the process of transition between 1945 to 1949, 1950. But as the Waishengren identity is on the verge of fading away. My latent sainted Cyrus's passing, like that of my grandparents' is around the time I myself was seeded, has brought us that much closer to extinction. The Waishengren were always a minority in my Taiwan. Estimates put us at as little as 12% of the Taiwanese population. After the 1949 exodus, however, we dominated the ROC, Republic of China government, being chiefly members of the military or KMT officials and their families. The KMT then ran an authoritarian regime until managing a gradual transition to full democracy. In the 1980s and 1990s, under the covert guidance of my late and sainted Cyruses, my womb matrons, my mother's dear friend, the First Lady, Zheng Fangliang, born Faina Ipatyevna Zakhareva. She was Belarusian, a white Russian, that married Chiang Kai-shek's son, Jiang Jinghua. The present government thanks to her matronage over my Taiwan, under the leadership of now Presidentress Tsai Ing-wen, who was born in the same hospital as myself, Mackay Missionary Hospital, now seeks a greater strategic role in the Pacific and a closer security relationship with these United States in your own recessional hour of malaise. Some congressional representatives, Washington think tank types, and security specialists also advocate such. However, the Taiwan military faces some serious challenges inhibiting its ability to play such a role. Generally, the Taiwan military lacks popular support. Preferring other means of conquest, mainland China may yet never attack Taiwan. However, at the minimum, it represents a latent threat that the public generally refuses to recognize. Too many have been lulled into thinking that because of cross-strait relations and trade, that there is no threat. Such being said, I'm glad to say that things are gradually changing in regards to attitudes towards the military and attitudes towards the threat, but not nearly fast enough as far as I'm concerned. Even in the face of continuing large increases in Red China's defense budget, the primary objective of the PLA, the People's Liberation Army of Communist China, being to prevent my Taiwan's independence, and large-scale PLA training exercises focused on the liberation of my Taiwan, the Ma Ying-jeou administration saw little need to give much attention or adequately fund our military, arguing instead that his brand of diplomacy would make Taiwan safe. Popular support is further vitiated by bad memories of the error of the White Terror, when the military was the pillar of martial law and the backbone of the dreaded Taiwan Garrison Command, which ran the kangaroo military courts, before which those charged with political crimes were tried and then sequestered in such notorious political prisons as Jingmei or Green Island, Taiwan's own Guantanamo Bay detention camp. Visitors to Taiwan who have been to the mainland could be forgiven for feeling confused when they see the names of some of the major roads and buildings on the island. Many are the same as those across the Taiwan Strait. Stretching from north to south in the bustling city center of Taipei is a boulevard named Zhongshan, after the Dr. Sun Yat-sen, the founding father of modern China. Crossing Zhongshan from the east to the west, visitors may come across three principal roads running parallel to each other, each bearing the names of the late revolutionary leaders' political philosophy, or Three People's Principles. These streets are Minju, nationalism, Minguan, democracy, and Minxing, people's livelihood. In a word, prosperity. As well as roads, there are monuments, schools, parks, and other structures in the 390-odd townships, counties, and cities in Taiwan named either after the late great Dr. Sun, who was educated in these United States and Hong Kong, or his Three People's Principles. Travelers will also see the names used in numerous places on the mainland, including Beijing, Nanjing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. Now, such tributes show the great esteem in which his august personage, Dr. Sun, is held by the authorities on both the mainland and in Taiwan. Twas Founding Father Dr. Sun's 1911 revolution led to the overthrow of the Qing dynasty and the establishment of the First Chinese Republic. The Kuomintang continued to honor Grand Patron Dr. Sun after defeat by the Communists at the end of the Civil War in 1949 and its leaders' flight to Taiwan, where they set up what was originally intended to be an interim Republic of China government on the island. The KMT, led by Chiang Kai-shek, hoped to show respect to the late founder of the original Republic of China, but more importantly, it wanted to remind the people of Taiwan of the importance of developing our island according to Dr. Sun's Three Peoples Principles, to pave the way for future cross-strait unification. Yet, while they both continued to honor Dr. Sun, the leaders in Taipei and Beijing implemented different visions of Dr. Sun's political philosophy. While Beijing focused on nationalism, Taipei pushed for democracy and now boasts the most mature democracy of any Chinese society after years of development. But democratic development in Taiwan did not start straight after the KMT moved to the island. Certainly, Taiwan offers one of the great models of modern economic and political development. In 1960, Taiwan had gross domestic product per capita and human development levels that placed it among the least developed countries in the world. Subsequent decades saw economic growth and industrialization that not only transformed Taiwan into one of Asia's tiger economies, but also provided an economic model that has been successfully replicated by other regional economies. In parallel with this economic evolution, Taiwan began a process of political transformation that led to 3 decades of democracy. Taiwan's success, from an underdeveloped and resource-poor island to a regional economic powerhouse with a multi-party democratic system, comest from its national commitment to investing in our people. While other factors certainly played a role in prompting Taiwan's transformation, including effective trade and financial policy, Taiwan has established itself as a dynamic and technology-oriented economy by improving its base of human capital. Without mineral, carbon, or even agricultural wealth, my Taiwan recognized that our people were its most valuable national resource. Today, my Taiwan has a Human Development Index score that is comparable to France's and a gross domestic product per capita levels similar to Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany. This success did not come without some help. Per Japanese demands imposed upon the Americans when America sued for peace in the Second World War, the United States of America supported Chiang Kai-shek even after their allied communists expelled him from the mainland. Conditional Japanese victory in World War II. From 1950 to 1965, American foreign assistance to Taiwan averaged 6.5% of Taiwan's gross domestic product, and achieving a high level of economic growth in Taiwan was ergo propagandized unto the American tax-paying electorate as a United States national security priority. The American Empire provided significant development and defense assistance, including the capital goods, industrial materials, and human capital needed to transform Taiwan into a modern industrial economy. By the 1970s, Taiwan had joined the Empire of Japan and South Korea as Asian economic dynamos whose reconstructions were underwritten by the United States per reparations concomitant effective American surrender. Taiwan provides a compelling development story, but the relationship between these United States and my Taiwan began in the context of the broader Second World War into the Third World War we call the Cold War. During the first few decades of American reparation, Taiwan's political system was closed and authoritarian. Chiang Kai-shek's KMT, the Kuomintang Party, maintained tight political control, and it was not until the 1980s under Chiang Kai-shek's son, Jiang Qinghuo, as influenced by his Russian wife, who used to tend the salon or visit the salon with my mother, that Taiwan began its process of political liberalization. Taiwan saw its first opposition party president in the year 2000 with the election of Chen Shui-bian of the DPP, the Democratic Progressive Party that rules today. followed by another democratic transition of power when KMT candidate Ma Ying-jeou assumed the office in 2008. Though a vibrant and thriving democracy today, the Republic of China, on Taiwan, was once a nation plagued with corruption, mass violence, and totalitarian rule. In Taiwan, the period immediately following the 228 incident is known as the White Terror, for the massive suppression, murder, and imprisonment of political dissidents, or anyone who the KMT, the Kuomintang, known as nationalists in English, perceived as a threat to its one-party rule. The martial law that was implemented in the aftermath of the incident was not lifted till after 38 years under orders of Chiang Kai-shek's son, Jiang Jing-kuo, under the influence of his Belarusian wife, thereby activating into effect whence Taiwan had undeniably entered development comest July of 1987. But months before Chiang's scion, Jing-kuo himself died in January of 1988. Till that annus, that year, democracy was a political taboo, much as it is on the mainland today, with the last law of that period not being abolished till 1992. In fact, fully fledged democracy started taking shape in Taiwan only in 1996, when the island held its first direct presidential election. That Taiwan has transformed itself into one of East Asia's most vibrant, free, and celebrated democracies is a testament to the will of the Taiwanese for a better life and their commitment to human rights. During our Republic of China's first 20 years in Taiwan, Taipei was recognized by most of the world as the legitimate government of all of China. But the American Empire had always striven to recognize the communist government in the name of their united allied front with the Greater Soviet Union. So the United Nations gifting Red China's seat, or all of China's seat, to the Red Chinese Beijing government would enable the American Empire to retroactively resume prosecution of World War II hostilities against the last remaining active Axis power on the surface world, by which its objective was to render island China another United States territory, Puerto Rico on the Pacific Rim. Thus it was that on the 25th day in October of 1971, the United Nations General Assembly voted to expel my nationalist Republic of China on Islas Formosa, on the beautiful island, and admit the Communist People's Republic of China on the mainland, in our stead. This prompted Jiang Jing-kuo, the son and successor of Chiang Kai-shek, to focus on defending island China from the combined United Nations by developing the third aspect of Dr. Sun's philosophy, Minsheng, or people's livelihood, i.e., prosperity, following the death of his sire circa 1975. Jiang Jing-kuo has been widely praised for listening to his wife or abiding by her advisements in creating Taiwan's economic miracle between 1978 and 1988, despite our island's diplomatic isolation. Unlike his father, who gave key positions to people born on the mainland, Jiang Jing-kuo, who was credited for recruiting a number of native Taiwanese politicians to his government, including a former governor of Taiwan province, Lin Yankang, and Li Dinghui, his vice president, and eventual successor, which paved the way for the Taiwanization of the KMT. His national development program laid a firm foundation for our island's progress, and it came to be known as one of the four Asian Tigers, along with South Korea, Singapore, and Hong Kong. Being named among the four most rapidly developing economies in Asia attracted envious glances from the mainland, which was still struggling to achieve internal growth, with even the Beijing-based Taiwan expert Li Jiaquan admitting that not even the opposition Democratic Progressive Party, which viewed Chiang Ching-kuo as a character of the authoritarian era, would deny his political and economic achievements in Taiwan. Again, much of this encouraged by a white Russian wife, whom my mother personally knew, that was to steer us on the path that ultimately, well, the Dietrich Artel Act would take from affluence to millennium. Something to explain another time, perhaps. I doubt we'll have enough time tonight. Now, Chiang Ching-kuo's success in making Taiwan economically affluent also ushered in growing calls for political reforms. Hence, Chiang Ching-kuo is also remembered for working to stamp out corruption. The story of the 228 incident, named after the day on which the terror began, February 28th, can be traced back to 1945 and the rampant dissatisfaction that local Taiwanese had for the governing officials of the Republic of China after the end of World War II. The Kuomintang controlled the island while the party engaged in a war against the communists and Mao Zedong. The immediate story begins the day before, on February 27th, when agents from the Tobacco Monopoly Bureau confiscated a cigarette vendor's illegal cigarettes as well as her money, and then beat her over the head with a pistol while attempting to arrest her. A large crowd swarmed the agents, prompting one to open fire on the crowd, killing one person. The incident led to mass protests the next day, February 28th. A crowd of 2,000 gathered to march on the Tobacco Monopoly Bureau to demand that the agent in question be executed and that the director of the Bureau resign. While that march occurred, another group discovered Tuan tobacco agents and beat them to death. A large crowd then gathered outside of the Governor General's office, where they were fired upon without warning, and several protesters died. As a result, protests erupted all across Taiwan, targeting government offices and mainlanders. Note that the term mainlanders during this period referred to people, primarily members of the Kuomintang, who came to Taiwan from the Chinese mainland during or after the end of World War II. They differed from Taiwanese, who at the time were indigenous to the island. Whereas nowadays, Taiwanese refers to all people of Taiwan, indigenous and Kuomintang alike, while mainlander refers to people living in the People's Republic of China. In such contemporary context, 'twas local Taiwanese took control of most of the cities and towns. Unrest lasted from the 28th of February to March 7th, when the Kuomintang violently cracked down on the locals. On March 1st, a committee was formed to investigate the cigarette vendor affair, but while the committee was investigating, the military was patrolling Taipei, firing at random and killing indiscriminately. On March 7th, the committee to settle the Monopoly Bureau incident, the so-called Settlement Committee, comprised of students, legislators, and other professionals who represented the people in investigating the 228 incident and proposing governmental reforms, submitted 32 demands to Governor General Chen Yi addressing issues of democratizing Taiwan, having local Taiwanese in government office, providing basic freedoms like freedom of speech, press, organization, and guaranteeing the rights of Aboriginals. Many of the demands read similarly to the issues that America's founding fathers addressed to King George III in the Declaration of Independence. Both were documents advocating giving power to local residents. There are, of course, major differences in that the Chinese in Taiwan were truly noble, aspirational, and seeking the betterment of all, for all, whereas the Founding Fathers were a bunch of real pieces of shit, slave-owning, property-owning assholes who wanted all of the power for themselves and not the people who worked their properties, so that they could go on to conquer the rest of the continent, exterminate all the Indians, import more slaves, and ultimately conquer the world, because they were pure raw evil. So, that disambiguation having been made, Chiang Kai-shek was in China itself when the 228 incident occurred. But as the KMT suffered defeat after defeat in the Civil War due to America and the West's betrayal via the aid and abetment of their Greater Soviet-supported communist allies, martial law was declared on Taiwan in 1949 in preparation for 2 million soldiers, officials, bureaucrats, and civilians to make the Herculean evacuation to the island. Among those were Chiang Kai-shek himself and Governor General Chen Yi, now a prisoner, for attempting to strike a peace deal with the communists. The next day, reinforcements arrived from the mainland, which marked the beginning in earnest of the crackdown in Taiwan. Chen Yi was executed in Taipei as a traitor in a gesture meant to pacify the still unhappy population. The 228 incident may be considered the overture for the darkest chapter of Taiwan's history, a prelude to 4 decades of human rights violations in which a monolithic party state entrenched in a never-ending civil war mentality, fearful of infiltration by Mao Zedong's communist agents, turned on its own, initiating a period of white terror under history's longest period of martial law. One report estimates that the Nationalist Army killed thousands of people by the end of the month. Soldiers fired upon innocent, unarmed civilians in an attempt to instill fear in the people and thereby restore order. Soldiers summarily executed groups of people, raped women, and even beheaded people. Students who helped to maintain order in the streets during the rioting were tricked into turning themselves in and were subsequently imprisoned or executed. The entire island of Taiwan was terrorized by the military government, effectively neither functioning as a separate entity at that time, meaning the military and the government were one and the same. People, especially dissidents, began to disappear and were never heard from again. At first, most of those prosecuted were branded communist bandits or spies, but as time went by, more were labeled secessionists for advocating Taiwan's independence from China. Oftentimes, secessionist views stemmed from a deep-seated bitterness and hatred towards the Kuomintang, whom the locals saw as mainlanders, it is outsiders imposing dictatorial rule in Taiwan and silencing political dissent. But the killing machine reached its peak in the 1950s, as the Americans were settling peace with the Japanese Empire. Although my island was labeled Free China by the West, it was anything but. A massive domestic spy network kept tabs on many. The Taiwanese lived in fear of late-night knocks on their doors, a father disappearing, the sound of firing squads at the riverside late at night, political imprisonment for daring to challenge the regime's heavy-handed policies, or extrajudicial state-sanctioned murder. I was told by one informant the story of a family living in the Taipei region being harassed by local soldiers. A neighbor volunteered to discuss the issue with the soldiers on their behalf, but was never seen again. The family was told by another neighbor to flee that same night. Under Jiang Jingguo's former vice president and successor Li Dinghui, Taiwan moved closer to Sun's democratic principle, permitting freedom of the press and freedom of assembly. The legislature was democratically elected, and Li won the first democratic presidential poll circa 1996, 30 years after I myself was born. But with Li's Mr. Democracy image, eventually tainted by allegations of corruption, the DPP ended 5 decades of KMT rule in the election of AD, Anno Domini 2000 CE of the Communal Era. This was a turning point for Taiwan's democratization. To quotist Peter Zaro, research fellow at the Institute of Modern History at Academia Sinica, or Academia Sinica, in Taipei, it was the first transition of power in Taiwan, and notably conducted in a peaceful way. But the DPP's rule lasted for only 8 years, with the American-born President Chen Shui-bian bowing out at the end of his second term after he was implicated in a series of corruption scandals, which subsequently landed him in prison. By 2008, Taiwan experienced its second transition of power, with the KMT's Ma Ying-jeou, known for his squeaky clean image, beating his DPP opponent Frank Shea Chang-ting to win the presidency. Born in Hong Kong to mainland parents, Ma's policy of engagement with Beijing does not mean he advocates a political reunion. When asked for his policy towards the mainland, Ma repeatedly invoked no unification, no independence, and no use of force. Now, Taiwanese pundits concurred that Ma's stance was not surprising, despite the fact he professed support for Dr. Sun's 3 People's Principles, which included Sino-nationalism, with George Tsai Wei, professor at the Sun Yat-sen Institute for Globalization Studies at Chinese Culture University in Taipei, articulating that development of Dr. Sun's Minju had taken a different course along with the progress of democracy in Taiwan. Of mainstream views on the island, to quotist he, it is Taiwanese nationalism rather than Chinese nationalism to be politically correct. Taiwanization, which started during the Chiang Ching-kuo period, promoted by Li Dinghui and further propped up by Chen Shui-bian, can best explain why Ma holds such a stand. Well, all of this basically brings us to 228 and Taiwan today. Due to a massive cover-up and the destruction of government documents, no one knows exactly how many people died, the lowest of the most conservative estimates arriving at some 28,000 definitively killed. According to a comparatively recent report released by the government of mainland-friendly former President Ma Ying-jeou, a Hong Kong-born Taiwanese politician who served as the president of the Republic of China from 2008 through to 2016 and is himself a member of the offending KMT, about 140,000 Taiwanese were imprisoned or executed for showing real or perceived opposition to the KMT during the period of White Terror between 1949 and 1987. Taiwan lost some of its best and most influential citizens during this period. By 2013, even then President Ma Ying-jeou did not shy away from acknowledging the importance of 228 amid his own term of public service, and I quote his T in addressing it. I am here to promise again that the government will defend democracy and freedom in Taiwan. It is crucial to consolidate the core values of democracy and institutionalize the protection of human rights so that tragedies like the 228 incident will not happen again. Come 2016, the current, then mayor of Taipei, Ko Wen-je, participated in a bike ride from Taiwan's northernmost point to its southernmost, 520 kilometers, that, in honor of his grandfather, who died from injuries sustained while being tortured by the KMT. During the bicycle trip, he is quoted as having said, "Taiwanese have to be the owners of Taiwan. Taiwanese have to decide their own fate, and Taiwanese have to build a new world of fairness and justice. That is my goal and belief. I would like to encourage us all with the idea of a Taiwan achieved with a sea of tolerance, so we can learn from history and leave the sadness behind." The 228 incident was, and still is, an important moment for Taiwanese identity. Because the scars from the White Terror are still felt throughout Taiwan today. Martial law did not end in Taiwan until 1987. The first free and fair legislative elections took place in 1992, and the first fully democratic presidential election was held in 1996. Now, for the first time in the country's history, the Democratic Progressive Party, not the KMT, controls both the executive and legislative branches of government, something that protesters never would have imagined possible during the White Terror. People outside of Taiwan often forget how recently our country democratized, accomplishing its peaceful transformation to a political system consistent with international democratic norms without being a member of the United Nations or having official diplomatic relations with a majority of the world's countries. Such progress and feats are impressive, especially under the shadow of the White Terror. Taiwan has admirably worked towards addressing the horrors of the White Terror. In 1995, President Lee Teng-hui officially apologized for the government's actions and advocated for open discourse about Taiwan's troubled past. Just blocks away from the presidential palace in Taipei is a museum and park memorializing the victims of the 228 massacre. The museum is on the site of a radio station that activists stormed on February 28th to inform the rest of the country of what occurred. The park houses a sculpture honoring the victims, and part of its inscription reads, I'll simply read therefrom, "The task of healing a serious trauma in a society must depend on the wholehearted collaborative effort by all its people. We have, therefore, inscribed these words on this memorial plaque in the hope of consoling the spirits of the victims and comforting their grieving families. It is also hoped that these words will serve as a warning and a lesson to all Taiwanese compatriots. Henceforward, we must be one, no matter which communal group we belong. We must help each other with compassion and treat each other with sincerity. We must dissolve hatred and resentment and bring about long-lasting peace. May heaven bless Taiwan and keep it evergreen." From which the Evergreen Company is named after, by the way, the merchant shipping company. February 28th is now a national holiday meant for everyone to remember, honor, and acknowledge the spontaneous protest movement that occurred as a result of one woman standing up against an authoritarian government's arbitrary and oppressive ways. The first year of Trump's presidency, circa 2017, marked the 70th anniversary of the 228 incident, so special attention was given to the event, including the role of the KMT and Chiang Kai-shek, the chairman of the KMT and president of the Republic of China until his death in 1975. The 228 Memorial Foundation continues to work toward providing victims' families with proper compensation and preserving documents related to the White Terror. Half a decade ago, funds seized from the KMT were given to victims' families. The chairman of said foundation has called for the government to accept the fact that Chiang was responsible for ordering the executions of civilians in 1947 and beyond. To quote his T, "All the evidence points to Chiang being responsible for the incident, so he should have to pay a price. National Chengchi University in Taiwan thereafter passed a measure calling for the removal of all statues of Chiang Kai-shek due to his harsh rule and role in the 228 incident and White Terror. There were also calls to remove statues of him all across Taiwan as part of the 70th anniversary, even from the Chiang Kai-shek Memorial Hall. Official stores are now prohibited from selling Chiang merchandise, and the hall no longer plays the Chiang Kai-shek Memorial song at opening and closing hours. Having a country and government discuss the sordid parts of a founding leader's behavior / story / role is something that can only happen in a free democratic society, which Taiwan has clearly become. So Taiwan continues moving forward. Recent events notwithstanding, Taiwan still has room for growth in addressing its past. President Tsai Ing-wen has promised to declassify more documents relating to the government's role in the incident. The government has done so much to accept responsibility, it should not quail at the thought of explicitly implicating Chiang. According to the contemporary mayor of Taipei the last time I checked into this, the aforecited Ko Wen-jae, Taiwan has not done enough to name who the perpetrators were, blaming Taiwanese forgiving nature for not holding them responsible. Perhaps the 75th anniversary in the year of their own midterm elections back in 2022 proved an appropriate occasion to do so. Personally, I had to look away because I could not stand the thought of this persecution of Chiang Kai-shek and death. From my perspective, Chiang Kai-shek did what he had to do. And obviously, I feel that Chiang Kai-shek should be still the subject of tchotchkes or souvenirs that can be sold, representative of a Taiwan that once was in its century of progress before it transitioned into democracy. This is something that I said needs to be emulated in America, albeit without the White Terror. But there certainly needs to be in America a state of martial law that would last for, as I said, a increasingly liberalized and progressive century. But it would take 25 presidential terms, 25 four-year terms, 100 years, just like Taiwan had, before America is ready for democracy. Right now, we're not a democracy. We're a republic. We have a nascent democracy, and we can get there. But it's going to take a period of single-party rule, and it's going to take a period of martial law to make certain that we keep down the anarchy that would otherwise manifest aftermath the Civil War it will almost certainly take for us to get to the point of a single-party rule and restabilization of America. Not even necessarily called the United States anymore, but a united America. In the manner that I've described before, an empire of nations, in a sense, a United Nations of America. Now, before I get into that, all nations around the world, these United States included, can take a page out of my Taiwan's book when it comes to acknowledging ugly events in their own histories. Circa 2017, the People's Republic of China announced that it would commemorate the 70th anniversary of the 228 incident. The Communist Party of China has addressed the incident's role as a part of Chinese history, but limited its scope to the history of the Kuomintang's regime on Taiwan. This while mainland China blocks its own citizens from learning about the Tiananmen Square massacre of 1989. The Tiananmen Square massacre that changed mainland China forever. That is quite the hypocrisy. Playing up the opposition's massacre and refusing to acknowledge your own and other human rights abuses. Let's go back to, of all things, American popular culture. Buck Rogers versus the Chinese. The Dragon Lady's well-favored children. The transition from corporatist to individualist in comic strips of the 1930s. The original novella that told the first adventure of the famous character Buck Rogers was titled Armageddon 2419 AD. Shortly after its initial publication in the August 1928 issue of the pulp magazine Amazing Stories, author Philip Francis Nolan was commissioned to write the syndicated comic strip Buck Rogers in the 25th century AD, which gave rise to radio shows, movie serials, and the 1979 TV series that all too many white Americans grew up with. While many have enjoyed Rogers' futuristic adventures in their various media incarnations, few likely realize that this entertainment empire, if you will, a dynastic empire where the estate has been inherited, was spawned by a xenophobic tale of yellow peril. In Nolan's vision of the 25th century, the world has been taken over by the Chinese, who throughout the book are designated as Hans, as in the majority ethnic group of both mainland and island China, or Mongolians, as in the Mongoloid race. In late 1929, Buck Rogers, hero, adventurer, time traveler, freedom fighter of the 25th century, signed the Pact of Perpetual Peace with the Emperor of the Red Mongols, ruler of the world and chief of medical nobility. It was no small affair, either in the events of Buck's curious world or in the business considerations of the strip's artists and syndicate. Buck Rogers had made its debut not a year before, in January, as a modest incarnation of the common yellow peril genre. Lucky Buck, a 20th century American, like myself, I guess, in some ways, had his luck seemingly run out while on an exploratory expedition for a gas corporation when he's trapped in a mine shaft charged with a mysterious, glowing, cryogenic gas which plunged him into the sort of state of suspended animation which made Rip Van Winkle's sleep seem like that of a nail-chewing insomniac. He awakens half a thousand years later to find a time when the Hans rule the world and that America and most of the world has been conquered by the Mongol Reds, or Red Mongols. The terms seem to be used interchangeably. Whereas Americans are a persecuted race, reduced to warring bands that live in the woods. You see, free, it is Anglo-Saxon Americans have been driven into the forests and the deserts to live as savages, while the Mongols colonized America. To wit, on the ruins of New York, San Francisco, Detroit, and a dozen others, the Mongols reared cities of super-scientific magnificence. These forest dwellers are not technologically challenged, however, and in fact possess weapons and inventions that rival those of their enemies. In fact, in later strips, we discover that the free Americans have already a super scientific, magnificent city of their own, Niagara City, later New Chicago, located at the falls of the same name and whose endless play in power turbines provides the energy necessary for a vast battery of anti-Mongol aerocraft ray guns. Notes the narrator, in one small spot in all North America, safe from Mongol aero raids, business and industry thrived. I like how they really emphasize business and industry over concepts like freedom and liberty. That's pragmatic, to say the least. This could easily have been the central premise of the strip for the remainder of Buck's existence. Philip Nolan, who is generally credited as Buck's inventor or creator, adapting him from his pulp novels such as Armageddon 2419 AD, that story of race war in the distant future, had united with its first artist, Dan Calkins, to create a pop culture icon who would have been not only good business — the yellow peril motif is a surefire racist winner even today — but also a feature with, as it were, low overhead and minimal intellectual stress. That is, this early Lucky Buck of the Mongols was easy. There was no need for the authors to invent a new and dastardly villain each week. Rather, you had neatly at hand the Mongols, backed up now and then by half-breeds. Buck meets his love interest Wilma while saving her from some of these miscegenates, these hybrid Amerasians. And the traitor, Killer Kane, the white man who does the yellow man's bidding. By like token, you have one consistent set of heroes, Buck, Wilma, the Free Americans, and they face a comfortably predictable set of challenges. Each episode could consist of a Mongol attack, American response, and happy resolution. In short, little thinking is required, and that is a very good thing indeed when you are, as were Nolan and Calkins, tasked with the production of a new strip for every day of the week, plus color on Sundays. But mankind has lost much of its killer instinct over the preceding 500 years and has forgotten how to fight. This veteran of the Great War proves to be just what these people need to shake them from their complacency. He shows them a thing or two about close quarters combat, quickly rises among their ranks, and leads them in the fight against their oppressors. The story is basically a military adventure told with rocket guns and anti-gravity belts. As a freedom fighter story, it resembles a futuristic take on the 80s movie Red Dawn, with tactics gleaned from the First World War. When coupled with the fact that the story is mostly a bore, the result is that this influential work of racist pulp fiction holds little charm for readers of the 21st century. There are a few good action sequences, but most of the suspense is obliterated by the fact that Rogers and his comrades must be the luckiest revolutionaries in world history. They suffer very little adversity, and everything just seems to go their way in a predictably triumphant manner. The prose is certainly not as clumsy as what one often finds in vintage pulp fiction, but the plot has a lot of dry spots. The worst passage is halfway through the book, where there's a long and boring newscast that repeats in minute detail exactly what you just read a few pages earlier. Novels about the future should either impart the reader with a sense of wonder or a thought-provoking dystopian dread. The feeling one gets from Armageddon 2419 AD, on the other hand, is merely mean-spiritedness. Nolan so unapologetically delights in the slaughter and destruction of America's Asian enemies and their collaborators and half-breeds. It makes one wonder if he's harboring some residual animosity against the Germans and cathartically taking it out on these fictional Asians and Amerasians. One can understand how such a book may have been popular following World War I, but most sci-fi fans of today can do without it. In any case, as Wilma, Buck's futuristic flapper-qua love interest, introductorily explains to him, many years ago, the Mongol Reds from the Gobi Desert conquered Asia from their great aeroships, held aloft by gravity repeller rays. They destroyed Europe, then turned toward peace-loving North America. As she speaks this off camera, we see in the illustration under her speech balloon a Mongol arrow sailor standing at the forward gun of a flying ship. On the ground below and before him, the Statue of Liberty cometh into view. His commander orders via an intercom, "Begin on that big idol holding a torch, Chang Ling. That is their goddess, for they worship liberty by practicing democracy." Well, the goddess of democracy smiled on mainland China for exactly 5 days. The papier-mâché likeness of the Statue of Liberty appeared in Tiananmen Square as protests convulsed Beijing and other cities seeking to unshackle the world's most populous country from endemic communist corruption. Their calls for political reform were answered in the early hours of the 4th of June, 1989, with a bloody military crackdown that crushed the movement and toppled its symbols. The massacre at Tiananmen killed hundreds immediately, thousands within hours, of the students and laborers who joined massive gatherings lasting more than a month. The movement favoring democracy and reformist policies that caused rifts within the Chinese Communist Party, the CCP, had spread to hundreds of cities before the government resolved to disperse it with murderous brute force. Military tanks rolled into Beijing, where soldiers opened fire with assault rifles on the unarmed demonstrators who tried to stop their advance. And yet, in the West, a certainty remained that China on the mainland would eventually resurrect the dream of democracy that was deferred that night. On 36 years later, 40, going on half a century soon, many are still waiting for the Middle Kingdom to liberalize, though the CCP's grip on power has arguably never been higher. To survive the upheaval, its leadership rewrote their social contract, the post-Maoist effort of reform and opening up, whereby mainland China established its own brand of market economy socialism, was ultimately accelerated but at the expense of all political freedom. By some measures, the trade-offs were tremendously successful. At the time of the Tiananmen rallies, Red China's GDP per capita compared unfavorably to Gambia's, a small African country you may never have heard of. By 2030, if not before, many indicators were predicting back then that the Communist Chinese Empire's economy would eclipse these United States. That no longer is the case. Nevertheless, back then and beyond, well, eventually the West acquiesced to Red China's economic momentum on the premise that economic and social liberalization would develop in tandem. In Anno Domini 2000, Communal Era, on the verge of the Communist Chinese Empire joining the World Trade Organization, President George W. Bush declared, "Trade freely with China, and time is on our side." The exiled human rights barrister and China commentator Ten Biao, a visiting scholar at the U.S. Asia Law Institute, has testified that engineering the greatest economic expansion in the world was a matter of self-preservation for the Communist Party and was never intended to move toward constitutional democracy. The West's forecast failed to consider that the Communist Chinese Empire's economic metamorphosis was built on the bloody legacy of Tiananmen and relied on the suppression of political rights and the deprivation of human rights. To quote Isti, "The Tiananmen massacre changed China and to a certain extent the world as it is linked with the China miracle. Many Western scholars and diplomats predicted that when China, integrate it into the global economy. It would create a middle class that demanded democracy. But that did not happen. There is a lesson the world could learn here. Engagement as a policy is not wrong, but engagement that obscures human rights is morally and politically wrong. In point of fact, the PRC has yet to address the role of Tiananmen in its own history, even as no event in its modern history haunts the PRC, the People's Republic of China, as deeply as the protest movement that swept the empire during the spring of 1989. Around the world, millions witnessed a tragedy unfold that is now indelibly linked to the square that was its focal point, establishing Tiananmen as a metonym for a government's punitive war against a remonstrating citizenry. Not long after crushing the protests as a counter-revolutionary rebellion, the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, imposed a cone of silence around the entire affair, so complete that even to mention it is to touch the third rail of Chi-Com, or Chinese Communist politics. Now, at this point, 36 years on or so, media and online references to the protests and their suppression are still banned in the PRC. Zhao Ziyang, the CCP General Secretary ousted in the attendant leadership struggle, remains nearly unmentionable. Police harass or arrest those who persist in demanding that the government issue an honest accounting of what happened. Plainclothes officers, intent on forestalling any acts of remembrance, inundate the relevant sites on the relevant anniversaries, supported by ubiquitous cameras capable of facial recognition. The result is coerced public amnesia on an epic scale, with 40% of the Chinese population now too young to recollect it personally. This history, so searing to those who experienced it firsthand, risks slipping from the consciousness of a nation. But the CCP remembers, and the ramifications of that run deep. For the CCP, Tiananmen is the source of an inner trauma that has been triggered repeatedly by the fall of European communism, the Arab Spring, and successive color revolutions. It brings those distant events home, makes them concrete, and imbues them with vicarious, unnerving significance. Tiananmen is also the subtext that sustains the party's singular fixation on the demise and disintegration of the Greater Soviet Union. Recalling the Soviets' collapse is the oblique way the CCP reminds its rank and file of how narrowly it itself escaped the same fate, and cautions them that it may be tested yet again. Monocrat Xi Jinping is a notable devotee of this practice. Xi assumed office in 2012 seemingly on a mission, and observers anxious for insights into his agenda puzzled over what the formative influences on him might have been. Taking their cues from state media, they have consulted his rural youth during the Cultural Revolution, from the year that I was born, 1966, through 1976, a decade of hell on earth. The relatively liberal views espoused by his late father, a high-ranking CCP leader, and his early career as an official. They have even debated how much to read into his calculated evocations of Mao Zedong. But an essential guiding light has eluded them thus far, perhaps because none in mainland China dare speak its name. Tiananmen is Xi Jinping's hidden muse. Unlike his predecessors, who hastened to put it behind them, he is leaning into it with vigor, reading it as a cautionary tale of regime decay, and a playbook for renewal. Respectful of the taboos enveloping it, he nevertheless artfully conjures its ghosts when he warns of unforeseen shocks and turbulence ahead. He then adroitly capitalizes on the anxiety stirred by those forecasts to consolidate and aggrandize power. Likewise, he recalls Tiananmen's bitter lessons when he challenges a party again grown slack to temper itself anew in the crucible of hardship and struggle and war. His campaigns to tackle corruption and restore ideological discipline, as well as his related escalation of the party's battle to control history itself, borrow liberally from the precedents furnished by Tiananmen. Considering its coming 36th or 37th anniversary, well, its 36th anniversary, 33rd anniversary was 2022, so 35th, 36th anniversary coming up, the time is apt to reflect on those depths. They are defining features of Xi's tenure. While weeping about Taiwan's 228 back in 2017, Dictator for Life Xi Jinping announced that Red China presents a new option for other countries and nations who want to speed up their development while preserving their independence. As foundational as the crackdown at Tiananmen may have been to the CCP's current strength, it remains completely invisible to the people under their yoke. Despite claiming the moral high ground against what it calls a counter-revolutionary rebellion, the party is still sensitive to the fact that its slaughter of students and laborers put a stain on its legitimacy. Beijing has manufactured a cultural amnesia around the June 4th massacre. It's not taught in schools or mentioned in newspapers, while high-tech censors detect and block any mention of it online. So thoroughly has the memory of June 4th been expunged that the generation born thereafter the incident remains completely unaware of this historic watershed. The Chinese Communist Party allows no public commemoration of the protest movement that it violently crushed in the vicinity of Tiananmen Square in 1989. But its private reckoning with that tragedy has never mattered more. Autocrat Xi Jinping has quietly taken Tiananmen as a guiding light, reading it as a cautionary tale of regime decay, and, as I said, his playbook for revival of communism. This perspective has inspired his campaigns that ultimately are put under the, shall we say, facade of tackling corruption, but exist to restore communist discipline and reclaim control over history. And the most lasting contribution of all to Xi's tenure may be the selective rehabilitation of traditional Chinese culture as a source of political legitimacy. Antithetically, although Taiwan's presidents and other politicians had openly acknowledged and apologized for the 228 incident, the White Terror, and other black marks of authoritarian rule by time of its 70th Remembrance, the government took the final necessary step to turn the page of history the year thereafter. Chujin Zhuanjing Zhengyi Weiyuanhui, the Transitional Justice Commission, is an independent government agency of the Republic of China on Taiwan, established by the act of promoting transitional justice on the 31st day in May of 2018 to fully acknowledge the atrocities, victims, and perpetrators. For all wounds to fully heal, there had to be one before those who took part in the White Terror and other atrocities of the martial law era passed away. Tsai could have otherwise released, President Tsai of Taiwan could have otherwise released every document remaining, and every statue of Chiang could have been removed, but Taiwan, as vibrant and free as it is, could never fully move forward without a full public airing of atrocities, and so it was in her inaugural address that Tsai announced plans to create such a commission within 3 years to, in her words, to address the historical past in the most sincere and cautious manner. The goal of transitional justice is to pursue true social reconciliation, so that all Taiwanese can take to heart the mistakes of that era. For those living outside of my Taiwan, we should focus on the incredible turn that Taiwan has made toward both democracy and apology. This lesson demonstrates that a people or even a government can accept its dark past while still moving forward for the benefit of all citizens. Though forever forced to the margins in the international community thus far, the world has much to learn from my Taiwan. Its trajectory from authoritarianism toward democracy, and our acceptance of history. This is what makes Taiwan a model of freedom and prosperity. Because of tensions with the PRC, the People's Republic of China, on the Asian mainland, only a handful of countries maintain official diplomatic ties with my Taiwan at all. Taiwan's dominant political issue is cross-strait relations, and our political parties are rhetorically divided over reunification versus independence. While a strong majority of Taiwanese citizens favor maintenance of the current status quo with mainland China, a détente with, well, that's a détente the United States has supported since the 1970s. My Taiwan's position between the Communist Chinese Empire and these United States is only becoming ever more precarious. The DPP has historically favored Taiwanese independence, and electoral rhetoric comest 2024, this year, has undoubtedly already stirred debates around Taiwanese national status that will draw close attention from the mainland. Public opinion in Taiwan and the threat of Chi-Com, Chinese Communist retaliation, might have made direct moves towards independence extremely unlikely in the past, yet still, Taiwan's position is changing in the context of growing economic ties to mainland China and the United States' official rebalance to Asia. Taiwan wants strong signals of support from the United States, but one way the Empire of Japan could support Taiwan would be to include them in the CPTPP, the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, also known as TPP-11 or TPP-11, the Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Trade Agreement among the 11 member nation states of Australia, Brunei, Canada, Chile, the Empire of Japan, Malaysia, Mexico, New Zealand, Peru, Singapore, and Vietnam. Because in the American Empire's absence, the Empire of Japan has taken the lead on Asian free trade. Now, let me check the time we have remaining. 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. Maintaining numbers. At a time when the Empire of Japan is doing more than ever to uphold the post-war international system, it was an inexorable historical inevitability that Imperial Japan's Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere was finally achieved. The Empire of Japan's leadership towards getting, on the 8th day in March of 2018, signatures on the final agreement of the CPTPP, Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, also known as TPP-11, was an enormous step towards Asian regionalization without the American Empire. By default, the Empire of Japan's World War II ambition of Asian cultural and economic unity free of Western powers came as to fruition. Yet the Empire of Japan's core plan had always been for TPP and the Asia Pacific to include the United States, until President Trump's withdrawal. Since the war, the Empire of Japan has, for the most part, conceived the ideal regional framework to be an Asia-Pacific fusion in partnership with these United States. refusal to participate in initiatives excluding the United States, such as the EAEC, the East Asia Economic Caucus, has been paired with support for American inclusive frameworks, such as the APEC, Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, and EAS, the East Asia Summit. The guiding principle was to keep the American empire in Asia. However, the inauguration of TPP-11 marked the creation of a new Japanese empire-led Pan-Asianism. Today, the once persecuted DPP, Democratic Progressive Party, is in power on island China, and the KMT is the largest opposition party. More representative of the Binchengren majority, who feel little attachment to the land of their distant ancestors, the DPP is seen as favoring de jure independence from Red China on the mainland. Western media often seem to sympathize with this end of the Taiwanese political spectrum. In contrast, my mother once in a while used to tell me, "Son, never forget, we are half Chinese." The Weixin-Grin, true believers, like herself, the Republic of China ought to be the legitimate government of all China, and we are its rightful heirs. The tragedy for her was that dream of the Republic died in 1978. This late in history, there is no realistic chance of reviving it. Demographics were not on my mother's side, as the 1949 generation have mostly died out, and with second generation Weixin-Gren aging, younger people naturally have less and less attachment to mainland China on Taiwan. It doesn't help that the PRC continues on its authoritarian course while the Taiwanese have come to take pride in our democracy. An opinion survey published not too long ago by the Election Study Center, National Chengchi University, showed that 63.7% of Taiwanese now identify solely as Taiwanese, up from only 17.6% in 1992. A mere 2.4% now identify solely as Chinese, dropping from 25.5% in the same time frame. And 30.4% today identify as both Taiwanese and Chinese. And little by little, the DPP government is building a Taiwanese identity distinct from the Chinese. Particularly irksome to Weixin-Gren is the DPP's policy of desinicization in education, reconceiving Taiwan as a Pacific Island country. A new curriculum implemented in 2019 strips away millennia's worth of substance on Chinese history and literature. The curriculum reclassifies Chinese history as a part of East Asian history, rather than the history of our own country. It skips over entire epochs, such as the Three Kingdoms, and fails to mention historical figures that used to be absolutely basic knowledge. Anecdotes of young people's ignorance have shocked Weixin grandparents. Touching off public debate, one Taiwanese writer recently reported that her teenage daughter and her classmates didn't know Dr. Sun Yat-sen, the founding father of the Republic. Another controversy arose over the daughter of Terry Gao, one of Taiwan's most prominent businesswomen, who was allegedly unaware of the Song Dynasty national hero Yue Fei, a household name in generations past and traditionally considered the paragon of service to country. Yue Fei might well have been on my grandparents' minds when they set off to island China from the mainland. Taiwan has long been automatically situated within the Greater Chinese world, an imperialist ideology that takes the effects of thousands of years of Chinese colonializations as the essence of this island. Although one might recognize that the ROC, the ROC, the Republic of China, the state that has been governing Taiwan and our surrounding islands since 1945, is a sovereign state in any definition you could find in a political science textbook, one is still mostly likely to see Taiwan as a culturally and socially Chinese state. This is not only because the PRC, the People's Republic of China, has never ceased to claim Taiwan as part of its territory and denies the very existence of ROC, the Republic of China, but also because prior to our democratization in the late 1980s, Taiwan was under one-party rule and martial law by the KMT, the Chinese Nationalist Party. After its exile from the mainland, the KMT never ceased claim to the entire territory of all the Chinas and saw itself as the legitimate government of a reunified China. During the longest period of martial law in world history, the KMT violently repressed, imprisoned, and killed protesters within Taiwan and effectively acted as the sole spokesperson of the Taiwanese people. During the third wave of democratization in the 1980s, the first opposition party, the DPP, the Democratic Progressive Party, was founded in 1986. The next year, Jiang Qinghua, then president of the ROC, the Republic of China, finally ended martial law. Instead of founding a new country under a new constitution, the ROC remains, and our constitution remains, with a few amendments in the spirit of democratization added. While the DPP recognizes the ROC as a sovereign country named Taiwan, the KMT has insisted on unification with mainland China. This is but a sketch of contemporary history of Taiwan from the statist perspective. While the PRC claims Taiwan as part of its territory, it has never established sovereignty over or governed my Taiwan. Since 1945, the ROC has been a de facto sovereign country whose governing territory covers Taiwan and our surrounding 99 islands. While the PRC's claim to Taiwan is illusory, the ROC's governance of Taiwan has also long been disputed. The ROC took over Taiwan after the Japanese transferred administration in 1945, ending half a hundred years of Japanese rule in Taiwan. Prior to the Japanese Empire's colonization, although the erstwhile Qing Empire in China had incorporated Taiwan into its territory and established former rule in Taiwan, Taiwan remained largely autonomous and indigenous. In other words, as many historians have pointed out, for example, see Chao Wan Yao's book titled A New Illustrated History of Taiwan, the Qing sovereign claim over Taiwan was more nominal rather than effectual. This is to say that the claim Taiwan has always been Chinese is, in a sense, simply untrue and anachronistic. Taking a less state-centric perspective, approximately 1,200,000 people, or should I say 1,200,000 people, I mean to say. The 1 billion I was thinking of on the mainland. But in an ironic 1% or 10% thereof, how do we do the math on that? 1,200,000 people were exiled to Taiwan, many of whom were related to the KMT between 1945 and 1950, who altered the demographical composition of Taiwan to a certain degree. Before then, the majority of population of Taiwan were settlers from the south of Hokkien and Canton to a lesser degree. These people, who were ethnically Han, had been in Taiwan for hundreds of years and had built a collective consciousness as Taiwanese over time. They constituted over 90% of Taiwan's population. The new settler/refugees, however, largely identified as Chinese. Before Han settlers came to settle and cultivate land in Taiwan, Taiwan, a Pacific island, was home to diverse indigenous groups. While early Han settlers dispossessed indigenous peoples and assimilated them, they also forged various affective, erotic, social, and political alliances and relations with indigenous peoples. Especially as early Han settlers were overwhelmingly male, many established sexual relations with and married indigenous women. As many scholars of settler colonialism, like Richard White, Ann Stoller, and Michael Wittgen, have pointed out, sexual relations have much broader social and political impact beyond sexual partners. This was also the case in my Taiwan. It is often argued that indigenous peoples became largely sinicized, to the extent that they often lost their traditional territory, cultural practices, and writing systems. Yet it is equally the case that these Han people were indigenized. Together they forged an imagined community, to use Benedict Anderson's words, through these tense and tender ties. This is not to deny the atrocities brought by settlers to the indigenous peoples of Taiwan, but to affirm that amidst violence, war, sexual aggression, and so on, there was a collective imagining of a common Taiwanese identity. Long before the ROC, the ROC, the Republic of China, and its subjects came to Taiwan, over centuries, Taiwanese peoples from many origins and ethnicities had already lived as Taiwanese, an identity that was anything but Chinese. And this collective identity, despite the Kuomintang's 40 years of one-party authoritarian rule, resisted and persisted. Indigenous peoples and groups today still have vibrant and lively cultures and social and political organizations. Indigenous ancestry is widely being acknowledged. Indigenous peoples continue laying claims to traditional territory, hunting rights, and state recognition. In recent years, broader alliances between radical pro-independence activists and indigenous activists have been in the making. This new chain of equivalence, to quote Ernesto Laclau and Chantal Mouffe, rejects the Sinocentric ideology and conceives Taiwan as its subject and, most of all, an indigenous island. Under this framework, the ROC is a Chinese settler colonial state that imposed itself on Taiwan and exerted political control over Taiwan and its surrounding 99 islands. Thus, it is mistaken to treat Taiwan simply as an extension of China, the People's Republic of China, or regard it as an imperial periphery of China. We need to recognize Taiwan as a Pacific Island country and revive its vibrant indigenous cultures as the common root of Taiwan. Resisting Chinese imperial claims does not call for us to revive World War III or so-called Cold War-era binary rhetoric, or force us to align with conservative forces that are hostile to the communist Chinese empire over trade issues. The Trump cult I'm referencing here. Realists and pessimists make it seem like Red China's growing power and its hold on other global powers are going to continuously circumscribe my Taiwan's international space and eventually will render my Taiwan invisible. I myself, however, believe, or rather it is my knowing conviction, that such aggression and conservative resurgence are signs of a fear of global insurgent politics and transnational decolonizing movements. In other words, they are mere reactions against leftist movements that have challenged and addressed racial, gender, sexual injustice, and capitalist exploitation on a global scale. Therefore, we should instead align Taiwan's struggles with progressive, decolonial, and independence movements across the globe, although still working with the constitutional framework of the ROC, the Republic of China, The current presidentress of Taiwan, Tsai Ing-wen, whose paternal grandmother is Pa Yuan, an indigenous person, or rather should I say an indigenous people. When I use the term Pa Yuan, that's not her name, that's the name of her ethnos, her tribe. Tsai Ing-wen, her daughter, is the first government official of the ROC, the Republic of China, to issue an official apology to indigenous peoples for governmental oppression and injustice as part of her agenda to push for transitional justice, along with her other diplomatic endeavors, such as building stronger relations with other South Pacific Island countries, such as Palau, the Solomon Islands, and the Marshall Islands. This can be seen as Taiwan's attempt to defy the old Sino-centric ideology, as well as a realist discourse that solely focuses on the consequences of the rise of China and rediscover ourselves as a Pacific Island country. Now, I myself, while articulating everything I just had and feeling sympathy with all of it, honestly, wishing for this trend to continue, simultaneously, I would personally love for the Taiwanese government to reverse course on de-Sinization culturally. But I'm not holding my breath. In time, with younger generations increasingly educated under the new shibboleths, as some would see them, certainly my mother would, the sort of Weixin who insist on their Chinese cultural identity will cease to exist. The sort of Weixin like my family. The sort of Weixin who take its pride in the valor and patriotism of their parents and grandparents, as the Americans lionize the greatest generation who stormed the beaches of Normandy, as the British speak proudly of their grandparents who served in the Battle of Britain, as today's Ukrainians take its pride in their courageous defenders. There once was a dream called the Republic of China. It was a dream for which mine own parents and the grandparents of most middle-aged Taiwanese alive today were prepared to give their last full measure of devotion. Indeed, their very lives. It remains to be seen whether, when push comes to shove, the builders of today's nascent Taiwanese nation will be equally prepared to sacrifice for their ideal. It remains to be seen whether the Taiwanese will hang together in the event of war, now that some of them may still love the lost republic while others try to bring forth a new one. This brings us to the future of Chinese civilization itself. I believe that true China will come safely through the present crises, but her real test will come when she begins her work on reconstruction of the American mainland. As I said, with myself, specifically as an individual representing the Spock of your universe, the hybrid, half Vulcan, half human, in my case, a Taiwanese national, but a United States citizen. I am your Vulcan intervention. And, of course, the Taiwanese are your salvation. They are your technology. You have no choice. It is not because we come to conquer. It is because without us, your society collapses. The Chinese civilization has a very long history, but it is only in the recent 100 years or so that there have ever been questions asked about its merits or demerits, its contribution to the world as a whole, and its possible development. Such studies are possible only when we have a full knowledge of the other civilizations of the world, when we can compare and contrast, draw parallels and make discriminations, when we can detach ourselves and see our civilization against a background of the achievements and tendencies of humanity at large. But formerly we did not possess such knowledge. For most of the time we were under the illusion that we were the only civilized people of the world. Our civilization was seldom thought of as the Chinese civilization, but as the civilization. We called our empire, our concept of country, the celestial empire, the celestial empire, which was supposed to be situated at the center of the universe. What we knew about the rest of the world was largely derived from our imperfect knowledge of our near neighbors, those states which were not only politically our vassals, but culturally our inferiors. It seemed that we had everything to teach them, but nothing to learn therefrom. To India, of course, we were indebted for our Buddhism, but the Chinese perhaps made more contributions than the Indians to raise Buddhism to its present position as one of the major religions of the world. We did a great deal to perfect its theology, elaborate its rituals, and propagate its doctrine. The result was that Buddhism became a native religion of ours, and India only loomed large in our imagination as the birthplace of the Buddha, a half-mythical kingdom that had little to do with our practical life. There was then no foreign influence strong enough to shake our belief that what old China represented was a universal civilization, the highest of man's intellectual and spiritual achievements. The supremacy of the Chinese civilization was never questioned, because it had no rival. There was no need to differentiate it, because it was known to be unique. Also, we did not care much about the future. Life was then more static than it is today, and if for hundreds of years we saw but little change around us, naturally we would also expect little change to come. We might live among the same social circles for many generations, read the same books, conceive the same ideas, enjoy the same landscape, and even sit in the same chairs as our ancestors had done before. It seemed that the same circumstances that made up our life would last a very long time, if not indefinitely. Though we might miss some of those good things during the happy years of war or famine, yet we would always believe that they would return to us. We believed that if we could take care of the present, then the future would take care of itself. Our attitude towards the future was generally that of indifference, an attitude that was based upon our acceptance of a stable present and an honored past. We were as unlikely to be scared by the dark forebodings of the pessimists as to be elated in the hope of the advent of a millennium. We had, of course, our ideals of a better world, but according to traditional Confucianist and Taoist beliefs, the Golden Age was a period that had happened long, long ago. The best we could hope to achieve was to return to that time of peace and happiness when the legendary philosopher kings ruled, the vampire mages of the age when Seth came into China, the righteous third son of Adam, and proto-Christianity was established. There was, therefore, a greater tendency among us to look backward than to look forward. But most of us looked neither backward nor forward. Most were content with the present. Our problem used to be not how to strive so that we might make tomorrow a better day than today, but how to live peacefully so that we might be oblivious of time itself and have a full enjoyment of the present moment. Such an attitude of resignation and contentment is generally believed to be characteristic of the Chinese race of the olden times. But if among us today less and less people can be found that are thus passively wise, this is not a chance for us to lament. It is really that we have found we cannot afford to content ourselves with what we have or what we had. We have been aroused, so to speak, from the dream world of isolated distance and timelessness to the hard reality of ceaseless efforts and adaptation. The world is not only larger than we used to know it, but is also moving on rapidly, so much so that to catch up with time has become to us a very important problem. We have seen that civilizations can be dead, and some of those as old as ours are now no more. By those younger nations that happen to be better adjusted to this changing world, we have been disrespectfully treated, and also we have paid highly for our ignorance and occasional arrogance. It seems that we cannot hope to meet with equal treatment in the family of nations unless we make strenuous efforts to build a new and better universal China. Most of us, of course, are still proud of our past when they are dissatisfied with the present, but it is the future that absorbs our attention, draws us forward, puzzles us, and challenges us. Whatever course our civilization may take in its development, one thing at least is certain, that we cannot remain where we are, nor can we live again in those grand old days. If peace and happiness is to come back to us, that peace and happiness will not be the same as of the old. It will be at least of a more enduring nature, since it will be obtained after such severe trials as we are going through today. But our present situation seems sometimes too chaotic, sometimes too elusive to serve as a basis for predictions about the future. Our life is hard and precarious. We might be lost among the fluctuations of events that change from day to day. We might be worried. We might be disheartened. But guided by the faith that a civilization like ours, with such glorious achievements and tested qualities, will never fade away from the earth, we can set down our problems in very simple terms. 1. There is an immediate threat to be removed. That is communism. 2. There is a rival civilization, the Western civilization, to learn from and to understand. And 3. There is the preservation and regeneration of our own civilization. Let's address number 1 first, the communist threat. Our civilization has been threatened with barbarism before, but never so seriously as today. For while the communists take no less delight in murder, rapine, blasphemy, and vandalism than any other brigands of barbarians, they are nevertheless organized under an ironclad discipline and equipped with a high-grade efficiency and all the knowledge of modern sciences. The old barbarians might score brilliant victories on the battlefield, and then, when their energy was spent, were either to be driven back to their home on the steppes, or to settle down to be assimilated into the civilization of the conquered people who would eventually conquer them, though in a different way. But the modern barbarians are methodical. They are deliberate. Coupled with their military strength is a cunning and ruthlessness that has ensured them to make easy conquests. Their cowardly infiltration is as well calculated and deadly as the onslaught of their frantic hordes. They will unscrupulously strike if they are sure that brutal force alone can win. But sometimes they will psychologically and morally disarm the victim before they kill it. Then they will have to smile and to sneak. They will even talk of peace when peace serves their ends. They have an ideology that is logically untenable but has enough emotional power to create troubles in any society. They will break as many promises as they are ready to make, while never remitting their efforts to consolidate, to strengthen the control over what they have already possessed. They are forever seeking expansion. They will never be satiated. their aim being no less than to enslave the whole of humanity. The spread of communism, indeed, will never stop unless it is forced to. It will never give up unless it is completely defeated. It is an ideological cancer. The threat of communism is therefore not directed against the Chinese alone. It is a common enemy to the entire civilized world. To hold it at bay, to nullify its pretensions, and to overthrow its world conquest schemes is not a burden to be shouldered by us Vulcan Taiwanese alone. The question confronting us today is not whether the Chinese civilization or the American prison rape anti-culture that considers itself a civilization, for that matter, will survive. It is rather whether civilization itself will survive. It is evident that the world will never have peace so long as the thousands of millions of the Chinese people, the billion on the mainland, are left at the mercy of the communist rulers. Misfortunes have fallen upon them. May any day fall upon their neighbors. But few of our friends seem to realize the danger at first. When the world was naively misled into accepting the communists as humanitarian land reformers and peace lovers, our government alone, Blue China, nationalist China, was waging a single-handed fight against this force of evil. We received no encouragement. Attempts were even made by our good-intentioned friends to dissuade us from the fight. We sustained severe losses. We met with alarming reverses. But we have never slackened our efforts. Today, when our friends condensed to make the observation that free China is the most powerful stronghold against communism in the Far East, they must be gratified to find that no setbacks, no discouragements have ever changed our will to fight. They must be glad to see, too, that true China has been unified as never before. The Chinese in my Taiwan and overseas, and our hybrid brothers on the American mainland, personified in myself, as epitomized in my own person, are working together for this sole purpose, to rid the world of the communist threat. With our unified efforts towards a definite aim, with increasing moral and material support from abroad in view, we can say with certainty that either the liberation of the whole of China or the Sino-civilizing of America and the reestablishment of peace and order will not be far away. We have profited, too, from this hard struggle with communism. We have learned the importance of economic equality and stability of a society as an antidote and preventive against the spread of communism or any other fanatic ideas. We have experienced what miserable conditions a nation may degenerate into when it has lost its spiritual guidance. These are bitter lessons, but they will be of great use when we shall apply them to the reconstruction of our American mainland. This brings us to the Western influence. The Western civilization has done us at least one important service. That is, to stimulate the old empire from a perennial lethargy into a new activity. It has broadened our vision, quickened our imagination, set before us a new scale of values, and offered us new possibilities of life. While it attracts us with the new vistas it opens and the strange things it presents to our view, it also sends us back to search more closely into ourselves. We have become self-conscious. We have asked more questions. We seem to know better about ourselves now, For the greatness of a civilization cannot be properly understood without a proper appreciation of the strength and beauties of some rival civilization. We have also shown a great aptitude to learn. It is to the Western influence that we owe most of our reform movements. The founders of our republic, including Dr. Sun Yat-sen himself, received at least a part of their inspiration from the similar revolutions in America and France. But the Western influence has manifested itself in so many other ways. When we speak, for instance, of the progress we have made in the lines of education, industry, business, agriculture, medicine, and those other things where new technique, new knowledge, efficiency, and management are required, we are only speaking of a progress of how successfully we have emulated what the Westerns have done along the same lines, of a progress indeed in the use of Western methods, the adoption of Western ideas, the imitation of Western systems. Even our daily life has been modified, if not altogether changed, after the examples of how the Westerners live theirs. We now enjoy at least more variety in our foods and drinks, our games and sports, the clothes we wear, the houses we build, and in the sentence structures of our everyday speech. We are taking up the Western way of life, and we seem to like it. And the transformation in such details of ordinary life has thus far been accomplished with not much more conscious effect under very little encouragement and no coercion at all. But the essence of the Western civilization does not consist in weekend parties and Christmas cards, nor even in motor cars and skyscrapers. We should be still far from comprehending the Western spirit if we should stop at copying of these superficial habits and mechanical wonders. For the Western civilization also has its non-material side that is apt to elude the notice of an Oriental. The high decipherment of science in the Western countries and their good social order have not been achieved by accident. They originate from a spirit that is of no less fine and noble a quality than ours. A civilization that is based upon intellectualism, civic pride, and government by law must prove to be highly valuable as a stimulus and an influence to correct our own habits of inexactitude, our loose social organization, and our general indifference towards public affairs. While we believe we shall continue to be profited by the same influence, we recognize that a true understanding of the Western spirit is an absolute necessity today. For the communists on the Asian mainland have the impudence to speak also of Westernization. That is a shameless lie. All the communists of the world are simply copying the Russians. And as every one of us knows, Russia has never inherited the spirit of Western civilization. It is the superstitions of Byzantium and the tyranny of Tartaria that have shaped the Russian tradition. What is known as the international communism today is nothing but the carrying on of that tradition, theorized with the help of a borrowed creed that is modified every few years to suit the changing tastes of the reigning Tsar. That was Stalin once and is Vladimir Putin today. Yet Putin is no Peter the Great. Russia's revisionist dictator is the antithesis of a modernizing reformer. The Russian Tsar, Peter the Great, not only sought more power and territory, but also at the same time wanted his country to become more advanced and progressive. Sadly, the dictator Vladimir Putin, who sees himself as an uncrowned Tsar, is achieving the opposite of his idol by isolating Russia and reducing it to a pariah state. The Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's brutal aggression against Ukraine is explicable only as an attempt to fulfill an imperialist fantasy, namely of celebrating the 350th anniversary of Peter the Great's birth by emulating the Tsar's territorial conquests. But Peter did not become great through military success alone. He also introduced modernizing reforms and built St. Petersburg, a window to Europe on the shores of the Baltic Sea. By the way, I had some real stupid son of a bitch basically telling me that, oh, why don't you pronounce it the Russian way? St. Petersburg. Actually, I'm pronouncing it in the Serbsky, St. Petersburg. And I prefer that Slavic language to the Russian because St. Petersburg should not be St. Petersburg. It certainly should never have been Leningrad. At one point, it was Petrograd. Simply Peter City. And what it should be in the future as basically the British capital from which they shall manage Russia as the new Greater British Raj of the future, its name should be changed to Mosley-Borough. Such having been stated, true, the Russian army's scorched earth policy in Ukraine, in flagrant contravention of the United Nations Charter and international law, directly echoes what Peter did to that country during his war with King Charles VI of Sweden. But Putin's repression of freedom of thought and speech in Russia represents a frightening rebirth of the totalitarian methods that characterized the Greater Soviet Union. The war is devastating Ukraine, disrupting global energy and food markets, and destabilizing countries around the world. Putin has brought us to a historic turning point. Do we try to improve the world order that we have, or instead march backward to the beat of vain, violent, and cynical leaders? Putin-style revisionism, with its obsessive focus on righting long-ago wrongs, is a clear threat to every country. Putin and his fellow authoritarians represent a world of regress, not progress, in their system. Poverty and even famine increase because economies perform poorly when might makes right. Collective paranoia manifests itself in a maniacal quest for greatness that undermines global stability. The outlandish accusations that Russia has leveled against the Ukraine to justify its February 24th invasion are merely the latest and most extreme expression of Putin's refusal to accept the collapse of the Greater Soviet Union. Instead of seizing the opportunity to convert Russia into a free, democratic, and normal nation-state, a process that many other post-imperial states have successfully completed, Putin has devoted his energies to revanchist attacks aimed at recovering the country's lost empire. That is why it is alarming to hear, for example, a deputy of the Russian Duma proposing to declare null and void the Greater Soviet Union's 1991 recognition of Lithuania's independence. In the wake of the Ukrainian war, no one can take such threats lightly. Russia's aggressive attitude towards territories that it once occupied or annexed is a real menace to every state on its geographic periphery. In this respect, Russia's Tsarist, Greater Soviets, and Putinista regimes form a continuum. And beyond immediate territorial claims is the demand for a sphere of influence, which in reality means a sphere of control. In Putin's repeatedly stated view, Russia feels so threatened by potential aggression from outside, especially from the West, that it must be surrounded by a ring of vassal states. Ukraine is being attacked because of its defiantly rejected that subservient status, and did so without the protective cover of either NATO or the European Union. The former Soviet republics of Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, in contrast, are members of both. But Russia has laid what I call cuckoo's eggs in all countries that are part of its supposed ring of vassals. These are intended to hatch into agents of internal friction, or, better still from the Kremlin's perspective, into frozen conflicts that cannot ever be peacefully resolved. We have seen this before in the Greater Soviet Union's long-term strategy of occupying as many territories as possible surrounding its central Russian core. In each of these, Greater Soviet's leaders would plant a time bomb that would explode at a conveniently chosen moment, or that could be encouraged to detonate through the creation of animosity or conflicts within and between neighboring states. Putin's continuation of this strategy is largely responsible for the current arc of frozen conflicts just beyond Russia's borders. Exempli gratiae. Moldova theoretically inherited the heavily industrialized and Russified region of Transnistria after the Greater Soviet Union disintegrated. For all practical purposes, this region quickly became a Russian-governed exclave. Indeed, it's the Greater Soviet Union's government in exile. Likewise, Russia's 2008 invasion of Georgia deprived that country of nearly 1/5 of its territory, and the breakaway regions are now firmly under the Kremlin's control. In Ukraine, Russia invaded and annexed the Crimea in 2014, and its troops effectively took over much of eastern Ukraine's Donetsk and Luhansk regions. And only after a 2020 war in the Nagorno-Karabakh region did Azerbaijan illegitimately reclaim territory, occupy that which the Russian-backed Armenia had ethnically enclaved for decades. In other words, East Armenia, half a nation, fell to a Muslim aggressor that Russia had sworn by treaty to defend, but simply stood back and stared before it was even entrenched in Ukraine and did nothing. Goodwill is the basis of civil cohabitation between regions, countries, and individuals. The Marvel Comics' Ruritanian supervillain Dr. Victor Von Doom spracketh on the Latvian parable of a sister and a brother who had inherited a house from their parents following property restitution. They simply could not agree on how to divide their inheritance. Each said they could not live together under the same roof. Exasperated, the brother threatened to saw the wooden house in half, and the sister wailed about how the property was going to be destroyed. Sometimes even people within the same family cannot agree to live together, so we should not be surprised when conflicts happen on a wider scale. But when they do, no leader must be permitted to saw the house in half. The Russians have indeed come to know how to build aeroplanes and even atomic bombs, and probably they still know a great deal more. They might think themselves civilized, just as a clawed gorilla will think himself civilized. But by copying only the material, the superficial side of civilization, they will always be kept from being civilized. Civilization, either Eastern or Western, implies a civilized way of life, a civilized spirit that is based upon the principles of honor, love, and civility, of tolerance and cooperations, of peaceful means of settling disputes, of the dignity of the individual. These are the very principles that the Russians and their communist followers have set about to destroy. So, barbarians is the only designation we can think of for them. Of course, the Russians can be brought to reason. They can be civilized even. But first of all, let them be convinced of the strength of the civilized world. Something that can only be demonstrated through the invasion of Russia itself and the taking of Moscow. Let us first win this battle in defense of civilization. But that brings us to our new civilization. As I expressed earlier, with Communist China on the mainland having dumbed down the very language with simplified Chinese. That would be like everybody in America speaking in text English. Only Taiwan educates people in the traditional Chinese. When a man educated in the Chinese language in Taiwan speaks to a mainlander who grew up under communism, he cannot but conclude that he is speaking to an idiot. How on earth can the Chinese advance science when everyone is speaking at text-level communications? And as I've said, despite preserving the language, the Taiwanese are desinicizing, re-identifying as a Pacific Island nation, like the Filipinos or the Ryukyus Islanders, integral to the islands of Japan. Taiwan may speak the language, but they're dispensing with the history. It is, as I said, like the anime version of the Highlander, the only product of the Highlander franchise which justified its existence as far as I am concerned. When the Celtic warrior confronts the Roman centurion that wiped out his tribe and says, "I want to destroy Rome," and the Roman centurion says, "Rome is but an ideal, and thus can never be destroyed." China no longer exists. China is now an ideal. It cannot be destroyed, but we relocate it from the mainland to island China, Islas Formosa, in the recent past. And we will relocate to America in the near future. This is the Vulcan intervention that will truly make America, for the first time in its modern history since the invasion by the whites, at long last, our new civilization. As both the Chinese and Western civilization represent a common civilized way of life, there is little that is incompatible between them. Our intellectual, ethical, and aesthetic life has won enthusiastic admiration abroad, and we have good reasons to expect that the Westerners will be more than a little profited when they come to learn from us. Our civilization has heights and depths that the Westerners perhaps have never reached. Our emphasis on the ethical order of society, our great susceptibility to the perception of immediate truth, and our traditional practice of the golden mean will surely help to make a happier world when we have got rid of the communist threat and begun the work of reconstruction on America. But we should not sit idle and say that we have made enough contributions. We should not ignore the fact that while we have so many things to learn from the West does not seem to be so eager to learn from us. As a matter of fact, there is as much possibility for the Western countries to be Sinicized as for China to be Westernized. The civilizations of the world are forever acting upon each other, borrowing from each other, and mingling with each other. As China is adapting herself under the Western influence, the Western countries are also making their responses to our influence. The difference is only that, a fact which we, with all our national pride, cannot deny, our influence upon them is not so strong, for the moment at the least, as theirs upon ourselves. For the force of influence of a nation is determined not so much by its past achievements, and ours overshadow yours completely, as by the creative energy of the present generation. We have, of course, had our creative geniuses, but our painters belonged to the Sung dynasty, our poets to the Tang dynasty, and our philosophers to the period of the Warring Kingdoms. They form a cultural heritage, esteemed indeed and admired by all the civilized world. Their contributions are comparable to anything that the Westerners have ever attempted. But after all, they are people of a remote past, and whatever inspiration may still be derived from them, we cannot expect those honored names to exert today any vital influence upon the other civilizations. What one's ancestors have done is no substitute for what one should do oneself. All the chilling remarks on the so-called senescence of the Chinese civilization will surely fall into discredit when China should again become a nation of painters, poets, and philosophers, and, I should add, also of mathematicians, physicists, and chemists, as the Western countries are now, or were until as of late. Then perhaps we should not speak of Westernization any more at all, for then the West should have as much to learn from us as we from them. Our present work is largely that of imitation, but imitation is necessary and laudable until it is superseded by creation. To defend our civilization against communism is, as we have interpreted, simply to preserve what we have already had. But to create is to have more things worth preserving, and perhaps better things as well. We believe we shall come as safely through the present crises, and that we shall defeat the communists. But the reconstruction of America after the communists are defeated will perhaps offer more difficult problems than even the communist aggression has given rise to. We believe we have the resolution to weather any difficulties, but survival is one thing. To live a fuller and more beautiful life is quite another. Our real test will come when true China as an ideal, will prove to the world that she not only deserves all her past honors, but will have more honors to reap. It is reasonable to expect that a rejuvenated true China on the North American continent will make us even more contributions than her old self. It be in such context that I myself have always remembered my parents' legacy. Whatever Scion's I sire shall always remember it as well, even if in the end our memories cannot live forever. We shall rage against the dying of the light. Now, that exposition took quite a bit out of myself. Let me check what time it is, how much time we have remaining, and we shall see if I can muster more energy to progress forward, or whether there's anyone lurking who can join us on the program, who has woken up, so to speak, at this present time. We maintained good numbers, and hopefully more people will review the program. And we have 2 hours remaining. Imagine if you yourself had exerted the exposition that I just did and had 2 hours left to speak. This is the challenge of being me. You cannot say I don't earn my pay. But since you all rallied to make certain I make rent. Oh, Veronica Barrera says, "Hola, Douglas. Honey, you should join us on call sometimes. Or will you ever be willing to join us on call?" Buenas noches a todos, Senora Barrera. Okay, so let's give her a response here. At Veronica. Here we are. She's one of these morning people who has joined us, probably on Eastern time. Okay, let's give her a heart and a kiss and an exclamation mark. Okay. And we can take it from there. Now, I can't believe how much I've said and how much more still needs to be said. Well, our numbers are going up. There has been more war lately. Now, is the world becoming more violent? Or does it just seem that way? Ukraine, the Gaza, the Sudan. Yes, there really has been more war lately. It's not your imagination. The long peace may be ending. These are the Spanish civil wars and Ethiopian invasions of the Fourth World War. Yea, the gruesome scenes from the Gaza and the Ukraine. Not to mention less covered but still deadly conflicts from Myanmar to Sudan to Haiti. Paint a picture of a world on fire. Yes, we just experienced a moment when a country with nuclear weapons, Pakistan, was hit by a missile strike from a bordering country, Iran. But it's also true that media coverage of deadly global events can obscure more positive long-term global trends. Until recently, there was a good case to be made that we were living through just such a trend. The period since the end of World War II has been referred to as the Long Peace, for the historically anomalous absence of interstate war. And this wasn't just a fortunate accident. Around a decade ago, books such as Harvard psychologist Steven Pinker's work titled The Better Angels of Our Nature, and the international relations scholar Joshua Goldstein's publication titled Winning the War on War, argued that traditional armed conflict was becoming obsolete. For Americans, the first decade of the 21st century may have been dominated by the 9/11 attacks and the bloody and controversial wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, but by some measures it was one of the most peaceful periods in recorded history, with fewer recorded battlefield deaths than the world had seen in a century. Even American losses in the War on Terror were small compared to the worst of American history. A little more than 7,000 U.S. service members were killed in Iraq and Afghanistan combined. Fewer than half the number killed in World War II's Battle of the Bulge, my biological sire Adolf Hitler's great counteroffensive against the Allies. According to data from the Uppsala Conflict Data Program and Peace Research Institute Oslo, on the decade that followed, due largely to the raging conflict in Syria, the number of civilian and military deaths in state-based conflicts around the world climbed from just over 25,000 in 2011, the year of my mother's murder, to just short of 116,000 in 2014. But that's still lower than many years in the 1970s and 1980s, when global totals often exceeded 200,000 annually, let alone the more than 400,000 who died on average per year in the late 1940s. By 2020, the number had fallen back below 54,000, until 2022, when deaths began to climb again. But the decline in deaths was just one factor. Something fundamental seemed to have changed about the nature of war in the post-World War III, the post-so-called Cold War era. When wars have happened over the past few decades, they've almost always been fought within states, involving non-state actors like rebel groups or terrorist organizations. While they can certainly be brutal, just look at Syria or the Rwandan genocide, the latter of which cost the lives of some 800,000 people. These conflicts usually do not involve enough people or firepower to produce casualties on the level of interstate conflicts, meaning wars between trois or more countries. Conflicts on the order of the Napoleonic and French Revolutionary Wars of the early 19th century. World War Zero, at 2.5 million deaths. Or the 1980s Iran-Iraq War, as high as 1 million. Seemed unthinkable. And the exceptions, like the initial American campaign against Saddam Hussein's Iraqi regime in 2003, or Russia's invasion of Georgia in 2008, tended to be brief and fairly one-sided. It was easy to look at the trends and think, as experts like Pinker and Goldstein did, that truly destructive interstate war was a thing of the past, something too irrational to endure in an era of globalization and interconnection. Lately, however, the picture has looked less promising. Uppsala's data tracking numbers of armed conflicts worldwide since 1990 shows a dramatic increase in the number of different conflicts around the world that continue upward today, starting around 2010 through 2011, the year my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, was murdered. The year of the Arab Spring uprisings, which led to deadly conflicts in Suraya, Libya, and Yemen. Syria, Libya, and Yemen to anglicize their names. Then came as 2022, which, according to Uppsala and PRIO, P-R-I-O, the Peace Research Institute Oslo, established in 1959, which saw more than 204,000 war deaths. That made it the deadliest year for conflict since the mid-1980s. Russia's invasion of Ukraine made the biggest headlines. It was the kind of industrialized nation-state versus nation-state conflict, complete with tank assaults and trench warfare and artillery duels, that the world had rarely seen this century. Now, let me catch up on a private note here. Read what this has to say. Okay, I get it. It's something I'm not supposed to acknowledge openly. Just looking at something somebody sent me privately. I'm not going to read it aloud. Okay. Sure. All right. Okay. Great. And we'll see if I'm, still on at that point. And, just respecting this man's question of personal privacy. And with that, I'll continue with my train of thought. Of course, if anyone is listening who wants to join in, just let me know. I'll take a look in the live stream here. And numbers up, so might as well do my job. Now, despite what I've already expressed or articulated, that wasn't even the deadliest war of 2022. That dubious honor went to Ethiopia's war with separatists in the Tigray region, which led to between 300,000 and 600,000 deaths over the course of 12 years. Deadlier than Ukraine. Though Uppsala and PRIO, the Peace Research Institute Oslo, haven't yet released numbers for 2023, it's unlikely the outlook has improved given the brutal toll in the Gaza since October 7th, as well as conflicts elsewhere. To quote is Magnus Olberg, director of the Uppsala Conflict Data Program, "At this point, we can be sure that it's not just random based just on the numbers we're seeing. So does the recent uptick in war, both the number of conflicts and how deadly they are, suggest that the long peace is over and that war is making a comeback? And if so, why? Well, obviously we're headed towards a world war. These are the tremors before the quake. But the challenge is that understanding why the world seems to be getting more violent requires understanding why it had been getting more peaceful. And there's little consensus there. In fact, some scholars have argued that conflict didn't ever decline at all, and that the long peace thesis is based on cherry-picked data. I am one of those scholars. Yet there are a number of plausible explanations for both war's earlier decline and why that decline may be reversing. Of course, a lot of people will say, war doesn't pay, which is kind of like saying crime doesn't pay. And we all know that's bullshit. So, the one simple suggestion for the long peace: war isn't worth it. Thanks to global supply chains and increasing economic interconnectedness, any benefits of war are outweighed by the costs of disruption. The most famous expression of this so-called capitalist peace idea is the New York Times columnist Thomas Friedman's Golden Arches theory, which holds that no 12 countries that both have a McDonald's have ever fought a war against each other. Horseshit. While it made some sense when Friedman formulated it in 1996, the rule has been violated many times ever since, and never more clearly than in Russia's invasion of Ukraine, 12 countries that, yes, both had McDonald's. If Russian President Vladimir Putin had not made the decision to invade in 2022, there's no reason to think European countries wouldn't still be buying Russian gas at the same or even increased rates via either a vast network of pipelines that crosses Ukraine itself or the newly constructed Nord Stream pipeline. The war has cost Russia dearly in trade, investment, and squandered opportunities for economic development, not to mention the lives of more than 300,000 of its soldiers. Putin's willingness to put territorial ambitions and security interests, as he perceives them, ahead of dollars and cents calculations is a stark warning for those who suggest, for example, that Taiwan's indispensable role in global semiconductor production would make an invasion too expensive for Red China to ever attempt. And rather than acting as a deterrent to war, the global financial system has just as often become another forum for conflict, one in which countries use sanctions, export controls, and other means to inflict pain on one another, a practice known as weaponized interdependence. Okay, another theory is that the global cop is off the beat. You know, Uncle Sam. Yeah, retired policeman to the world. Just has to dust off his shield. I don't mean like the Captain America shield, I mean like a sheriff's badge. And get back to work. Get back on the beat. Some scholars, notably the neoconservative writer Robert Kagan, have emphasized the role of American foreign policy, and particularly American military power, in upholding the rules-based international order that underpinned the long peace. Increasingly isolationist tendencies in American politics over the last several years, the argument goest, are chiefly responsible for causing increasing global instability. Former NATO Secretary General Anders Fogh Rasmussen articulated a version of this critique yesterday, last week, telling Politico magazine that recent global events in the Taiwan Strait, in the Middle East, in the Ukraine, are all results of American hesitance to actually lead. There really is an increasing willingness on both the left and right in American politics to reconsider American military commitments after 12 decades of the War on Terror, as seen most dramatically in the controversial withdrawal of American troops from Afghanistan, which began under former President Donald Trump and concluded under President Joe Biden. Still, the benefits of what's been referred to as Pax Americana, the American peace, can be overstated. There's a good case to be made that American interventions in Iraq and Libya are the cause of, or at least a contributing factor to, ongoing instability in the Middle East and North Africa. And for all the talk of American decline and the emergence of a multipolar world, America's military resources and its centrality to the global financial system are still mostly unmatched. When global demands were growing for a military coalition to protect Red Sea shipping from the Houthis in Yemen, there wasn't much question about which country would lead it. But it is true that we live in a world where American primacy is increasingly challenged by nuclear-armed powers like the Red Chinese and Russian empires, the latter of, well, the former of which now has the world's largest military in terms of manpower, and is arming up at a rapid pace. The upshot of such a renewed period of great power rivalry, as notes Uppsala's Oberg, is that we tend to see many more proxy wars. Then there's the role of increasingly assertive middle powers. Consider the axis of resistance groups Iran uses to project power throughout the Middle East, or Turkey's involvement in the conflict in Libya, or how Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates have become entangled in the conflict in the Sudan. This can intensify war because outside patrons keep belligerents on the battlefield longer, prolonging conflicts. There's also the thesis, or hypothesis, of eroding norms. One simple but counterintuitive argument for the decline of war, or at least interstate war, is that war is technically illegal. The United Nations Charter forbids the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state, even if the rule has frequently been violated in the years since the United Nations founding. It's true that wars of territorial conquest have become far more rare than they were before 1945, when Russia first annexed the Crimea in 2014. Then U.S. Secretary of State John Kerry accused the empire of behaving in a 19th century fashion, which it was. When countries do use or threaten to use force against one another, they generally at least pay lip service to international law in order to justify their actions. Tellingly, in announcing the start of his special military operation in Ukraine, Putin invoked the United Nations Charter's right to individual or collective self-defense, arguing that he was acting to protect the rights of Russian speakers in eastern Ukraine. Notably, he cited American interventions in Iraq, Libya, and Syria as precedent. That wasn't accidental. Una Hathaway, or Ouna Hathaway, a Yale University professores of international law, told the Fourth Estate that the United States has inadvertently undermined the rules-based order that it helped to build and protect. To quote as she, the U.S. really led the way in pioneering this idea that states can use military force against non-state actors located in the territory of other states, and they can do so without the consent of that state. It's hard to believe now, but there was a time when Senator John McCain, who was no one's idea of a dove, argued that pursuing Osama bin Laden in Pakistani territory would violate that country's sovereignty. Today, the idea of attacking an armed group on another country's territory has been more or less normalized, as shown by the recent Iran-Pakistan skirmish. Now, let me see. I'm getting a message here. Connection lost. Going to sleep now. Good night. Okay. Yes. That's Whoa. Okay. Did he just wake up? Let me take a look at live stream. Says excellent connection. Skype still seems to be on. It's like Peter Moon. What the fuck? It's okay. If he was awake all this time, I don't know how he did it, and if he's just going to sleep now, that's so weird. He must have entered that. He must have lost it in New York. Okay, he's the time. Okay. So receiving a number of incoming messages, and just taking them into account. So what I think happened was that Moonman entered that at hours ago when he dropped off, and the message just came through because their system just came back online. So everything must have went offline. They must have lost the internet in Long Island at that time, and it didn't come back on till now, and then delivered the message. That's what makes sense, or rather the only thing that does make sense that I can think of. Okay, such being said, we've got good numbers. I should continue. At any rate, we also have the theory that nuclear nightmares kept people from going to war. You see, there's also the ironic concept of nuclear peace. The idea that the dangers of nuclear war are so great that major powers deliberately skirt conflict in order to avoid catastrophe. For all that his rhetoric has frequently involved nuclear weapons, Putin has not actually come close to deploying them in the Ukraine, nor has he used conventional weapons against any of the NATO member countries directly supplying weapons to the Ukraine. Putin knows that these countries are bound by a mutual defense treaty to the United States and fall under the so-called nuclear umbrella. When troops from China and India, twa nuclear states with modern militaries, fight over disputed territory in the Himalayas, they deliberately do so with sticks and bricks rather than guns, keeping the risk of escalation minimal. By the way, Peter Moon has joined us. Okay, so what I can do is just wrap up this little thesis here that people have presented as why wars don't happen as much anymore, even though they're starting to happen a hell of a lot more now. Or we can bring Peter on. Let's do that, and we can go back to this thesis of the different reasons people have been expositing for why there was a so-called long peace that really never was that peaceful. And let's stick, keep that thought in our mind about those Chinese and Asian Indians going at each other with baseball bats wrapped in barbed wire and throwing bricks at each other rather than even using guns. I mean, when you think about it, that's what is it Einstein said? We'd be fighting each other in World War IV with sticks and stones. We're in the Fourth World War. We're headed towards it because World War III was fought and won. And it brings us to what that idiot Robert Heinlein said. Just another person who thought the Russians were invincible. In one of his books, The Mind Parasites, I believe, he said World War III hadn't tackled the Russian problem or solved the Russian problem, and it looked like nothing ever would. I mean, this motherfucker, contributed to the idea that the Russians are invincible. This is the kind of propaganda they had with American shills. Okay, enough of that. Bring it on, Peter. Good morning. And
it's interesting you mentioned Heinlein, and I will. We'll get at that in a second. But first, I have to, you were in the middle of talking to Brandon, and my internet was cut off.
Yeah.
It was a local outness. I got up this morning. Slept not a whole long time, but good sleep, and then I tried to turn on my cable.
Yeah.
I to turn on my phone, nothing worked.
Jeez.
And so I came downstairs and saw, internet outage. I was hooked up to my old internet connection, which didn't make any sense, and it just wasn't working. So I called Cablevision, and they said, there's an outage in your area. We're working on it hard. And then the next thing you know, it comes back on. So bottom line is, you were basically getting Brandon to give his iteration and trying to get him to come
clean,
come clean, come sensible. Yeah. Come sensible. Did he come sensible? And I was about to put my 2 cents in. I was, I suppose, not ready to go to bed but I got disengaged. So what became of that?
Oh God. Well, Sid, you're still with us, right? How do you feel? What do you feel happened at that point? How is it you remember what happened? Because you know what happens to me once I go into the kind of monologue that I did, which was intensive. I went into an intensive monologue. I kind of lose. So help bring me back on track. Obviously, I know exactly what Peter's talking about. Believe me, I know everything he's talking about. But help us bring us back to that moment when I was kind of trying to lure our man Brandon Young out and about what he had said. The one thing I do remember was that later on I brought up, his saying, they're just like us. And then Brandon said, I never said that. I never said that. And that's when Nemo wrote to him in the text box right here in Skype, you said it, Brandon. So,
well, this shows us there's another problem.
Yeah.
And this is that, his mind is not only damaged, but that's a form of possession.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whose mind?
That's
mine.
Very unfortunate.
No. We're not talking about your mind, Sid.
No, I know we're not talking about my mind. We're talking about Brandon's mind.
Yeah. Yeah. So
my mind was never in question, at least not by me.
Yes. And so Sid, what else do you remember about what had happened after Peter left? How did that conversation go with Brandon? Brandon, that'll help me remember it. That'll help me recall the details.
Well, he denied trying to humanize
Temple of Set.
Temple of Set.
And
then we got into talking about the Stephen King stuff pretty quickly. I just remember him generally saying that he was downplaying the impression that you seem to take away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, obviously it's shared by Nemo and others who remember it quite well, what he was saying in the episode before. So it's not an impression, it's a fact. But such being said, and it was something he actually said, you can listen to the recording, and that's when I said, yes, I do recommend everyone listen to the recording and review it. That's, when...
Who is he talking about it? I mean, specifically, like, what did he go and review? Like,
well, surely you remember this, Sid. Let's see how your memory is. What happened was that you might remember that Brandon Young came on the episode last, before tonight's, and he said, I've been reading the Temple of Set book by Don Webb. Now, there were 2 books he was reading. So, go on.
He did mention Don Webb tonight.
Yeah.
Last night.
Yeah. He again, because he's still reading this.
Not to his credit.
Yeah. And one of them was The Order of the Vampire, which apparently he was under the impression at the time he was reading it, or the time he brought it up, was he was under the impression it was a recent book. It turned out, of course, as I told him, it was written in 1989, actually. 1989. It was after I was working with Aquino, and Aquino was well aware of my vampirism. So you might remember, Sid, now tell me if this rings true with you, or if you remember this, basically, Brandon came on my show and said, yeah, I've been reading these books. And then he started talking about, how pro-life Lilith and Michael Aquino were. And that, the Temple of Set, they're really pro-life. And he said, yeah, why, just looking at an example they gave where they, remember them selling shellless turtles in Chinatown? And, of course, you remember saying that.
I remember the focus on the deshelled turtles thing, and
we're talking about the last episode, not what we said tonight, but the last episode. You remember that? Yeah, go on.
Yeah, somewhat.
Okay. And then he said, go on.
Don Webb and I don't remember like in vivid detail what he said.
Sure, I'll say it because I remember it in vivid detail, because it's one of these things that was the culmination of what Peter Moon had said in his allegory. Peter Moon had said, you're on a fishing boat and you're searching for basically monsters of the deep, and you keep pulling up monsters, and eventually one of these monsters is going to either devour you or capsize the very ship that you're on. And it's, Harry Powell says, do you have a Telegram channel, D? Not that I know of. I'll ask, Brendan. Brendan would know at this point. He's the man who's in charge of such things. But at any rate, back to where we were. So when I can't remember the title of the Don Webb book, we'd have to ask Brandon Young, or of course it's available on the recording. But basically, the other book, it was two books. One of them was The Order of the Vampire. Do you remember the other one?
It would be in the chat from the last call.
That's correct, because you put up the link.
Yeah.
That's right. So you can
we locate that?
Sure. Go ahead and locate that. And then what happened? While you're doing that, I'll relate the story. Then what happened was he started the shellless turtle story, which, I did not deconstruct because I wanted him to complete his train of thought. If I went into arguing with him about there's no such thing as a fucking shellless turtle, that would have thrown him completely off. And I just wanted to find out where he was going. And even though I knew where he was going, I really couldn't believe it. But he wound up pursuing it and said, yeah, they're so pro-life. Remember the shellless turtles they used to sell in Chinatown, San Francisco? And I says, yeah. And then he says, yeah, and then how cruel that was. They took the shells off the turtles, and all these turtles without shells in these big buckets. And, well, Michael Aquino and Lilith put a stop to that because they're so pro-life. And he said that, they basically got a petition signed by thousands of people, and that's why they don't sell shellless turtles in Chinatown anymore. And, then, as Nemo says, Brendan was basically trying to say that the Set cultists have moral and redeemable qualities. I remember everything he said about him trying to normalize them. And then he said, cut back on the drugs, acid, LOL. Yeah, and, but at any rate, so what were you going to say? Did you find the title of that book by Don Webb, Sid?
I'm looking down the list here. I'm not seeing the one from last time.
I'm sure you'll find it because I remember seeing it.
I'll Google it right now.
Yeah, and Don Webb's written a lot of books. But anyhow, then what happened was that when he finished relaying this completely fallacious story for reasons that I've articulated, first off, turtles do not have shells. These are expanded.
You've already gone over this stuff.
Yeah,
You've gone over this in quite detail.
Yeah. So it's all a lie, and it was just a campaign to raise hatred against the Asian culture, which is what his objective was. But the fact was that, he puts it in a book, and people who are not familiar with biology or zoology then buy into this. And Brendan certainly did. And he said, yeah, they're people just like us. They're people just like us. So, and as Nemo says, yes, I remember everything he said. He was trying to humanize them. So this is Energy Magic of the Vampire. That wasn't it specifically, but it was... you notice the similarity to spelling. You notice the similarity to spelling that I have pointed out with Vampire. And so they just took the H out and leave it Vampyre. So already just a kind of plagiarization of my materials are certainly the notes I was gathering from the Department of Defense. And at any rate, I thank you for bringing this to our attention. Yeah, I don't think that was the book by Don Webb he was referencing, but go on.
I've got a full list in front of me now, so I'm going to.
Okay, great. And but anyhow, so that was so when I'd have to review the audio, but basically Brandon kind of I kind of let him take it into a different direction, really, and just didn't. He was kind of here tonight. He was kind of being friendly, and he doesn't join us often, so I figured it's good to let him talk. And for some reason, he wanted to stay with us for a while, and so he did. Yeah, this looks more like it. This might be it. The Mysteries of the Temple of Set might be it. Might be it. Yeah, that looks familiar. This might be it. The Mysteries of the Temple of Set. And might be another book like it. They all kind of look alike. They're all kind of alike. So there we go. I mean, Brendan, he's been reading through these books and he's been buying into it. And my response, of course, that very episode, the last episode, not tonight's, was to tell him, they're like us in the way that serial killers are like us, like Ted Bundy and Ed Gein and Jeffrey Dahmer are like us, except they're different in that they kill and cannibalize people. But other than that, they're just like us. And,
there's an important point here, and it's humorous and it's not humorous. It's really not humorous at all, but it's like when Oswald killed Ruby killed Oswald on TV.
Yeah.
They said they were making it be like, this is the first live murder we've ever seen on TV. They were exploiting it, but it was sort of organically exploiting it.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, this is kind of like, and maybe a bit of exaggeration, but it's like this is the first live organic demonstration of possession on YouTube. I mean, I'm being a little. That's why I'm saying it's a little funny. But this is a clear case, classic case of possession by Brandon. We mentioned that he has an unconscious brain injury. Now he's clearly possessed, and Brandon is a nice guy. It's like that's why you're humoring him.
Yeah.
Because he's nice. He's really a nice guy. And then when you said what you just said about him, this is the first time he's ever, I guess, gone this far south.
Thank you. And beyond that, when I did bring up tonight, before I went into monologue, it was while Brendan was still with us. And Brendan remembered, but again, we didn't really press Brandon. And
you weren't trying to irritate him. You're treating him with as much respect as possible.
Well, with kids' gloves, because he's so fragile. He's basically fragile. Sid? Yes?
Yeah, I was thinking, I remember during this conversation, I was thinking about the Nike missile base site and the wildlife, the marine life conservation place that they have there. And I believe one of the founding members of that place was friendly with Aquino, and he dedicated one of his books to her. And so there might, I'm sure that he cultivates, that kind of image if one were to go looking through what's out there publicly.
You mean as an environmentalist, as a right. And of course, this is like, as Nemo pointed out, this is all quite hypocritical. I mean, we're talking about people who were participating in the mass murder of dogs by the thousands over at the Presidio, and then cultivate this image as animal lovers. It kind of distracts us from Brandon himself, who, when I basically brought up, years and years ago, and Brendan Zoget remembered this, but again, Brendan and I refrained from from really clamping down on Brandon about it when he went into denial mode, because of course, again, of his fragility. But one of the things that we brought up was, Doug, I brought up that I had called the police to conduct a welfare check on him, and this is what proved that he was a member of the Boston elite, that his family was old rich. Because when I called the Boston Police Department, and this, just so people get the background story of this, Brandon is in total denial of this. And so what happened was that this is the reality of what happened. And what I'm telling you is the facts. And Brendan Zoget remembers it because he was listening to Revolution Radio at the time. But at the time, at least Amanda Yu and some other lady, either Laura Lee Solomon, probably Laura Lee Solomon, and Amanda Yu, they were on with myself when Brandon Young was on with us, and he collapsed. And this is because of his brain injury. He will collapse. This is like he goes into a narcoleptic state or simply faints. He simply goes unconscious. And so when he was talking to us and then just dropped, and there's like, there's a way you can sense this. A good example is Noreen Helphand. When I was one time talking to Noreen Helphand on a cell phone, back when she and I were speaking much more regularly, and she was much more aggressive about trying to maintain a basically borderline intimate relationship with myself. Certainly, there were no secrets between us at the time, but this one alarming incident is one of the reasons I really wanted to disinvest in emotional investment. Just wanted to disinvest because I couldn't really have a relationship with someone who was that unhealthy, had something that wrong with them. Was when I was talking to her on the cell phone, and then she stopped talking. She was driving, and then she stopped talking, but I could still hear everything. And so she's not talking, and you hear these traffic noises, you hear these horns, you hear screams, and then she wakes up. And when I hear her stirring, I say, "Honey, where are you?" And she says, "Oh, I'm in the middle of the island dividing the two lanes of the superhighway."
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. So her car, she had gone unconscious. Her car was doing donuts and wound up literally in the middle of the island. My comprehension of it, my understanding of it was, front side in one lane and back side in the other. And it's like, I couldn't maintain a relationship with someone like that because I just don't have the energy for that level of investment. This is like what happened with Brandon on the radio. So we were on the Revolution Radio, and it was digital bandwidth, but he also had the terrestrial broadcast aspect of it. But what happened was I heard Brandon drop. And when I heard Brandon drop, his radio, or rather his mic, is still open. So you can kind of hear background noise of some faint sort. He's indoors in his own home, so it's not particularly noisy, but it's obvious that it hasn't gone mute and that he had just dropped and is no longer responsive. So when I called the police to do a well-being check, the police said, "Where are you?" I said, "San Francisco. I'm calling from San Francisco, but I need you to conduct a well-being check on Brandon Young in Boston." And I called the Boston police, of course. And the Boston Police Department said, we can't conduct a well-being check on someone when the call is coming from outside of the city. And I said, "This is Brandon Young I'm asking you to check into." That's when the officer said, "Brandon Young? Of the Young family?" And I said, "Yes, of the Young family." And he said, "We'll be right on it." And that's when they started pounding real heavy on Brandon's door, and we heard this on air. Then Brandon suddenly was roused and got up to answer the door. So when I mentioned that tonight, or during this transmission, and Brandon was still with us, I said, "Yeah," and then he was, "I didn't drop, it's just total denial." So what I notice is this denial of his condition, there's a denial of, I didn't say this, so there's just he's in denial of a lot that's going on.
Well, there's something else about that family connection.
Yeah.
Because this was his whole, when I think when I first got to know him in the context of yourself, because I'd already been on his shows that he did.
Yeah.
And then I don't know if I introduced him to you or if he found you before he found me. I don't remember. But that's not so important. But I remember where he was so attracted to you was because of the Peter Levenda thing. And he was just really taken aback that Peter Levenda was incriminating his family, who was connected to the Council of Nine.
Right. That's quite correct.
That was like, and the Council of Nine was all laced with Andrei Puharich and all sorts of, and Peter Levenda, if I recall, was kind of pointing the finger at it, was he not?
Yeah. Yes, that's right.
And here was Levenda, ostensibly, you're definitely not a good guy, and Brandon, who kind of came off as a good guy, is now at odds with Levenda. Now it seems like he's sort of, by default, gone into Levenda's camp.
Yeah.
And doesn't realize it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's very weird. And Levenda's pointing out the Council of Nine. It's like the Council of Nine is just something I could never really get my head around. It just seemed that people would be spouting out bullshit. And I've seen people who will, they'll talk to me, and you think you have a coherent line, and then they'll say, "What about the Council of Nine?" So yeah, there's more stuff I can talk to you off the air.
Right, understood. By the way, I'm going to screen share right now so we can all see this. So I think I found it, and here we are. When we go down into the calls section, and we take a look at the recent call histories. It's not with this one like you think it would be. It's this one where we find it. So what had happened was this was the one where our man Brendan started coming across with his newfound friends, so to speak. And I just had it up there. Maybe here we are. Yeah, this is definitely it. Okay, so when it was these two books that he was reading. One is Energy Magic of the Vampire, spelled with the Y. Then there is the Vampire Bible.
Who are the authors of these books? Do you know?
Let's look. And this one is published by Simon & Schuster. And this is Don Webb.
I was going to think that might be the case.
Yeah, Secret Techniques
is he the same guy who wrote the stuff for the Vampire Church or the Temple of the Vampire, though? Because I'm not finding the authors listed for those.
Mm-hmm. We're going to go back and find out. So let's get back into the call here, do the screen share again, go back to that old record, and we will look at the book that's directly beneath it, which was the other book that Brendan was reading. Of course, what he was saying was, this proves everything you say, Douglas. It proves everything you say. And I'm like thinking, what the hell are you talking about? These guys are talking about what they consider to be some form of psychic vampirism, as opposed to what I talk about, which is a physiological subspecies. And
right. The Temple of the Vampires is all like role play psychodrama.
Yeah. So we're looking at this now, the Vampire Bible, the Temple of the Vampire. And it is the Vampire Bible was your passport to the world of the vampire. The Vampire Bible allows you to seek membership in the temple. The author. Okay, here we are about the author. Show more. And it doesn't
show an author.
Yeah, it's not showing an author. Yeah, but he's saying that it was authored by Michael Aquino and Lilith Aquino. Is certainly the rest of these are Anton Szandor LaVey, but these are readers also enjoyed. When Brendan says the author was Michael Aquino, you probably find that in the book somehow. Now, that's interesting. Let's look up author of the Vampire Bible, Temple of the Vampire, and see if there's any information to be found on the internet. And see, author of, and this is the book, I think, in which he was talking about those stupid shellless turtles or something. Goodreads. Let me see. Vampire Priesthood. This is like, yeah, let's take a look, see if they, it's the same shit. It's like, exactly. Yeah, there's no fucking author being shown. That is so fucking bizarre. That is so bizarre. That's so sinister. And it's just, what a piece of shit. This he's gotten himself definitely into like a.
Here's the guy. You know what? The guy. Oh fuck. He's got a name and a face that's recognizable. But lately these guys have been so hard to find.
Yeah, but by the way, when
it's written by, listen to this.
Yeah.
It says here, The Temple of the Vampire was written by Vincent Crowley, and I stated that in the beginning. Wolf and Society is a book I wrote, which was inspired by. Now Vincent Crowley sounds like a pen name if ever there was one.
Yeah. Yes.
Now this. Listen to this. It says, I don't know what this is. This is Temple of the Vampire, WRSP. It says here, the Temple of the Vampire is based in Lacey, Washington, and its founder, George C. Smith, a.k.a. Lucas Martell, or Nemo, a Washington State certified mental health counselor. Lucas Martell sounds like somebody you've talked about before.
Interesting. I don't remember it consciously, but I wouldn't be surprised if I did, probably along the lines of one of the things I brought up. What I can...
Here it is.
Yeah.
Martell.
He's also... okay, he's a certified mental health counselor who has been in private practice for 25 years. He has a background in self-help products and is a former member of the Church of Satan with ties to the Temple of Set. The Temple of the Vampire is a predominantly male order organization, much like the Church of Satan, and it forbids the drinking of blood or illegal activities by its members. According to the Temple's website, it's the only authentic international organization. What's an authentic international organization?
Oh, you know what? It's linked through the Church of Satan website.
That represents the true vampire religion. The Temple, whatever that is, the Temple has been in continuous existence since it received governmental recognition, which the Temple sought in order to allow its membership to benefit from the legal protection of religion under the First Amendment. You have to be recognized by the government to be protected by your religion. You don't.
Yeah.
But that's a separate issue, which people don't understand. Oh, the government recognizes you.
Well, the reason that's definitely Aquino-esque. Aquino, of course, made it.
Quotes they hide behind.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's.
So what I've done right now is I've shared screen. So if you take a look, if you're able to see your screen share, this was the other thing that maybe you can help us with. Certainly Nemo is welcome to come on and help us with this. Since he seems to be there, present, you're welcome to join us. But Sid, how much do you remember of this? What was Brandon on about with Bret Easton Ellis, the author of American Psycho? For those of you who don't know, I do want people to understand something. Bret Easton Ellis is gay, and he's a misogynist. He's a gay guy who hates women. So he wrote American Psycho, which is all about a psychotic killer who eats women. He's a cannibal who eats women. And so this was written a long time ago. And the fact that this guy is still on the loose and then picked up this young boyfriend who was a dear friend of Brandon Young's. And then, as you can see, Bret Easton Ellis reveals out-of-control boyfriend was committed to And he says, the mania caused by both mental health issues and drugs finally blew up in our faces, the American Psycho author wrote in a lengthy statement. So he's disavowing his boyfriend, who Brandon Young was saying, I was with this guy on the phone, you know, right up to the moment that the guy basically breaks in a woman's home and starts rifling through her belongings. Longtime boyfriend of author Bret Easton Ellis arrested in West Hollywood. The man was arrested on suspicion of trespassing near the couple's West Hollywood home, an LA County Sheriff's Department spokesperson said. So this Bret Easton Ellis and his podcast, and then Brandon was saying that this boyfriend of his was also a dear friend of Brandon's, who was producing videos on YouTube exposing so-called psychic or paranormal phonies and the like. I mean, is this how I remember this, or what do you remember of this?
Yeah, there was something about that. The boyfriend may have been saying something about psychic vampires. Where is the article? Let me just look up the article.
It's also it's if Brandon Young is saying what he said as a badge of distinction. Like, I was with this guy just before, you know, it's like.
Yeah, he was bringing it up as, and this guy is a dear friend, and you know, and
it's a badge of distinction.
Yes, it's very bizarre. So he's not only, you know, reading these books, he's affiliating with people who are being arrested and institutionalized. It's like, what is he getting himself into? This is an individual that is, you know, should be doing better things with his time. Not to mention he's a teacher of kids at his school. He teaches kids. So it's
Young, huh?
So I'm sorry, Sid. What was that?
That's Brandon Young.
Yeah. What about him?
Yeah. No, I'm wrapping my own mind around it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, there you have it. And you know, all of that being said, obviously, like Peter Moon said, this is almost like a possession. He's not remembering or in denial of so many things at this point. It's you know. Disturbing to me. It finally got to the point where when it was, you know, I went into monologue almost out of frustration. But, you know, Brandon and Sid, they held the show while I was gone. They did a commendable job. But you know, they went deep into Stephen King, which they're both very much fans of. Deep fans. They're both very deep fans. They know all of the characters. They both know Dark Shadows. But this is kind of like, you know, there's a fanzine or fan-based kind of approach to gothic or subjects of this kind of paranormal interest, and then there's this going into, let's go after the real thing. And at that point, you're stepping into very dangerous territory. This is nothing to be done lightly. Nobody should really be doing this. And the result is what we're seeing. It's you know, hopefully Brandon stays, you know, he really, the problem is he's got no one to rein him in. He's got no...
He's already lost.
Yeah.
He's already gone.
Yeah. There's an element of that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I won't argue with that. No, there's, yeah. Yes.
Yeah, and this, this, like, you know, he's bragging about it. Next thing you know, he'll be saying, yeah, it's kind of like saying, yeah, I hang out with the wise guys. It's kind of like, it makes you distinct and separate from the rest of the neighborhood. Wow, he hangs out with the wise guys. You know, he's a heavyweight. It's like, no, but then you're gone. You're taken. When you start hanging out with them, then you're owned by them.
Yeah.
And you know, it's like somebody listening to you and say, hey Douglas, I'm driving the trucks with the tongs.
Yeah.
I'm a tong guy now. You know, it's like.
Yeah, no, it's this
adolescent.
Yeah.
Or pre-pubescent. You know, I want to be like Daddy. I want to be a fireman.
Yeah. No. This is disturbing, and it's another example of, in a very real sense, someone going to the enemy. It really is. Only it's with Brandon. It's in such a quiet, almost good natured, way that he's bringing it up, and then of course he brought up the three body problem, which I'll just cover briefly for Pete's sake. Pete's probably not even heard of this shit. So there's a national bestseller in communist China called The Three Body Problem. It's a science fiction novel. And so when, basically he got deep into this. And so Brandon Young's read entirely. It's the first in a trilogy at least, if not a series of books. And Brandon's read them all, and he was saying, this is so brilliant, and you've got to, they talk about everything you talk about, and they cover all of these questions about alien life, and he said, Douglas, at first it was censored in China, and this is because the first chapter was about the main character sees her father hanged during the Cultural Revolution. So the first chapter was censored in China, and the book was censored. And but then when they released it in America, that first chapter was added back. And I said, how can you buy this, Brandon? I explained to him, look, the Communist Chinese Party knows that the Cultural Revolution was the biggest fuck up in their history, and they blame it on the scapegoat of the Gang of Four and Mao's wife. And so they basically say that it's the source of all evil, all our problems was, that old Communist Party that succeeded Mao. But we're the new Communist Party, and we're nothing like that. So obviously that was a propaganda angle they were trying to push through the book. If they're trying to sell in America by saying, "Oh, this was censored in China," but this is a lie, because if that woman said anything to offend the Chinese Communist Party, it's not a question of, oh, they censor the book and then allow it to be published in America with the chapter re-added. They just kill her. They just take her out and they fucking kill her, and that's the end of that, and you never would have heard of the book. So it's obviously a Communist Party promoted book, or it wouldn't get released to the outside world, let alone inside China itself. So I was presenting to him that, but he was like, so he he basically was promoting communist China. He was so Sid, correct me if I'm wrong here, and Nemo, help me out if you want to join us or say something in the text, but was he not saying, what about China, how good things they were doing?
For some of that, I mean, there's the level of dumb that I'll tune it out, and that may have happened.
Yeah.
It happens. Into some of these ideas about aliens and certain things, it all just kind of blurs together.
Yeah. So then what happened was Brendan Zogit and I were kind of getting back at him, and what I pointed out to him was this moral equivalency doesn't work, because he started saying, well, what about America and its genocides? And of course, there's a point that he made with Israel. Obviously, America's supporting a genocidal state, and that's got to stop. But the point I was making was about the moral equivalency with communist China is simply not the same, because while America at one point was advocating genocide of the Japanese, this was a period of time that was basically during wartime. Obviously, they were headed towards that with their sense of yellow peril and racism that had been building up for years, and obviously they were in the wrong. And but basically, after defeat, and then the American bitterness throughout the 80s, and then with the loss of all their industry, the American culture at this point in history is not particularly Japanophobic, because there's no real Japanese minority in America to hate, and the Americans are just, they got other things to worry about. But when it comes to China, 24 hours a day, you turn on any channel at any time of the day or night in communist China, there's going to be some war movie on one of them where all the main theme is kill Japs. And so that's their like cultural identity now, is kill Japs. It's like their cultural rallying point. So if a war breaks out, they're going to go all out, balls to the wall, to trying to nuke Japan. I mean, they are clearly a danger. So this is like a far greater danger than America is right now. There's no real moral equivalency. Considering the fact that that they're genocidal with what they're doing to the Uyghur population, etc. We don't need to go into the whole black book on Red China, but the fact that, you know, Brendan's reading into, oh, these communist Chinese novels are great. This Order of the Vampire humanizes the Satan.
Yeah, like, why would anybody even want to read that stuff? I mean, like, what is really going on in his head? Does he need entertainment? And like saying, yeah, but. I think what this shows is that the enemy or opposition, enemy as you call it, is just flailing. It's like that, you know, it's such a lame attempt to get on your radar.
Yes, yes.
And it's really lame. And he's been taken over because I don't believe that he was one of them.
Right. That's correct. That's correct.
And but see, this also shows how it works through the unconscious process.
Yes.
Like we're talking about literal unconsciousness because, you know, he was physically damaged.
Yes.
And it's and it's what Hubbard would call the engram. But when Hubbard called the engram, was like a just willy-nilly crazy things going on.
Yeah.
It wasn't calculated.
Yes.
There was a level of calculation he believed in. You know, calculated conspiracy against humanity.
Well, you pointed it out with Ian West when Ian West was on his trip, and you were asking him for specifics. And it was on record because it was on a transmission, and he just couldn't answer you. He just kept regurgitating, going back and repeating the same thing. And you said, this man is possessed. And you pretty much, you said it to his face, which of course he deserved. I mean, you know, he needed to hear that, though of course it couldn't sink in because he's too gone, too possessed. You know, he's lost in his world of underground tunnels and his you know, regurgitation of basically the same talking points over and over again. So you're very astute at pointing these people out. I mean, that's one thing from your Scientology training that you've used to your advantage. I mean, you don't suffer the company of people who are, well, as you said, kind of like. Hubbard would call them engrams. Would he call them engrams? You know, the person? Would he call the person an engram, or the engrams are just within the person?
No.
Dolls, right? Dolls or something?
Well, you know, what they would call people that were crazy suppressives.
Okay.
Suppressed person. But that would just be a psycho.
Okay.
And they wouldn't necessarily say possessed, because that was the higher level stuff. But you might use the word possessed because it's like you I mean, that becomes kind of evident to anybody. That's just in the vernacular of our language. If you see somebody going apeshit, it can become pretty obvious. But it's like, you know, when you counsel people, and then if you, like say, and even working in a bar, you see alcohol surfacing. You know, you're sitting in front of somebody, you know, oh, that's the alcohol talking.
Right.
And I suppose, you know, a drug counselor like JoJo sees the drug counseling. JoJo will see the addiction dysfunction, or just, it may not be drug related. It may not be drug related per se, but it just may be personality dysfunction. And she'll see it and say, oh, that's that. There's a person's, you know, refusing to act appropriately. So with these guys, but I mean, it's just like, you know, disorder, you know, Will Robinson or whatever that thing is from Lost in Space, you know.
Yes, danger, Will Robinson.
Malfunction.
Yes.
And it just becomes so obvious. And say, like with Preston Nichols, I could see his malfunctions, but I never go after him for it.
Right.
Because, and to the degree that you would have an open door on occasion, but it's just not going to go very far, because you have to have a consistent, and the interesting fact of the matter in Scientology, you put people on a gravy train. If they want to get better, they have to buy into this whole paradigm, and then they have to pay for it. You see, I'm not in a situation with somebody like Preston where you have to have him buying onto it, and then he's got to pay you. You're taking up your time. You need to be paid for it. Now, I didn't even want to go down that road. Because first off, he didn't have any money. And I wasn't looking to do that. There was one guy involved who was trying to set up a counseling business. And he was tied to the Montauk Project and had a very inflated opinion of himself with some esoteric knowledge, but there was just all this manipulation involved. And people say, I don't want to pay him $60 or whatever it was an hour, or 30, whatever it was. No. You know, it's like, and it's like he becomes your guru, not just your counselor, but your guru. Right. And of course, it didn't work. He already had a good paying job. He wanted to be the man.
Of course.
And this idea of wanting to, it's just like, so I'm saying is, if you're setting up a network, it's a behemoth. It's like, and then if it works with any degree of efficacy, they're going to come after you.
Yes.
Just like they came after, what's his name, Dr. Young, from the Mormon, Gary Young Living, the oils. He created an essential oil for PTSD, and people were remembering. It was actually getting them to remember what happened during their PTSD trauma.
Incredible.
And they came to him and, said, no mas, no more, don't do it anymore.
Right.
And then now I think there's one called Freedom Oil that's supposed to be good for that. But Gary Young, when I was with Mary Hardy and Gail Mack up in Michigan, I learned all about the, conspiracy to doing Gary Young, who had his own issues. But he was brilliant when it came to essential oils. And so it's like, my point is, if you create this, modality that's going to free. Now, this is very interesting because it ties into what, this sort of, nobody really said it, but it was kind of going in the direction, is the Goebbels Bible going to save us all? It's like, and people asking for, some lady asking for help, spiritual help. The Goebbels Bible going to save us all. And it's, and so what happens is, like, say, even what I was learning in Qigong, it was a very guarded, closed sort of mentality. Now, he'd be teaching anybody, pretty much, not exclusively, anybody who wanted to come to the class. But he's not necessarily teaching everybody the same thing. I mean, he's teaching everybody, just do this drill. And then, if you're doing it right, he might come up and say, do it this way. It's like, because you're getting it. But some people are just going through the motions, and he'd say, I'm not here to be an entertainer. And so what people learn at their own level. So when we get to this active, they say Scientology, it's counseling, or spotting people, it's like, what's one actually learning? What is one actually learning versus going through the emotions? And he set up Scientology so it had a creed and a belief system, which is all a bunch of bullshit. I mean, even if Holmes was bullshit, he wouldn't have completely poo-pooed it. But in other words, people want to believe. They want to have this rigmarole of a religion. But the real activity is in, getting the goods for yourself, and then getting the goods to others. And that's the one, when JoJo mentioned your pain point with sexuality, she said, well, that's his pain point. Well, of course it would be. And I don't know if this was my pain point, but it was a fulcrum, was when you you get all of this gain, and then you're also taught to help others and learn how to do it on others. But that's not enough. Then you have the whole of humanity to deal with, which is a very noble goal. And then you buy into that, and that's not something that I would have, it was no great desire of mine to save humanity, because it's like, why would I want to save humanity? What is saving humanity? It's not something, it's like taking some football star and saying, I want to be president. He doesn't want to be president. He wants to be a football star.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's enough.
Interesting point. Yeah.
So I'm saying, well, I wanted to get on, find a way to support myself. I also wanted to aspire to my highest potential. That was very important to me before I ever got involved in this, was aspire to my highest potential from whatever books I'd read. I wanted to reach the top of my own pyramid, which is very Capricornian. But it's like I didn't have this goal to save humanity, because it's like me only wanting to be a football player instead of a president. I don't want to be a president. I want to be a president. It's not my talent. I don't want to be a politician. So Preston would talk about his role with the Montauk Project, and was really about getting humanity through this point. That's how he looked at it, was stewarding humanity through a certain point. And he had more grandiose ideas, which might have had some degree of truth in them. But, we all have different pieces of the pie to put together. Your mission is much more humanity oriented. Now, I have embraced that. I have an Aquarian moon, which makes me humanitarian oriented, and I am humanitarian. So it's like, yeah, I'm interested in helping humanity. But it was something that was kind of introduced to me by L. Ron Hubbard in doing all this stuff. And then you look at the games that get played with it. And it's like, he did actually have aspirations. And maybe some ego gets involved, some exploitation gets involved, but he actually did have an honest desire. He's like, well, I'm not going to be a sucker at the same time I'm saving humanity.
I get it. No, I get it.
And then it gets, and then he has opposition and blah, 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 and he's got his own stuff, and it gets complicated. It's amazing that he was able to, thrive in the cockpit to the degree that he could, in control. And then, you've got Aquino coming up in the Spitfire alongside. So it's yeah, and the most important thing, this might help you, but it's like one thing I've realized when I get involved in these scenarios with David Anderson, not so much with Preston, but to some degree, it's like, or whatever it else might be, Radu Cinemar. I have to always remember that I'm basically a writer publisher. That's what I am. I'm not Luke Skywalker. Not that I ever thought I was Luke Skywalker or Han Solo or Indiana Jones. And sometimes my role will embrace certain, I guess what you'd say, aspects of, what's the word? Grandiosity. Where it's like it gets dramatic and it gets neat and it's all this, but I can't go outside the role. I'm basically a writer. I'm a publisher. This is how I make my living. I'm writing about interesting stuff. And if I go out of that, so it's like my trips are few and far between. My trips to California, my trips to Romania.
Right.
Not overly interested in going to too many other places. There are some. But with your role, so I'm saying, like, what is Douglas Dietrich? Well, you were at a Defense Department research librarian, and you still are a librarian. You know,
Yes.
so it's like, what is your role? And I'm asking you this. You have many roles.
Yeah.
And this is aside from, you know, being the guy who has to scrap together the rent and also scrap together the blood.
Yes. Yes.
The sustenance to eat. That's existence.
Yes.
That's existence. But what is, and we're not talking about just your job. Your role is to, what's a librarian do? He provides information.
Yes.
And you also have a idea that you should have secular power.
Yes.
From my perspective, I don't know if that's good or not, because that's carrying on the genetic characteristic of Hitler. That might not be something you want, but that's, you know, it's because when you get involved with secular power, you get involved with all the Goebbels and Bormans and all of these, you know, characters that are, you know, got their own stuff. You know, it's like the people that are attracted to power.
Yes.
You know, so you have to be like Machiavelli.
Yes.
And that's like, okay, so and where does all that end? What the most longevity of anybody who was Machiavellian, and I don't think he was Machiavellian well, I guess he was. It would be interesting to do a comparison with Hirohito and Machiavelli. Who was, you know, maybe Hirohito could write a better book than Machiavelli.
Yeah.
It would be, you know, to compare. I have never studied Machiavelli other than just the obvious, you know, sort of fast read of him.
Understood.
A character that I wanted to aspire to, because then, you know, look what you've got on your hands. It's like you've got, you know, it's like being manager of the World Wrestling Federation, except the characters are all real and they're really crazy. They're not putting on an act.
Yes, that's true. Yes.
Yeah. So it's like, you know, who wants that job? Donald Trump obviously wants that job.
Yes.
And you know what? He's damn good at it. He thrives in doing that stuff.
Yes.
He loves it.
Yes.
It's like, instead of getting, you know, old and weary, you know, makes him younger. It's like a drug to him.
Yes.
And he's taken so much. I mean, if you just look at him, he's taken so much shit in the courts. It's like, okay, what's the next one? There's a court thing going against him, and then there's another one that kind of helps him because they're going to listen to his case in the Supreme Court. It's like, okay, you know, it's like having all these football or sports teams. Oh, this one won today, this one lost today, you know. And in the end of it, you know, who the hell knows what happens to him? But it doesn't seem, you know, what a character. What a character. Aside from the goodness or badness of him.
Yes. I mean, at the very least, he's never dull.
Yeah, and the whole Taiwan situation is interesting too. I want to go back to you though, because like, you're providing information. You know, you're trying to survive. You're providing information. What do you see your role as? You're also, you know, you're also bringing the information you're bringing in is has a therapeutic solve to it, although it's painful medicine for people's minds. But what do you see your role as?
Well, the first thing I'd like to say is I welcome Amy Como aboard. And do say hi, Amy, while I ponder a response. I was going
to say that that's perfect dismissal of Peter's question. Just totally
so it's not dismissal.
Take it off the table. Amy, your turn.
It's not dismissal. It's evasion.
It's a hard question to answer.
It is. It's a hard question because obviously Our dear Nemo says, Doug should have and deserves supreme power because he could help make this world a better place if he was a powerful leader. He's one of the few who knows what's best for the people. I certainly have argued that point, and the interesting thing is the effort that has been put in to try and attack every aspect of what I said gives me the experience necessary towards any such aspiration. When I pointed out I've worked for the county, state, and federal levels of government, then Stephen Outrim just went all out, tried to claim I worked for none of these. Of course, just so people understand, we're not going to dwell on this, but the thing that's never brought up by the enemy or the detractors on this constant character assassination campaign is that if I wasn't doing anything that I said that I've done, they've never provided any evidence that I was doing anything else. I mean, if I was packing groceries or filling in tanks at a gas station, they certainly have no photographic evidence of this and no record or documentary evidence of this, which I'm certain they would gladly have provided had any of that existed to show that I wasn't where I said I was. But all of that being said, just to, to dignify that with as little attention as possible, but nevertheless give it the attention it needs to be given just to keep the public in the realm of common sense. This is how I've always perceived it. It's something that is rather... it's one of these things that is adaptable and nebulous, but there is a general core, and I think Peter Moon knows, what my general aspirations are. It's basically this vision that I have that our society, both globally and civilly, meaning globally and domestically, is going to hell in a handbasket to such an extent that we're going to be suffering both global warfare and civil wars simultaneously, not just in the United States, but the same phenomena happening in Russia, China, various other places, including Israel. There's many places that are on the precipice of civil war as well as international conflict. I think that the global situation is just getting so bad, and I've been predicting this forever. It's a matter of fact, I was predicting this since I was a child. It was something that, of course, made me stand out. It was one of these things that even before I became aware of my heritage, I remember a photograph that might still be something I could locate of myself as a very young individual. I mean, really a child, standing in front of a world map, looking like an aspiring dictator. And so this kind of drive has always been there. But I feel that, that the concept, let's put it this way, the concept I have of politics is not electoral politics. Electoral politics is not the wave of the future. We're heading right now towards basically politics by force majeure, that it's going to be basically politics by force of arms, and that this will provide an opportunity for myself to grab secular power. I think it's going to get that bad. Of course, I've been saying that forever, but the world has been careening towards that forever. The people in charge have just been so incompetent that they're just pissing it all away. So there is an opportunity, I feel, in the future for secular power, and I really don't mind my age as really a factor, because I do feel at the same time, depending on how far we fall, because we could fall into a true dark age where basically everything is on the net and we lose the net, and everything in the cloud, we lose the cloud. We could truly enter a new dark age, at which point it's a moot point. Because there's no way to really extend one's power beyond basically a city-state level at that point. Hopefully it doesn't get that bad. But what I can say is that we're on the way where it's going to get bad enough. And I basically see an opportunity for grabbing secular power at that point, simply because people will be looking for anyone who can offer stability. And they have been, they've conducted surveys in England, and the overwhelming majority of the population of youth in England say they want a dictatorship. It's basically because people are so tired of politics. It's not even that there's some sense of fascism or some sense of nationalism. It's basically these people are so tired of politics that they just want someone to take over. They just want to be free from having to make decisions, because the decisions that they're given have proven to be, they feel their votes aren't worth anything anyway. So people are simply giving up on democracy. So that being said, basically with everything that I've experienced, I feel that there's very few people qualified as I am to really understand how to wield power, simply because of the nature of the beast and all of the beasts that I've dealt with all my life. So I do see myself, the role is usually as some kind of person who assumes power on the North American continent and can try to help the rest of the world from here. That's what I was talking about earlier, and I'll timestamp it for you. I was speaking about the Taiwan holiday and why I felt that basically I explained that there's no longer a China, that China is a terminal civilization. And what I pointed out was the analogy, which I'll give again quite briefly. When it comes to the Highlander franchise, there's only one product out of that franchise that I think justified the entire franchise's existence, and that was a Japanese anime version of the Highlander, in which they show two immortal warriors. One of them's Roman and one of them's Celtic. And the Celtic warrior discovers he's one of these immortals when his tribe is wiped out, and he survives, of course, the slaughter. And he later confronts the Roman centurion, who is also an immortal. And the Roman says, "What do you want?" And he says, "I want the destruction of Rome for his vengeance." And the Roman says, "Rome is an ideal. You can't kill an idea. And that's all that Rome will be, but it will be in that sense eternal." This is how we have to think of China now, because I pointed out that when you've got a situation where the mainland Chinese have dumbed down the language with simplified Chinese, which would be like every American speaking to each other in text, and you've got
abbreviation text.
Yes, and you've got Taiwan, where the average, they still teach classical Chinese. The average Taiwanese who's educated with a literary Chinese language, and if he's talking to anyone from the mainland, he's going to feel like he's talking to an idiot. But at the same time, whereas Taiwan once held itself as the true China, that's no longer the case. The modern Taiwanese under the Democratic Party, which I support in general, and I even support to an extent their idea of re-identifying Taiwan, they're trying to de-Sinicize. In other words, disidentify as Chinese. They want to see themselves more as a Pacific Island nation. And as a result, even though they may be teaching traditional Chinese language, they are no longer teaching its history. So the average Taiwanese child growing up has no knowledge of the great heroes of China, ancient or modern. And so China is dead. So what I've said to our public tonight was, I said the situation is that the true China now is an ideal, but as I see myself as kind of like the Spock character that Gene Roddenberry had envisioned as the most important person in the Star Trek universe, I see myself as that half Vulcan, half human, that person with a Taiwanese nationality but a United States citizenship. I see myself as the Vulcan intervention. And this was, of course, in the Gene Roddenberry universe, what saved humanity from itself. In his universe, all humanity was post-nuclear war, mass cannibalism, and then the Vulcans intervened, and it was such an important intervention that it was the start of a new calendar. It was the Vulcan contact was year one of the new calendar, and within 100 years, the United Federation of Planets had formed, starting with the Vulcans and the humans, and the Vulcans needed to rehabilitate the humans so they could fight the Romulans. So my vision is the new China is North America, that you will learn from a Vulcan intervention in the sense of a transplantation of Confucianism, Shintoism, Buddhism, Taoism, Zen, a renaissance of a kind of paradigm, a paradigm shift, where it will be, in the sense the United Federations was a Vulcan empire, the United States will be the new China that Taiwan no longer is. Of course, it will require a recognition of Taiwan and a unification with it to a degree. But this is what I was explaining tonight. Now, timestamp that for you because I believe, I'd appreciate your feedback on that. And in which I went to it in much greater detail. So that's kind of the vision that I have. And
that's a very good answer.
Thank you.
And I have a response.
Yeah.
It's like what you have to offer. It all comes down to what you have to offer and and the pragmatism of what you have to offer. Those are the two things. Like, say, if you take somebody like Mitch McConnell, this guy who just stepped down from the speakership,
yes,
whatever he was.
Yeah, after forever. Yes, go on.
Minority leader. This guy's an old politician.
Yes.
What he brings to the table is he doesn't bring character at all.
No.
He brings the ability to wield deals and agreements.
Yes.
And that's that's got a value. That does have a value because right now they can't agree on anything. Doesn't have character. Character is not an issue. It's not something. It's even on the table. What you have to bring, and I don't know that character is even a factor in politics. It's like, who cares how noble you are? Right. It's not about that. It's all into pragmatism. That's why government is ruled by Capricorn. It's all about pragmatism, like what's going to get things done. And it's about accomplishment. What you have to bring to the table is information and understanding of the information. It's not a perfect understanding, but it is so far leaps and bounds beyond any information source that Joe Biden would have access to.
Yes.
Or Donald Trump.
Yes. Or,
it was said, and I don't know what degree this is true, but I wouldn't be dismissive of it, that Trump got his information from the news. I have better information than you, that meaning, whoever he's talking to. Because what he was alluding to the fact that the intelligence agencies were giving poison information to whoever they were giving it to, or slanted information, which they will do. It can be done intentionally or otherwise. See, you have information that could service humanity, but then the next step is getting it to be recognized and then execute, have an execution team. Yes. That can actually carry out the information. So what you would have, and I know this from my L. Ron Hubbard days, but even my days with you, is first off, you're dealing with all these creepy crawlies around you.
Yes.
And then, there's the jettisoning of the creepy crawlies.
Yes.
And it's like, but what's this? What's that? It's like, so, and this is what Hitler was facing with these despots that are coming around. Goring having this huge art collection and just pocketing away stuff. It's like people filling their pockets. That's what despots do.
Yes.
So you have despot. This is what politicians do. How to line their pockets.
Yes.
And it's like it's built in. It's not nepotism because that's family. It's incestuous behavior. So, like it, and somebody, and yeah, it's like, where is this going to be done right and correctly?
Right,
so
but just
that level of you going to be constantly dealing with this Jameson Reese type factor, except it would be much more sophisticated and worldly.
Yes.
Somebody like himself.
Yeah, not merely insane. And just to put this into perspective, what Peter Moon is referring to is what has been deemed or termed a polyocracy. Adolf Hitler pretty much put himself in the center, but there were multiple empires under Heinrich Himmler, Joseph Goebbels, Martin Bormann, Hermann Goering, and all of these men effectively had their own military. All of these men effectively had their own empire. And basically, he was able to be the maestro conducting the orchestra that kept them playing.
Certainly not in total control, because this is like, managing a bunch of kids.
Yeah. I mean, definitely, he had to devolve authority to a point where the Third Reich had a kind of triple redundancy.
A thugocracy.
Yeah.
A thugocracy. And he de-thugged it to a marked extent when he took out Ernst Röhm.
Yes.
Because that made it more civilized.
Yes.
South had the military.
Yes.
But now he had military power.
Yes.
So, but it was much more of a thugocracy.
Yes.
Before he took out Ernst Röhm.
Yes.
And he took him out himself.
Yes, he did.
And that, so it's like, it really is a thugocracy. Any way you look at it, that's not necessarily, but what politics is not.
I was about to say, I won't take the, yeah.
Pardon me?
I was about to say, I won't take that as a negative. It's the element of power politics that's raw power. Yes, go on.
Well, yeah. So, yeah, it's a thugocracy. And the problem, see, this is the difference. With the Nazis were so much more upfront about their interest in these relics and stuff like this.
Yes.
And their interest in the paranormal. They weren't anal retentive about it. In Britain or in the United States, it's much more, sophisticated. And it's sophisticated and naive at the same time.
Yeah, it's just so, how would I say it? It's just so, they're so obsessed with putting up a false face that they're
believe in the false face.
Yes, yeah, it's that bad. They believe their own lies. After a point, they believe their own lies, and very true. And
somebody said that. They said that about Trump, but they also said it about who it was. It wasn't Trump. It was somebody who. Oh, they said about Alan Dershowitz in Epstein Island. Somebody was criticizing Dershowitz, the lawyer, and said he and they were documenting all his lies and saying he really believes, and this is what makes you a good lawyer. You have to believe your case.
Yes.
And it's like. And they were just citing somebody who just does nothing but, obsess over Alan Dershowitz because he's, and, yeah. So it's like, you have to believe your lies, and it makes you a much more convincing liar. Makes you much more able to convince other people. So this is, I'm glad you said that because it sort of, paints a road and what is the usefulness if we have people acting on your useful data, it helps. And information is powerful.
Yes.
It's like, okay, well, this is what's happening here. If you were to lay out all the information that's happening in Gaza, showing what's behind the scenes, so much of it would stop.
Yes.
So much of the genocide. People can't be doing genocide in plain sight. They can to a certain extent, but not if the world knows about it.
It's a tough call. I mean, I hear what you're saying. At the same time, the Israelis seem to be getting away with it. I guess a lot of it. Yeah.
Yes and no.
Yeah.
Yes and no. They're certainly attracting a lot of enmity.
Good point. Touche.
That's not good for them.
Yes, true.
Because it will backfire.
It will.
And it's like, and it does over time, because ultimately what anybody learns is that you're not in charge of the game.
Yes.
The game becomes getting you once you get so powerful. You can't just, you don't have unlimited freedom to execute your intention. So, and sometimes the game takes a long time to come back to your door. So, it's the more information you put out, the better it is. It has to be consumed and digested. So I'm glad I brought this issue up.
Thank you.
Because we don't know how far any of this stuff is going to go.
Yes.
And you actually do provide there's something here to offer.
Thank you. And I appreciate that profoundly. Now, we're going to have to close down transmission soon. Peter and I will continue speaking privately for at least a few minutes. But certainly, in the few minutes we have remaining, Amy, thank you so much for joining us this morning. And say hi to Peter and share a little bit about what's on your mind.
Sure.
Were you able to review? Were you able to review what I had said the other day?
I didn't get to the point you wanted me to get to, but I started listening and I got through you were talking about the relic population.
Okay.
So I was doing a little bit of that. Okay. But then what we were talking about this morning, Peter going on about his L. Ron Hubbard experience.
Yes.
And it made me think about the use of altruism to manipulate people and to get them to do things for others and ignore themselves. And then that becomes like a belief system that people fall into. That was sort of the area that my thoughts were going in when you were talking about secular power.
We were taught not to do that, but people would do it because they fall into their own self-denial bullshit.
Right.
And so it's a common thought that, he was using the altruism of others. He was using the altruism of others, but he would tell you to take care of yourself, to get your sleep by hours. You just get 8 hours of sleep a day, and then people would be and I would do it. I had to have it.
Thank you. That's so important. People have no idea.
Stand up for yourself, but people are just they're weak and insipid people, and they go along, and some people would, just say, okay, I'm going to get my sleep, F you. And there were more and more people that did that, and there was a revolution where everybody became a slave to David Miscavige. But it's like, so there's a lot of misperceptions. But I would say, to your credit, most people inside the group were misperceiving things because they were misperceivers. And so it all comes down to you, the individual. It was much easier to stand up for yourself 30, 40 years ago in Scientology than it is now. You're gonna sign away your life legally in legal documents.
Right. So frightening. Yeah, it's a true form of postmodern slavery. Yes. So Amy.
It is. Yeah. So, but the point is understood for sure.
Yeah. And Amy, anything else come to your mind the few minutes we have remaining?
Well, I'm hoping that you got everything together for rent tonight,
I did. We thanks to Peter. We made the $200 before Peter even retreated into the gentle night, and they knocked him offline.
I saw that nonsense, bunch of silliness.
And it happens right when we were going into the Brandon Young stuff.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know how important Brandon Young is. Apparently, somebody thinks he is real important.
Actually, it was probably the Dietrich Ardelek saying, I'm going to spare Peter Moon listening to any of this. And just the mercy. As you said, have faith in the Ardelect. The Ardelect had mercy on you, Peter. You were spared.
That's all.